I. The Gadamerian Mind. Hans Georg Gadamer, 1900–2002, is one of the most important philosophers of the post-1945 era. His name has become all but synonymous with the philosophical study of hermeneutics, the field concerned with theories of understanding and interpretation, and laid out in his landmark book Truth and Method. Influential not only within continental philosophy, Gadamer's thought has also made significant contributions to related fields such as religion, literary theory, and education. The Gadamerian Mind is a major survey of the fundamental aspects of Gadamer's thought, with contributions from leading scholars of Gadamer and hermeneutics from around the world. 38 chapters are divided into 6 clear parts. Overviews: key concepts, historical influences, contemporary encounters, beyond philosophy, legacies and questions. Although Gadamer's work addresses a remarkable range of topics, careful consideration is given throughout the volume to consistent concerns that orient his thought. Important in this respect is his relation to philosophers in the Western tradition, from Plato to Heidegger. An indispensable resource for anyone studying and researching Gadamer, hermeneutics, and the history of 20th-century philosophy, the Gadamerian Mind will also be of interest to those in related disciplines such as religion, literature, political theory, and education. 2. In philosophy past and present, there are some philosophers who tower over the intellectual landscape and have shaped it in indelible ways. So significant is their impact that it is difficult to capture it in one place. The Routledge Philosophical Minds series presents a comprehensive survey of all aspects of a major philosopher's work, from analysis and criticism of their major texts and arguments to the way their ideas are taken up in contemporary philosophy and beyond. Edited by leading figures in their fields and with an outstanding international roster of contributors, the series offers a magisterial and unrivaled picture of a great philosophical mind. Contents: 1. Theodore George and Gert-Jan van der Heijden. Part 1. Overviews 7. 1. Gadamer's Century, Life, Times, and Works 9. 2. The Universality of Hermeneutic Understanding, the Strong, Somewhat Metaphysical Conclusion of Truth and Method 24. Jean Grondin. 3. Gadamer, Humanism and the Humanities 37. Dennis J. Schmidt. 4. The Poetic Word, Art, and the Arts 49. James Risser. 5. Dialogue, Dialectic, and Conversation 61. Nicholas Davy. 6. Gadamer on Solidarity 78. Georgia Warnka. 6. Contents. 6. Part 2. Key Concepts 91. 7. Truth 93. Gaetano Chirazzi. 8. Experience 105. Lawrence K. Schmidt. 9. Gadamer on Tradition 117. David Vesey. 10. Gadamer's Concept of Language 127. Carolyn Culbertson. 11. Gadamer on Play and the Play of Art 139. Cynthia R. Nielsen. 12. Gadamer on the Politics of Translation 155. Theodore George. 13. Image, Picture, 165. Gu Enterfigel. 14. Gadamer and Health 177. Kevin Aho. Part 3. Historical Influences 189. 15. Gadamer and Plato, An Unending Dialogue 191. Francisco J. Gonzalez. 16. The Role of Aristotle in Gadamer's Work 207. Carlo Davia. 17. Gadamer's Kant 221. Robert J. Dostal. 18. Hegel's Truth and Gadamer's Method 232. Daniel O. Dahlstrom. 19. Gadamer, Dilthey, and the Aporias of Historical Enlightenment 246. Eric S. Nelson. 7. Contents. 7. 20. Gadamer's Heidegger, on Language and Metaphysics 257. Niall Keen. Part 4. Contemporary Encounters 273. 21. Ricoeur and Gadamer 275. Timo Helenius. 22. Dialogue on Dialogue, Gadamer and Habermas 288. Hans Herbert K. Ogler. 23. Gadamer and Derrida 304. Edo Evink. 24. Poem, Dialogue, and Witness, Gadamer's Reading of Paul Celan 318. Gert-Jan van der Heijden. 25. Johnny Vadimo's Encounter with Gadamer, Hermeneutic Ontology from Dialogue to Conflict 333 Sylvia Benso. Part 5. Beyond Philosophy 347. 26 Gadamer and Theology 349 Morella Oliva. 27 Gadamer and Jurisprudence 364 Francis J. Moots 3. 28 Hermeneutic Practice, What Gadamer Has to Teach Nursing 376 Nancy J. Mools. 29 Gadamer's Critique of Historicism 387 Anders Edenstedt. 30 The Paradigmatic Interpenetration of Hermeneutics and Rhetoric 400 John Arthos. 31 Gadamer's Contribution to Political Theory 418 Darren Walhoff. 8. Contents. 8. Part 6. Legacies and Questions 433. 32 Gadamer and the Postmodern Mind 435 John D. Caputo. 33 Gadamer in Anglo-America 449 Greg Lynch. 34 From the Hermeneutics of Historically Affected Consciousness to Concrete Cosmological Understanding 463 Alejandro A. Valiga. 35 Gadamer and Feminism 487 Catherine Homan. 36 Gadamer and Race Theory 501 Tina Fernandez Botts. 37 On Eurocentrism, the Reception of Gadamer's Hermeneutics in or Related to Chinese Philosophy 515 Kathleen Wright. 38 The Ontology of the Work of Art and the Universality of Hermeneutics Reconsidered, Gadamer and New Realism 532 Marcus Gabriel. Index 546. 9. 9. 1. Introduction and Gert-Jan van der Heyden. Hans-Georg Gadamer, 1900–2002, is one of the most important philosophers of the post-World War II period. His name has become all but synonymous with the philosophical study of hermeneutics, an important field within the discipline of philosophy concerned with theories of understanding and interpretation. Moreover, Gadamer's influence extends beyond philosophy to a number of disciplines within the humanities, as well as to disciplines as diverse as education and nursing sciences. Some decades ago, it may have seemed as if scholarly interest in Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics might become eclipsed by the rise of post-structuralism, deconstruction, postmodernism, and related intellectual movements. Instead, the scholarly reception of Gadamer has not only persisted over the decades, but developed and increased. Indeed, scholarship both within and beyond the discipline of philosophy continues to give rise to new perspectives on his thought and on his significance. It is therefore an especially opportune moment for an edited volume that provides a new and comprehensive survey of Gadamer's thought and its significance. This companion comprises contributions by a broad range of leading scholars. Collectively, they provide us with a remarkable portrait of the Gadamerian mind. This companion focuses not only on the major themes of Gadamer's widely celebrated, although not always fully understood, philosophical perspective, namely, that of philosophical hermeneutics. The book also treats the increasing influence of Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics in a number of areas of philosophical inquiry and in other disciplines. Thus, we wish to claim of the picture of the Gadamerian mind presented in this companion what Gadamer claims of pictures in general. Gadamer believes that a picture allows us to recognize the original it portrays. Yet, a picture is, or can be, much more than a mere replication of an original. Rather, a picture can bring into focus what is essential, what is unique, even what is possible but remains obscure, in the original it portrays. Accordingly, as Gadamer puts it, the picture constitutes an increase in being, 2013, 141, of the original it portrays. This companion, then, provides a picture of the Gadamerian mind that, we believe, involves such an increase when it comes to Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. Short biographical sketch. The Gadamerian mind is, of course, shaped by Gadamer's life and times. 1. In Gadamer's case, his life spanned the entire 20th century. He was born on February 11, 1900, in Marburg, Germany, and lived to be 102. His life thus bore witness, first-hand, to the rise of modern technology, World War I and the destitution that resulted from it, the rise of Nazism, World War II, and the Holocaust, the cultural, societal, and political upheavals of the 1960s, the rising and raising of the Berlin Wall, globalization, the Internet, and 9/11s. Many of these events brought hardship with them, as did some of his individual life circumstances. Most familiar are the facts that he had a stern, disapproving father and that he suffered with polio ever since he contracted the disease in his early 20s. Nevertheless, Gadamer was known for his good spirits. Those acquainted with him personally speak of the interest he took in his students and his sense of humor. It is reported that, on the occasion of his 100th birthday, when asked about the secret of his youthfulness, he replied, "It is easy, never take elevators and learn a poem by heart every day." Schmidt 2020. Gadamer was raised in the city of Breslau. His father, Dr. Johannes Gadamer, moved the family there from Marburg in 1902 when his father became a professor of pharmacological chemistry at the University of Breslau. Breslau, now Rock-la, in Poland, was among the larger cities in the German Empire at the time and had become a prosperous center of science and industry. Despite the relative privilege and material comfort afforded by his father's position at the university, however, Gadamer's childhood was characterized by enormous difficulties. Gadamer's sister and mother died when he was still very young. His father remarried soon after the death of Gadamer's mother. His brother suffered severely from epilepsy, so much so that he was eventually institutionalized because of his condition. His father was, as Gadamer puts it, a man who drastically embodied authoritarian pedagogy in the worst way but with the best of intentions. 1985, 3. Making matters worse, Gadamer's father disapproved of his interest in literature and the arts. Gadamer did not develop his interest in philosophy until later, from the bottom of his heart. 1985, 3. And, once World War I began to impact the home front, Gadamer, like so many in the period, became all too familiar with want and despair, cold and hunger. Gadamer began his university studies at the University of Breslau in 1918, but he transferred to the University of Marburg in 1919, after his father had become a professor at the University of Marburg. In his studies, Gadamer found himself in sympathy with a disaffected generation of students. Gadamer, like many students he met, was disillusioned by World War I. As Gadamer observes, in the confusion which the First World War and its end had brought to the whole German scene, to try to mold oneself unquestioningly to the surviving tradition was simply no longer possible. 1997, 3. Gadamer, along with some in his generation, saw the horrors of the war as an indictment not only of Imperial German pride and modern warfare. More than this, perhaps, Gadamer and other youths saw the war and its consequences as an indictment of the establishmentarian belief in progress through modern science and technology that made too many Germans proud of their nation's science and industry and that first made such modern warfare possible. During his university studies, Gadamer had the good fortune to encounter a number of remarkable teachers and mentors. At the University of Marburg, for example, in philosophy Gadamer was influenced by renowned neo-Kantians, such as Nicola Hartmann and Paul Naterp. Gadamer wrote his dissertation under the latter. No philosopher had a greater influence on Gadamer, though, than Martin Heidegger. If philosophers such as Hartmann and Naterp could be perceived as members of the old guard, Heidegger, by contrast, was seen 3. As a fiery opponent of the establishment. As Gadamer once put it, who will ever forget the acerbic polemics with which he caricatured the cultural and educational goings-on of those times. 1985, 48. Of course, as Gadamer understood, Heidegger was also a brilliant and revolutionary philosopher. Gadamer first became aware of Heidegger in an unusual manner. Just after Gadamer completed his dissertation in 1922, he contracted polio and had to shelter in place, as we might say now, for several months. While in isolation, however, Naterp provided him with a report that Heidegger had written and that reflected some of Heidegger's most important ideas, entitled, Indications of the Hermeneutical Situation Ansicht der Hermeneutische Situation. The next year, in any case, Gadamer moved to Freiburg to study with Heidegger, where Gadamer took several courses, received tutoring, and, by the end of the decade, completed a habilitation in philosophy under Heidegger, with a thesis on the topic of interpretation in Plato's Philebus. Gadamer's academic life after his habilitation was marked first by challenges due to the global recession that began in 1929 and then, beginning in the early 1930s, by the rise of National Socialism in Germany. Not long after Hitler seized power in 1933, Gadamer's mentor Heidegger was appointed as rector of the University of Freiburg and joined the Nazi Party. Heidegger held his position as rector for only about a year before he resigned, and, in any case, Heidegger's students, including Gadamer, did not follow Heidegger's politics. Grondin 2003, 154. After his habilitation, Gadamer taught courses at the University of Marburg and the University of Kiel. In 1939, he became a professor, in the parlance of the German Academy, an ordinary professor or a professor with a chair, at the University of Leipzig. The question of Gadamer's attitude toward National Socialism in the period has been discussed by scholars. Gadamer reports that he held the Nazis in disdain. He kept his distance from politics and, though he published only sporadically in the period, his research remained focused mainly on Greek philosophy. Moreover, there is evidence that Gadamer maintained a reputation of independence from the party and its ideology throughout the period. See, for example, Grondin 2003, 154, 179-81, 195-99. Many events of Gadamer's career in this period are a troubling reminder, however, of life under the duress of a totalitarian regime. For example, his name appears on a public declaration made by university professors in 1933 in support of Hitler and National Socialism. Gadamer later indicated that he had not seen the declaration and that signatures were gathered under tacit threat by acclamation. See Grondin 2003, 169-70. The position he held in Kiel first became available because Richard Kroner had been suspended for his Jewish origins. And, in 1935, Gadamer participated in a National Socialist Academy for docents. In 1946, Gadamer was elected rector of the University of Leipzig, but he soon left this region of Soviet-occupied Germany for the West, first holding a position for a short time at the University of Frankfurt and then, beginning in 1949, at the institution he is perhaps most closely associated with, the University of Heidelberg. After decades of political, personal, and professional turmoil, Gadamer's position in Heidelberg afforded him the chance to focus more fully on his teaching and research. For Gadamer, the period in Heidelberg from 1949 until his retirement in 1968 saw many academic accomplishments. The crowning achievement of the period, though, was the completion of the magnum opus for which he continues to be celebrated today, Truth and Method, 2013-1960. Gadamer's Truth and Method presents a philosophical hermeneutics, that is, a philosophical clarification and defense of a hermeneutical, or interpretive, experience of truth that is irreducible to the sense of truth at issue in the methodological sciences. Gadamer's Truth and Method received only moderate attention at first, but, in time, has become recognized widely as the most important contribution of German philosophy in the post-World War II era. 4. And Gert-Jan van der Heyden. 4. For many philosophers, retirement represents the opportunity to step back from the maelstrom of philosophical controversies, a chance to return in peace to books on the shelf that remain unread and projects that remain unfinished. By contrast, Gadamer's retirement saw him become involved in some of the most important philosophical controversies of the period. Beginning in the late 1960s and early 1970s, Gadamer was confronted by criticisms of his philosophical hermeneutics from the quarter of critical theory. For example, Gadamer engaged in significant discussions with Jürgen Habermas about whether, among other things, philosophical hermeneutics provided an adequate basis for the critique of ideology. Beginning in the early 1980s, Gadamer entered into discussion, which perhaps initially appeared to be more of a dispute, with Jacques Derrida about a number of issues in hermeneutics and deconstruction. From 1969 until the mid-1980s, Gadamer was regularly a visiting professor at universities in the United States, for the longest period at Boston College. Gadamer famously reported that his experience in America felt like a second youth, Grondin 2003, 313. With age, however, came less travel, and he began to receive an increasing number of visitors in Heidelberg. Beginning in the late 1980s, a small group of scholars founded what would become a storied annual international symposium on hermeneutics in Heidelberg, and, later, after Gadamer's death, in Freiburg. Gadamer's sojourn, filled with much joy and suffering, and long by human measures, was also lengthy enough to afford him an exquisite privilege. Gadamer was still alive as the intellectual world came to recognize him as a major figure in the tradition of German philosophy, to embrace his truth and method as a classic, to see the influence of his philosophical hermeneutics expand within in a number of disciplines and around the world, and to experience the appreciation and development of his many students. This volume. Much to our delight, nearly all of the renowned, highly esteemed Gadamer scholars in the world accepted our invitation to contribute to this volume. Their contributions are organized in 6 sections that, taken together, comprise a comprehensive scholarly companion. The contributions collected in the first section, Overviews, address the intellectual background of Gadamer's life and work as well as the consistent concerns that return throughout his work, such as the universality of the hermeneutic problem, the relation of hermeneutics to humanism and the humanities, the philosophical role and place of art and the art's reflection, and the social dimension of understanding as reflected in the primacy of dialogue and social relations stemming from this dimension such as friendship and solidarity. Gadamer is most widely known for his development of a philosophical hermeneutics. The second section, Key Concepts, offers contributions that discuss and critically assess the key concepts of his philosophical hermeneutics: truth, experience, tradition, language, play, translation, image and picture, and health. The third section, Historical Influences, reflects that one of the basic convictions in philosophical hermeneutics is that a systematic development of its concepts is impossible without a reflection on the history and provenance of these concepts. This is especially true for Gadamer. His thought, perhaps more than most philosophers, cannot be separated from his relation to the history of Western philosophy. The chapters in this section focus on the most important of these historical influences on his thought, such as the works of Plato, Aristotle, Kant, Hegel, Dilthey, and Heidegger, and critically assess Gadamer's account of their work. Moreover, being dialogical in nature, Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics was especially impacted by his encounters with others. Therefore, the fourth section, Contemporary Encounters, discusses some of the most prominent conversations, philosophical and otherwise, in which 5. Gadamer engaged with his contemporaries concerning the scope, the limits, the nature, and the possibilities of hermeneutics. This means that this section focuses on famous discussions such as that with Derrida on the relation between deconstruction and hermeneutics and that with Habermas on the hermeneutic, in Capacity of Critique. This section also surveys and critically assesses Gadamer's interpretation of the poetry of Sellin, as well as his influence on the hermeneutics of Ricoeur and the weak thought of Vattimo. One of the reasons that Gadamer is one of the most important philosophers of the post-World War II era is due to the fact that his philosophical hermeneutics has had a significant impact on several disciplines. That his hermeneutics was bound to have influence beyond the realm of philosophy alone is, to some extent, hardly surprising since hermeneutics has been from old an important art in biblical exegesis and jurisprudence. The chapters collected in the fifth section, Beyond Philosophy, reflect on the impact and the significance of Gadamer's work beyond philosophy. The first 2 chapters demonstrate how Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics impacts the interpretative practices in theology and jurisprudence. The other chapters in this section show that Gadamer's influence is not limited to these 2 fields. Rather, his hermeneutics has turned out to be of the utmost importance to other fields as well, such as to medicine and healthcare, in which hermeneutics offers a way to deal with the tension between cure and care, as well as to the fields of literature, poetry, and rhetoric, of education and of political theory. The chapters collected in this section discuss and reflect on the impact and the significance of Gadamer's work beyond philosophy. The sixth and final section, Legacies and Questions, turns to several important currents of philosophy today that draw on Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics or are engaged in a critical discussion with him. This section is comprised of chapters that provide concise accounts of the role played by Gadamer's thought within these currents, such as feminism and race theory, of the impact of his work on Anglo-American and Latin American thought, and the continuation of hermeneutics in postmodern or radical forms, as well as the critical assessment of Gadamer in the New Realism. In addition to expressing our gratitude to the authors collected in this volume, the CO editors also wish to thank Haley Burke, a doctoral student at Texas A&M University, for her editorial assistance. Ms. Burke's diligence and careful work contributed much to shepherding this project to completion. Part 1. Overviews. 1. Gadamer's Century. Life, Times, and Works. The 20th century was Gadamer's century in the double sense that its socio-cultural developments shaped his life and thought, and that his hermeneutic philosophy, in turn, shaped that century's academic climate, an influence continuing unabated into the present. For example, Gadamer's influence is the reason that the term hermeneutics today refers to the conditions and structures of understanding in general rather than to exegetically methods. On his account, hermeneutics has come to denote one's overall interpretive framework for approaching a subject matter, rather than specifying the particular meaning one applies after first conducting presuppositionless exegesis. This opening chapter to the Gadamerian mind aims to offer the reader a summary of Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy within the context of his life, times, and works to elucidate the ongoing relevance of his thought for our time. In doing so, I will focus on intellectual rather than biographical context. While one cannot separate any philosophical insight from the lived experience that generated it, the content and influence of Gadamer's philosophy are clearly more interesting than his biography. Gadamer himself always downplayed the importance of his personal life, not least because his hermeneutic philosophy represents a move away from subjectivism toward the subject matter that emerges from our interpretive efforts as a truth we encounter rather than construct. Nevertheless, it remains true, and a fundamental hermeneutic axiom, that without the historical context from which emerge the questions or concerns to which Gadamer responded, we would likely miss the truth of his own thinking. It is telling that in his autobiographical texts, Gadamer talks mostly about the intellectual influences on his life, which confirms that even though he witnessed some of the 20th century's greatest conflicts, his life was largely that of a scholar whose troubles were almost entirely private in nature or directed by political circumstances that do not necessarily help elucidate his thought. Hammermeister 1999, 25. Moreover, many of the professors who taught Gadamer, figures like the Neo-Kantians Richard H. Onigswald, Paul Natorp, or the classical philologist Paul Friedel A. Ender, mean very little to a modern English reader. Therefore, in our brief sketch about Gadamer's life and times, we will restrict ourselves to the major philosophical influences, and to the cultural times with their specific problems to which Gadamer's works form a response. In the second half of this chapter, we will then sketch the main philosophical convictions behind his works to prepare their more detailed, conceptual analyses in the subsequent chapters of this book. 10. Gadamer's life and times. In the most formative student years and during his academic career, Gadamer lived through what scholars later identified in the 1980s as the massive cultural paradigm change from modernity to postmodernity. Gadamer himself names as the origin of this shift the dissolution of cultural certainties through the disenchanting experience of the First World War. He recalls that in a disoriented world, we who were young at that time were searching for a new orientation. Gadamer 1997b, 4. The increasing disillusion with German cultural achievements and with the improvement of humanity through technological progress found expression in Oswald Spengler's popular book The Decline of the West, 1991–1922. According to Gadamer, this disenchantment from modernity shook the established academic world to its epistemological foundations. He recalls a foundational crisis of the sciences across the disciplines. There was the foundational crisis in theology, which, by means of Karl Barth's commentary on the Epistle to the Romans, resulted in dialectic theology, the crisis in economics, brought about by the massive global economic changes of the war and post-war period, the crisis in mathematics, occasioned by the intuitionism of people like Brouwer, and the crisis in physics through Einstein's theory of relativity. Gadamer 1999 F 1985, 181. Traditional theories or worldviews, and in particular calcified explanatory systems perceived to prop up static conceptions of truth, collapsed under seismic shifts in epistemology resulting from the existential disorientation of the post-war period. This crisis in meaning hit the humanities particularly hard. In Gadamer's own discipline, he had changed from literary studies to philosophy. This revolution in the sciences meant the collapse of idealist philosophy in general and of the still reigning Neo-Kantianism in particular. Neo-Kantianism had arisen in Germany around 1860, when the philosophy of Hegel, whose speculative idealism aimed to heal the Cartesian separation between mind and being which Kant had essentially left in place, became unfashionable. To avoid competition with the dominant empirical sciences, Neo-Kantians sought to reaffirm philosophy as respectable academic discipline by establishing its role not in competition with the natural sciences but alongside them as guardian of conceptual rigor and proper logic. In 1883, for example, the Neo-Kantian Alois Riel proclaimed that philosophy should give up any ambitions to foundational or systematic knowledge about reality and redefine its vocation as epistemology, the second-order science of Erkenntniswissenschaft, epistemology, that examines and clarifies the logic of the sciences, by Sir 2015, 569. Similar to modern analytic philosophers, Neo-Kantians, in their passion for objectivity, were more concerned with verifying any given scientific or symbolic system than following Kant, who thought that the transcendental a priori structures of apperception are universal and should help us understand how the mind participates in one shared reality. Kant, at least, still defended the transcendence of consciousness against materialism, and remained interested in the conditions for the possibility of human experience. In attempting to refound metaphysics on the basis of these transcendental structures in me, Kant still operated on a model of a buffered self, a mind trying to understand its connection to being. 1998, 111. Neo-Kantians, by contrast, were less interested in ontology than in method. For example, in the Marburg school of Neo-Kantianism, which Gadamer experienced as a student, the transcendental structures that contour and unify subjective experience were reduced to methodological assumptions relative to a particular scientific framework, and as open to revision as such theoretical constructs usually are. Pascher 1997, 56-57. Gadamer himself remembers from his time as a student that epistemology was the magic word, Zauberwort, or battle cry used by Neo-Kantians. According to Gadamer, Neo-Kantians reduced Kant from a metaphysician who tried to answer Hume's skepticism by rethinking questions about God, morality, and beauty on the basis of practical reason, to an epistemologist, Erkenntnistheoretiker, concerned with justifying the conceptual framework of the sciences. Gadamer 1999-1981, 348. Husserl's phenomenology, reuniting consciousness and being. Gadamer was part of a generation disillusioned with the philosophical climate and methodism in the universities that seemed unaffected by the pressing existential questions of the day. Like many others, Gadamer sought a correction to this play of concepts, a kind of arid scholasticism pursued by the bloodless subject of Neo-Kantian idealism. Gadamer 1997b, 5. The obsession with epistemology and the relation of consciousness to the perceived world has been an artificially created problem ever since Descartes' separation of mind and being had saddled subsequent philosophers with a representational model of cognition and the resulting problem of how mental ideas or images of objects correspond to sense impressions. It would become Gadamer's life work to show how the human experience of the world depends on the unity of consciousness and being, and thus to empower philosophy once again to speak about practical life issues. His hermeneutic philosophy demonstrates that any viable method relies on an underlying ground of truth, on a shared meaningful world on which all science depends. Many of Gadamer's fellow students and also some professors sensed the impotence of humanistic studies trying to demonstrate their relevance by emulating the truth model of experiential repeat verifiability championed by the natural sciences. The two related problems behind the perceived vacuity of the humanities were, 1. How could one overcome the separation of mind from being inherited from Kant and its resulting dominance of a scientific model of truth without returning to Hegel's metaphysical and religiously tainted monism, and, 2. How can one bridge past and present horizons so that ancient texts speak with a living voice to our present problems? The solution of the first problem was offered by phenomenology, introduced first by Edmund Husserl, 1859–1938, and later given its ontological grounding by Heidegger. Especially the later Husserl presented phenomenology as the solution to the opposition between objective reality and its subjective perception imposed by Descartes' substance dualism on philosophy, a dichotomy that still informs even modern physicalism with its denial of the mind altogether. Husserl abolished this gap between mind and world by arguing for the intentionality of consciousness. He posited an intrinsic connection between the act and content of perception. According to Husserl, Cartesian dualists, whether in their rationalist or empiricist varieties, failed to see that in the perceptions, in the experiences of consciousness themselves, that of which we are conscious is included as such that the perception is in itself a perception of something. Husserl 1970, 85, emphasis in original. Husserl remained in the Kantian tradition by proposing a transcendental philosophy, that is, an examination of the structures of consciousness that make perception possible. Yet Husserl also went beyond Kant by making explicit what Kant presupposed but never articulated, namely the shared life world that grounds all perception. 104. The late Husserl thus arrived where Heidegger started out, namely at indicating the ontological dimension of transcendental structures. The world which is for us, Husserl concluded, is the world which has meaning in our human life and gains ever new meaning for us, meaning and also validity. 262. Consciousness and world are now intrinsically connected through the universal interconnection of life. According to Gadamer, even Husserl's concept 12 of Lebenswelt, however, was not enough seriously to challenge the dominance of scientific epistemology. In truth, he recalls, only the ontological criticism Heidegger leveled against the concepts of subjectivity and objectivity, gave us the philosophical means for exposing the illusion that science of whatever kind could undergird the decisions of a universal praxis. Gadamer 1999 c. 1972, 158. In the end, Heidegger and Plato opened up for Gadamer the path to reviving philosophy as practical wisdom that he sought. Shaping the Gadamerian mind, the elemental event of Martin Heidegger. Ironically, it was Gadamer's neo-Kantian teacher Paul Naterp, 1854–1924, in Marburg who introduced Gadamer to Heidegger's recovery of ancient Greek philosophy that unhinged neo-Kantianism and became formative for Gadamer's own work. Naterp rediscovered the early Greek conception of the logos as the primordial ground of being, or, as Gadamer describes Naterp's conception, as the meaningfulness Sinnhaftigkeit of being as the unfragmented, the primordially concrete, which precedes all determination of meaning and all rationality. Gadamer 1977b, 65. With this discovery, Naterp moved past the neo-Kantian concern for method and anticipated Heidegger's own project of reintegrating mind and being by showing how human perception arises from the structures of life itself. Naterp sought to hire Heidegger for a professorship at Marburg University, not only because Heidegger enjoyed a growing reputation as lively teacher, but also because he was working on a phenomenological interpretation of Aristotle that showed affinity with Naterp's own recent philosophical direction. In 1922, to foster Heidegger's hire, Naterp commissioned from Heidegger a prospectus of this work, and was enchanted by it because Heidegger proposed to find in Aristotle the antidote to the separation of consciousness from being and to the resulting representational model of cognition. Grondin 2003, 94. Given Naterp's own late recovery of Aristotle's logos as the unifying ground of mind and being, he must have been delighted by Heidegger's systematic debunking of Aristotle as the crown witness for the epistemological monstrosity of the so-called critical realism of Neo-Kantian philosophy, Heidegger 2002b, 47. Naterp, who was Gadamer's doctoral supervisor and fostered Gadamer's lifelong love for Plato, Grondin 2003, 96-99, let his student read Heidegger's prospectus and its content hit Gadamer like an electrical shock. Gadamer 1977a, 212. What so impressed Gadamer in this so-called Naterp report was his first encounter with Heidegger's hermeneutics of facticity, here still termed a radical phenomenological anthropology, Heidegger 2002a 1922, 38. In fact, the text already contained the main contours of Heidegger's later being and time, with its emphasis on the interpretive and historical modes of human existence that formed the basis of Gadamer's own hermeneutic philosophy. When rereading the prospectus 80 years later, Gadamer still recalls the profound impact of Heidegger's text. When I read this first part of Heidegger's introduction to his study of Aristotle again today, it is as if I find in it again the guiding thread for my own philosophical development and the repetition of my eventual elaboration of philosophical hermeneutics. Gadamer 2002, 78. Heidegger shaped Gadamer's outlook in three major ways. First, he eradicated the Cartesian subject. In the many early seminars Gadamer attended, Heidegger lectured against Descartes' separation of reality into material, residential extensa, and mental substances, residential cogitans, and its resulting modern scientific attitude of opposing the detached self, or subject, to nature as its object. Heidegger 2005, 172. Not consciousness or an isolated subject, he told his students, but the existential mode of being in the world grounds human perception of reality. The reflective mind finds itself always already engaged in meaningful relations to objects and others. Since Inderweltsein is the fundamental condition of human beings, says Heidegger, our existence 13 is essentially and primordially one of moving within familiar relations to people and things. 224. For Heidegger's fundamental ontology, in contrast to Kant, the transcendental structures that order our perception are no longer mental filters for sense impressions, but they derive from the way we live, move, and have our being in the world. Second, Heidegger introduced Gadamer to the fundamental historicity of human consciousness. For Heidegger, temporality is not something encountered by an isolated inner self, but being is time, something that flows in and through us. Consciousness is no longer a sealed bubble floating on the river of time but rather is shaped by it. Consciousness is not merely affected but affected by temporality. This fundamental historicity of human understanding will become an essential point of Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy. As Gadamer puts it, with Heidegger, the whole idea of grounding itself underwent a total reversal. It was no longer with the same intention as Husserl that Heidegger undertook to interpret being, truth, and history in terms of absolute temporality. For this temporality was not that of consciousness nor of the transcendental or I. Heidegger's thesis was that being itself is time. This burst asunder the whole subjectivity of modern philosophy and, in fact, as was soon to appear, the whole horizon of questions asked by metaphysics, which tended to define being as what is present. Gadamer 2013, 248. Heidegger's fundamental move from a self-contained consciousness that encounters a world of objects to learn their meaning, to a consciousness already immersed in a meaningful world for whom understanding is a way of being, provides the foundation of Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy and his works. Third, Heidegger's deconstruction of scientific objectivism addressed the second major problem faced by Gadamer's generation we had mentioned above: how can texts from the past speak again with a living voice to contemporary issues? Moreover, how could the questions contained in texts from different or older cultures become our questions? And how could non-scientific texts convey objective truth about life rather than merely non-factual moral values? This latter problem occupied Gadamer a great deal because he loved poetry, literature, and the arts, disciplines he believed conveyed important truths about the human condition but were sidelined by the reigning scientific method as mere unscientific sources of opinion. Theology had fallen into a similar trap by embracing the historical critical school of biblical studies, which prided itself in a neutral, undogmatic approach to the Bible. As Gadamer noted above, in theology it was Karl Barth who demonstrated that this supposed neutral scientific approach merely blinded historical critics to their own secularist and rationalist proclivities, which they imposed on the text in the name of objective truth. In fact, Barth's introduction to his famous 1919 Romans commentary anticipates some of Gadamer's own insights on objectivity, prejudice, and authority in truth and method. Barth wanted the Apostle Paul to speak on his own terms, unhampered by the restrictions of modern rationalism alien to the ancient world. Only then, Barth argued, may we see how relevant Paul is for our current existential questions. Barth, 1985, 581-82. It is surely no accident that Heidegger made a similar argument in his own phenomenological reading of Paul, encouraging his students to approach the text as if we are writing the letter with Paul. Heidegger 1995, 87. Heidegger encourages enacted understanding, Volkshugsam Verstehen, or what Gadamer will later call fusion of horizons, that is, the process by which Paul's truth uttered concretely in his factical life world may still speak to us in ours. Heidegger 1995, 88. Like Heidegger, Gadamer developed a lifelong interest. 14. In theology, not because he was a believer, but because of many hermeneutic similarities he could draw from to illustrate his philosophical insights. In turn, theologians eagerly took up Heidegger's, and later Gadamer's, critique of scientific objectivism, because it once again leveled the playing field between science and the humanities by insisting that truly objective interpretation puts consciously into play one's own presuppositions. Gadamer insisted that an interpretative approach genuinely open to dialogue with another author includes the risk of having one's own assumptions overturned, rather than suppressing them in the name of neutrality, only to be guided by them surreptitiously. Gadamer 2013, 271-73. What Barth did with the Bible, Heidegger did with Aristotle. Heidegger taught his students how to read ancient Greek philosophy on its own terms, against the grain of received and mindlessly repeated modern interpretations. He allowed ancient texts to speak again powerfully by arguing that the reader participates in the historical effects of their ideas. Heidegger thus applied his insistence on the historical nature of human consciousness to textual interpretation. Interpreting ancient thinkers revealed the importance of cultural formation for knowledge. Phenomena disclose themselves to us based on our familiarity with them, and this familiarity is usually the deposition of something heard or learned. Heidegger 1982, 75. It is through our induction into a language, historically formed concepts, acquired ways of handling things, and social relations that phenomena disclose themselves to us. Heidegger thus redefined the philological concept of the hermeneutic circle, according to which a part like a word or sentence makes sense within the greater whole of a passage or text, into an existential, ontologically grounded movement of understanding. Yet traditioned ways of seeing can over time also occlude or distort phenomena. Thus, philosophy cannot naively take up and use concepts but has to pursue the tradition of philosophical questions back to the beginning of the subject matter. Tradition has to be deconstructed. Heidegger 1982, 75. By tracing the meaning of concepts back in time, historical criticism dismantles the received concept until one reaches the decisive context in which a particular historical consciousness coined a descriptive term based on a certain life experience within a particular language and worldview. In this way, the historicity of consciousness results in philosophy's essential task as a history of concepts, a program which Gadamer took up and practiced in all of his works. As he tells us in Truth and Method, interpretation of concepts is the realization, Volkshugsweise, of hermeneutic experience itself. Gadamer 2013, 421. Mitigating Heidegger's influence with Plato's help, it was inevitable that Gadamer became a devotee to Heidegger, from whom he learned the most important elements of his philosophy, and from whose influence he only slowly freed himself in later years. Gadamer confessed, for example, that he regarded scholarly writing for a long time real torture. "I always had the damned feeling that Heidegger was looking over my shoulder." Gadamer 1997b, 13. Indeed, for those who know both Heidegger's work and are also familiar with Gadamer's hermeneutics, many of his central concepts are appropriations of Heidegger's thinking. At the same time, however, Gadamer's own acquaintance with Platonic texts, born from a more attentive reading than Heidegger's, enabled him to offer a more careful interpretation and correct his teacher's reading of Plato. "I have always said," Gadamer notes, "that one of the essential differences between Heidegger and myself lies in my carefulness of interpreting. I have interpreted more cautiously, more restrainedly, than he." Heidegger could also defend an interpretation that was incorrect. Gadamer 2001, 58. His more meticulous reading of Plato allowed Gadamer to counter some of Heidegger's interpretations. For example, Gadamer insists against Heidegger that Plato may not be read as the preparation for, or the 15 forerunner of, onto theology. Gadamer 1997b, 48, emphasis in original. Gadamer does not agree with Heidegger's depiction of Plato's concept of ideas as initiating the objectivization of truth and thus the beginning of the forgetting of being that has haunted Western thought ever since. Contrary to Heidegger's interpretation of the ideas as the beginning of objectivizing scientific thinking, Gadamer holds that the actual dimension of Plato's dialectic of ideas concerns a transcendence aiming at the beyond of everything that exists Überschritt auf das Jenseits als Sehenden. Gadamer 1997b, 48. In this way, the influence of Plato mitigates that of Heidegger on Gadamer's intellectual formation. Gadamer discovers that rather than portraying Plato as the villain responsible for the forgetfulness of being, Heidegger should have seen him as an ally in his project of recovering thinking about the nature of being as such to deconstruct the reigning scientific view of truth as objectification. Instead of reifying being into static truth norms represented by the ideas, Plato's doctrine of ideas actually constitutes a counter-movement against the metaphysical interpretation of being as such as the being of beings. Gadamer 1997b, 48. Moreover, Gadamer argues that Plato is exemplary for the dialogical nature of philosophy that stands in stark contrast to the monologue structure of scientific consciousness which Heidegger himself sought to deconstruct. 49. Plato thus confirms Gadamer's favorite elaboration on Heidegger's idea of historical consciousness and the importance of tradition, namely that the texts of philosophy are, not really texts or works so much as contributions to a conversation going on through the ages. Gadamer 1997b, 49. Gadamer's love for dialogue that he acquired from Plato also accounts for another distinct difference from Heidegger, namely the importance of interpersonal dialogue, that is, the significance of another concrete interlocutor to whom one must listen. Late in life, Gadamer remarks, "I do have to say one more trenchant word concerning Heidegger, he never gave any thought to the other." And yet for Gadamer, the conversation with fellow human beings is equally primordial as the first elemental thoughts Heidegger recovered. Gadamer and Vieta 2002, 34-35. This statement reveals a social, indeed ethical dimension of Gadamer's hermeneutics that Heidegger's philosophy lacks. We will return to this point in our conclusion. Gadamer's works. On account of his long life, 1900-2002, Gadamer himself had the privilege to know that his lasting contribution to philosophy, mainly but not exclusively founded on his magnum opus Truth and Method, has joined the body of great philosophical works we call classics. Classics, to use Gadamer's own definition, are those works which endure because they contain timeless truths about the human condition. The classic, Gadamer once explained, is something we will always again be able to see, hear, and read, something that will always again be correct. Gadamer and Dutt 1993, 49. When we call something classical, Gadamer wrote elsewhere, there is a consciousness of something enduring, a significance that cannot be lost and that is independent of all the circumstances of time, a kind of timeless present that is contemporaneous with every other present. Gadamer 2013, 288. Gadamer's Truth and Method is such a classic. Not only is there to this day no comparable analysis of how human understanding works, but his integral description of hermeneutic consciousness clarifies the conditions of human knowing based on history, tradition, authority, language, dialogue, and communal practices in a way that truly comports with human experience. As Gadamer himself has often admitted, his views are born from a certain life context, but they nevertheless touch on what is always the case when understanding occurs and thus have the timeless quality of the classic. 16. It is fundamental to Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy, however, that this timelessness realizes itself only through the essential historical mode of being that defines human consciousness. As he put it, what is classical is therefore certainly timeless, but this timelessness is a mode of historical being. Gadamer 2013, 295. Thus, to state it somewhat paradoxically, the enduring value or timeless quality of Gadamer's philosophical contribution lies precisely in his emphasis on the universal historicity of human knowledge. Gadamer has written many other things besides Truth and Method. The 10-volume German edition of his collected works demonstrates an impressive range of philosophical interests. Gadamer himself claimed that hermeneutics and Greek philosophy remained the two focal points of my work, but even so, his reflections were wide-ranging. Gadamer 1997b, 16. His collected essays cover ancient Greek philosophy, studies in literature, poetry, and aesthetics, contain insights on modern philosophers or philosophical issues, some of the best readings of Heidegger to be found anywhere, and document 3 decades of Gadamer's fleshing out his hermeneutical philosophy, including his dialogue with the reception of his work by critics like Emilio Betti, Emmanuel Hirsch, J. Eugen Habermas, Paul Ricoeur, and Jacques Derrida. For anyone desiring an education in the best of continental thought with its characteristic interplay of philosophy, theology, and the arts, or for anyone interested in how the Greco-Roman and Judeo-Christian heritages inform the concepts that guide practical life in Western cultures, reading through Gadamer's wide-ranging and well-composed essays would be an excellent place to start. Since the subsequent chapters in this book will analyze the main concepts contained in Gadamer's works, we conclude this introductory chapter with a summary of the general character of his hermeneutic philosophy to describe the basic contours of the Gadamerian mind. Perhaps the best summary label for this Gadamerian mind is humanism. For I am using this term well knowing that for many today, humanism refers to secular humanism, a worldview that defines human existence and truth along the scientific objectivist lines opposed by Gadamer's hermeneutics. An older, and richer meaning of humanism, however, refers to Renaissance humanism with its recovery of ancient thought, its love of wisdom, its passion for education, and its dedication to reason, a dedication expressed in humanists' love for the word, philology, as reflected in language, rhetoric, poetry, and literature. For the purpose of sketching the Gadamerian mind we will focus on reason, tradition, and language. The universality of reason and tradition. Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy depends on his belief in universal reason, which in turn grounds his claim about the universality of hermeneutics. The universality of the hermeneutical problem, he explains, aims at the whole of what is rational, das all de Vernunftigen, that is, at everything about which one can seek mutual understanding. Gadamer 1997b, 19. In Truth and Method and many other places, he states his trust in the basic intelligibility of the universe as illustrated by the Platonic metaphysics of light and the beautiful. Gadamer notes a basic affinity between the Platonic theory of beauty and the idea of a universal hermeneutics, 2013, 502. The human mind does not impose meaning on an otherwise contourless world, but rather the world discloses itself as intelligible. We have described the ontological structure of the beautiful as the mode of appearing that causes things to emerge in their proportions and their outline, and the same holds for the realm of the intelligible. The light that causes everything to emerge in such a way that it is evident and comprehensible in itself is the light of the Word. Thus the close relationship that exists between shining forth Vorscheinen of the beautiful and 17. The Evidentnis das Einleuchtend of the understandable is based on the metaphysics of light. This was precisely the relation that guided our hermeneutical inquiry. Gadamer 2013, 499. At the same time, however, Gadamer modifies Plato's universal reason by following Hegel, and especially Heidegger, in stressing the historical character of rationality. From Hegel, Gadamer adopts the basic dialectical movement by which human reason obtains understanding. Human curiosity is aroused when the self encounters something other, and seeks to recognize itself in it. Yet in trying to integrate this other into one's familiar framework of understanding, one's own horizon becomes enlarged, and neither one's own self nor one's understanding of the other are the same as before. The movement of rational understanding is therefore fundamentally one of self-alteration, and of suffering thwarted expectations. Gadamer 2013, 362-65. Deconstructionist philosophers like Derrida, who claim that Gadamer's hermeneutic approach to truth encourages the assimilation of otherness, have not understood this fundamentally pathic nature of historical reasoning he suggests. 5. Unlike Hegel, however, Gadamer rejects the idea that an absolute spirit carries historical reason to total self-reflexivity. Gadamer 2013, 351. Gadamer chastens the Hegelian movement of reason with Heidegger's aforementioned radical historicity of human understanding. To combat scientistic subjectivism, the later Heidegger moved away from phenomenological anthropology, which had employed in being and time to think being as such through the existential structures of human consciousness. Instead, he attempted to think being without regard for grounding being in what exists, and thus to think being on its own terms eigens. Heidegger 1988-1962, 2. Gadamer, however, deliberately chose a different path to eschew subjectivism. In order to adhere to the line of questioning of the later Heidegger, and blaze a trail in a different way beyond the transcendental philosophical view of the self they both rejected, Gadamer introduced the notion of historically affected consciousness. Gadamer 1997b, 46. Retaining the notion of consciousness allowed Gadamer, in contrast to Heidegger, to preserve the concrete personal other required for the dialogical character of understanding. Gadamer 199-1975, 98. Yet he also insisted on the historical nature of consciousness to avoid a renewed lapse into subjectivism. Hermeneutic consciousness is historically affected, and this is not merely a modification of self-consciousness, but a radical limitation of self-transparency. The historical affectedness of consciousness goes deeper than merely pointing out the way history is working on us. Rather, Gadamer is concerned with the limitation placed on consciousness by history having its effect, something we can never really go beyond. Gadamer 1997b, 47, emphasis in original. The term historically affected consciousness acknowledges that we all exist and think within the effects of history to the point that, as Gadamer puts it, consciousness is more being than consciousness. Gadamer 1997b, 47. With this polemic statement against idealism, Gadamer does not want to deny the transcendence of human consciousness but emphasizes its dependence on tradition. Universal reason indicates the fundamental intelligibility of the world, but we access meaning not through contemplating eternal ideas or timeless concepts but through the historically contingent mediation of truth by means of tradition, that is, through language, inherited concepts, and social practices. Traditions mediate being to the perceiving consciousness and enables understanding. The universal experience of indwelling a meaningful world by means of tradition is what Gadamer refers to as hermeneutic consciousness, which he develops in Truth and Method. Hermeneutic consciousness, Gadamer explains, is informed by the traditions in which we stand, whether we know the traditions or not, whether we are conscious of them or are so arrogant to think we. 18. Begin without presuppositions, Gadamer and Dutt 1993, 21. On account of such statements, critics like J. Jurgen Habermas have accused Gadamer of traditionalism, fearing that blind adherence to tradition prevents emancipation from inhumane ideologies. Habermas 1971, 150-55. Gadamer's concept of tradition, however, aims far beyond local boundaries of particular cultures to the nature of historical reason itself. As he explains, for we live in what has been handed down to us, and this is not just a specific region of our experience of the world, specifically what we call the cultural tradition existing of texts and monuments and which are able to pass on to us a linguistically constituted and historically documented sense. No, it is the world itself which is communicatively experienced and continually entrusted, traditor, to us as an infinitely open task. Gadamer 1997b, 29. In sum, tradition in this broad sense mediates the universal horizon of rationality to the historically shaped hermeneutic consciousness and thus opens up an intelligible, shared world. Neither individuals nor cultures are self-enclosed islands but are essentially open to others. Just as the individual is never simply an individual because he is always in understanding with others, so too the closed horizon that is supposed to enclose a culture is an abstraction. Gadamer 2013, 314. For Gadamer, the self is not buffered, sealed off from the world, but porous. This porous self stands in a universal horizon of rationality because time itself connects the past and the present through our participation in the history of human reflection in the great conversation, in the questions and answers about all manner of things that continues to shape current thought. As Gadamer explains, when our historical consciousness transposes itself into historical horizons, this does not entail passing into alien worlds unconnected in any way with our own, instead, they together constitute the one great horizon that moves from within and that, beyond the frontiers of the present, embraces the historical depths of our self-consciousness. Everything contained in historical consciousness is in fact embraced by a single historical horizon. Our own past and that other past toward which our historical consciousness is directed help to shape this moving horizon out of which human life always lives and which determines it as heritage and tradition. Gadamer 2013, 315. The immanent transcendence of tradition explains why our engagement of the world cannot be compared to a neutral observer who encounters and describes strange objects at arm's length to figure out their meaning. Instead, Gadamer insists, we have a hermeneutical experience of a world, which is already interpreted, already organized in its basic relations, into which experience enters as something new, upsetting what has led our expectations and undergoing reintegrating organization itself in the upheaval. Misunderstanding and strangeness are not the first factors, so that avoiding misunderstanding can be regarded as the specific task of hermeneutics. Just the reverse is the case. Only the support of familiar and common understanding makes possible the venture into the alien, the picking up something from the alien, and thus the broadening and enriching of our own experience of the world. Gadamer 1976b 1966, 15-6. 19. For Gadamer, our understanding of self and the world in all its relations is so deeply shaped by tradition that even in our required critical appropriation of tradition, something Gadamer deems essential, we never reach total transparency about anything, neither about the world nor about ourselves. Language as the horizon of hermeneutic ontology. According to Gadamer, the fundamental historical nature of hermeneutic consciousness is structured as language. Language, as he put it, is the horizon of hermeneutic ontology. Gadamer 2013, 455. Gadamer believes, again following Heidegger, that the Romantics saw correctly that languages are worldviews. Language is not just one of man's possessions in the world, but on it depends the fact that we have a world at all. 459. Language, in short, is the way in which the universality of reason shines forth historically. Gadamer's pithy summary of this view is that being that can be understood is language. 490. He explained later that this statement did not mean that everything is language, but was intended to denote the limitation of human understanding and our never-ending struggle to seek the proper word or expression for articulating human experience of the world. Gadamer 1997a 286. For Gadamer, the commonality we call human rests on the linguistic constitution of our life world. He does not mean, of course, that all experience of the world occurs only as speaking, because we all know of prelinguistic awareness, mute or silent manners that express how the world affects us. Moreover, material conditions of human life, like hunger, love, work, and dominion are not language but rather circumscribe the space within which speaking and listening to one another can occur. Gadamer 1997b, 19. When Gadamer asserts the linguisticality of human experience, he rejects the idea of brute, meaningless sensations because from infancy we are socialized, inducted into a world through language. Gadamer regards learning to speak and the acquiring of an orientation in the world as inseparably woven together in the fabric making up the history of cultural development of human beings. 1997b, 42. Language thus prefigures the meaning of sense impressions, and, indeed, the entire formation of convictions and opinions, a way of moving in a preformed structure of articulated meanings. Gadamer 1999b 1970, 201. Given that our being is linguistically determined, Gadamer holds that all reflection that leads to understanding occurs in language. We think in words, he says, because if anything characterizes human thought, it is this unending dialogue with oneself in which we come to conclusions only then to doubt them and retrace our reasoning in a renewed attempt to arrive at a better understanding. Moreover, this dialogical self-reflexive thinking relies on others insofar as we implicitly justify ourselves to them and also rely on inherited concepts and thoughts others have thought before us. Only in this way does the world in all its possible areas of experience open up to us. 200. Similar to his view on tradition, Gadamer's claim that understanding is tied to language, 1999a, 2:230, so that one always has to think in language. Gadamer 1999 grams 1990, 352, has netted him the charge of remaining trapped in language, and of neglecting the body in overlooking that verbal communication is not the only connection to the world and others. Slingerland 2008, 91. Such charges of linguistic monism miss, however, Gadamer's fundamental point that human language expresses the nature of human reasoning. He is really trying to recover for modern philosophy the fullest possible sense of the Greek logos idea, which describes not logical reasoning but the enigma of the human rationality expressed in a consciousness that is always already encompassed by the language that is our own. 1976 c. 1966, 62. In contrast to animals, he argues, human consciousness enjoys a freedom from biological 20. An environmental conditioning, a free, distanced orientation that is always realized in language. 2013, 461. The ultimate expression of this freedom is conceptual language, for which all other forms of communication, like body or sign language, are substitutions. All human experience of the world, including our sense impressions, differ from animals on account of this distanced orientation. Language is not a system of signs but more originally the kind of rationality characteristic of human existence in a shared world. The object of understanding is not the verbal means of understanding as such but rather the world that presents itself in common life and embraces everything about which understanding can be reached. 463. Gadamer's point is, once again, to counter the subjectivism of a self-enclosed mind. Human reason connects neither to the world, to other minds, nor to some imagined ultimate ground of meaning directly but only through the mediation of language. Clearly, anyone in favor of an intelligible world has to wonder what establishes an ordering correspondence between infinite experiences of reality and our finite minds to provide objective meaning. Prior to the modern dualism of mind and being, this correspondence was found in some divine ground of being, but for a less metaphysical and more secular age, Gadamer relocates this correspondence in language. 1976a 1960, 75. Language is therefore the common ground for our articulated understanding of a shared world. Language, Gadamer holds, is not a determined realm of the speakable, over against which other realms that are unspeakable might stand. Rather, language is all-encompassing. 1976 c. 1966, 67. Everything that our acts of meaning intend we can essentially put into language. This shows that our capacity for saying keeps pace untiringly with the universality of reason, and explains the never-ending, creative work of giving expression to our understanding of the world in communication with others and through received ways of seeing. In this way, universal reason in its basic linguisticality, works historically through linguistic cultural traditions that are particular expressions of life worlds without, however, being sealed off from one another. The universality of reason grounds the essential possibility of human understanding which cannot be denied among rational, vernunftigen, beings. 19990-1975, 19. For Gadamer, the translatability of concepts from one language into another demonstrates the linguisticality and universality of human reason. Insofar as all of our acts of meaning intend something, our fundamental linguisticality, Sprachlichkeit, that underlies every particular language, Sprach, explains the essential translatability of our thoughts and forms the basis for human communication across times and cultures. Conclusion: the conversation that we are. The importance and continuing relevance of Gadamer's works derive from his creative recovery of the Greek and Christian Neoplatonic logos conception. This recovery was prompted by a crisis of meaning originating with the collapse of confidence in the foundationalist truth model modernity had bought at the price of separating the mind from being. Gadamer rejects this dualism and reconnects mind and being through a universal rationality operative historically through the basic linguisticality of human consciousness as sedimented in traditions. Therefore, all human knowing depends on acquiring ways of seeing through tradition and language, whether in the natural sciences or the humanities. Consequently, the mediation of past and present horizons is the foundation of the hermeneutic experience, requiring the creative appropriation of past human experiences deposited orally or textually. Clearly, by inclination and training, Gadamer has in view the great classic philosophical, literary, and theological texts of the Western tradition. However, his basic hermeneutic view of truth holds for all forms of human communication, even for direct verbal exchange. It is through our participation in the traditions of human experience, via the mediation of past and present horizons through language that 21. We have a common, truly human world across temporal and cultural horizons. For this reason Gadamer describes us as the conversation that we are, 2013, 386. Hence the hermeneutic consciousness characteristic of how we rationally navigate the world has the nature of a conversation with the basic structure of question and answer. Question and answer constitutes the primordial hermeneutical phenomenon nomen. No assertion is possible that cannot be understood as an answer to a question, and assertions can only be understood in this way. 1976b 1966, 11. Indeed, even scientific facts or statistics make sense only when we know the questions that guided the scientists who established them. This conversational structure of human knowledge forms the very praxis of the human sciences, which are dedicated to existential truths. The humanities are crucial for the transmission of the conversation that we are. Understanding anything is based on learning to what someone's position is a response, and on learning to speak another's language so we can identify the object under discussion, and agree on what we are talking about. For this reason, Gadamer insisted, we need not an exchange of information, but to listen to each other. Especially in philosophy, Gadamer liked to say, the task is learning how to ask the right questions. Gadamer and Vieta, 2002, 51. Moreover, understanding takes place only when the received questions become one's own. Hermeneutic consciousness, as Gadamer taught, therefore possesses an intrinsic applicatory moment because I only begin to know my way around a subject when I have become personally concerned about it and creatively appropriate past insights for myself. For this reason, traditioned knowledge is never mere repetition but a new creation of understanding. Gadamer and Dutt 1993, 30. Therefore, the long-standing reduction of true knowledge to the scientific method of repeat verification is absurd, especially when philosophy itself tries to emulate this model and abstracts propositions or concepts from their life context. Modern science, for good reasons, is dedicated to techne, to what can be manufactured. The goal of philosophy, Episteme or truth, by contrast, is wisdom for practical life, 1997b, 56. Gadamer wrote Truth and Method to show that wisdom or phronsis is the main business of philosophy, crucial to our survival, and also to show how the acquisition of such truth corresponds to the fundamental hermeneutical way of being human. Many of our modern problems derive from the mistaken assumption that modern science, thanks to its indisputable competence, can serve as substitute for practical reason and political reason, and therefore misunderstands the real conditions under which human beings have to organize and design human life. We should not, in other words, seek advice for life wisdom from technicians or scientists, because only practical wisdom is capable of employing science, like all human capacities, in a responsible way. 57. Gadamer rejects the view often attributed to him that hermeneutics should replace methodical rationality, and he laments that some people employ hermeneutics to avoid stringent argumentation because everything is interpretation anyway. 1975, 16. In reality, Gadamer's argument is, to reprise an earlier term, humanistic. He is concerned with the essential human and therefore personal nature of knowledge. Against Heidegger, Gadamer emphasized his concern for the personal other, the baby Heidegger had thrown out with the bathwater of Cartesian subjectivity. Heidegger's anemic Mitsein is no substitute for Gadamer's fundamentally personalist conception of hermeneutics that grounds its dialogical nature. The ontologically constitutive being with, Mitsein, others is hardly the same, Gadamer argues, as a concrete other person, whose view I have to recognize as potentially challenging my own. Yet precisely acknowledging that another may be right, says Gadamer, first opens up for me the genuine possibility of understanding. 1975, 97. While Gadamer always denied the term ethical for this dimension of his thought, his own admission that from this position all my hermeneutic works slowly developed reveals a deeply humanistic impulse operative at the core of his philosophy. 22. Gadamer's humanist ethos, with its emphasis on human knowledge as ongoing conversation mediated through history, tradition, and language, will ensure the continuing relevance of the Gadamerian mind far beyond Gadamer's own century. 2. The universality of hermeneutic understanding. The strong, somewhat metaphysical conclusion of Truth and Method. Jean Grandin. The universal impetus of philosophy. A philosopher always has something universal to say about the world and the human condition. Plato argued that the world had to be understood through its eidos or general features, which shine through the occurrences of beauty in the world. Aristotle that all humans strive by nature towards knowledge, which culminates in a grasp of the first principles. Plotinus that all reality emanates from a one which is supremely transcendent. Augustine that ours is a disquiet heart which can only find peace in God. Descartes that our first certainty is that of our cogito out of which we can deduce the existence of the infinite. Kant that the ordering principles of the world would stem from our own a priori categories. Hegel that history was a process through which the spirit found itself. Marx that all human history amounted to a history of class struggle, and Nietzsche that all reality was driven by some will to power. One could say that in all cases one is dealing with a universal thesis that distinguishes those who defend it as philosophers. The link between philosophy and universality was established by Aristotle, who was incidentally the first to coin the expression kathalu, the universal, which does not appear as such in Plato. In Book 4 of his Metaphysics, a compilation for which Aristotle is not responsible, he argued convincingly that philosophy was itself defined by its universal thesis. Furthermore, philosophy or prima philosophia would deal with being, which characterizes itself by its universality, since one can say of everything that it pertains to being. This science, and outlook, is not to be confused with that of the particular sciences which concern themselves with a specific region of being in order to study its properties. All science is specialized science, focused as it is on a particular area of being, mathematical being, physical being, and so forth. Only philosophy dedicates itself to a universal theme, indeed the universal. This is probably the best possible distinction one can make between philosophy and the other sciences. It is also quite remarkable in this regard that Aristotle claims that being is this most universal theme of philosophy, an idea which will be often revived throughout the history of thought. The names of Avicenna, Thomas. 25. The strong conclusion of truth and method. 25. Duns Scotus, Suarez, and Heidegger spring to mind, to which one has to add Gadamer. It can be said that the universal thesis of a philosophy also amounts to a thesis on being. One of the masterstrokes of Heidegger's reading of the history of Western thought was to show to what extent this is true. Every major philosophy, he claimed, would be defined by its thesis on being. Some would probably, and many did, take issue with this grand claim and argue that philosophers often had different issues to discuss than being. However that may be, I for one was not convinced by most of the anti-Heideggerian readings in this regard. It is difficult to argue against the idea that philosophy, that is, philosophers always defended a universal, and thus rational, thesis on the world and human condition. Gadamer's universal scope. That Gadamer has a universal thesis to defend is underscored by the fact that the very last chapter of his opus magnum, Truth and Method, 1960, is entitled, somewhat surprisingly perhaps for such a thinker of human finitude, The Universal Aspect of Hermeneutics, and by the fact that his early reception was dominated by this universal claim, as is evidenced by Jürgen Habermas' famous, yet not always well understood debate with hermeneutics, which dominated a large part of the philosophical discussions in Germany at the end of the 1960s, in the 1970s and beyond. Habermas 1970, 1980. To discuss this universal thesis, one would need to agree on what it is all about. I am not sure this has always been ascertained with enough clarity. One was perhaps not helped here by the fact that Gadamer is not a thinker who likes to present his theses in an axiomatic or ostentatious manner. To be sure, he ventures sayings such as being that can be understood is language to sum up his thesis, but the meaning of such an utterance is open to interpretation. Gadamer would never say, I think, that his main thesis is that A is B and that the arguments for this are X, Y, and Z. As his outstanding pupil Dieter Henrich recalled, Gadamer seldom showed great joy at reasoning or arguing as such, since he believed that the dimensions in which life and understanding really unfold could not be broken down into neat little arguments. Henrich 2008, 7. He generally preferred to argue phenomenologically, by pointing out something, dialectically, by taking up a suggestion or following the lead of a conversation, and to make his points historically while discussing the ideas of major thinkers. Indeed, the last chapter of Truth and Method is largely devoted to Plato's doctrine of the beautiful and the medieval doctrine of the transcendentals. To be sure, Gadamer's universal thesis is mainly to be found in the third and last part of Truth and Method, devoted to language or Sprachlichkeit, the medium of language, which is not quite word language. More on this later. It is there that he defends the universal scope, which he will, modestly, call the universal aspect of hermeneutics, which will be underscored by the title of this last third part, Ontological Turn of Hermeneutics following the lead of language. Hermeneutics is to become something universal and will, thus, take on an ontological turn. In what does this universal thesis consist, and how does it concern something like ontology? This is what I would like to try to understand. Try, because Gadamer doesn't make it easy for the reader, since he does, in effect, say quite many things in this third part about the universal aspect and thus the ontological bend of hermeneutics. In what follows, I would like to distinguish a few different steps in the unfolding of the universality thesis put forward in the last part of the book. They are all closely related, but for the sake of argument and clarity, I think these steps, or theses, can be fruitfully distinguished. I stress that Gadamer specifically speaks of the universality of hermeneutics in all instances, yet with slightly different emphases. I will give these theses some names in the hope of making the claims stand out more forcefully. 26. Jean Grondin. 26. A universality claim that generally implies a broadening of hermeneutics. There is first a large, somewhat negative understanding of the universality thesis, which is the easiest to understand. By this, I only mean that in the last part of Truth and Method, indeed in the entire book, Gadamer argues that hermeneutics is something more than a methodology of the human sciences, as it was, he claims, for Dilthey I, or more than a general art of understanding, as it was, he claims, for Schleiermacher and indeed for most of the history of hermeneutics, where hermeneutics was an auxiliary discipline of exegesis, philology, and law. He clearly aims for hermeneutics to be something more than that, as will be obvious to any reader of Truth and Method. The most straightforward expression of this extensive and as such negative understanding of this universality claim of hermeneutics is to be found in the last chapter of the book, when he states, "Thus hermeneutics is, as we have seen, a universal aspect of philosophy, and not just the methodical basis of the so-called human sciences." Gadamer 1990, 476, 1986a, 479, emphasis in original. The point is very clear: hermeneutics is not a mere methodology of understanding, it is a universal aspect of philosophy. I call this a negative thesis because it states in no uncertain terms that hermeneutics is not a simple rule-governed art of understanding or a methodology of the human sciences, what was, arguably, for a large part of its history, while not exactly stating in what this universal aspect of philosophy actually consists. A universal thesis on the linguistical dimension, Sprachlichkeit, of our understanding. This is the most obvious, canonical, positive universal thesis of hermeneutics, given that the third and last section of Truth and Method is entirely devoted to this Sprachlichkeit or linguistic element. Gadamer's thesis is here indicated by the eloquent titles of the first two sections of the last part of the book. Sprachlichkeit is first said to determine, literally, to give voice to, Bestimmung, the hermeneutical object, Gegenstand, and, second, to determine the hermeneutical process, Wahlzug. The general thesis here is that both the object and the process of understanding would be couched in the universal medium of language. This is, I think, first made credible about the process of understanding, more on the object below. What does it mean to understand? Is this something like an intellectual or noetic process, an activity of the mind or the brain? Gadamer's basic idea here is that understanding occurs, always occurs, through what he likes to call the medium of language. To understand is to put something into words, and to seek to understand is to search for words, for the right words. Gadamer underlines this universal medium of language for understanding in what can be called the most authoritative text on this universality, which one encounters well before the concluding chapter on the universal aspect of hermeneutics. Vielmehr ist Sprach das universale Medium, in dem sich das Verstehen selber vollzieht. Die Wahlzugsweise des Verstehens ist die Auslegung. Rather, language is the universal medium in which understanding occurs. Understanding occurs in interpreting, 1990, 389, 1986a, 392. As we see, Gadamer likes to express this universal idea by stating that all understanding, Verstehen, occurs through interpreting or Auslegung. He uses here the two founding concepts of hermeneutics and understands them in a very specific way, claiming that both go hand in hand. Negatively put, there is not first an intellectual act of understanding, I grasp with the mind, I get it, which would then be followed by an explication or Auslegung, which would necessarily involve words. No, one necessarily implies the other, I do not understand something. 27. The strong conclusion of Truth and Method. 27. Unless I can put or strive to put this understanding into words. Positively, to understand is to express, explicit, something into words or the linguistic medium. Gadamer arrives at this idea, out of which he derives the universal thesis that all human understanding is tied to the medium of language, through his all-important notion of fusion of horizons, which is silently pervasive in the last part of Truth and Method. He restates the meaning of this idea at the end of the second part of the book in order to achieve the transition to the third, more universal part. When we strive to understand a text, Gadamer's prime illustration of understanding, of course, yet not the only one, since he also relies, as we will recall, on the understanding that reaches an agreement, a Verständigung, which happens in dialogue or Gespräch. We have, Gadamer says, to make the text speak, müssen in von uns erst zum Reden bringen. But this making the text speak takes itself the form of a question that is related to the answer one expects in the text. This presupposes in turn that the interpreter is reached by the tradition and addressed by the text, das ist der Frage von der Überlieferung erreicht und aufgerufen ist. The basic idea is plain: when we understand, a text speaks to us, and when we understand it, we also make it speak. A fusion of horizons occurs here because two partners are involved in this encounter, to the point of being fused into one another, the text and the interpreter. Both speak, the text speaks and the interpreter makes it speak, yet are fused into one another, since one cannot distinguish here the horizon of the text from that of the one who makes it speak. Gadamer then unfolds his strong thesis, pointedly introduced as the guiding thread of the last part of the book. The guiding idea of the following discussion is that the fusion of horizons that takes place in understanding is actually the achievement of language. 1990, 378-79, 1986a, 383, emphasis in original. At the very beginning of the third part of Truth and Method, Gadamer makes the same point about the understanding that comes about in dialogue when two, or more, persons come to an agreement. It is quite obvious that this understanding, Verstandnis and Verständigung, Gadamer moves smoothly from one to the other, occurs through language. To an agreement happens through language, and if I agree to it, it obviously speaks or appeals to me. Gadamer associates this linguistic tinge of human understanding, be it the understanding of a text or the one that is reached through agreement, to the universality claim of hermeneutics. His basic idea is that there is an essential link, Wesensbezug, between understanding and the linguistic dimension. 3. For Gadamer this means that there is also an essential link between thinking and language, for there is or would be no human thinking without the element of language, a thesis which was quite original at the time. All thinking is couched in the linguistic medium, something that the tradition, with very few exceptions, would have failed to acknowledge, and for a good reason. It is in the nature of language to disappear or make itself unnoticeable while letting the things speak for themselves. This is the classical, canonical formulation of the universality claim of hermeneutics. Gadamer draws far-reaching consequences out of this universality claim, which are also endowed with a universality claim of their own. They constitute corollaries, as it were, of the main thesis and are indeed quite fascinating. The universality of language is equal to the universality of reason and knows no limits if I see correctly. It is this important thesis that stood at the center of Gadamer's epic debate with Jürgen Habermas, who challenged the idea that there were no limits to hermeneutical and linguistical understanding. Habermas 1980. This thesis, which I shall call, for the sake of argument, that of the universal intelligibility of the world, occurs in the second chapter of the 28. Jean Grondin. 28. Third part devoted to the idea that the linguistic medium determines the hermeneutical process, Volzhug, that is, that of understanding. Gadamer comes to this thesis while explaining what he means when he highlights the priority of the linguistic medium for understanding. 1990, 401, 1986a, 405. He even formulates the main argument one could bring forward against such a wide-ranging claim: language so often feels ill-suited to express what we feel and understand. This is the point about the obvious limits of language. Words would somehow be unable to express our understanding, our feelings, our thinking, or what art alone could express. Gadamer does not, however, see in this an argument against his thesis, the canonical university claim discussed above about the linguistic nature of all understanding. When we claim a certain superiority, of thinking, understanding, feeling, art, over language and its allegedly limited capabilities, this would not concern the linguistic medium as such, only the conventions and schematized ways of speaking, die Convention des Menens, that have taken hold of a given language, with its clichés, specific undertones, tenor, and loaded vocabulary. The unquestionable limits here, Gadamer argues, are not those of the linguistic medium as such, but of a given configuration of sclerotic language, which might very well be ideological. 5. Gadamer is thus led to a new formulation of his universality claim, one of its most compelling. This alleged superiority over language says nothing against the essential link between understanding and linguisticality, the canonical thesis discussed above. In fact, it confirms this link. For all critique that rises above the schematism of our statements in order to understand finds its expression in the form of language. Hence language overtakes and integrates all objections to its competence, überholt alle Einreden gegen ihr Zuständigkeit. Its universality keeps pace with the universality of reason. 1990, 401, 1986a, 405. Universality again. That of the linguistic element, naturally, but which is coupled here, somewhat mysteriously and suddenly, with that of reason, suddenly because Gadamer had not spoken much of reason or its universality until this point. He will not develop his idea entirely in this context either. What does this universality of reason mean? Understood out of the tradition of philosophy, this universality means that reason can try to account for everything that is, for every phenomenon, for every utterance. It was expressed acutely by Leibniz in the famous principle of reason, whose most basic and universal formulation is nihil est sine ratione, nothing is without reason, even if, as Leibniz insists, this reason is unknown to us. Reason instinctively searches for an account about everything and is in that regard universal. Gadamer's point, if I understand him correctly, his passage is elliptic, is that the universality of hermeneutic understanding means the very same thing, we seek to and can account for things, but we always do so through the linguistic medium, which knows in principle no limit. This is indeed Gadamer's strong, because it is quite rationalistic, conclusion. If all understanding stands in a necessary relation to its possible interpretation, Auslegung, and if there are basically no bounds set to understanding, then the linguistic grasp, Erfassung, through which this understanding unfolds into an interpretation, must carry with itself an infinity which overcomes all bounds. Language is the language of reason itself. 1990, 401, emphasis added, 1986a, 405. Gadamer underscores here the identity of hermeneutical understanding, tied to the element of language, with the basic quest of reason. This leads him to highlight the infinite nature of this. 29. The strong conclusion of truth and method. 29. Understanding quest, which would know no bounds. Infinity, reason. Gadamer is using here what some would call a very metaphysical discourse to express the universality of hermeneutics. He clearly is, and I am not sure this is a bad thing. It carries momentous consequences for his understanding of hermeneutics and its universality claim. Gadamer states them himself in the passage that I have underlined, there are basically no bounds set to understanding, dem verstehen grundsätzlich keine Grenze gesetzt ist. I take this universality claim at face value, even if or especially since it goes so much counter to the prevailing view of the postmodern Vulgate according to which we would not be able to understand anything. Gadamer courageously claims the opposite, there are, in principle, no bounds to understanding and, since both go hand in hand, to what can be said. He will also say it in his famous dictum in the last section of the book, to which we will return shortly, being that can be understood is language. What can strike one here is that Gadamer says of being that it can be understood. To those who claim that we do not understand anything, Gadamer responds Obama-like, yes, we can. That is what we are as hermeneutical beings, finite beings who seek understanding and language. This does not entail that we, as finite beings, always find an understanding and proper words. By no means. Yet, the quest testifies to the potential infinity of our understanding and language. Gadamer will see in the failure of language, and understanding, since the two go together, a confirmation of his far-reaching thesis. The failure of language, das Versagen der Sprache, testifies to its capacity to search expression for everything, besucht ihr Vermogen, für alles Ausdruck zu suchen, so that it is also a way of expression to say that we can't find words, and furthermore a way of expression with which one doesn't stop, but one starts to speak. 1986b, 185. With this universality claim there are no bounds set to understanding. In our search for language, Gadamer develops a literally all-encompassing outlook on human nature in its quest for understanding, which forms the basis of his philosophical anthropology. It entails, one could argue, a certain optimism on his part. We can always try to reach an understanding, we can always try to find words and at times succeed. This infinite extension also means, as Habermas rightly saw, that the linguistic medium is porous. Habermas 1970, 258. Endowed with a capacity of transcending itself, it can be enlarged, is infinitely extensible and is open to every possible content, understanding, or intuition. Gadamer says as much of any form of language and its worldview, as linguistically constituted, every such world is of itself open to every possible insight and hence to every expansion of its own worldview and is accordingly accessible to others. 1990, 447, 1986a, 451. The consequence is obvious. Language can, in principle, integrate and express any content. It can open up its horizon, through infinite nuance and self-correction, and is open to others and all other languages. This openness to others is paramount. Language is open to all. Habermas will derive his discursive ethics out of this insight, and to all other possible languages, and everything that is said can, in principle, be translated and explained, since the possibilities of language are endless. Certainly, the possibilities of our given languages and conventions are finite. We can only babble things through words that will certainly be felt as too limited and awkward. But the possibilities of linguisticality do not end there, since language is very capable of letting resonate an infinity of meaning with its limited means of expression. This is what Gadamer calls the speculative nature of language. Gadamer understands the speculative through the idea of mirror, speculum, a contested etymology perhaps, but his philosophical point is more important. Speculative is such a process of understanding meaning in that the finite possibilities of the word are ordained toward the sense as a direction toward an infinity of meaning. 30. Jean Grondin. 30. A person who has something to say seeks and finds the words to make herself understood by the other person. This does not mean that she makes statements. 1990, 469, 1986a, 473. This is a very important passage in that it reveals that Gadamer does not want to limit the realm of linguisticality, Sprachlichkeit, to that of statements or actual words. Indeed, he will even claim that the essence of the hermeneutical experience and the linguisticality of the human experience of the world stand in the most extreme opposition to the notion of statement. Ossage, 1990, 469, 1986a, 472. Statements are not language for Gadamer, they are language reduced to what is said, which is more often than not trite, clumsy, reductive, and confining. Human language cannot be reduced to what is said. This is what happens in police interrogations, verhoor, where the horizon of meaning of what strives to be said is cut out. Gadamer 1990, 469, 1986a, 473, and Gadamer speaks here out of his own personal experience, that of the police interrogations he was submitted to by the Soviet authorities in Leipzig. See Grondin 2003, 259. For the human experience of language, there is always an infinity of the unsaid that must be heard. When one hears something, one has to understand the question, the urgency, the distress behind what is said if one is to understand it correctly. This is one of the basic ideas Gadamer learned from the medieval tradition of reflection on the idea of verbum, namely that the spoken language, the verbum externum, can only be understood out of the unspoken verbum interius, literally the more interior word in what is said, which is not always said, but which can be heard. The speculative nature of language refers to this constant interplay, back and forth, between the said and the unsaid, which is a universal element of our linguistic experience. I might recall here that when I asked Gadamer in 1988, in the Weisserbach in Heidelberg, which was then still a student tavern, in what the universality of hermeneutics consisted, he replied, in the verbum interius, in the fact that language cannot express all that needs to be said, Grondin 1994, 14. I now see more clearly what he meant or probably meant. What is universal in hermeneutics is this infinite quest for the right words, and thus the right understanding, which is never achieved once and for all, but that nonetheless constitutes the life of language and of our self-understanding selves in search for meaning. This universality of interior meaning, of the verbum interius, is, however, not the last word of truth and method. There is indeed a last facet of this universality that comes to the fore in the very last chapter of the book, the universal aspect of hermeneutics, where the focus is not on the hermeneutical and linguistical nature of our understanding, as it was throughout most of the third part of the book, but on being itself. Being that can be understood is language. The universality of hermeneutics is grounded in a fundamental constitution of being. There is not much doubt that the universality claim of hermeneutics culminates in the final chapter of Truth and Method, the universal aspect of hermeneutics, which can be viewed as the strong conclusion of the book. It also presents a somewhat different side of this universality claim in that its focus is not, or does not seem to be, primarily on understanding, on the linguistic nature of understanding, what we have called the canonical version of the universality claim, or on the idea that there are no limits to our understanding, the universal intelligibility thesis, a corollary of the canonical version. Rather, the accent suddenly falls on being, which is new and surprising, given that the emphasis of the third part had hitherto been on understanding and the medium of language. Gadamer stresses this ontological bend, conjured up in the title of the third part of the book, when he says that the notion 31. The strong conclusion of truth and method 31. That meaning and things come to language, Zursprachkommande sins, seems to point to a universal ontological structure, namely to the fundamental constitution of everything that understanding can be directed toward, auf een universalontologische Struktur hinweist, en aimlich auf die Grundverfassung von allem, auf das sich überhaupt verstehen richten kann, 1990, 474, 1986a, 478. It is right after this allusion to a universal ontological structure that Gadamer writes, being that can be understood is language. How are we to understand this turn toward being? To be sure, the theme of understanding is by no means abandoned in this new turn to being. Indeed, immediately after the sentence on being that can be understood, Gadamer states, somewhat mysteriously, the hermeneutical phenomenon, i.e., one can surmise, understanding projects, so to speak, gleich Sam 6, its own universality on the ontological constitution of what is understood, in that it determines this ontological constitution in a universal sense as language and its own relation to beings as interpretation. We do not only speak of a language of art, Gadamer explains, we also speak of a language of nature and generally of a language of the things, 1990, 475, 1986a, 478. The genius of this notion of a language of things is that it binds the universality of the linguistic nature of our understanding to that of being or that of things. The key idea here is that the way things present themselves in language, their Zursprachkommen, does not bestow upon them a second existence, in language or understanding, say, something like a conceptual scheme or framework. It belongs to these things, this being itself. Gadamer 1990, 475, 1986a, 479. The language in which things present themselves cannot be distinguished from the things themselves. To make this decisive point, Gadamer relies heavily on the metaphysical tradition, while at the same time claiming to take a distance from it. This amounts to a balancing act that makes the proper understanding of the last chapter of Truth and Method and thus of the universality claim of hermeneutics so difficult. The relation to the metaphysical tradition is plain to see and readily acknowledged by Gadamer. 7. In what does this metaphysical tradition consist? There are many ways to understand it. The most basic would indeed be to say that language brings to the fore the essence of things themselves, their eidos, but if one follows Gadamer closely, as one should on such a delicate issue, it lies in the fact that in metaphysics, knowledge is thought of as a moment of being itself and not primarily as an activity of the subject, this insertion of knowledge into being forming the presupposition of ancient and medieval thinking, 1990, 458, 1986a. 462. Knowledge or, in Gadamer's terms, understanding and language are not, as it were, added to being, by a constructing subject, language or community, they stem from it. It is being itself that would present itself in language and enable us to experience in language the language of the things themselves. To defend this idea, Gadamer draws specifically on two powerful and very relevant sources, Plato's Metaphysics of the Beautiful and the medieval doctrine of transcendentals. Actually, the entire last chapter of Truth and Method is largely devoted to them. What does Gadamer learn from them and what does his discussion of them wish to convey? One has to start with the beautiful. Gadamer rightly notes that for Plato, and most of the tradition up until the 18th century, the beautiful was a universal metaphysical concept, 1990, 477, 1986a, 481, 8 whose relevance was by no means limited to the aesthetical sphere in the modern sense of the term. No, the beautiful pertained to being itself since it was all being that was characterized by the main criteria of the beautiful that both Plato and Aristotle single out, its measuredness, ma-ss, metron in Greek, its finality, angemessenheit, telos, its orderedness, ordnung, taxis, indeed its goodness, since the good and the beautiful are for all intents and purposes interchangeable in Greek, especially for Plato who states their equivalence in the 32. Jean Grandin. 32. Timaeus, 87c. 9. Furthermore, and most importantly for Gadamer, this beauty, these features of the beautiful, appears and shines through all being. Indeed, it is that which shines through the most, the ekphanstaton, the most radiant 10, Phaedros 250d. By shining through everything that is, the beautiful achieves a magnificent mediation between the ideal realm and worldly phenomena, filling the gap between the idea and the sensible. It shows that the world of phenomena is penetrated by the realm of the ideal, the beautiful, and that the ideal is not remote from the sensible. This is all fine and beautiful, but what is the relation of this metaphysical notion of the beautiful to the issue of hermeneutics? It is not all that easy to decipher, but Gadamer does emphasize the most important features for his purposes. 1. The first thing that is common to the beautiful and the realm of understanding through the medium of language is that the beautiful is something that attracts, zieht auf sich, and appeals to us. Gadamer 1990, 482, 1986a, 486. We are drawn to it, the beautiful, just as we are called upon, summoned, and intrigued by that which we understand. We are thus part of its happening, Geschichten, an element Gadamer also calls attention to. 2. The second thing that is common to both is that this radiance, Hervorluchten, ekphanstaton, which shines upon things, has the mode of being of light. Gadamer 1990, 482, 1986a, 486. It is illuminating and lets things appear as what they truly are. 3. Finally, it is the light into which all being appears. If for Plato the idea of the beautiful shines in everything and in every specific eidos, for Gadamer everything shines through the light of the word, which grounds the universal aspect of hermeneutics in being itself. 3 elements are thus intertwined, we are drawn to the beautiful, thus partaking into its happening, everything appears in its light, and we are confronted here with a universal constitution of being. For understanding, this light is the light of the word, das Licht des Worts, which can potentially express all there is. Gadamer sums up these elements in the concise formulation, the light, that lets everything emerge in such a way, that it is evident, einleuchtend, and comprehensible, verständig, in itself is the light of the word, 1990, 483, 1986a, 487. The universality of the beautiful, for the metaphysics of Plato and its posterity, is thus transferred to the universality of the word or the linguistic element for Gadamer. His sources here the Platonic, Neoplatonic, and Christian metaphysics of light. To what extent he really follows it will be addressed shortly. The second main metaphysical source, the medieval metaphysics of the Transcendentals, which is of course a descendant of the Platonic light metaphysics, will enable Gadamer to draw ontological consequences from his universal metaphysics of the word. How does Gadamer make this metaphysics of the Transcendentals fruitful for his purposes? We have seen that its main appeal for Gadamer resides in the fact that being and knowledge, or understanding, are not understood as separate from one another, but are seen as forming an original togetherness. When our understanding states that being is good, beautiful, one, and orderly, it is not impressing an aesthetic or epistemological perspective on things from the outside, as it were it is unfolding what being is. For the metaphysics of the Transcendentals, it is not our knowledge that imposes upon being the notion of the beautiful, it is the beautiful that radiates through every being. The same would hold for the light of the word, it is not a creation of the mind, it is the self-presentation of being, the language of things. This brings Gadamer to his strongest universality claim in truth and method, namely the notion that being itself is language, i.e., self-presentation. 1990, 487, 1986a, 490, emphasis in original. Gadamer underlines this most simple, yet very consequential equation of language and self-presentation, promoting it to a fundamental ontological constitution of all being, ontologisk Grundverfassung, 1990, 487, 1986a, 490. It is, one can say, Gadamer's thesis on being, his most metaphysical and universal thesis. Since it is also found at the end of the book, it can rightly be viewed as the strong, and metaphysical, conclusion of the work. 33. The strong conclusion of truth and method. 33. It also sums up nicely the main arguments of the three parts of the book, which were respectively devoted to the artwork, which shines through its presentation, Darstellung, history, which shines through its presentation in understanding, and language, which lets everything shine through its medium. There is here a speculative unity of being and its presentation which Gadamer heralds as a universal ontological structure. This unity of the three parts of the book is felicitously recalled in the last chapter. Obviously it is not a peculiarity of the artwork that it has its being in its presentation, nor is it a peculiarity of the being of history that it is understood in its significance. Self-presentation and to be understood, both belong together, not only in that the one passes into the other, the artwork into the history of its reception, what is transmitted historically being one with the present of its being understood, this speculative, distinguishing itself, presenting itself, that is language, that expresses sense is not only art and history, but every being insofar as it is understood. The speculative constitution of being that is the ground of hermeneutics has the same universality as do reason and language. Gadamer 1990, 476, 1986a, 480-11. The universality claim of understanding, reason, and language is here grounded in being. This is a most metaphysical thesis in which one can view the apex of the universality claim of hermeneutics. Gadamer's embrace and rejection of metaphysics, as we have stressed, because Gadamer himself stresses it, these claims are indeed very metaphysical. Gadamer does not hide his debt toward the metaphysical tradition in this regard, the metaphysics of the beautiful, of light and the transcendentals. Yet, he also insists that he does not want to renew this metaphysics in any way and just wants to account for the hermeneutical experience of our understanding of being through language, well seen by Vol. EE 2016. His denials in this regard are soft-spoken, yet unmistakable. Three stand out especially. 1. The language, that things speak whatever kind of thing they may be is not the logos ousias, i.e., the logos or reason of the essence of things themselves, and does not reach its completion in the self-intuition of a finite intellect. It is the language that our finite, historical nature apprehends when we learn to speak. Gadamer 1990, 476, 1986a, 480. 2. We do not want to revive something like the classical doctrine of the intelligibility of being or want to apply it to the historical world. Gadamer 1990, 461, 1986a, 465. 3. while relying on the metaphysics of light to defend his ontological understanding of the word. Gadamer also claims that the structure of light borrowed from this metaphysics can obviously be detached, ablo spar, from the metaphysical notion of a sensible spiritual source of light in the mold of Neoplatonic and Christian thinking. Gadamer 1990, 484, 1986a, 487. Can it really? Can Gadamer rely on this metaphysics of the beautiful, of light and the transcendentals while jettisoning its metaphysics? What Gadamer seems to offer is something akin to a poor man's metaphysics, a grand ontological thesis with a strong universality claim without, however, the metaphysics that underpins it. He is happy to emphasize that his perspective is more attuned to the finitude of human understanding, which is, needless to say, a prime concern of his hermeneutics. It would, however, be wrong to claim that this finitude of human understanding was not widely acknowledged by classical metaphysics. But can his universality claim be sustained without the metaphysics that supports his entire argument? As 34. Jean Grandin 34. Insightfully argued, one can doubt that Gadamer can successfully pull off this balancing act. Zimmerman 2001. Why does Gadamer reject specifically the metaphysical notions that, 1. There is something like an intelligibility of being, that our understanding can in principle and does sort out, 2. That we can thus, at least to a degree, grasp the logos, or the essence, of things, and, 3. That this metaphysics of light presupposes the notion that there is some source to this light, a source that accounts for two things, namely that being is intelligible and that our intelligence can grasp it. If there is an argument to be found in Gadamer for this rejection, it certainly lies, as we noted, in his insistence on human finitude, more specifically in his notion that our finite understanding is always involved in this linguistic and understanding bringing to the fore of the essence of things. What we understand would thus not be the real world out there or its essence in and of itself, but the world as it appears to and for our linguistic understanding, as is the case for the artwork and history. In the last chapters of Truth and Method, Gadamer insistently rejects this notion of a world in itself, an sich, that one could oppose to the hermeneutical realm. 12. The domain of the universality claim would thus not concern being itself, an sich, a nonsensical notion for Gadamer, it seems, but the phenomenological immanence of understanding, in which alone being would be encountered. Being would only be understood and experienced in the way it is brought to the fore in our understanding. In his passionate criticism of hermeneutics, Hans Kr. claimed, after many others, yet more pointedly, that this amounted to a fatal form of anti-realism which would open Gadamer to the charge of relativism. Kr. 2007, 55. To counter this charge, Gadamer steadfastly insists that it is indeed being that we experience in our understanding and underplays the notion that the strong involvement of our linguistic understanding in this process would lead him to some kind of anti-realism. This motivates his reliance on the metaphysical tradition of the beautiful and the transcendentals of being. Yet, he ultimately recoiled from this strong metaphysical tradition in the name of human finitude. At the time he wrote Truth and Method, it was certainly quite risky to put forward a strong metaphysical thesis, especially in the shadow of Heidegger. It has remained true to this day that metaphysics is viewed with utmost suspicion, or as intellectually incorrect, in philosophy, of all places, as if philosophy had not always implied a strong metaphysical claim. 13. When philosophers of this day and age hear the name of metaphysics, they become uneasy and scream, as Hegel already noted at the beginning of Who Thinks Abstractly, Sauf qui peut, signifying, who can save us from this terrible plague. In this pervasive anti-metaphysical climate, it is to Gadamer's immense credit that he rehabilitated forceful tenets of this metaphysics. Two very acute readers of Gadamer, Heidegger and Habermas, rightly saw this. In a letter he sent to Otto P. Ogeler on January 11, 1962, Heidegger wrote, "It is also quite odd, merkwürdig, to see how Gadamer takes up without further ado at the end of his book the metaphysics of being that sees in language a transcendental determination of being." 14. Heidegger was certainly taken aback by the astonishing reliance of his student on the metaphysical tradition. Another very different philosopher who clearly noticed this metaphysical element of Gadamer's thinking is Jürgen Habermas. On the occasion of Gadamer's 100th birthday in 2000, he wrote a tribute to Gadamer under the, unsurprisingly, little-noticed title after historicism, Is Metaphysics Still Possible? Habermas 2004. Habermas, as Heidegger, clearly recognized that Gadamer was a metaphysician at heart or wanted to save something of metaphysical thinking under the auspices of historicism. The self-professed post-metaphysical thinker that Habermas claims to be leaves little doubt, in this short piece of 2000, that he was not convinced by Gadamer's attempt. 35. The strong conclusion of truth and method. 35. This might be because Gadamer's reliance on metaphysics was in the end somewhat half-hearted. We saw to what extent his universality claim revived many elements of metaphysics, while seemingly rejecting its premise of a fundamental intelligibility of being. But did Gadamer really provide an argument to reject metaphysics, specifically its notion that being is intelligible, that we can grasp something of its essence and that this intelligibility, as well as our understanding of it, has or possibly has a metaphysical source? This is not clear. A Platonist metaphysics is indeed very defensible, even and, one could add, especially under the auspices of human understanding and the claim that there are no limits to our understanding. Gadamer himself very rightly observes that the conceptual vocabulary of Platonist metaphysics is perfectly suited to human finitude, 1990, 486, 1986a, 490. It also relies on an evidence that our human experience can still witness, the compelling beauty of being, a beauty that evokes a certain goodness, a finality, and an order of things. This experience also makes it possible to defend the strong universality claim that Gadamer associates with hermeneutics. Notes. 3. Gadamer, Humanism, N. The Humanities. Dennis J. Schmidt. The idea and conception of hermeneutics had a long history before the radically original transformation it received in the 20th century. In order to understand this new, indeed quite revolutionary philosophical impulse that emerged in discussions of hermeneutics formulated first by Heidegger and then by Gadamer, a few words about that long history can be helpful. The first part of these remarks is devoted to briefly sketching the way in which Heidegger opens genuinely new ways of thinking from out of the hermeneutic tradition and how profoundly Heidegger's intervention ruptures the long and largely stable history of hermeneutics that precedes Heidegger's appropriation of it. Here we can see just how innovative this new impulse is. The second part of these remarks is devoted to highlighting the distinctive contribution and advance beyond Heidegger that Gadamer makes in his formulation of a philosophical hermeneutics. Here it becomes clear how decisive the question of humanism is for Gadamer and how, in many ways, it is this attention to the humanist tradition that will separate him from Heidegger. Already in ancient Greece and in the medieval world, the notion of hermeneutics was firmly established largely as a matter of the interpretation of texts. It was concerned above all with juridical and theological texts because such written texts were most clearly in need of a peculiar sort of translation, of an actualization of what was said in the world as something to be done and realized. Legal texts articulated general principles that needed to be enacted in particular cases, while religious texts gave voice to an infinite wisdom that needed to be understood in the concrete practices of a life. For the first 2 millennia after its introduction by Aristotle, the word hermeneutics was understood to refer to a set of special studies concerned with textuality, language, and translation. The word quickly became synonymous with the exegesis and interpretation of written texts, and, with the increased scientization of philosophy that characterized modernity, hermeneutics eventually came to be understood as a sort of methodology for such interpretation. Even though it underwent significant modifications during the first 2 millennia of its history, until the early 20th century hermeneutics named a task primarily centered upon the interpretation of linguistic texts and the search for a method appropriate to that task. The first significant evolution in the tradition of hermeneutics took root in the early 19th century with the emergence of a sense of the importance of historical consciousness. First in Schleiermacher and then later in Dilthey we see a recognition of the way in which historical distance posed unique interpretive problems. More precisely, the growth of a historical. 38. Dennis J. Schmidt. 38. Consciousness entailed the realization that texts emerged out of different contexts that could not be ignored if those texts were to be interpreted. A deepened sense of the character of the contexts that need to be engaged eventually expands into the notion of a world or of the life world of the text and of the author. At the turn of the 20th century, Dilthey writes an essay entitled The Rise of Hermeneutics, 1972-1900, that is among the first texts that articulate the long history of hermeneutics while also pointing the way to something radically new that will come to transform the very idea of hermeneutics from its more specialized concern with the interpretation of texts to a full-fledged philosophical ontology. The idea of hermeneutics changed as the result of two radical, indeed quite revolutionary, impulses in the 20th century, first from Heidegger, then from Gadamer. While it would never shed its deep engagements with language, textuality, translation, history, and worlds, the project of hermeneutics would dramatically enlarge its scope and radically deepen the reach of its concerns until it finally came to be the name for the structure characterizing the factical, lived experience of the human being in the world and, ultimately, to being the name of a fundamental philosophical ontology. The most decisive and systematic formulation of this important development is found in Gadamer's Truth and Method, 1960. However, to fully understand the genesis of this dramatic rethinking of the idea and scope of hermeneutics, one needs to recognize that it takes its start in the hermeneutics of facticity that Heidegger formulated in lecture courses of the 1920s and 1930s, and even more influentially in Being and Time. In Being and Time, Heidegger undertakes a phenomenological analysis of that being who is distinguished by asking the question of its own being and not being. Heidegger's existential analysis of Dasein is complex and beyond the scope of this chapter's concerns. However, two results of that analysis need to be acknowledged. First, that even in its everyday experience Dasein is always engaged in the effort to understand the world. Dasein is in the world interpretively. What is most important to note is that, in its most basic form, this understanding, this interpretation, is not a cognitive or theoretical matter, but is a way of being in the world. Put simply, we live in the world the way that we do because we are always interpreting it and our place in it. We constantly read the world in the same way that we read someone's body language or that we read the clouds in the sky as a way of anticipating the weather. To say that we live in the world interpretively is to say that we live hermeneutically. The second result of Heidegger's existential analysis of Dasein in its everydayness will introduce an important qualification that will define the scope and character of such hermeneutic experience. Heidegger demonstrates that Dasein always understands itself as ineluctably a this. It is always singularized and finitized in multiple ways. Such thisness, which Heidegger defines as facticity, means that Dasein's interpretive experience must contend with its own finitude. This means that Dasein's understanding, its interpretive reach, is always itself finitized. Put in the language of Being and Time, Dasein is equiprimordially in truth and untruth. Heidegger 1976, 44. This analysis and the conclusions that Heidegger draws from it have three important consequences for the hermeneutic tradition. First, hermeneutics is no longer a methodology, but a way of being. It is the character of our experience and as such names the original structure of our being. Second, Dasein is both the subject and the object of this interpretative life. The interpreter is now understood as in need of interpretation and is no longer able to be set apart from the problems of hermeneutics. Third, understanding will always need to be recognized as radically finite. Every interpretation, any understanding, will need to understand itself as such, as unfinished and never completable. 39. Gadamer, Humanism and the Humanities. 39. Despite this quite radical impulse and expansion of the task of hermeneutic theory, Heidegger almost never mentions hermeneutics after Being and Time. 3. The significance of and reasons for this departure are important for understanding the arc of Heidegger's own thought. Indeed this, perhaps as much as any other factor, marks a real division in his work. However, this point is not the concern of this chapter. The point now is to understand how Gadamer's creative development of this path that Heidegger never pursues opens original insights that lead the project of hermeneutics in new directions. Although much of the initial impulse driving the revolution in hermeneutics will come from Heidegger, it is Gadamer who will decisively move the idea of a philosophical hermeneutics in a new direction. There are several points which one can identify as launching Gadamer's original conception of hermeneutics. However, this chapter will focus primarily upon the way in which Gadamer's originality can be seen as rooted in his readiness to find in humanism something of a resource for hermeneutic theory. Indeed, one can argue that it is in his turn to the humanistic tradition that Gadamer's hermeneutics finds its most distinctive character. For it is, for instance, no accident that Gadamer begins his most elaborate formulation of philosophical hermeneutics, truth and method, by acknowledging the significance of the humanistic tradition for hermeneutics. Despite its title, the first page of Truth and Method makes crystal clear that the hermeneutic phenomenon is not originally a problem of methodology in any sense. Gadamer 1990, 1. On the other hand, the hermeneutic problem is very much centered on the question of truth. The effort to make this clear will begin in earnest when Gadamer turns to the contributions of humanism to this project. Truth, for Gadamer, is not disclosed by either method or knowledge so much as it emerges out of the forms of understanding in which the world appears for us. The first pages of Truth and Method make the importance of this distinction clear. Insofar as the human sciences, the humanities, model themselves according to the measures of the natural sciences, they will never get close to the anything like the truth of the humanities. The distinctive problems that the humanities pose for thinking are not properly grasped if the humanities are measured according to the standards of the natural sciences. Gadamer 1990, 10. 5. There are two important consequences of this claim. First, that we need to recognize that there is indeed truth to be found in the humanities, but that insofar as the character of truth is assumed to be defined by the truth of the knowledge disclosed by the natural sciences, a truth understood as certain, calculable, representable, and objective, we will never be able to recognize what truth means. Second, this means that we need to critically evaluate just what truth, in the fullest sense of the word, means. The critique of the scientization of truth with its claims of objectivity and its modernist insistence upon the priority of methodology is, rather surprisingly, not a primary concern for Gadamer at the outset of Truth and Method. Indeed, the point is asserted somewhat en passant rather than being argued in any detail. However, the claim is clear right from the outset. The following investigations are concerned with seeking the experience of truth that goes beyond the domain of scientific method, and to inquire into its legitimacy. The humanities draw together forms of experience that lie outside of the dominion of science, with the experience of philosophy, with the experience of art, and with the experience of history itself. All of these forms of experience communicate a truth that cannot be verified by the methodology of science. Gadamer 1990, 1-2. 40. Dennis J. Schmidt. 40. Thus, by and large foregoing a critique of the natural scientific, one is tempted to say, with Heidegger, the metaphysical conception of truth, Gadamer turns immediately to a discussion of the conception of truth that is to be found in the humanities. The critique of the natural scientific conception of truth will yield to the effort to articulate a different sense of what counts as true, and nothing is more important for this effort than the humanist tradition. More precisely, Gadamer turns to the guiding concepts of humanism as a tradition in which this other sense of truth has long been valued and preserved. Although Gadamer invokes the idea of a humanism, he does not give a clear definition of how he defines that tradition. 6. Whereas Heidegger follows the rather commonly accepted view that humanism was founded during and always bore the hallmarks of the Roman Republic, Gadamer begins by centering his conception of the humanistic tradition in German classicism. 7. In particular, Gadamer singles out Herder as the figure who, by means of his notion of cultivating the human Bildung am Menschen, most of all prepared the basis upon which the historical humanities of the 19th century could unfold. Gadamer 1990, 15. Gadamer argues that it is the concept of Bildung, a word that needs multiple English words: education, cultivation, self-formation, to be even imperfectly translated, that is the real legacy of German classicism and the real hallmark of humanism more generally. This is the German word that will serve as a sort of leitmotif of Gadamer's understanding of humanism, and that will replace the Latin notion of humanitas. But what is most important about the humanistic tradition that Gadamer identifies as emerging out of Herder and German classicism is the way in which that tradition esteems and preserves a sense of truth that is not at all defined or confined by the scientized, the metaphysical conception of truth. What Gadamer finds as a real resource in this humanism is a sense of truth akin to the sense of truth as finite understanding, rather than a calculable and representable proposition. In order to develop this sense of truth by means of highlighting, even harvesting, the guiding concepts of humanism as he has delimited it, Gadamer lays out what he takes to be the four basic notions structuring that tradition: cultivation, Bildung, a sense of the common, sensus communis, judgment, Urteilskraft, and taste, Geschmack. At the conclusion of the presentation of each of these key notions, Gadamer will arrive at the most significant consequence of this discussion of humanism in truth and method, namely that in order to open up the possibilities of the humanities that have been foreclosed by their increasing scientization, we need to follow the path opened by the problems of aesthetics. Gadamer 1990, 47. In other words, the turn to the humanistic tradition is intended to deliver the discussion of truth from a hermeneutic perspective over to the question of aesthetic experience. Recovering the sense of truth in the work of art will be the way in which the broader conception of truth as understanding is accessed. 8. Charting the move from the remarks on humanism to the turn to aesthetic experience as it is analyzed by Kant is one of the most important tasks for Gadamer in Truth and Method, since this marks the transition to Gadamer's distinctive conception of hermeneutic theory. 9.1 notes immediately that the four basic features of humanism that Gadamer singles out seem to be much more easily recognized as the cornerstones of Kant's Kritik der Urteilskraft than as the hallmarks of any humanism. This is no accident and provides further evidence that the real goal of the analysis of humanism is to point to the way in which the question of truth needs to be relocated to an examination of the sense of truth found in the work of art. Here we find the real import of the discussion of humanism in Truth and Method. It is by means of this discussion that Gadamer justifies, defends, and begins to shape the move to the truth of art. His argument. 41. Gadamer, Humanism, and the Humanities. 41. Is that the humanistic tradition has long harbored and preserved the features of truth that will be consolidated in the way in which the work of art lets something be true. Two aspects of Gadamer's treatment of the significance of the humanistic tradition for hermeneutics are especially noteworthy. First, despite his initial identification of humanism with German classicism and especially with Herder, Gadamer does not limit himself to that sense of humanism at all. Rather, he touches upon a wide range of resources in order to define that tradition and actually invokes a much more orthodox conception of humanism than his initial remarks would lead one to expect. Second, there is no real overarching conception of humanism developed here. Rather, Gadamer limits his remarks and sense of humanism by the four guiding concepts and does not do much either to join those concepts into a coherent whole, or to even allude to what is not captured about the humanistic tradition by those concepts. What emerges in this quite pointed discussion of what Gadamer identifies as the four leading concepts of humanism is that each of these concepts calls attention to some dimension of the character of truth that is excluded by a mathematized, calculative, and representative conception of truth modeled upon the natural sciences. Recovering this excluded sense of truth is the first task of a philosophical hermeneutics, and this is the real significance of humanism here. This means that it is not any philosophical doctrine or any set of assumptions that drives Gadamer to take up humanism, and that drives Heidegger to his criticisms of that tradition. Rather, it is the way in which that tradition esteems and preserves a sense of what is true, of what matters, that is lost to the natural sciences and to the humanities that have submitted themselves to such a model and methodology of truth. A few comments upon what is to be learned from each of the four guiding words is needed at this point in order to give more clarity to Gadamer's achievements in this key transitional section of Truth and Method. Bildung is the first and most encompassing of these four words. As Gadamer notes, while it is most alive as a notion in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, it is a word with a long and complex history and even resembles the Greek notion of physis, Gadamer 1990, 17. 10. Not surprisingly, it is also a word that is too expansive, singular, and resonant to be able to be easily translated. 11. Perhaps the most productive entry into this topic comes from reflecting upon Gadamer's reference to Wilhelm von Humboldt, who notices the difference between Kultur and Bildung. Since Bildung signifies something more inward, from which the feeling of a spiritual and moral endeavor springs forth, Gadamer 1990, 16. So, whereas culture signifies a sort of heritage and tradition, a body of understanding and knowledge that has accumulated over time, Bildung refers more to the awareness of a task, of a moral need, that activates a sense of the growth of character, of spiritual growth, of the need for a cultivation of oneself. In short, Bildung implies a sort of improvement, a growth that emerges out of an inner process in which one develops one's native possibilities. The genre of the Bildungsroman, in which the psychological and moral education of the central character defines the theme of the novel, is an exemplary case in which the complexities of Bildung as a process involving the relation of the self and the world is explored. The story told is of an education, but it is not an education in which any special knowledge is gained so much as it is the story of how understanding of the world and of one's place in that world is achieved. Perhaps the philosophically most significant example of a work that has the logic of this process of Bildung as its central concern is Hegel's Phänomenologie des Geists, in which the education of Geist, spirit, is unfolded as a dialectical process in which spirit finds itself, that is. 42. Dennis J. Schmidt. 42. Comes to understand itself and be at home with itself, by means of engaging its world and by means of a reflection upon itself. It is no accident that Gadamer's treatment of Bildung takes Hegel's Phänomenologie des Geists as a sort of primary philosophical text for this task, since, as Gadamer notes, the feeling that consciousness has of itself when working in the world contains all of the elements that constitute practical Bildung, taking a distance from the immediacy of desire, of personal needs and private interests, and the recognition of the need for a universal. Likewise, theoretical Bildung leads the human being beyond what it immediately knows and experiences, so that it learns to affirm what is different from it. Gadamer 1990, 18-19-12. In the end, however, the basic idea of Bildung that Gadamer finds elaborated by Hegel is not found in this alienation from its natural condition, this going out into the world, but rather in the return to oneself that enlarges one's consciousness and thereby cultivates one's conscience. More could be said about the details of Gadamer's discussion of Bildung at the outset of Truth and Method. Of special importance would be the surprising, yet ultimately quite revealing discussion of the notion of tact in Helmholtz, since tact, one of the ways in which Gadamer finds what is significant about Bildung manifest, is essentially a sensitivity, an understanding, which no knowledge based upon universal principles is capable of founding. In other words, tact, this hallmark of Bildung, stands as a reminder that the education that the humanistic sense of Bildung cultivates is not something that can be translated into categories, concepts, or principle, but remains in the end a matter of good sense. Gadamer makes this point clear: the general characteristic of Bildung consists in rising above itself to universality. But this universality is not the universality of a concept, nor of a fixed measure. Gadamer 1990, 23. It is not difficult to see how this insistence upon a universality that is not defined by conceptuality, this opening up of a sense and understanding that is not translatable into principles, will be a key pillar in Gadamer's effort to articulate a sense of truth that is not defined by the measures or prejudices of the natural sciences. That is why Gadamer concludes his discussion of Bildung by reaffirming his basic argument: if we want to free the humanities from the problem that they pose for philosophy insofar as they remain captured by the narrowness of 19th-century doctrines of method, then we must refer back to the humanistic tradition and to the resistance we find there to the claims of modern science. Gadamer 1990, 23, emphasis in original. Sensus communis is the second of the four guiding words Gadamer enlists to explain precisely what sort of resistance to the modern scientific conception of truth is found in the humanistic tradition. Here it is Vico who opens the discussion that will travel quite quickly through a number of other figures such as Aristotle, Shaftesbury, Bergson, and Pietism, especially, the Swabian pietist, Edinger. 13. Here Gadamer's starting point is to note how Vico's defense of humanism against modern scientific methodologies is grounded in old truths, Gadamer 1990, 25, such as sensus communis and the related ideal of eloquentia, both of which belong to the sense upon which a community of those who speak is founded. Gadamer is clear that Vico's recovery of the Roman concept of sensus communis and his defense of humanist rhetoric against modern science is of special interest for us, since here we are introduced to an element of truth that is no longer accessible for the self-definition of the humanities of the 19th century, Gadamer 1990, 29. While Gadamer suggests that Vico's influence did not extend far enough to decisively 43. Gadamer, Humanism and the Humanities. 43. Shape the humanities in this regard. The contributions of Shaftesbury, especially with respect to his work on wit and humour, and eventually Bergson, especially his criticisms of the abstractions of natural science as well as his development of le bon sens, sharpen the point of what is to be found in the notion of sensus communis. More precisely, one sees in these figures how an original moral and political sensibility can indeed be at the foundation of our communal life. As it is described by these figures, this sensibility is not a matter of principle or any conceptual argument, but belongs to the realm of wit, of nuance, and requires the constant task of adaptation and openness. Rhetoric, which is not, as is often mistakenly assumed, a matter of persuasion, belongs to this sensibility insofar as the capacity to speak such truth requires a subtle ear for language in its context and for language not defined as a matter of congealed concepts. Sensus communis is a living knowledge, a knowledge of how one lives. Speaking of Bergson, Gadamer refers to it as a kind of genius for practical life, Gadamer 1990, 31. Gadamer repeatedly suggests that the notion of sensus communis failed to maintain a grip on thinking even in the humanist tradition. It came to be understood as a purely theoretical faculty and thus stripped of its roots in political and moral life. However, there is, Gadamer argues, the important exception of pietism, especially the pietism of Edinger, who never relented in his effort to show that in sensus communis we find a truth, a sense, that possesses a clarity beyond that provided by concepts, proof, and reason. Translating sensus communis simply as heart, Edinger will explain the force of heart by saying parents are moved without proof to care for their children, love does not demonstrate, Gadamer 1990, 33. 14. In the end, even Edinger, who forges a conception of sensus communis as a theological notion rather than a political or social one, does not provide Gadamer with an example of just how much the notion of a sensus communis offers to a hermeneutic theory of truth. But that the notion of sensus communis remains a vital pillar of what humanism offers to hermeneutic theory remains clear. The third and fourth basic words articulating the contribution of humanism to hermeneutic theory, judgment and taste, are best discussed together. The most important reason for this decision is that both of these words belong to the core of Kant's treatment of aesthetic experience in his Kritik der Urteilskraft, and they are so closely bound by their meaning and their significance that any separation of them seems a bit artificial. 15. It is also the case that these two words are not as deeply connected to the humanist tradition as one might expect for words described as the basic words of that tradition. It is, however, clear that judgment names a problematic that defines finite understanding, that is, the limited understanding of a human being. More precisely, judgment refers to the task of thinking and enacting a decision that cannot escape a peculiar indeterminacy. It has long been a central concern of hermeneutic theory insofar as juridical decisions, the application of a universal law to a particular case that is not unproblematically subsumed under that law, have been defined as hermeneutical problems. However, when he describes judgment in this section of Truth and Method, Gadamer does not reach back into this long tradition of legal hermeneutics but refers instead to what Kant calls reflective judgment. 16. In other words, Gadamer turns to the problematic of aesthetic judgment as exhibiting a form of thinking that does not obey the laws of conceptual reason and does not operate according to the logic of conceptual determination and subsumption. In doing this, Gadamer makes virtually no effort to explain how judgment belongs to the humanist tradition. Instead, he rapidly moves to the concept of taste as the fourth and final of the basic words of humanism that demonstrate the importance of that tradition for hermeneutics. 44. Dennis J. Schmidt. 44. Gadamer has three tasks when moving to the discussion of taste. First, as the final section before the turn to Kant, Gadamer solidifies the transition to the question of aesthetics and especially of the work of art which, in the next section of Truth and Method, will become the decisive moment in which the specific shape of Gadamerian hermeneutics becomes evident. Second, Gadamer highlights once again the way in which there has long been a counter-tradition to the orthodoxy modeled after the natural sciences that has come to define the dominant forms of self-understanding of the humanities, and that this counter-tradition is a powerful resource for opening up the possibilities of hermeneutic theory. 17. Third, Gadamer gathers together all of the features of these four keywords of humanism in order to make even clearer exactly what it is that is found in humanism that preserves a sense of truth not determined by the methodology of 19th-century natural sciences, by modernity's adoration of the ideals of method, nor by the measures of calculability, representability, or objectivity. As Gadamer presents it, taste is a mode of knowing, Gadamer 1990, 41, that cannot be separated from the concrete moment in which it emerges and that cannot be brought to the point of being a rule or under concepts, Gadamer 1990, 43. It cannot be demonstrated, rather it must always be understood as a sense that is alert to the instance, to the individual, and to the context. It is, in the end, a matter of having an understanding of what is at issue, of what is to be judged, and this understanding is something that belongs to a larger world than what is cognizable. Remembering these hallmarks of the aesthetic sense of taste, it is not difficult to see how it becomes the summit of Gadamer's treatment of the way in which the basic pillars of humanism open up avenues for understanding a different sense of truth, one that is able to rehabilitate the humanities. What is found in humanism are the resources for a new conception of truth, one that is not defined by a submission to the ideals of any modernist conception or truth, but and more importantly one that is defined by its appropriateness for the humanities. On the basis of his examination of what is preserved in each of the four basic words of the humanist tradition, Gadamer articulates an orientation and a set of assumptions that have largely been lost or silenced in the triumphant adoption of the natural scientific models into the self-understanding of the humanities. As literature, the arts, and philosophy itself have submitted to a sort of scientized and methodologically oriented approach to their fields, their uniqueness and, above all, the way in which they open up something that deserves the name of truth is obscured. Hermeneutic theory begins with the effort to bring back into view this sense of truth. To that end, Gadamer argues that the humanist tradition has preserved key values and goals that are vital to this effort. What becomes clear in this opening section of Truth and Method is that Gadamer's real concern is not with discussing the tradition of humanism as such, nor is it with defining any such tradition. Humanism for Gadamer is not the name for any doctrine or body of knowledge, nor does it represent anything like a position. 18. It is rather an approach to questions that first and foremost emerge out of the humanities, that pushes us to deepen our sense of what constitutes truth and helps us better understand just what is at stake in the questions of truth. More precisely, Gadamer points to the significance of humanism when he concludes this section with a question that he has been answering throughout: is it appropriate to reserve the concept of truth for conceptual knowledge? Gadamer 1990, 47. The humanist tradition as Gadamer unfolds it answers that question by having preserved and esteemed a sense of truth that is closer to the sense of finite understanding, to the lived experience of the struggle to make sense of the world, and to the hallmarks of Bildung, sensus communis, judgment, and taste than to any ideal of conceptuality. 19. 45. Gadamer, Humanism, and the Humanities. 45. References to humanism are found in the second part of Truth and Method, but none of these references rise to the level of detail or significance found in the opening pages of the book. After Truth and Method, Gadamer occasionally references the humanist tradition, however he will never return to the questions of humanism with any persistence or depth, nor will these references ever again carry the real weight that they carry in Truth and Method. Likewise, his later remarks on the humanities tend to be framed in the context of comments about the university and the ways in which the university does and does not live up to the tasks of our times. However, in Truth and Method, Gadamer's engagement with the humanist tradition and his concern with recovering the possibilities of the humanities, while brief, is nonetheless significant, since this engagement opens anew the possibilities of truth that will shape hermeneutic theory. 20. In the end, it is this engagement with humanism that proves decisive in moving the idea and conception of hermeneutics beyond its original concern with the interpretation of texts, and beyond as well Heidegger's sense that human experience is always interpretative by nature, to being a fully articulated and original philosophical ontology that is Gadamer's unique achievement. Gadamer, Humanism and the Humanities. 47. 16. One wonders why Gadamer does not turn to Aristotle's notion of phronesis, which is very much at the heart of other sections of Truth and Method and would quite seamlessly offer the sort of insights into the notion of judgment that Gadamer wants to emphasize in this section. On some issues one might take with Gadamer's reading of Kant in Truth and Method, see Schmidt, 2007. 17. In this section on taste, Gadamer emphasizes the ethical sensibility of the notion of taste found in the humanistic tradition, especially as it works its way into Christian moral philosophy, 1990, 45. This ethical dimension of taste, along with several other cornerstones of Gadamer's hermeneutics, is further evidence that Gadamer's conception of hermeneutics has a powerful and original ethical concern. One might well argue that some of the most important and still unexplored dimensions of Gadamer's hermeneutics are to be found precisely in its ethical element. Strangely, Gadamer himself does not pursue this deeply ethical shape of hermeneutics. On this see Schmidt, 2008, 2017, 2019a. For other, compatible, ways of opening up this important set of possibilities, see Risser, 1997, and George, 2020. 18. Here Gadamer sets himself apart from both Sartre and Heidegger, both of whom regard humanism as a sort of doctrine or set of assumptions that define a position. For Sartre and Heidegger, humanism represented a philosophical doctrine, the implications of which were best understood as political in the era after the Second World War. Since Gadamer is not interested in any doctrine that one might forge out of this tradition, his assessment of humanism and of its significance points in a quite different direction. 19. One point that is made repeatedly Indiana the discussion of humanism, but never really pursued or even highlighted by Gadamer in Truth and Method, is that what is at stake in the question of truth is not primarily a cognitive or epistemological concern so much as it is a sense of community. The strong moral sensibility that defines the humanist tradition Gadamer has carved out, coupled with the profound influence of Aristotle's notion of phronesis upon the formulation of hermeneutics, is something that shadows Truth and Method, but never really emerges as fully as it might. Gadamer's later concern with solidarity and social thought, with friendship and community, never reaches back to the roots that these notions could find in Truth and Method. 20. I do not believe it is fair to suggest, as both Theodore, 2016, and Grondin, 1997, do, that hermeneutics is a humanism or that the contemporary form of humanism is hermeneutics. While the kinship of hermeneutics and humanism is undeniable, this is problematic since it does not recognize the quite important ways in which the idea and task of hermeneutic theory challenges many of the assumptions that guide humanism. Above all, the primacy of the human is not something that goes unchallenged in hermeneutics. In fact, one could well argue that hermeneutics is deeply committed to experiences that call attention to the limits of the human, the limits of understanding, and the limits even of our language. 4. The poetic word, art, and the arts. James Risser. The central importance of art in Gadamer's hermeneutics. When Gadamer develops his hermeneutic theory in relation to the human sciences in Truth and Method, he begins with an extended analysis of the question of truth in art. The significance of this extended analysis is often overlooked by the reader who presumes that Gadamer's main concern is with the explicit theme of truth in the human sciences. So regarded, the opening section on the question of truth in art is read as a mere opening to a larger concern with the human sciences in their totality. But as Gadamer reports in his 1992 essay The Artwork and Word and Image, he never intended truth and method to be a comprehensive analysis of the human sciences. In making art his starting point, Gadamer wanted to show how the character of the human sciences is actually revealed in how they deal with art in all its forms. The theme of truth in art is effectively the paradigmatic case for the theme of truth in the human sciences. It is only because the human sciences stand in an interactive relationship with art and the claim to truth that it makes that they are able to claim a philosophical authenticity of their own. Gadamer 2007, 195. Even more so, Gadamer takes the example of art as a framework within which a universal hermeneutics could be developed. It is a framework that presents a unique challenge to the experience of understanding. The artwork is a challenge to understanding something being true because it continually evades all our interpretations and puts up an invincible resistance to being transformed into the identity of the concept. Gadamer 1997b, 44. Gadamer thinks his hermeneutics can meet this challenge under its conditions for understanding. Preeminent among these conditions is the event of language. Something comes to be understood through the coming into language that takes place in conversation. That there is truth in art means that art is to be regarded as having something to say, and thus for something meaningful to be understood. The hermeneutic encounter with art entangles one in a conversation, even when the work of art is not itself verbal. In standing before any work of art, Gadamer thinks that we stand in front of an authoritative utterance diktat. Gadamer 2016, 116. The verbal art of poetry has a unique place in this regard. The poetic word is more than an instance of metaphor or flowery speech, it is saying in an eminent sense, and as such it can avail itself to the reader to become a real partner in thoughtful conversation. As a reader of poetry, Gadamer is convinced. 50. James Risser. 50. That there are peculiar threads that run back and forth between the language of poetry and the language of philosophy. Given the importance of art in this context, it is not surprising to find the topic of art and the discussions of the various arts to be a consistent concern in Gadamer's work overall. Of the 10 volumes comprising his collected works, 2 volumes are devoted to art and the arts. Volume 8, which bears the title Kunst als Aussage, Art as Assertion, contains essays written after the publication of Truth and Method in 1960, extending into the 1990s. Taken together, these essays, along with his analysis of art in Truth and Method, present Gadamer's most comprehensive, if not overlapping, account of the experience of art from the perspective of hermeneutics. 2 of these essays are of particular note for their comprehensive and incisive treatment of art: The Relevance of the Beautiful, 1974, and The Artwork in Word and Image, 1992. Gadamer considered the latter, which he wrote late in life, to be a defining mark for what had concerned him from early on. Volume 9, which bears the title Hermeneutic in Volzhug, Hermeneutics in Enactment, offers a wide range of essays on poets and poetry written over the course of almost 50 years. Most of the poets, while not all German, are familiar names in German cultural history: Goethe, H. Hölderlin, Rilke, Stefan George, and most notably Paul Celan, a German-speaking Jewish survivor of the Holocaust. What is common to all art? In his writings on art, Gadamer is well aware of the distinctive approach his hermeneutics is taking towards art. There is a long history in philosophy that wants to exclude art from the realm of truth and from having a legitimacy comparable to philosophy's own primary effort. This is a history that regards art as mere sensuous experience, which is at best a weak form of apprehending the truth of things. Gadamer takes up this opposition between art and knowledge in Truth and Method in his analysis of the aesthetics of Immanuel Kant. In his critique of judgment, Kant actually argues for the importance and thus the legitimacy of aesthetic experience for philosophy, but his overall argument for this remains subordinated to the conditions for objective knowledge and truth established in the Critique of Pure Reason. The aesthetic judgment of taste cannot meet the conditions for objective knowledge, but in its subjective state it makes a claim for a general validity and common accord, and ultimately serves as an aid to the feeling and promotion of human life in the natural world. While in this peculiar way Kant does not completely separate aesthetic experience from truth, Gadamer is right to point to the negative implications of Kant's subjectivization of aesthetics. Gadamer 1989, 42. Aesthetic experience remains grounded in subjectivity and a feeling of pleasure stemming from the interplay between the imagination and the cognitive faculty. By locating the ground of aesthetic experience in subjectivity, the work of art comes to be removed from its relation to the world. Art becomes regarded, as we see in the work of Schiller who follows Kant, as beautiful appearance in contrast to the reality of the world, Gadamer 1989-82. From the point of view of an aesthetics, the work of art is differentiated or separated out from the reality of the world. If art is to have legitimation and thus be able to make a more direct claim to truth by connecting it to the reality of the world, the very idea of art will have to undergo a transformation. Do we really think, Gadamer queries, that in the history of art, where we can see that art enters into the religious and secular life function, that art was solely to give aesthetic pleasure? Does not art correspond to the historical reality of humanity, as we see, for example, in ancient Greek theatre and religious paintings in cathedrals, and as such presents us with something to understand? In order to do justice to the claim to truth in art, then, Gadamer wants to transform what he considers to be a systematic problem of aesthetics into the question of the experience of. 51. The poetic word, art, and the arts. 51. Art. Art is to be viewed as experience as this is understood by Gadamer within his hermeneutic theory as an encounter with something that bears meaning and truth within itself. But this recasting of aesthetics involves more than a change in the approach to art. For Gadamer it also entails transforming the traditional concepts that have formed the basis of an aesthetic approach to art. To begin with, Gadamer thinks that we fail to grasp what a work of art is when we think of it merely as an object like any other object, only with special properties. An object is what stands at a distance in front of a subject and is available to a process of calculation and measurement. But unlike the natural separation between a subject and an object, Gadamer thinks that there is a mysterious intimacy in the encounter with art that grips our entire being, as if there were no distance at all and every encounter with it were an encounter with ourselves. Gadamer 1976-95. The work of art is regarded not as an aesthetic object but as a work that sets up a world into which we are drawn and taken into its hold. Considered in this way, the work of art should also be distinguished in some way from a work formed by making and producing a work of craftsmanship constructed for some purpose. The work of art, Gadamer claims, is to be for itself. But what does this mean? In Gadamer's language, the mode of being of the work of art is such that there is a coming into being in that sense of a being that has become. Gadamer 2007, 209. Gadamer draws this language from Plato in order to convey the general character of a reality emerging into being a self-presentation, displacing thereby the modern emphasis on the priority of a subject who creates art. Certainly the work of art is made by someone, but Gadamer refuses to tie the meaningfulness of what presents itself in art to the intentions of the artist. The meaningfulness of what presents itself in art lies in the priority of the work itself. In one way or another, the various descriptions Gadamer uses to characterize the work of art all come back to this basic idea of self-presentation. When Gadamer first describes the being of the work of art in Truth and Method, he introduces the concept of play to capture the idea of self-presentation. All play, spiel, whether it be a card game, a game of sport, or the imaginary play of a child, consists in being played. It is a medial movement in which the play comes to presentation through the players. In this movement the play has priority over the players, and likewise for the experience of art. The subject of the experience of art is not the subjectivity of the person who experiences it but the work itself. Gadamer 1989, 102. Gadamer then describes the work of art seen from this perspective of self-presenting appearance as transformation into structure. To understand what he means with this phrase it is helpful to note the German, Verwandlung ins Gebilde. The word structure does indeed translate the word Gebilde, but at the same time it covers over all of what the German word is able to say, beginning with the root word Bild, which we translate as image or picture. Gebilde is a formed image, an actuality that has become figured. In ordinary use, Gebilde can refer to patterns in textiles or the structure of a building. What is Gebilde has been actively formed, and Gadamer uses the word to convey the sense that an artwork has developed into its own pattern from within, and this is to be grasped as a further formation, which is not the same as a constructed object. One could just as well translate the word Gebilde as text, since a text is that which is woven together and is correlated to interpretation. Gadamer's use of the word transformation also needs explanation. Transformation is more than a change within continuity. It signals a break such that there is a new identity. Transformation means that something is suddenly and as a whole something else. Gadamer 1989, 111. Regarding the entire phrase then, transformation into structure is when the activity of something being actualized has become completed, and in being actualized, what is actualized becomes a new actuality in the process. The important point for Gadamer is that in this transformation into a formation, the actuality is raised above any comparison outside itself. It is 52. James Risser. 52. Simply a wholly transformed world in which one sees something as if for the first time. Equally so, the transformation is at once a transformation into the true, where truth simply indicates the new reality. Gadamer gives the example of a child who dresses up to pretend to be someone else. The child intends that what she represents actually exists, just as the actor in a play intends her character and with it the world presented through it. It has its own authority for the audience to discover. And in this the work of art is intended not to simply reproduce what has taken place in the world, but to enhance it, and thus generate an enlargement of that world. In ancient Greek theatre, or modern theatre for that matter, the audience comes to understand the reality of human suffering in a heightened way, a way that may only be partially visible in an audience member's own life. We often experience this heightening effect when someone claims art is more real than life. In a second way, Gadamer describes this mode of being of the work of art as mimetic presentation. The artwork for Gadamer is indeed a mimesis, the Greek word that we translate as imitation, but to do justice to the experience of art, Gadamer wants to retrieve the original sense of the concept of mimesis for his hermeneutics. In its ancient use, mimesis applied to the star dance of the heavens. The star dance imitates the pure mathematical lawfulness and proportion that constitute the order of the heavens. The mimesis does not just copy the lawfulness, it is illustrating the miracle of order that we call the cosmos. It brings it to presentation in such a way that the order of the cosmos is actually present in its sensible abundance. Gadamer 1986, 36. And if art too is a mimesis in presenting something, can we not think of its mimetic character accordingly, for here too we find a presentation of order. Gadamer is most explicit about this feature of mimetic presentation when speaking about non-objective art, as we witness in modern painting. Gadamer tells us, "It is irrelevant whether or not a painter or a sculptor works to produce objective or non-objective art. The only relevant thing is whether we encounter a spiritual energy of order in the work. Art is present whenever a work succeeds in elevating what it is or what it presents to a new configuration, a new cosmos of its own in miniature, a new order of unity in tension." Gadamer 1986, 103-2. This description would also apply to music as well. Music is not simply a sequence of sounds, but an arrangement of sounds through timbre, tone, and rhythm whereby the sounds become figured. The order in music is that of a configured whole of all the elements, which are themselves tempered, tempered, and it is this whole of a complexly differentiated matter that presents itself for understanding. Gadamer 2016, 81. But more than this. In renewing the original meaning of mimesis, Gadamer claims that the mimesis does not imply a reference to an original as something other than itself, but means that something meaningful is there as itself. Gadamer 1986, 121. We can see how this is obviously so in the case of rituals. The mimetic repetition of the ritual, as in the Pythagorean mystery cult, is not something other than what it repeats. This would also be true for modern rituals such a marriage ceremony. Gadamer argues that this sense of mimetic presentation is applicable to the ontological determination of a picture, build. More than any art form, the picture is linked to the concept of representation and imitation in the ordinary meaning of imitation as a copy of an original. It is the structure of imitation so famously portrayed by Plato in his criticism of the poets and painters in the Republic. As a copy, a painting points beyond itself to what it copies. It announces the original by resembling it, and the viewer takes delight in recognizing the original in the copy. So regarded, a copy has no independent existence, no. 53. The poetic word, art, and the arts. 53. Reality of its own, but cancels out its own reality in being what it is not, the original. Gadamer argues against this conception with the example of non-objective art. The viewer still looks for the representation in the painting even when there is no objective content, but in doing so the viewer has simply looked past what makes it a work of art. The painted image, the figuration, has its own reality. It is something of a world that has come into being, presenting itself, rather than representing something outside it. Even in the case of a painted portrait in which the person portrayed can see the likeness, there is still something there, perhaps an expression of dignity, as if one has never seen the person before in this way. In the portrait the person, so to speak, has been seen into. Gadamer 2007, 216. A still life or a landscape painting has a similar configuration. It leaves behind its copiedness such that it does not let itself be directed away from itself. In this way the painting is a presentation, Darstellung, and not a secondary representation, Vorstellung, and in its own way it can be more original than the original in the original-copy relation. With the recovery of the original conception of mimesis, Gadamer claims that there is a form of knowing appropriate to it, and also appropriate to hermeneutic understanding. The cognitive import of mimesis, he tells us, is recognition. Here recognition is not literally to know something again that we already know, as if we are seeing the same thing a second time, but knowing more of something that has been recognized. The general sense of recognition requires in an obvious way some prior seeing, but what is brought into view is not the prior seeing. Recognition means that I now cognize something as something that has already been seen. Gadamer 1986, 99, emphasis in original. The enigma of this sort of knowing lies entirely in the as, which is tantamount to an interpretation, for it is here, Gadamer tells us, that the very wonder of knowing is hidden where something permanent and essential can be seen. Gadamer describes the mode of being of the work of art in yet a third way as Volljug. The German word does not easily translate into a single equivalent word in English. Volljug conveys the sense of executing, performing, enacting in relation to a fulfilling accomplishment. The word is used by Heidegger early on to characterize the dynamic unfolding of the meaningfulness of human existence, and Gadamer uses it in a similar way to describe more precisely the ontological character of the work of art. In the artwork in word and image, Gadamer tells us that Volljug captures the meaning of the Greek energia. In the philosophical tradition, energia is usually translated in English as actuality, but in Aristotle's use of the term, energia does not mean simply an accomplished reality, but a reality in relation to an end, telos, within itself. A better English translation of this word, as we see in the translations of Joe Sachs, would be, reality, being at work, an actualizing actuality, so to speak. Gadamer, well aware of Aristotle's use of this word, suggests that we need two words to convey its intended sense, activity and reality. Gadamer 2007, 213. Looking back, we can see that these two words capture the intended meaning of the concept of play in relation to art. They, playing, coming to presentation, that is art, means nothing less than this: in art there is a fulfilling enactment of meaning. So, Gadamer writes, art is in Volljug, just as language is in conversation. Gadamer 2007, 220, emphasis in original. The comparison of art as Volljug with language as conversation is helpful in understanding just what Gadamer means by this concept. To say that language is in conversation is to say that the actuality of language is in its capacity to actualize meaning, and this capacity to actualize meaning is also the condition of art. What is most important here for Gadamer is that the actualizing that takes place in language is something accomplished by language itself. When we speak to someone in conversation, we do not possess language like an instrument for use, rather, we try to find words for what we want to say from within the language we speak. Art. 54. James Risser. 54. Exists under the same condition, and in this way the mode of being of art is more akin to nature than to artifice for Gadamer. What comes to be figured in art has an organic unity that, as astonishing as it sounds, is not done by anyone. There is a figuration that presents itself for understanding, which is itself a performative movement. Music is to be heard, poetry is to be read, painting is to be viewed. The Volzhug is at once the interpretation that the interpreter attempts to follow along. In more familiar language, in the hearing, reading, or viewing that takes place in the experience of art, there is an event of meaning in which the claim to truth comes forth. In this context, the condition for truth is its self-validation. In the artwork as word and image, Gadamer explains this with the expression "so it is." In effect, what comes forth in the work of art cannot be explained by a critical analysis. Gadamer thinks that there is something of a secret selfhood in the creation and reception of the work of art. By being absorbed in and by the work, one might come to say "so it is," that's right. The phrase "so it is," that's right, indicates that it is not the standpoint of the interpreter that determines the truth of the work. The viewer of a painting looks for the right distance from it in order to really see it, just as the viewer of a sculpture must look around it in order to gain the right vantage point to see it. From where does this right distance come? Quite simply, it comes from that point where the work is able to show itself. This absorption in and self-validation by the work of art is most obvious in the case of music. Music is not simply an art of sounds but an arrangement of sounds through timbre, tone, and rhythm whereby the sounds become figured. The actuality of the music is there in the figuration, residing in it and nowhere else. The artwork does not then carry a meaning that is outside its sensory presentation. To the extent there is a meaning here, it is there in the work coming forth in its sensory abundance. In Word and Image, Gadamer tells us that whether in making music or listening along as it is played, it is all there, the repetition, variation, inversion, resolution, but only if one goes along with it mitgehen does it come forward and one receives it. Gadamer 2007, 216. The central importance of the poetic word. The art of poetry has a central importance among the arts for Gadamer because it is the art of the word and explicitly a hermeneutic matter of text and interpretation. It is also the art that stands in closest proximity to philosophy. This proximity, what Gadamer identifies as a fruitful tension between poetry and philosophy, is what frames his distinctive approach to the art of poetry. Both poetry and philosophy place themselves within the medium of language in a way that our ordinary use of language does not. In everyday language use, our words pass over into what is said. They disappear in being directed away from themselves in their reference to what is being talked about, as when we are simply conveying information. But the language of poetry and philosophy has an authority of its own. The words come to stand for themselves where they authenticate themselves in relation to their respective progression in image or thought to be either empty or fulfilled in their meaningfulness. What then separates poetry and philosophy is something more than the fact that one is the language of concepts while the other is not. Certainly poetry is not immune to the concept. Concepts can indeed enter into a relationship with each other in poetry. For Gadamer, what is distinctive to the language of poetry is that it is language in an eminent sense. In poetry, language emerges in its full autonomy. Poetic language stands out as the highest fulfillment of that revealing, Dilaun, which is the achievement of all speech. Gadamer 1986, 112. In Text and Interpretation, an important essay first published in 1984, Gadamer explains this autonomy of the poetic text. 55. The poetic word, art, and the arts. 55. But then there is literature. That is to say, texts that do not disappear in our act of understanding them, but instead stand there confronting our understanding with normative claims, and stand continually before every new way the text can speak. What is it that distinguishes these texts from others? My thesis is this: these texts are only authentically there when they come back to themselves. And when they do, they are texts in the original and authentic sense. Gadamer 2007, 180-81. A literary text, as text, does not just render spoken language into fixed form. If such were the case, one could attempt to read poetry in search of motivations and intentions behind the text. But as text in the special sense in which it claims for itself an autonomy, the poetic text does not refer back to an already spoken word, as if it were only a vehicle for conveying an original expression such as an author's intention. The poem intends only itself, such that in reading a poem we are wholly directed toward the word as it stands and not toward a word that someone employs to tell us something. Gadamer 1986, 107. The poetic word detaches itself from all such intending, and speaks for itself as a saying word. While Gadamer characterizes all art as saying, osage, this is especially so in the case of poetry. In his essay on the contribution of poetry to the search for truth, Gadamer describes three forms of autonomous text, all of which have the character of a declaration or statement, osage. Each is associated with a form of authority that binds the one to whom the statement is addressed. The religious text that stands written has the specific character of a pledge, zusage, and binds one through its acceptance. The legal text has the specific character of a proclamation or announcement, onsage, and is binding by virtue of its being written down and promulgated. Unlike the previous two, the poetic text is an osage in the literal sense of a saying forth, aus sage, and is the most saying word precisely because it stands out as the highest fulfillment of the revealing, which is the achievement of all speech. Gadamer 1986, 110. This does not mean that the content of a poem completely expresses itself in every reading. What it does mean is that the poetic text is able to say more, to be self-fulfilling with respect to its meaning, and the ability of language, as Gadamer describes it, to come back to itself. Despite the fact that the poetic text is fixed in writing, it is not simply mute to defend itself, as Plato describes the character of the written in relation to the spoken word. The poetic text, where the word has a kind of ideality by virtue of being written, has the structure of textuality, what Gadamer calls Schriftlichkeit. As textuality, the poetic text does not lag behind language like the muted written word described by Plato, rather, it is still ahead of language, inaccessibly ahead of all possible oral articulation. Gadamer 1985, 248. In this context, the question of truth in poetry is for Gadamer a question of how the poetic word is able to speak such that one sees or hears precisely what is there. How does the word actually come forth in poetry such that there can be something like a truth of the word? Gadamer's answer to this question is to be understood along the same lines as the work of art in general. What needs emphasis here is that the truth of the word is not just a matter of the content to which the word refers. In this regard, the truth of the word is similar to modern non-objective painting that does not have depictive content yet is still able to have something to say to the viewer. In the pure poetry of Mallarmé, for example, the reader cannot simply look for a communicative content as if the poetry wanted to tell the reader about flowers in the spring or a stormy night, or whatever. What does not work in this kind of poetry is the customary directions of meaning found in grammatical and syntactic speech. The form of the poem is constructed by the constantly shifting balance between the sound and sense of the words. Here. 56. James Risser. 56. The meaning of the poem arises out of the words. The words become self-validating, and the poem's truthfulness resides in what he calls the wonder or miracle, wunder, of language. Poetry, having the ability to establish meaning on its own, is certainly aided in this regard, and Gadamer would insist essentially so by the way in which its language does not just return to itself but is bound back to its own resounding and resonation. In Text and Interpretation, Gadamer writes, in a literary text not only does the poetic word make what is said present, it also makes itself present in its radiant actuality as sound. Just as style constitutes a very effective factor in a good text, and yet such a text does not put itself forward as a piece of stylistic decoration, so too the actuality of words and of discourse as sound is always indissolubly bound up with the transmission of meaning. With a literary text, the self-manifestation of each and every word has a meaning in its sonority, and the melody of the sound is also used by the discourse to augment what is said through the words. Gadamer 2007, 182. The meaning in poetry is inseparable from this quality of sonority, which is in play as a second movement along with the movement of language. The movement of sound, what H. Olderlin called the tone, balances with the movement of meaning, giving the text its volume and its own manner of being true. The nuances of meaning are bound up with the radiant actuality of sound in such a way that unity of the whole of the poetic text, which arises from the stream of speech, becomes determined through it. Because of this unique way in which language comes to appearance in poetry, Gadamer says that the poetic text must not only be read, but must also be listened to with what he calls the inner ear. Only in the inner ear are semantic reference and tonal construct entirely one. Gadamer 1980, 7. The inner ear hears what has been formed in language, sprachbilde, which is something more than the mere sound of the word. The truth of the word that poetry is able to accomplish has yet another distinguishing feature. As language, poetry is in accord with the ability of language to give us access to the world. But more than this, the success of the poem creates what Gadamer calls a hold upon nearness. Gadamer 1986, 113. Gadamer uses this phrase to characterize a dimension of hermeneutical self-understanding, which involves recognizing oneself in the other and which is inseparable from our human condition. As creatures of time, all things threaten to escape our grasp. We are entangled in a life in which the events of that life fade more and more in its very passing. Against the natural distancing within life, Gadamer thinks that the poetic word has the ability to counteract this existential reality, as if it were able to bring the transience of time to a standstill. The success of the poem is able to provide us not just with our access to the world but with a familiarity that is at once a making ourselves at home in the world. In the hold upon nearness, the world is brought closer to us. Gadamer 1986, 114. This is not a romantic theory for Gadamer, but simply the recognition that through the poetic word we are able to bear witness to our own being. In his essay The Verse and the Whole, Gadamer describes the hold upon nearness as the experience of living in poetry. Such living is more than a kind of exercise in relaxation occurring within the helter-skelter and pressures of our performance-oriented life. Living in poetry is rather one of the ways through which we experience being moved within ourselves. Gadamer, 1992, 91. In his essay Are the Poets Falling Silent?, Gadamer gives an added sense to the particular way in which the poetic word creates a hold upon nearness. It seems that in the age of mass 57. The poetic word, art, and the arts 57. Society, there is a discomfort of our social life felt from all sides. Against the amplified voice that only adds to the discomfort, Gadamer tells us, we can only hear the word of the poet if it is a different kind of word. Borrowing from the poet Rilke, he describes such a word as a word of discretion, a quiet word that requires a different tempo. It is nothing less than the tempo that allows us to be captured by the word so that we can meet and welcome the powerful foreignness of the modern world as something familiar. Gadamer 1992, 81. Having an ear for the quiet word, as the ability to meet and welcome, is at once our ability to share something with another. It is the quiet word, Gadamer tells us, that confirms the communality and therefore the humanity, which you and I find in the word. 1992, 81. Interpreting art. From the perspective of Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics, interpreting art is not be confused with art criticism, which is overtly normative of performances and showings. As we have seen, interpreting art for Gadamer has everything to do with undergoing an encounter with art in which we attempt to hear what it has to say. In this respect, interpreting art follows closely to the condition for understanding developed in his philosophical hermeneutics. The enactment of understanding and interpretation is carried out by language, and, Gadamer insists, language has its being in conversation, which in turn has the structure of dialogue. All speaking is caught up in the movement within living language of dialogue as question and response, where a word enters contact with other words and enters an open space for the sharing of meaning. In reading literature and poetry, we readily experience this conversation within language, since here we are dealing directly with an exchange of words in the attempt to hear what the language of the text is trying to say. Undoubtedly, Gadamer thinks that reading poetry requires great hermeneutic sensitivity, a sensitivity that is equally expressed by the poet Paul Celan, whose work Gadamer greatly admired. In language that could have been written by Gadamer himself, Celan writes in his Bremen speech, "A poem, being a form of appearing Erscheinungsform of language, hence essentially dialogue, may be a letter in a bottle thrown out to sea with the hope that it may somehow wash up somewhere. In this way, too, poems are en route, they are headed toward. Toward what? Toward something open, inhabitable, an approachable you, perhaps, an approachable reality." Celan 1986, 34-35-3. For Celan the poem becomes conversation and only the space of this conversation can establish what is addressed in the poem. But as Gadamer fully recognizes, this space of conversation certainly in the Hermetic poetry of Celan for which the virtue of hermeneutic listening is a necessity is inseparable from a profound experience with an interruption in language from which words are then summoned. The conversation with the poetic text is by no means a simple exchange of words. Commenting on Celan's poem cycle Atem Crystal, Breath Crystal, in his book Who Am I and Who Are You, Gadamer notes the significance of the related word that Celan gives to the title of the volume of poems, Atemwend, breath turn. Atemwend is the spacing between breath, the silent moment between inhaling and exhaling where the breath turns, and where language turns and the poetic word originates, Gadamer 1997a, 73. It is for Celan the silent whisper-like transition that is never a spectacular occurrence but consists of 1,000 silent imperceptibilities whereby the breath crystal of the poem emerges in pure. 58. James Risser. 58. Form like a single snowflake, Gadamer 1997a, 162. In this movement through silence, which separates for Celan the strange from the strange, the word of the poem comes forth. The interpretive difficulty that one must confront in reading Celan's Hermetic poetry does nothing to undermine the universality of hermeneutics for Gadamer, but it does serve to make more prominent the fact that reading poetry, as in any attempt at understanding, may not always be successful. There is not just the possibility of not understanding, it is also possible to misunderstand a poem, which Gadamer acknowledges in his own reading of Celan's poetry, Gadamer 1997a, 186. Even more so, Gadamer is willing to cede the fact that a poem may be, in yet a stronger sense of non-understanding, untranslatable, which, when understood properly, helps us grasp the greater complexity that Gadamer attributes to the saying word, osage, that is a poetic text. The limit of translatability points to the reality that words can shelter themselves in concealment where they hold themselves back. They hold back when the saying word does not conform to the thing being said. Paradoxically, Gadamer does not see this condition of the sheltering of the word to be a fault of our linguistic competency. Being in relation to this condition of the saying word is actually the real experience of our being at home in language. Gadamer writes, "It seems to me that the poetic word has its enduring value in holding on to itself and in holding itself back, and that means in this it has its highest possibility. The word finds its fulfillment in the poetic word and from there enters into the thought of the thinking person." Gadamer 2007, 155. What Gadamer does not directly say here, but is implied by the sheltering of the word, is that the interpretation of a work of poetry, not unlike the experience of life, involves us in an unremovable experience of strangeness. In being at home in language we are not simply within the space of the familiar, but are engaged with a turning back into language. Gadamer speaks of this experience of return in language in a small occasional piece celebrating the poetry of his Heidelberg friend Hilda Dahmen. She was herself a poet of return from exile, and Gadamer raises the theme of return with the claim that the poet is the one who is always making a return to language. The return, as a turning back into language, always involves taking leave from where one began. The one who makes a return to language is not simply reunited with something a being again there, as would be the case in a simple return. The return, Gadamer says, is an ambiguous gift, the return is an arrival, but one does not get back what one has left behind. The return, as a form of arrival, is at once a farewell to what was once familiar. Such is the character of all real insight, according to Gadamer. What the poet experiences in the return to language is for us all a return to language, a farewell and an insight both at once. This departure and return in language is, of course, necessary because words are never simply self-same, and the poet in particular is the one who is exiled from this familiarity. In reading poetry, we accompany the poet in her farewells and insights. Being at home in the language of poetry then is not at all the experience of a constant familiarity, but a discovery in relation to a venture into the foreign. There is a breath of strangeness, Gadamer tells us, in everything where one returns, Gadamer 1993b, 327. Undoubtedly, interpreting poetry requires a special sensitivity, and this sensitivity applies equally to interpreting in all the arts. The character of this sensitivity will accordingly have to align itself with the movement of dialogue as the form of the hermeneutic encounter with any art that has something to say. For in the case of art, the manner of this dialogue is not that of a normal dialogue in which there is a give and take by the dialogical partners. In relation to art, the dialogue undergoes 59. The poetic word, art, and the arts. 59. A modification. It consists of an attempt at speaking by going along with what is being said. In this going along with lies the special sensitivity that Gadamer describes as tarrying or lingering, verwellen. As Gadamer employs the word, tarrying has little to do with relaxation and leisure over something, rather, it describes the distinctive temporal dimension bound up with the experience of art. This is the temporal dimension that is different from mere duration, which is the temporality of passing time, the time which is subject to measurement. Certainly tarrying is an experience of taking time, but it is not the experience of losing time, which occurs in the empty time of passing time. Empty time is time that needs to be filled and is what we encounter in the experience of boredom. Such time is opposed to the experience of filled time, which has a distinctive temporal movement and is the taking time in the experience of art. Gadamer directly ties this movement back to the movement of a genuine dialogue. Being in the mode of tarrying is like an intensive back-and-forth conversation that is not cut off but lasts until it is ended. The whole of it is a conversation in which for a time one is completely absorbed in conversation, and this means one is completely there in it. Gadamer 2007, 211. The filled time of tarrying is most notable in the case of music, where the movement of going along with is most pronounced. To tarry with music entails that one takes hold of the temporality of the performative enactment that is the very art of music. One is absorbed in listening to music in such a way that the passing of time comes to a standstill. What comes to stand is the movement of music being enacted. Something here is figured, which cannot be heard by tracing one note after the other, but only when one is absorbed and goes along with it. Gadamer 1993a, 365. The case of music highlights what Gadamer thinks is essential to the hermeneutic experience of art. In the experience, we become absorbed in it in such a way that we are no longer a spectator, who approaches art from a distance. In the experience of reading, listening to, or viewing art we become present with the work so that what it wants to say can present itself. We tarry before the work to be in that position to say so it is, that's right. In this experience, the work of art can be distinguished from mere imitations and from certain objects within the cultural industry that once they become new soon become boring. For Gadamer, art resists becoming empty and exhausted. Gadamer 1997b, 44. In the experience of art we confront its assertions, Aussage, in unending fashion. And we do so in the manner in which the experience of art illustrates the experience of understanding for Gadamer. As Gadamer makes clear in his hermeneutic theory, there is no method or technique for the experience of understanding. The experience of art is a prominent way for showing us how this is so. 5. Dialogue, dialectic in conversation. Nicholas Davy. We are endeavoring to approach the mystery of language from the conversation that we ourselves are. Gadamer 1989, 378. It is to the storehouse of language that Gadamer turns in order to initiate innovative ways of thinking within philosophical hermeneutics. Concepts of dialogue, dialectic, and conversation maintain that storehouse. What is distinctive about the Gadamerian mind is not its particular interpretation of these seminal concepts but the way in which their formal philosophical characteristics disclose themselves in and through a style of thinking. The purpose of this chapter is, 1. To map how these three concepts are both shaped by and integrated into Gadamer's language ontology, 2. To explore the language economy of that ontology in order to reveal the characterizing processes of the Gadamerian mind, and 3. To offer an overview of how the concepts dialogue, dialectic, and conversation overlap and inform philosophical hermeneutics in its practice. Speak Your Mind, Sprachlichkeit and the Gadamerian Mind in the essay, The Voice of Poetry in the Conversation of Mankind, Michael Oakeshott speculates that as civilized human beings, we are the inheritors of a conversation, began in the primeval forests and extended and made more articulate in the course of centuries. 1981, 199. Richard Rorty claims that as human beings we are that conversation and we have to keep it going. 1980, 315. The connections between dialogue, conversation, and becoming human are explicit in the philosophical outlook of Hans-Georg Gadamer. There is nothing more everyday and yet nothing more transformative than life-changing conversation. What distinguishes Gadamer's thinking is that it provides the philosophical tools able to understand why conversation, dialectic, and dialogue are central to disclosing and sustaining the process of being human. Gadamer's lifelong study of Plato's dialogues openly confesses a belief in the transformative power of conversation. Yet, when Gadamer celebrates the genius of conversation, he does so with a Kantian inflection. What erupts in conversation spontaneously cannot be. 62. Nicholas Davy. 62. Predicted, but when it does so it seems uncannily familiar, the disclosure is without rule and the content is rule-like. The disruptive logics of conversation guide our approach to Gadamer's ontology of converse. 1. From subject and substance to sprach. To speak of the Gadamerian mind is a misnomer, not least because of its tendency to undo itself. If we take Gadamer's notion of hermeneutic engagement seriously, that is, that thinking understandingly is a thinking with a movement of thought rather than an attempt to pin down and control a topic, then engaging with his thinking about language is to engage with a philosophical logic that unfurls itself historically. This conceptual sequence entails a transition from epistemological to ontological foundations, moving from 1. A transcendental subject to 2. A universal subject or historical Geist to 3. A phenomenologically revealed being and, finally, 4. A language being or Sprachlichkeit. The passage of Gadamer's thinking about conversation entails movement between the logical entailments of these terms towards a language economy. The fluidity of Gadamer's key concepts reveals his thinking as not his alone. It is shaped by and partakes in an ongoing conversation with Kant, Hegel, and Heidegger. If philosophical hermeneutics has a discernible grammar, it is one in which the workings of Kant's analytic of knowing consciousness meets with Hegel's historical philosophizing, the results of which are reset in terms of Heidegger's fundamental ontology. Philosophical hermeneutics evidences a key transition in the conceptual foundations of modern European philosophy. First, the Kantian question of the necessary preconditions of understanding is rendered in Hegelian terms, that is, what are the historical preconditions of understanding? Second, whereas Kant frames his response within an analysis of the transcendental epistemological presuppositions of the individual subject, Hegel presents his answer within a conceptual narrative of how a universal mind or subject, Geist, comes to understand itself through unfolding its own possibilities from within its historical disclosures. Third, Heidegger ontologizes Hegel's metaphysics of Geist so that the unfoldings of Geist are grasped as a disclosure of being itself. 2. Gadamer's coda on this philosophical historical sequence is enabled by Heidegger's existential analytic of being, Sinn, which in turn becomes the foundation of his own ontology of language, Sprachlichkeit, a language ontology which sets the preconditions for the possibility of hermeneutical understanding and exchange. The Gadamerian mind cannot be understood apart from the thinking that both enables it and is continually at play within it. To orientate ourselves to the Gadamerian leitmotiven of dialogue, dialectic, and conversation, we should first consider Heidegger's equation of being, Sinn, and language, Sprache. 3. What lies in a word? To this question philosophical hermeneutics answers, a movement of thought. The reply is a signature characteristic of Gadamer's language ontology: language is eventful. In conversation, meanings and concepts are brought into play, the foundations of which are already at play within received linguistic traditions. To consider philosophically how language might occasion such emergences, for Gadamer pursues Heidegger's claim that language is the house of being, Heidegger 2009, 239. Truth and Method proposes that being that can be understood is language, Gadamer 1989, 474, emphasis in original. If language is the house of being, words. 63. Dialogue, dialectic, and conversation. 63. And concepts are the essential components of its economy. The Greek term for house, oikos, relates to the notion of economy, oikonomia, and implies the smooth running of a house. An economy is not fixed but a complex body of interdependent relationships that must be kept in play in order for the household to sustain a living home. 5. This equates to Gadamer's notion of Sprachlichkeit, the language being which sustains our being in the world. The analogy between language and home is underpinned by the shared hermeneutical form of part and whole which maintains itself by continually reintegrating itself as a living totality. If language houses us, what are the elements of its economy that allow conversation to function as a disclosive event? What components within language being need to be in motion to allow conversation to be performative? It is one thing to understand the elements of a language economy but another to understand what renders the interplay of such elements productive. What turns a language economy into a genuine poetics? Part-whole exchange. The movement of part and whole within a language economy is framed by the distinction between individual linguistic consciousness and language being. It is implicit in Gadamer's suggestion that consciousness, Bewusstsein, is more being, Sinn, than knowing, Wissen, Weinsheimer 1991, 13. As an individual's grasp of words depends upon the contingencies of their education and cultural location, their linguistic consciousness will be, initially, blind to its limitations. Indeed, what they are blind to, alternative meanings, is precisely that which can extend the range of their understanding. Language is by definition relational. The meaning of any subject matter is linked by etymology to frameworks of meaning which transcend the grasp of any individual linguistic consciousness. These frameworks underpin language use and in the case of both grammar and semantics silently structure what emerges through the spoken word so that we can often say things we never intended to say. We not only operate under the spell of language, but are often caught out by its hidden semantic baggage. Language continually reveals what we did not see coming. Caputo 2018, 268. Existence in language being not only reveals that with the word we are never alone but also that we are always more than what any single linguistic perspective can grasp. The ongoing movement of such insights is conditioned by the way an individual's linguistic being is grounded in language being as a whole. A framework for relations. The part-whole framework which integrates linguistic beings with language being determines other relations within Gadamer's language economy. 1. The framework establishes that with regard to linguistic consciousness, language being stands in a relation of excess. The indeterminate possibilities for meaningfulness within language being implies that linguistic consciousness can never grasp epistemologically its own ground. Whatever can be said of language being by an individual linguistic consciousness will be inconclusive. Conversations always leave something more to be said. Language's inbuilt anticipation of complete meaning or completeness is troubled by this incompleteness and drives Gadamer's account of dialogue and dialectic, 2007, 170. 2. The incommensurability of linguistic being and language being places them in a relationship of identity and non-identity. This has overt Hegelian overtones. Linguistic consciousness cannot capture the totality of language being, and language being cannot be reduced to linguistic. 64. Nicholas Davey. 64. Consciousness. Both are non-identical. Yet linguistic being is being grounded in language being and is inseparable from its ontology. This identity renders both interdependent. There can be no linguistic consciousness without language being and no language being without the totality of language agencies that sustain its being. The points of convergence between linguistic being and collective language being are crucial to understanding how in conversation unforeseen meanings erupt into the consciousness of individual linguistic being. The identity and non-identity of both linguistic consciousness and language being reveal a clear parallel with Hegel's concept of Geist, and with good reason. 3. The interplay of linguistic being and language being suggests an interplay of individual and collective mind within Gadamer's philosophy of language. If we interpret the Gadamerian mind as a Cartesian cogito, we would be led into a body of epistemological implications in conflict with the Hegelian dimensions of Gadamer's style of thinking. The poignancy of his ontological approach to conversation and dialectic would be lost. The latter would lose their world-forming capacities if anchored in the solitary cogito. There is a clear analogy between Gadamer's language being as an infinite totality of meaning and Hegel's Geist. Once this is apparent, the meaning of conversation within the Geisteswissenschaft is radicalized. 6. The dynamic character of language being implies a participatory epistemology at odds with any Cartesian interpretation of the Gadamerian mind. On the equation of language being with Geist, Wittgenstein is helpful. What is the meaning of a word? We feel that we can't point to anything in reply to them and yet ought to point to something. We are up against one of the great sources of philosophical bewilderment. A substantive makes us look for a thing that corresponds to it. 1969, 1. Because language being and Geist function in philosophical discourse as grammatical substantives does not imply that in actuality they are ontological substantives, that is, actual metaphysical subjects in which everything that can be predicted of a language or of a mind is anchored. Language being and Geist are not things but constellate totalities formed of ever-shifting linguistic and cognitive relationships. Geist is not a singular intelligence but, as language being, an ever-shifting or network of intelligent relationships which by virtue of our linguistic being we participate in. The speculative relation. For Gadamer, the conceptions of Geist and/or language being are not independent metaphysical principles but speculative totalities of meaning inferred by language itself. The equivalence of Geist and language being is inherent in his notion of the speculative. Language itself has something speculative about it, not only as an instinctive prefiguring of logical reflection but as the realization of meaning, as the event of speech, of mediation, of coming to an understanding. Such a realization is speculative in that the finite possibilities of the word are orientated toward the sense intended as toward the infinite. Gadamer 1989, 469, emphasis added. In another passage, Gadamer argues, every word breaks forth from a center and is related to a whole, through which it alone is word. Every word causes the whole of the language to which it belongs to resonate and the whole world view that underlies it to appear. Thus every word, as the 65. Dialogue, dialectic, and conversation. 65. Event of the moment carries with it the unsaid, to which it is related by responding and summonsing. The occasionality of human speech is not a casual imperfection of its expressive power, it is rather the logical expression of the living virtuality of speech that brings a totality of meaning into play without being able to express it totally. All human speaking is finite in such a way that there is laid up within in it an infinity of meaning to be explicated and laid out. 1989, 458. When Gadamer states that in language the reality beyond every individual consciousness becomes visible, 1989, 446, he does not mean that language refers to a realm of empirical things beyond itself. To the contrary, he is referring to the speculative relation between the spoken word and the nexus of actual and possible meanings that underlie it. The interconnectedness of all linguistic meaning means that because of tradition, etymology, and shared philologies, horizons of meaning fold into one another ad infinitum. Words and images point beyond themselves by inferring without putting into words the infinity of meaning, the whole, which shades and nuances every particular meaning. Gadamer's adaptation of Hegelian vocabulary indicates what is at stake here. Against the romantic conception of hermeneutics, he argues with Hegel that to start with subjectivity is to miss the point, for the aim of philosophical hermeneutics is to discover in all that is subjective the substantiality that determines it. 1989, 304, emphasis added. The living substantiality referred to is not a metaphysical substance but that totality of meaning that informs every linguistic agent. The totality of such substantialities can be conceptualized as Geist or language being, that is, those interactive networks of intelligence which we all participate in far beyond our knowing and our doing. To use Wittgenstein's analogy, as language users we are bound up with strands of meaning which transcend our immediate horizons. This shifts the meaning of Geisteswissenschaft away from its customary opposition to the Naturwissenschaften and suggests that within all language being, the key hermeneutical relation is the speculative relation. What makes Gadamer's position unique is the suggestion that language being or Geist is an inference of language itself. As no meaning can ever be complete, language will always seek a fuller determination of meaning. Language being or Geist is language's way of conceptualizing the totality of meaning that underwrites its being without determining its content. Ontologically speaking, language being is the housing of existence within which humans seek their home. However, what concerns us is the movement among the elements of this language economy. It is they that mark the shifts in understanding both in poetic and scientific converse. The apophantic and apophatic relation. Pertinent to the movements within language being is the distinction between apophantic and apophatic speech, a distinction dependent upon the differentiation between linguistic consciousness and language being. Apophantic language is the language of proposition, statement, and assertion, a mode of language associated with academic discourse purged of regional idioms of speech. Meaning is restrained to the elements within the stated proposition. Apophatic language, or what Gadamer also refers to as speculative language, concerns the language of nuance and suggestion. It communicates what is meant without saying it. Apophatic language in poetry or negative theology concerns the art of speaking about that other than that which is spoken. This is characteristic of both the rhetorical and the poetical. From the ontological perspective, apophantic and apophatic language are not in binary opposition. Just as linguistic consciousness is dependent upon the ontological priority of language being, so. 66. Nicholas Davy. 66. Apophantic language is dependent upon the priority of the apophatic. 7. Without the unspoken conventions governing the circumstances of its use, much propositional language would remain unintelligible. Conversely, speculative language cannot exist apart from the language of statements. Precise and accurate language often has the speculative effect of making resonate the unstated totality of meaning which lies beyond what is asserted. The ability of conversation to anticipate that which has not as yet been said relies on the interplay between the apophatic and apophantic. 8. The foreground meaning of apophantic statements often obscures the background fields of meaning upon which they depend. Consequently, philosophical hermeneutics concerns the recovery not of an original historical or authorial meaning but of those contextual horizons of speculative meaning capable of rendering the word a living word, that is, a word that discloses, darstellen, something of the speech-created world we live in. Subject matters and placeholders. The foregoing distinctions establish the elements of Gadamer's language economy. What relations allow them to interact and achieve their transformative effects? How do language being, the speculative and apophatic language break through and open the limited horizons of linguistic consciousness and propositional thinking? Subject matters, Saken, play a crucial role in the hermeneutical exchanges between language being and linguistic consciousness. They function as placeholders facilitating transmission between different horizons of meaning. Gadamer correctly emphasizes the linguistic horizon of thought but does not sufficiently emphasize the multiplicity of horizons historical, social, cultural, and biographical at play within our converse with the world. The porosity of meaning within subject matters, Saken, allow the transmission of meanings attached to them in one horizon to bleed into the meanings attached to them in others. Without this permeability of meaning, sakin could not function as placeholders. There could be no spontaneous emergence of new insight across and between conversational horizons. Instead of being a site of unpredictable and surprising transformations of meaning, conversation would reduce itself to a series of monological assertions. In everyday parlance we speak of the substance of an issue. In the phenomenological framework of philosophical hermeneutics, such points of substance do not have their existence independent of language but achieve their being within it. When Gadamer, 1989, 447, refers to the subject matters, die Saken, of discursive exchange, he invokes the Husserlian notion of the dominant concern or motif of debate. It would be a mistake to think of Saken as fully determinate concepts. They are constellations of related ideas and intuitions which, although they may be brought under the same name, do not necessarily share the same essential content. Belonging, fairness, spirituality or displacement are all the subject matters of novels, and it is precisely their indeterminacy of meaning that leads to the drama of their application. Like Wittgenstein's rope, subject matters have multiple conceptual strands which combine to form a meaningful whole rather than being reducible to a singular meaning. 9. This analogy is ontologically telling. First, the notion of a rope comprised of discontinuous fibers suggests points in a subject matter, placeholder, where other strands of meaning can be spliced in. As placeholders, subject matters allow conversation to bind one horizon of meaning into another. Second, the notion of subject matters having strands of etymological meaning ties us into what transcends our immediate grasp, that is, language being. The fact that we are rooted in a language being that underpins propositional meaning allows unspoken networks of meanings that we are not initially conscious of to burst into conscious experience during conversation. As placeholders between different horizons of 67. Dialogue, dialectic, and conversation. 67. Meaning, subject matters are essential junction points which facilitate movement across the different borders of a language economy. The point presents itself. Gadamer's approach to language is presentational rather than representational. In German the distinction is between Vorstellen and Darstellen. For Plato, language is primarily representational in function, its nouns and subject matters are secondary renditions of non-linguistic objects, forms, existing independently of the human mind. In contrast, Gadamer's approach to language is presentational, an approach deeply influenced by Heidegger's account of the revelatory powers of language. The presentational powers of language are performative, epiphanic in nature. Language neither obscures nor dimly reiterates the intelligible forms of a metaphysical reality. To the contrary, the unfolding content of the language world is the medium through which both the character of being and of our being within it discloses themselves to us. Such an ontology of language implies a participatory epistemology which emphasizes that any Cartesian interpretation of the Gadamerian mind is profoundly misguided. What gains primacy in participatory epistemology is not the referential object of conversation but what that conversation gives rise to. Language demands engagement, for it is in the unpredictable nature of dialogical exchange that new understandings break into being. Within philosophical hermeneutics, conversation has an epistemological function not in the sense of operating as a Platonic dialectic ascending truth's ladder but as a mode of communicative exchange that can expand our sense of what is true about a subject matter. If uncertain about a subject matter, talk about it. We need to talk ourselves deeper into language being in order to resolve some of the uncertainties and limitations of our linguistic consciousness. The fact that any subject matter is grounded in language being means that its content is in excess of what any finite linguistic consciousness can grasp. The nature of our collective language being means, however, that the finitude of each and every linguistic consciousness is not the limitation it initially seems. Precisely because other linguistic agents are also rooted in language being, the agency of conversation allows individual linguistic beings access to additional perspectives which the limitations of individual linguistic consciousness would otherwise block. That which prevents a complete grasp of a subject matter, our finite being within language being, is also the collective route to overcoming the individual limits of our understanding. Participation in conversational exchange forces the skeptical cogito to realize that it belongs to something more than itself. The speech-created world. The transcendent dimensions of Hegelian substantiality within Gadamer's thinking are implicit within the concept of the speech-created world, die sprachlicher geschaffener Welt, a concept which we borrow from Heinz Rottges, 1972, 86. The term is in part synonymous with language being but emphasizes an ever-extending interconnectedness of parts which vary in the way they point to or intend a totality or whole. The speech-created world is a term which renders concrete the fact that in language we are always more than ourselves. Furthermore, the concept enables a clear distinction between Gadamer's ontological approach to dialogue and dialectics as opposed to Plato's epistemological account. Gadamer's lifelong study of Plato's celebration of Socratic dialogue clearly shapes his philosophical celebration of the transformative powers of conversation and dialogue. However, as is often the case with philosophical hermeneutics, the most obvious conceptual association can miscue the navigation of what is. 68. Nicholas Davy. 68. Distinctive about Gadamer's approach to language. For Plato, language is primarily representational, its nouns and subject matters are secondary renditions of non-linguistic objects existing independently of the human mind. Plato's flight into the logoi is an attempt to intuit the pure forms, eidos, which underlie the objects of our speaking. By contrast, Gadamer's approach is presentational. The concepts or ideas about which we speak do not underlie our speaking but evolve in and through it. Smith 1991, 33. When Gadamer argues that a subject matter is an elaboration of what is held in common, he emphasizes that subject matters are speech-created objects that emerge in and through dialogical exchange. Of course, as a language speaker I will have inherited through my linguistic tradition a specific determination of meaning for a given subject matter. My grasp will inevitably be perspectival. However, within my linguistic inheritance are strands of other etymological perspectives capable of opening me to horizons of meaning beyond those of which I am immediately aware. Language gives me access to objective networks of meaning which ground my conscious mind and yet allow it transcend its initial presuppositions. The totality of logically possible meanings is held within the language world. This is why the Hegelian concept of Geist is pertinent to understanding Gadamer's notion of language being. Language being is a collective world. It is not so much a case of a community engaging in conversation but rather of a conversation forming a community. Gadamer's language ontology entails the notion of language as Bildung, as a process of autopoiesis through which the speech-created world comes about. Conversation brings things into form, there is purposeful-purposeless about their unfolding, subject matters are an ongoing collective achievement sustained by the multiplicity of perspectives forming them. Each perspective anticipates or infers the whole or, in Hegelian language, the truth to which they belong. 10 subject matters are the collective achievement of language communities transmitted by linguistic traditions and in turn are both sustained and mediated by the contemporary discourses they enable. Subject matters are culturally formative structures within the language world of any historical community. We inhabit the world they enable. Such subject matters as law, economy, state and community structure the way we live, but because they are products of a language world, their meaning is always open to debate. 11. The constructivist aspects of Gadamer's language ontology once again differentiates it from Plato's representational account of language. The language world is not a copy of nor does it represent another purely intelligible reality, rather in it the world within which we live presents itself. Where there is real language, the thing to be designated is not known prior to the act of designation. Rather, within our language relationship to the world, that which is spoken of, is itself first articulated through language's constitutive structuring of our being in the world. Speaking remains tied to the language as a whole, the hermeneutic virtuality of discourse which surpasses at any moment that which has been said. It is precisely in this respect that speaking always transcends the linguistically constituted realm in which we find ourselves. Gadamer 1976, 115. Language-born subject matters not only give shape to and allow us to navigate the world of our existential concerns, but as placeholders they serve as portals to horizons other than our own. Through the medium of conversation, the passing from one framework of meaning to another is an ever-present possibility. The medium through which we inherit living traditions of meaning is language. However, through language I receive not just how the past has negotiated complex or disputed meanings. 69. Dialogue, dialectic, and conversation. 69. But I also inherit within the words that I now speak horizons of possible future meanings. No meaning attached to a subject matter is exhaustive, each carries unrealized future possibilities. To speak a language is not just to have and to live within a speech-created world, but it is also to have its future potential continually unfold towards one. It is accordingly perfectly possible to be clear about the nature of one's thinking but to remain unclear about the nature of that about which one is thinking. The Gadamerian mind resides in this tension. The disclosive nature of subject matters always retains something undisclosed. That we can only grasp them with our finite understanding leaves something more to be said. This is why conversation is capable of surprising us as well as revealing the very real and revealing difference between Gadamer and Plato on the role of remembrance in dialogue. Gadamer and Plato are intensely aware of the power of words in dialogue to draw our thinking out. As the doctrine of anamnesis in Plato's Meno, 82-85, exemplifies, the dialogical pull of words is to draw us back to an intellectual intuition of the ideas they represent. However, Gadamer's version of anamnesis does not involve being drawn back to the underlying objects of dialogue. His ontology repudiates the notion that subject matters are like Plato's forms, that is, autonomous metaphysical entities. As Gadamer's reference to Aeschylus's doctrine of learning through suffering, pathei mathos, indicates, 1989, 356, dialogical engagement can suddenly reveal the inadequacy of one's opinions and judgments. Conversational exchange does not reveal knowledge of this or that thing but an awareness of our finitude. 357. The sudden emergence of a speculative insight within conversation exposes the limits of what we thought we knew. We are brought to confront the prejudices that led us into the illusion that we were in command of what we thought we knew. This dialogically induced experience of negativity returns us to and forces us to recall what is, that is, not a forgotten world of ideas but the overlooked world of our own finitude. For such genuine experience to occur, all the elements of language's economy need to be in play. Dialogue, an epistemology of increase. Roger Collingwood's dialectic of question and answer is absorbed by Gadamer into his language philosophy to such an extent that it has become a signature maneuver of his own mode of thinking. Of course, one only seeks answers to problematic questions. Here we arrive at a distinctive signature of the Gadamerian mind: conversation and its serendipitous shifts is preferred to dialogical dissection. Like dialogical inquiry, conversation has an epistemological function, but the truth that each idiom of engagement seeks is differently conceived. Platonic dialogue and dialectic seeks to ascend to the truth of a form or subject matter conceived within a pure intellectual intuition transcending linguistic articulation. However, for the Gadamerian mind, the truth of a subject matter resides within language and not beyond it. So conceived, the truth of a linguistically constituted subject matter may transcend any individual language speaker, but it does not transcend language being itself. The task of conversational exchange is to expand and transform our sense of what is true about a subject matter. Given the diversity of viewpoints we bring to conversational exchange, our collective grasp of a subject matter will be perspectival and therefore to a degree uncertain. However, the solution to such uncertainty resides in linguistic being itself. We need to multiply our perspectives of a subject matter in order to resolve the uncertainties and limitations of our understanding. Philosophical hermeneutics implies that should we become aware of the limitations of our initial perspectives, and that conversational exchange rather than obscuring the truth promises to increase the range of its understanding. Paradoxically, that which prevents a complete grasp of a subject matter, that is, our finite being within language being, at the same time establishes the conditions whereby 70. Nicholas Davy. 70. We can extend the range of our cognitive grasp. As we argued, finitude entails an experience of temporal movement. Conversation moves us on, enabling us to achieve often unexpectedly and surprisingly a more complete, although never entirely complete, understanding of a cognitive object. The epistemological function of conversational exchange also makes clear its ontological function, that is, its ability to bring about unfolding of accumulations of Bildung with its ever-expanding historical insights. Conversational exchange is potentially both educative and transformative. It brings the skeptical cogito to a point of almost prodigal insight. It comes to seize that it is formed by, belongs to, and is subject to the claims of something more than itself. The incompleteness of finite understanding is a driver of conversational engagement. Precisely because of its finitude, a hermeneutic agency has to grant that it cannot know the full truth of the subject matters that structure its speech-created world. A commitment to their truth impels the interlocutor to seek further determinations of their meaning. This establishes the openness of the Gadamerian mind. To overcome the restrictions of its initial perspective, the hermeneutic agent must acknowledge the possibility that the other is key to expanding the truth of its fundamental existential commitments. The very finitude of the Gadamerian mind impels it to engage with the collective mind, the speech-created world, within language being. As Gadamer aptly puts it, conversation transforms us into a communicants in which we do not remain what we were. 1989, 379. The Gadamerian mind displays a Dickensian twist. By asking for more, it becomes more. Conversation notably keeps language's economy in motion and, in so doing, it rejuvenates and sustains the living house of our being. Lost for words. Philosophical hermeneutics attempts to achieve a working understanding of what is entailed in experiences of wonder, awe, puzzlement, and bewilderment. On the one hand, there are those unifying experiences of art, literature, poetry, which are so overwhelming in their seeming meaningfulness that we cannot grasp their profundity. Yet, on the other, there are also experiences of linguistic meaning which are downright puzzling. Both types of experience demand interpretation. We are impelled to pass from an immediate experience of puzzlement about a subject matter to having to think about it further. It is not that such experiences are beyond words, but rather that we have not yet found the right words. 12. In the former case, it is as if the multiple possibilities within an apophatic assertion cannot achieve a stable apophantic form, while in the latter case an apophantic proposition lacks the clarification of its speculative or apophatic background. Both cases demand moving from an experience of either over or undetermined meaning to a more adequate interpretation of what was given in the initial experience. That which drives us to speak and think further about what such experiences obscure is language itself. For philosophical hermeneutics, the essence of speaking and thinking is movement agitated by an inherent impetus towards completion, which is at the heart of the dialectical relationship between word and concept. Language is impetuous. It wants to move on, it senses there is always something more to be said precisely because it recognizes the ambiguity and incompleteness in what has been said. Wittgenstein, 1969, 1, notes that when we ask after the meaning of a word, we feel that it ought to point to something. Gadamer, 1976, 91, 92, describes this as the logical instinct of language, its unerring tendency towards a goal, to rendering a subject matter whole. 13. Thinking is always moving towards an anticipated whole and seeking to penetrate what is meant ever more deeply. Gadamer, 1989, 428. The natural logic of language impelling thought towards its anticipated completion places both word and concept within a dialectical relationship. 71. Dialogue, dialectic, and conversation. 71. The dialectic of word and concept. Central to our phenomenological experience of existence is the ambiguity of subject matters, the finitude of their presentation in tradition and the perspectival nature of our grasp of them. They all invite further questioning and draw us deeper into the potential meanings they house. Like a dear friend or loved one, such finite understandings sit on the enthralling cusp of the disclosed and the undisclosed, drawing us ever closer. The hermeneutical quest for clarity and familiarity is a central driver of Gadamer's language economy. This entails the endlessly mobile dialectic between word and concept. The uneasy relationship between word and concept is sustained by their formal incommensurability. No determinate instance of a word can capture the indeterminacy of its related concept. No concept can be rendered fully determinate by the words that articulate it. Yet despite this incommensurability, word and concept are mutually dependent. A concept cannot be determined as a concept without the usage of the word. Gadamer 1976-93. And although concepts can be objects of pure reflection, their purchase upon the experienced world requires that they be converted back into the valid or appropriate word. 99. Furthermore, no concept can be brought into reflection without the word. Although word and concept are non-identical, one cannot be reduced to the other, they remain identical in that one cannot be thought without the other. Relations of incommensurability and excess place word and concept into continuous dialectical motion. Gadamer's linguistic ontology insists that for hermeneutics there is no problem of beginning. As modes of Dasein, we find ourselves already thrown into linguistic being. There is no point where we come into language. Becoming aware of ourselves is a becoming aware of already being a linguistic being immersed in the continuous interplay of word and concept. The dialectical interplay of word and concept oscillates between confusion, abstraction, and application. While the abstract possibilities generated by conceptual thinking offer an escape from the context-bound limitations and perplexities of a word's meaning, the concrete determinations of meaning associated with a word enable concepts to achieve specific applications within actuality. In everyday experience, the uneasy synthesis of word and concept is overlooked. Knowing how to go on within ordinary language entails a forgetfulness of the possibility that a word can always mean otherwise and that, furthermore, a concept is susceptible to new determinations of meaning. The ever-present possibility of such fracture is revealed when customary usage is challenged or when the circumstances in which a specific subject matter is conventionally applied change, established meaning and sense bifurcate. In response, Gadamer suggests that the natural logic of language endeavors to penetrate and consider other possibilities for a subject matter's meaning held within its conceptual inheritance. Thought turns to exploring the unstated speculative meanings sedimented within a received term in an effort to discover a new synthesis of word and concept, allowing us to pass beyond what has been problematist in everyday discourse. Reflective thought in its movement towards the whole, re-articulates language's own impetus towards completeness. This reaffirms Gadamer's language ontology. In seeking other possible determinations of meaning for a subject matter, thought can turn for its own instruction to this stock of possibilities that language has built up. 1989, 430. The logical advance work that language has done for it. The idea of a language world continually revealing and hiding its own possibilities reemphasizes that Heidegger's conception of language as the house of being is fundamental to Gadamer's thinking. The resonance with Hegel is also evident. In seeking to discover further determinations of meaning for a problematist subject matter, thought turns to the stock of possibilities already held within the collective mind of language being. The speech created. 72. Nicholas Davy. 72. World is the storehouse of such possibilities. However, it is not just to any other logically possible meaning that thought turns. The question for hermeneutically orientated reflection is to discern which abstract possibility promises a new concrete application of concept to experience. Hermeneutic reflection is not an exercise of pure reason. No matter how abstract its thinking, hermeneutic reflection is always already primed in its hermeneutic receptiveness. Our horizons carry unresolved problems, transmit open conceptual ambiguities and convey unhealed oppositions and hurts. Everyday activity demands that such irritations are put to one side as they corrode the coherence of our existential narratives. What makes one new determination of meaning applicable rather than another involves the question of hermeneutic fit. Propositional and factual meaning, the apophantic, is always underpinned by those contextual structures and involvements, the apophatic, which render factual assertions meaningful in the first place. The negative turn away from the living word towards reflection reveals how the entente between factual or propositional terms and their significant background has been broken. A newly discovered conceptual implication within a subject matter might render the conventional circumstances of its application questionable, just as a change within the context of its application might question its sense. 14. In either case, the rupture of the living word forces thought into reflection to search for new determinations of meaning capable of restoring the hermeneutic fit between the concept and the circumstances of its use. Gadamer insists that the natural logic of language impels us to find a new synthesis of concept and contextual application capable of returning us to the everyday cohesiveness of the living word. Exposure to the realms of the speculatively possible challenges thought to stir itself, Gadamer 1976-96, and search out completer accounts of a problematist meaning. Here, the formal techniques of dialectics come into their own. The negative capability of dialectics does not consist in contradiction and refutation undertaken as a purely formal exercise. The task of reflection is to generate in abstracto other logically possible determinations of meaning. The dialectical to and fro of assertion and negation is implicit in the Latin meaning of the word conversation. Conversa entails a turning around or a being turned around together with regard to a determination of meaning that was mistakenly taken as adequate. Mules 2015, 83. However, achieving a new determination of meaning remains abstract until it can find an appropriate application. The very languageness of all thought demands that any newly won articulation of a subject matter's meaning be converted back into the valid word. Gadamer 1976, 99. Dialectic must retrieve itself in hermeneutics. 99. 15. Thought's abstractions must turn to applications. Hermeneutics has the task of translating thought's formal logics into the language of application. Gadamer 1989, 369. It is language's quest for the concretion of meaning that brings the abstractness of thought back to earth. This both draws Gadamer to Hegel and yet repels him from his system. When Hegel sets himself the task of making the abstract determinations of thought fluid and subtle, this means dissolving and remolding logic into concrete language, and transforming the concept into the meaningful power of the word that questions and answers. Hegel's dialectic is a monologue of thinking that tries to carry out in advance what matures little by little in every genuine dialogue. Gadamer 1989, 369. Dialectics does not arrive at a new insightful conceptual determinations by virtue of dialectical reasoning or proof alone. It is true that via procedures of affirmation and negation, dialectics involves the formal exercise of pure reason generating abstractly new possible determinations of conceptual meaning. As an exercise in metaphysical contemplation, dialectical analysis expands the range of 73. Dialogue, dialectic, and conversation. 73. Such possibilities ad infinitum. 16. However, the practical question remains, which possibility achieves the hermeneutical fit required to return the abstract concept to the vitality of the living word? Hermeneutical reflection is always already primed in its receptiveness. Such reflection never takes place in abstracto but is always sensitized by horizons of unresolved problems, open conceptual ambiguities and unresolved oppositions. The genius of language is that quite by chance a random remark, an unexpected use of words or a sudden discovery of an unfamiliar linguistic perspective enables the emergence of a fresh orientation towards a problematist subject matter capable of achieving a new hermeneutic fit between it and the circumstances of its use. A further trace of Plato's anamnesis shows itself within Gadamer's thinking. Dialectical analysis can expand the potential range of a subject matter's possible meanings ad infinitum. The question for practice remains, which theoretical possibility offers the best hermeneutical fit with the problematist subject matter? This cannot be answered by proof and demonstration alone. Gadamer's answer is emphatic: it is language that speaks to us, it is language itself that discloses the answer. An insight suddenly comes to mind as if by its own accord. We recognize it as answering to our needs, as fitting hermeneutically to both the nature of a given problem and to our need for a contextually appropriate response to it. We recognize that from among the many other logically possible contenders, that it speaks to us, and it does so because it shows itself as having the hermeneutic fit we seek. This does not mean that newly won insight arrives ex nihilo. To the contrary, its intuitively apprehended hermeneutical fit demonstrates that it is a perfectly reasonable and plausible response to the question that generated the need for an insightful answer in the first place. To see the hermeneutic fit of the insight is to see that it has already transformed our understanding of the problem that called for a response. A conversation can suddenly occasion the emergence of such a concrete turn in the dialectic of word and concept. The achievement of a new hermeneutic fit between a concept and the circumstances of its application may allow a return to the living word, but such a return will always be limited. Any new synthesis of concept and the circumstances of its application is always open to a double formal challenge. Such a synthesis is finite and subject to historical change. Changes in a concept's meaning may disrupt the customary circumstances of its deployment, just as changes in cultural behavior may empty a social category of any applicative sense. Faced with such fragmentation of meaning, reflection will once again seek out a new synthesis of meaning and application. Does this mean that the dialectic of word and concept amounts to nothing more than the episodic replacement of one mode of understanding by another? To this we will reply in the next and final section. Awaiting a conclusion. For any piece of hermeneutical research to claim a definitive outcome would be to be guilty of bad faith. There is no final word in philosophical hermeneutics. Gadamer remarks that our dialogue concerning the language economy or poetics of hermeneutics permits no final conclusion. It would be a poor hermeneutician who thought he could have, or had to have, the last word. Gadamer 1989, 579. The absolute openness of the event of meaning, 472, implies the impossibility of closure. If, then, there are no definitive conclusions to be had from conversational exchanges, what are Oakeshot's primeval forest dwellers listening for? Here, a formal analysis of a language economy turns into an actual experience of ontological poetics, that is, that moment when an unexpected but utterly appropriate transformative insight arises. If the beginning was with the word, logos, 17, and if it can be said of language being that as it was in the beginning, it is now and ever shall be, word without end, 18, one arrives at the unsolvable problem of a starting point. Gadamer 1989, 472. For language being there. 74. Nicholas Davy. 74. Can be no beginning since it is and always was already. 472. Hermeneutics cannot have the problem of a beginning since in language being there is no first word. Yet this establishes a fundamental antinomy. That hermeneutics has no problem with the beginning does not free philosophical anthropology from the problem. To the contrary, language ontology makes the problem for philosophical anthropology even worse. All human understanding is dependent upon that which, formally speaking, language cannot give, that is, closed narrative structures capable of fixing definitively the meanings of what is at play within the speech-created world. Whoever has language, has the world. 453, and if that world has neither beginning nor end, then there is no end to the narratives which shape and give sense to our existence. Without narrative structures, human life seems senseless. Wolfgang Iser remarks that the ground from which human beings have sprung is unfathomable. Human beings have become unavailable to themselves, we are but do not know what it is to be. 2002, 155-56, emphasis added. If so, does the antinomy between philosophical hermeneutics and philosophical anthropology result in a nihilism captured by Nietzsche with surgical precision? Linguistic means of expression are useless for expressing becoming. It accords with our inevitable need to preserve ourselves to posit a crude stability of things, etc. 1968, 715. Does all our philosophical converse, then, amount to nothing? There remains a twist in the positions of Gadamer and Nietzsche which affects a dialectical turn in the understanding enabled by the productive power of conversation itself. Our argument has undertaken a dialectical reversal of one of its starting points. Gadamer endeavored to approach the mystery of language from the conversation that we ourselves are. Through conversation we endeavor to approach the mystery that we are to ourselves. Indeed, the mystery that we ourselves are is held in language. Gadamer's language ontology facilitates this turn. Oakeshot's conversants cannot be listening for any final word, there is none to be had. For what do they then listen? Life takes place within a multiplicity of horizons with unresolved problems and difficulties. Each horizon, being open-ended, holds different possible outcomes for its problematics. These and the hope for their solution prime our hermeneutic receptiveness. This implies that we engage in conversation and are inclined to listen acutely to its twists and turns, not to discern what we could never hear, the final word, but to catch a sound of the living word, that phrase or remark which quite spontaneously lights up and makes sense of some of the concerns shaping the narrative of our existence. This brings us to the creative paradox at the heart of Gadamer's approach to language. The ontological character of our language being can never be reconciled with language's epistemological anticipation of meaning and completion. The infinite nature of language being prohibits any closure of meaning, it disallows the possibility of any final word. Language, however, rests on the assumption of completable meaning and it anticipates its arrival. This does not mean that a complex alignment of experiences only become meaningful on the arrival of its final meaning, as if the latter would suddenly render meaningful everything that went before it. To the contrary, it is the expectation of a final meaning that renders ongoing experiences into intelligible wholes. Clusters of experience become meaningful in that they point to or intend a possible outcome. The antinomy between language being's denial of a final word and the constituting anticipation of linguistic consciousness that all linguistic expression assumes the possibility of meaningful completion is the basis of a notable dialectical turn. It is precisely because we have no hope of a final all-revealing word that we strain in conversation to listen out for words that might suddenly give some clue to and make sense of our ongoing experience and what it points to. Our linguistic horizons are in part made up by streams of unresolved difficulties, problems, and antagonisms. These horizons are distinctly plural, linked by placeholder words and concepts that allow one set of local meanings to flow into another. Hence, hearing words used in a strange context or coming across an unexpected. 75. Dialogue, dialectic, and conversation. 75. Alignment of poetic images can suddenly make sense of ambiguities, unresolved tensions, or conflicts within our immediate horizon. Because of the functioning of placeholders across and in between different language horizons, because our linguistic being is always surpassed by language being, concepts from a foreign text can suddenly resolve ambiguities within our everyday life horizon. The overheard image, the unexpected meeting, the arrival of new words and concepts can miraculously overcome the unresolved gap between word and concept that hinders the flow of understanding. Returning us to the living word does not bring a final conclusion, but it realigns the meaning of concept or subject matter with the circumstances that problematized it in such a way that we come to think about our understanding of it differently. By rearranging the relationship between the apophatic and the apophantic in our speech, the living word is capable of changing the narrative direction of our understanding. It is in the transmissions of conversation that Gadamer's language economy becomes a poetics that achieves those new alignments of meaning that the finitude and uncertainty of our existence make us receptive towards. There is no final word. Only the living word can point to what we might become. The constant fascination with what the play of experience in word and thought is potentially pointing to is what pulls us into conversation. As finite language beings, we always want to hear more. We wait for those moments of sense that language anticipates but which we cannot see coming. However, when they come, what prevents them from remaining purely episodic moments of insight? Gadamer's language ontology is completely at odds with grasping ourselves as fixed essences. What it does suggest is that we can conceive of ourselves as ever-unfolding patterns of relations which are entirely the product of our being in the speech-created world. Engaging with subject matters of that world is engaging with tradition understood and expressed ever anew. Gadamer 1989, 471. On one level, this gives rise to the paradox of all traditionary material, that is, of being one and the same and yet different. Clearly, reflection returning to a subject matter that is already underway in language being is a return to the same. But with the ever-changing nature of our personal and social circumstances, each return is different and therefore able to be differentiated from previous returns. The return to a traditionary text or issue is no mere reproduction or repetition, Gadamer 1989, 473, but a new creation of understanding. Reflection's return involves an addition to what was previously understood. Such moments of return are additions to an ongoing story of a concept's becoming, each return moderating the whole from which it has emerged. In other words, the episodic revelations of meaning concerning our involvements cease over time to be random and episodic and start to reveal a discernible pattern or narrative identity. Nietzsche was only partially right when he commented that linguistic means of expression are useless for expressing becoming, 1968, 715. As language beings in flux, we only start to discern ourselves in the emergent narrative patterns that our participation in language being enables. There is, of course, no conclusion, only a provisional summing up, a moment in the continuing conversation that we are that brings us to see ourselves differently. Because of language being, words tell and promise more than we can ever say of ourselves. Perhaps, then, we are so easily drawn into conversation because we sense in its converse the approach of a future self capable of addressing us and revealing what we are presently becoming. 6. Gadamer on solidarity. Georgia Warnke. Gadamer's account of solidarity is less a sustained investigation than a series of remarks even in the essays ostensibly most concerned with the topic, namely his 1985 article, Friendship and Self-Knowledge, Reflections on the Role of Friendship in Greek Ethics, Gadamer 1999, and his 1999 address, Friendship and Solidarity, Gadamer 2009. At the same time, his various remarks offer an important account of both solidarity and the problems it is meant to combat. Although his reference to the Greeks and his pairing of solidarity with friendship might suggest that he connects the former to a deep like-mindedness, caring attitudes, and shared affinities, Gadamer sees both friendship and solidarity quite differently. Neither depends upon affinities or likenesses and neither is a feeling or attitude. Gadamer also separates solidarity from a basis in common convictions. In order to try to unpack his conception, I want to compare it to some other relevant accounts, but I begin with his account of friendship. Friendship. In considering friendship, Gadamer notes the link Plato and Aristotle make between friendship and self-love, philosophia, and he follows them in maintaining that one cannot be a friend of another unless one is a friend of oneself. Self-love or a friendship with oneself involves a unity with oneself, which the Greeks, according to Gadamer, understood as a unity between one's instincts and one's reason and hence as complete self-knowledge. Friendship with others also involves a unity, but where an insufficient unity with and knowledge of oneself leaves one open to conflicts between competing instincts and motivations, a self-integrated unity and thus friendship with others becomes difficult or impossible. At the same time, Plato and Aristotle think self-love can be carried too far and become the stuff of farce or tragedy if intoxication with oneself makes one indifferent to others. Gadamer maintains that Aristotle therefore explicitly draws back from endorsing complete self-love and views it as a unity with oneself available only to gods. Moreover, in recognizing this difference from the gods, human beings become aware of their limits. To know that we are not gods is to recognize that we are prone to illusions, including illusions about ourselves and our unity with ourselves. Moreover, even if we think we know ourselves well, the limits of our knowledge mean that we cannot be certain that we do. As Gadamer understands Aristotle, he thinks friends are important for just this reason. On the one hand, we need a sufficient self-unity to be friends with or in unity with others at all. On 79. Gadamer on solidarity. 79. The other hand, that self-unity is not so complete that we, like gods, are self-sufficient. Because our knowledge of ourselves inevitably involves gaps and illusions, we need others and, in particular, we need friends to help inform us about ourselves. In Gadamer's view, the friend is thus a mirror of self-knowledge. One recognizes oneself in another, whether in the sense of taking him as a model or, and this is even more essential, in the sense of the reciprocity in play between friends, such that each sees a model in the other, that is, they understand one another by reference to what they have in common and so succeed in reciprocal co-perception. Gadamer 1999, 138-39. Friends take one another as models who can reflect themselves back to themselves and provide mutual insight into one another, or what Gadamer here calls reciprocal co-perception. In contrast to the gods, then, as human beings we need not be completely self-sufficient because, where we lack insight into ourselves, our friend can keep watch in our place and think for us. Gadamer 1999, 140. Furthermore, while this need for friends distinguishes us from the gods, it is also entirely to our benefit. Indeed, for both Aristotle and Gadamer it is part of a flourishing life. Important attachments to specific other people enhance our lives, as does the ability to spend time with them, join with them in mutually enjoyable activities and feel of use to them. Gadamer thus claims that friendship signifies an increase in being, 1999, 136, and that the friend signifies an accession of being, self-feeling, and the richness of life, 1999, 137. At the same time, Gadamer's account of friendship diverges from Aristotle's in a significant way. Aristotle calls the friend in the language of the proverb, another Heracles, another self, 2012, 184. At least in the highest form of friendship that Aristotle discusses, friendships of excellence where friends value one another for their good characters, although Gadamer maintains that friendships of utility or pleasantness partake of the sum of the same features, the reciprocal co-perception that friends provide one another depends on their being alike or on their thinking they are alike. 1. Indeed, if friends provide mirrors for self-knowledge and recognize themselves in one another, it seems that they must be like one another in important ways. How else is my self-knowledge reflected in my friend as in a mirror? Must she not be like me if she is to reflect me to me? Turning to Plato and his consideration of friendship in the Lysis, Gadamer comes to a different conclusion. The Lysis ultimately fails to provide a definition of friendship. However, the dialogue makes clear that whatever friendship requires, it does not require likeness. Rather, the young boys that Socrates interrogates about friendship see right away that like finding like as a basis for friendship cannot hold up. Gadamer 2009, 5. Friends need not share one heart and soul. Gadamer 2009, 8. Indeed, to the contrary, this other, this counterpart, is not one's mirror image, but rather the friend. Gadamer 1999, 139. Yet if our friends need not be like us, in what way does Gadamer think they provide a mirror and contribute to our understanding of ourselves? How can a friend be both a mirror of self-knowledge and, simultaneously, not one's mirror image? One answer lies in the sense Gadamer gives to the idea of friends as models. Friends for him are not models in the sense of modeling or reflecting ourselves as we are. He calls this sense the fatal self-mirroring of narcissism. Gadamer 1999, 139, one that presumably underscores an excessive self-love. Rather, our friends are models for us in the sense of displaying who we could be or what he terms our better self. 1999, 139. He thus quotes Droysen, "So must you be, for so I love you." Gadamer 2009, 9. To be sure, this comment might reflect a kind of starstruck mistake in which I attribute to my friends virtues they do not have. Yet Gadamer's point seems to be that when we recognize ourselves in our friends, it is a better self that we recognize and that our 80. Georgia Warnka. 80. Friend is for us. We try to display and live up to the virtues we see and love in our friends just as they try to display and live up to the virtues they see and love in us. This process remains a contribution to our self-knowledge insofar as we come to know a better self in and through our friend. Nevertheless, this self-knowledge depends less on like finding like than on recognizing the ways we do or do not measure up to what we find in and through our friend. The same holds for our friends who see the better selves they are in and through us. Indeed, Gadamer claims we each develop any increasing trust and devotion to these better selves. Friendship thus offers an increase in being not only in as much as its activities enhance our lives but also insofar as it encourages our self-development. Important to Gadamer's account of friendship, and in keeping with his rejection of what he sees as the subjectivism of modern philosophy, is his insistence that this increasing trust and devotion to our better selves is something more than good resolutions and inward stirrings of conscience. Gadamer 1999, 139. Resolutions and the stirrings of conscience are mere subjective intentions, perhaps intentions to become better people than we currently are or to behave better than we currently do. In contrast, friendship takes the question of being my better self outside of my inner resolutions and conscience and repositions it in my friend or, more accurately, in my relationship to my friend. I am and recognize my better self in the friendship I have with my friend. Indeed, I become increasingly trustful of and devoted to it, and that friendship has a substantive existence outside of myself. Gadamer thus claims that friendship is more than a feeling of friendliness toward or concern for someone who may or may not feel similarly towards us. Rather, although we may have feelings about our friendship, friendship itself is not a feeling or attitude at all. Instead, it exists intersubjectively, as a life friends live together. Accordingly, Gadamer talks of self-forming commonalities in which one begins to feel and recognize oneself, and continues, what is thus communicated is not just sentiment or disposition but a real embedding in the texture of communal human life. Gadamer 1999, 139. Self-forming commonalities and an embedding in the texture of communal human life constitute the bridge Gadamer establishes between friendship and solidarity. Indeed, self-forming commonalities and an embedding in the texture of communal human life are already characterizations of solidarity, which he also calls a sterling and reliable inseparability. Gadamer 2009, 11. He does not think solidarity is the same as friendship and claims, again in contrast to Aristotle and his idea of polis friendship, that there is a tension between them. Gadamer 2009, 3, 4. Too clearly, we do not normally describe ourselves as acting in solidarity with our friends, as the life we have with them is more intimate than that description represents. Conversely, we do refer to the solidarity of strangers. 3. Nevertheless, solidarity emulates friendship for Gadamer in signaling a substantive relationship that is not just sentiment or disposition and is not a question of subjective intentions. Instead, just as we cannot be friends with those who are not friends with us, we cannot have solidarity on our own, as a matter of feeling solidarity with others who may or may not feel similarly towards us. As with friendship, we can have feelings about our solidarity with others, but that solidarity is not itself a feeling. Rather, it is a bond with others that in certain instances constrains and overrides our feelings. Gadamer's examples include stopping at red lights even when doing so is not expedient, complying with party discipline in a parliamentary democracy, and the parting of fathers and sons during the Persian War as depicted on Greek vases. Gadamer 2009, 8. Solidarity reflects what is binding for oneself as well as for the other. Gadamer 1999, 139. The inseparability it represents means a renunciation of one's own interests and preferences. Gadamer 2009, 11. The contours of Gadamer's non-attitudinal view here become clearer in comparison to the account that Keith Banting and Will Kimlicka offer in the introduction to their edited collection The Strains of Commitment, The Political Sources of Solidarity in Diverse Societies, which 81. Gadamer on Solidarity 81. Sees solidarity explicitly as a set of attitudes and motivations. Banting and Kimlicka 2017, 3. Their concern is the degree to which the religious, cultural, and traditional diversity of modern democratic societies may function to undermine social solidarity and cohesiveness. Banting and Kimlicka note that studies are mixed on this point. The impact of diversity on solidarity seems to depend on the societies at issue and the character of their national identity, as well as on the different forms of racial, ethnic, linguistic, and religious difference, and on the strategies of political actors. At the same time, they see the possibility of overcoming the strains of commitment, referring to John Rawls' phrase, as depending upon a series of attitudes of solidarity that they delineate along civic, democratic, and redistributive lines. Civic solidarity involves such attitudes as mutual tolerance, an absence of prejudice, a commitment to living together in peace and an acceptance of people of diverse ethnicities, languages, and religions. Democratic solidarity involves attitudes that support basic human rights and equalities, the rule of law and democratic norms and processes, while redistributive solidarity involves attitudes that support redistribution as well as access to social programs and programs geared to the distinctive needs and identities of different ethno-cultural groups. Banting and Kimlicka 2017, 4. Accordingly, Banting and Kimlicka look to the political institutions and policies that political agents can deploy to develop and reinforce the requisite attitudes. From a Gadamerian point of view, this analysis conceives of solidarity in overly subjective terms and fails to distinguish between inseparability and the attitudes that democratic citizens need to live with one another. The point of conceiving of solidarity together, although in tension, with friendship is to conceive of it as more than a modus vivendi. Attitudes of tolerance towards others, commitment to their basic rights and support for redistributive policies do not yet amount to the solidarity in which Gadamer is interested. Moreover, because he does not think this solidarity is a question of attitudes, he does not think nurturing the correct ones can foster it. Indeed, he claims solidarity must be discovered rather than created. At the same time, while he denies that solidarity is a question of attitudes, presumably including those that can overcome the strains of commitment in modern diverse societies, he also denies that it lies in the homogeneity of national or collective identities. Darren Walhoff makes this point in helpfully emphasizing the difference between Gadamer and Rorty's views, Walhoff 2017, 112-13, and we can elaborate it further by looking at the account of solidarity Tommy Shelby offers. 4. Gadamer, Rorty, and Shelby. If Banting and Kimlicka's concern is the strains of commitment, Rorty's concern is what he considers overly abstract appeals to a human solidarity. Not only are such appeals typically ineffectual in his view, if human solidarity is meant to flow from some common human essence understood to stand behind history and to be uninfluenced by cultural practices and political institutions, then he denies that such a common essence exists. It may have been that as a Jew during the Holocaust your chances of being hidden by your Gentile neighbors were greater if you lived in Denmark or Italy than if you lived in Belgium, Rorty 1989, 189. Nevertheless, the difference in these odds did not necessarily mean that Danes and Italians recognized and acted in solidarity with a recognition of a common humanity to which Belgians were indifferent. Rather, Rorty thinks it is more likely that Danes and Italians responded to particular similarities they found between their Jewish neighbors and themselves. In Denmark and Italy one could be recognized as a fellow Milanese, or a fellow Jutlander, or a fellow member of the same union or profession, or a fellow bocce player, or a fellow parent of small children, Rorty 1989, 190-91. While one's identity as a Jewish Dane or Italian might reflect. 82. Georgia Warnka. 82. One's difference from non-Jewish Danes and Italians, citizens in those countries could apparently respond to other shared identities and hence to other solidarities to which Belgians, for whatever historico-sociological reasons, could not. Our sense of solidarity is strongest, Rorty concludes, when those with whom solidarity is expressed are thought of as one of us, where us means something smaller and more local than the human race, Rorty 1989, 191. To be sure, he hopes that we can expand our conception of who counts as one of us beyond traditional similarities such as those of tribe, religion, race, customs, and the like, Rorty 1989, 192, and come to see other similarities as more important, say those involving the capacity to suffer from pain and humiliation. At the same time, even this expanded scope of solidarity remains independent of a mythological human essence. As Walhoff points out, Gadamer differs from Rorty here in rejecting similarity as a basis for solidarity in general, no matter how narrow or wide the circle of those thought to be appropriately like us is meant to be, and no matter where the foundation for the similarity is meant to lie. Walhoff 2017, 112-13. No more than friendship does solidarity depend upon like finding like. Gadamer does refer to a basic human solidarity, Gadamer 2001, 81, and in this regard may seem to rest solidarity on just what Rorty denies it can rest on, a common human essence. Nevertheless, Gadamer does not mean by a basic human solidarity a solidarity we have with other human beings because they are similar to us. Indeed, he includes laws protecting animals within solidarity's scope, Gadamer 2001, 82. Nor does he retreat to less global similarities. Rather, whereas Rorty separates solidarity from a collective human identity, Gadamer separates it from collective identities in toto. Like friendship, solidarity involves a unity and inseparability in which he says we are at home, but just as being at home with our various relatives does not mean that we are necessarily like them, solidarity does not involve a matching up of our individual identities, whether in terms of our individual traits or in terms of our shared tribes, religions, races, or customs. In this regard, Gadamer's view is closer to the account Shelby offers of an emancipatory black solidarity, an account that is worth looking at in some depth not only because of the way it supplements and clarifies Gadamer's view but also because of the way Gadamer's account ultimately diverges from it. For Shelby, an emancipatory black solidarity is rooted in a common oppression and aims at achieving full freedom and social equality for black people. Yet he argues that this solidarity does not require a foundation in what he calls a thick black collective identity, the sort of identity W.E.B. Du Bois and other prominent African American theorists tended to assume was necessary and in accordance with which blacks were to embrace and preserve their distinctive black identity, Shelby 2005, 203. One need not think of this distinctive identity in terms of a discredited racialist conception involving a shared genotype that purports to explain not only certain physical traits but also more significant traits such as temperament and aesthetic sensibilities. Rather, one might trace a thick black collective identity to a shared ethnicity or shared culture, either of which might be thought crucial to founding an emancipatory black solidarity. The claim to shared ethnicity roots black identity in a shared heritage, whether that of sub-Saharan Africa or that which blacks created in the New World in the context of oppression, while the recourse to shared culture rests black identity on a distinct and identifiable ensemble of beliefs, values, conventions, traditions, and practices. Shelby 2005, 211. Shelby contends that in practice these two conceptions amount to the same view, to a conception of an ethno-cultural identity that blacks must actively embrace as the basis of black solidarity. A strong version of the claim says that embracing this thick collective identity is necessary if emancipatory black solidarity is to flourish at all. A weaker version maintains only that doing so facilitates emancipatory black solidarity. Shelby not only rejects both versions but also suggests that appeal to a thick collective identity actually threatens emancipatory black solidarity. 83. Gadamer on solidarity. 83. In his view, any emancipatory solidarity possesses 5 important features. Those who are in solidarity with one another identify with one another and regard themselves as possessing a special bond with one another. They also hold a special concern for one another that goes beyond what morality strictly requires, for example, concerns for one another's rights and duties. Shelby 2005, 69. In addition, those in solidarity with one another share a set of more or less concrete values and goals. They are loyal to one another in ways that motivate efforts to advance the group's interests, and they trust one another to do so. Shelby argues that none of these features justifies tying solidarity to the strong version of the claim to the necessity of a thick collective identity. First, the mutual identification and special bond that solidarity involves possess other more reliable bases, such as jointly suffering the degradation of racial subordination or sharing an interest in ending racial inequality. Shelby 2005, 220. Second, like Gadamer, Shelby maintains that this mutual identification and bond itself leads to reciprocal concern, a concern that might also grow out of empathy or imaginative self-projection. Third, a commitment to the values and goals of an emancipatory black solidarity, those of overcoming racial subordination and achieving racial equality, does not depend on roots in black cultural traditions. Of course, these traditions may nurture the commitment to such values and goals, but Shelby claims they more importantly reflect what justice demands. Indeed, If there were elements of black culture that did not extol the virtues of racial justice, but instead emphasized black supremacy, or worse, black inferiority, then blacks would of course need to reject this component of their culture. Shelby 2005, 221-22. The fourth feature Shelby thinks solidarity involves, loyalty, is also independent of a thick ethno-cultural conception of collective identity. As he notes, labor unions with a diversity of ages, races, genders, and the like often band together, particularly in the face of harsh or threatening circumstances. Finally, while he concedes that sharing a thick collective identity can facilitate mutual trust, he claims that trust arises more fundamentally from actions and accomplishments. Indeed, emblematic of a solidarity group for him is a sports team whose members identify with one another as members of the team, are concerned with each other's success, possess common goals as well as common values such as fair play, and are loyal to and trust one another without any deeper ideas of shared identity. For Shelby, the weaker version of the claim to the importance to black solidarity of a shared thick ethno-cultural identity is as implausible as the stronger claim. According to this version, an emancipatory solidarity may not require a foundation in a black collective identity, but it is nonetheless facilitated by it. Shelby argues that the opposite is more apt to follow. Such a conception of black identity would undermine solidarity and promote intragroup conflict. In the first place, there is no consensus on what the components of a thick ethno-cultural identity would be. Should black Americans see themselves as essentially tied to Africa, and if so, what African culture should be given privileged status? Can this shared identity include elements from European, Anglo-American, or Western culture and still be authentically black, or must it remain, in some sense, pure? How much, if any, of the cultural legacy of slavery, for example, Southern Negro folk culture, should blacks embrace? Shelby 2005, 225. Second, it is unclear who is to decide these questions and why others will not challenge the answers. Shelby points to the ongoing contest between blacks of different socio-economic statuses and maintains that generational and gender differences also work to undermine any consensus on the constitution of an authentic thick black identity. Indeed, with regard to gender differences, the attempt to maintain a positive and cohesive group identity will likely 84. Georgia Warnka 84. Have the effect, as it often has, of subordinating or ignoring the legitimate concerns of black women. Shelby 2005, 226. Shelby does concede that one might try to establish a pluralistic and nuanced conception of black identity. Shelby 2005, 232, but he argues that even here some will be marginalized or excluded. As he concludes, mobilizing and coordinating the collective efforts to resist anti-black racism will be difficult enough without adding the unnecessary and divisive requirement that blacks embrace and preserve a distinctive ethnic/cultural identity. Shelby 2005, 229. Shelby thus agrees with Gadamer in severing the basis of solidarity from a shared identity or like finding like. His account also clarifies and supplements Gadamer's by indicating the danger in linking the two. Doing so requires agreement on the elements that define the shared identity and what it's required to be an authentic member. Not only will the road to any such agreement be divisive, but the agreement will be necessarily exclusionary. 5. Shelby does accept a thin conception of black identity, one that is a vague social marker that can involve certain inherited physical traits such as dark skin, although it need not, and that refers to certain ancestors who are presumed to have had similar traits. Nevertheless, even this thin black identity does not constitute the direct foundation for black emancipatory solidarity in his schema, but only the circumstance for the experience of anti-black racism that motivates the need for solidaristic action. 6. Nor does a black emancipatory solidarity exclude those with different identities. Because it is directed against racism, it can include solidarity with other racially oppressed groups as well as solidarity with anti-racists in general. In contrast, situating solidarity in a thick collective identity risks derailing action in favor of conflicts over what the identity comprises and who qualifies as possessing it. Far from promoting solidarity, the emphasis on a collective identity thus works to undermine it. Yet, while Shelby's analysis clarifies and supplements Gadamer's account, that account ultimately diverges from Shelby's. Shelby characterizes solidarity in terms of the 5 features of mutual identification, reciprocal concern, shared values and goals, loyalty to one another and mutual trust. Gadamer talks about mutual identification in terms of what is binding for oneself as well as for the other, and in discussing friendship and solidarity he refers to the concern and trust, indeed increasing devotion, that arises out of them. He also invokes the loyalty solidarity involves by pointing to citizen soldiers at war. Yet he explicitly refrains from characterizing either friendship or solidarity in terms of shared values and goals. In examining friendship, he insists not only that it does not depend upon friends being like one another but also that it does not involve the possession of shared convictions, an accordance in inclination and interests or unanimity, Gadamer 2009, 8. Quite to the contrary, he stresses differences and, turning to the friendship between husband and wife, calls marriage one of the great tests of human life in which differences of the other, of others, the other of the other develop to with one another and also to shared insight, Gadamer 2009, 8. He takes the same position on solidarity. It does not rest on common convictions, rather it must be the basic presupposition under which we can work together to develop them even if only slowly, Gadamer 2007, 119. To be sure, Shelby also gestures in this direction. While he defines those with whom black anti-racists should seek solidarity as those who stand firm against all forms of racism, he also insists that their solidarity must allow for disagreements over particular programs and policies, and he argues that solidarity is the foundation for open-ended dialogue about where to go from here and how to get there. Shelby 2005, 247. For both Shelby and Gadamer, then, the unity that solidarity reflects is not one that demands ideological purity or even welcomes it. Nevertheless, Gadamer goes further by distancing solidarity even from common convictions. Shelby situates black emancipatory solidarity in the shared experience of racial oppression, and he understands the solidarity itself to involve a shared interest in overcoming racism and establishing. 85. Gadamer on solidarity. 85. Racial equality, even if that solidarity can encompass disagreements over intermediate goals and strategy. Gadamer at least sometimes situates solidarity in shared experiences. He refers to the solidarity created by the experience of enduring Allied bombing during the Second World War, for example, Gadamer 2009, 10. Yet solidarity is not composed of shared interests or convictions for him but is rather the basis on which they can develop, if only slowly. Shelby's account follows a more immediately intelligible track. We undergo an experience together and we band together to do something about that experience, where our joint conviction about the need to do something about it constitutes our solidarity. What is a conception of solidarity that is instead the basis for such a conviction? There are dangers in identifying solidarity too closely with shared convictions. In her 2001 analysis of solidarity, Rahel Jaegi stresses the difference between solidarity and the shallower common interest of a coalition, Jaegi 2001, 289. Like Shelby, she divorces solidarity from the necessity of roots in a collective identity, and like him and unlike Gadamer she connects solidarity to common convictions and shared goals. At the same time, she distinguishes solidarity from a coalition that coheres around a constellation of interests because she thinks the latter lacks the depth of commitment solidarity involves and can change or break apart when interests change. Coalitions are strategic while solidarity represents something more in her view. We can surely argue, however, that the same risk of change and dissolution that holds for common interests holds for shared goals and convictions. A solidarity that depends on them is as threatened by possible changes in commitment to them as is a coalition. Gadamer's examples of solidarity point to obligations and to what is binding beyond such changes as when one's party thinks one way and oneself another, or when one goes to war when one's interest is in staying home. Nevertheless, if solidarity in his view can thus be founded on neither collective identities nor shared convictions, what is it and on what is it based? Gadamer's view here is perhaps clearest in two contributions 25 years apart from one another, the 1967 essay, The Limitations of the Expert, Gadamer 1992, and a 1992 conversation with Karsten Dutt published as Practical Philosophy, Gadamer 2001. Gadamer on Solidarity. The Limitations of the Expert appears at least initially to concern a subject matter quite unconnected to the topic of solidarity. In it Gadamer considers the position that expertise occupies between specialized knowledge and political decision-making. Experts are meant to be those with knowledge relevant to an issue or set of issues of public interest and concern, and they are meant to be able to provide useful information to those who have to make decisions about those issues. Gadamer concedes the importance of experts given the complexity of modern societies and the problems they confront, problems that go beyond the knowledge capacities of any one decision-maker. Nevertheless, he contends that the position the expert occupies remains a difficult one. In the first place, the expert's information cannot possess the conclusiveness that decision-makers typically ask of it. Experts are also scientists and researchers, and in their role as scientists and researchers they know that they do not know all there is to know about the matter at issue. There always remain aspects of the problem not yet fully researched and possibilities for its causes and consequences not yet considered. Indeed, the researcher never accepts something like the final word, Gadamer 1992, 183. In the world of decision-making, however, her expertise is treated as definitive. A second tension between one's position as an expert and one's position as a scientist or researcher arises from the independence from political considerations that the latter position presupposes. The results of research may be applicable to social policies and to politically fraught. 86. Georgia Warnka. 86. Issues, but the research itself is meant to be independent of positions on policies and issues. In one's role as an expert, however, one's statements put one in the middle of politics. This tension need not reflect only questions about the use to which the expert knowledge is put or the way it is taken up by special interests and partisan politics. Rather, Gadamer maintains that there is a fundamental tension between the form the expert's knowledge takes and the practical reflection that decision-making requires. Experts offer what he considers technical knowledge. They can tell us what effects generally follow from what causes, what historical precedents might be relevant, what the most efficient means to a given end might be, and so on. Yet, as he argues in Truth and Method, there is an important difference between this technical form of knowledge that can be learned and forms of practical knowledge that require judgment and deliberation. 7. To be sure, just as technical knowledge provides a set of directions for pursuing specific ends, practical knowledge provides a set of norms that guide an understanding of what one ought to do. At the same time, the norms are not ones that can be simply stamped onto a situation as if they were a blueprint or tool an expert gave us and that we could simply employ. Rather, if I want to know, for example, how to be loyal to my friends, the directions my norms offer me will require attention to and reflection on the context and particulars of the situation, and the loyalty I display will take different and possibly contradictory forms in different situations. I may defend my friends in one circumstance if I think they are being misjudged and oppose them in another if I think they are not living up to their better selves. I am not loyal in the first case and disloyal in the second. Rather, the virtue of loyalty requires and is partially constructed by practical reflection on how best to concretize it in particular situations. On its own, Gadamer sees no problem with deferring to expertise. Our society is not deformed just because experts are consulted and recognized for the superiority of their knowledge. Quite the opposite. It is almost a duty for human beings to incorporate as much knowledge as is possible in any of their decisions. Gadamer 1992, 188. What he thinks is a problem, however, is when the technical knowledge experts offer substitutes for self-responsibility, when we transfer, or claim to have transferred, to expert knowledge the obligation to pursue our own practical reasoning. Following Karl Jaspers, Gadamer calls ours the age of anonymous responsibility, Gadamer 2009, 4, by which he means an age in which we defer to scientists and technocrats practical questions about what we should to do, for example, where questions about biotechnology focus not on the ethical issue of whether we ought to try to modify human genes but on technical issues about the feasibility and health risks of doing so. Gadamer refers to legal procedures to point out that each side employs their own experts and leaves to judge and jury the work of adjudicating between the different points of expertise. Ultimately, then, the work of adjudicating and reflecting on what to do in light of the expertise we are offered is work for which we are alone are responsible. As Gadamer sees it, solidarity allows us to take up this responsibility and do so with one another. Solidarity involves respecting the obligation for practical reflection on what we ought to do in a particular situation. However, just as what we ought to do is not a determination we can make by simply applying a blueprint, it is also not a determination we can make monologically. In order to determine what we ought to do, we need to understand both the situation we are in and the norms that are relevant to making decisions about it. Neither of these is simply given, they require interpretation. An interpretation as Gadamer conceives of it is a dialogical process. We come to an understanding about something with others, whether those with whom we are in face-to-face contact or those in the communities and historical traditions of which we are a part or with whom we come in contact. Our understanding is always already dialogically constituted insofar as we grow up in particular communities and traditions with significant others in relation to and in concert with whom we develop our understanding of our 87. Gadamer on solidarity. 87. World. This dialogical understanding is ongoing, however, insofar as we confront new situations and new interlocutors and try to make renewed sense of our world. Solidarity, as Gadamer understands it then, makes these dialogical underpinnings conscious. We explicitly acknowledge our responsibility for collective efforts to understand and for deliberation with one another over matters of mutual concern, and we refrain from transferring the whole of this responsibility to experts. In delving beneath an anonymous responsibility, we rediscover our own collective responsibility with others who are no longer anonymous but are rather partners in dialogue. 8. At stake here, then, is the need to combat a foreshortening of the options for reflection and deliberation that ceded all determinations of the future to the progress of science and technology. Gadamer claims, there is no possibility of chaining down science as such. Nevertheless, if the issue is the manipulation of the human genome or the unrestricted advance of nuclear energy, then he thinks, society as a whole and its political organization must take responsibility. Gadamer 1992, 192. In his conversation with Dutt, Gadamer expands on this point. It is an error, he claims, to think that the experts, the business and economic experts, the environmental experts, or the military express can take away from us our praxis in society and relieve us from decisions on matters we all have to deal with as political citizens working with each other, matters that we all have to face and deal with. Gadamer 2001, 83. He also finds Field Marshal Kutuzov actions as Tolstoy depicts them in War and Peace instructive. He slept through the final council of war with the generals, awoke to say yes, certainly do it as you have said, and then rode around the camp to all the night fires and spoke with individual people. Gadamer 2001, 85. Conclusion. As Cynthia Nielsen points out, Gadamer maintains that an authentic solidarity is a conscious one that must be owned. Nielsen 2017, 245, in her words, or as Gadamer writes, one that depends on the individuals who have avowed themselves to it and stood up for it. Gadamer 2009, 11. If we collect the threads of his various remarks on solidarity, we can understand it as a substantive bond with others that cannot be constructed out of individual dispositions and attitudes but rather works sometimes to constrain them. While it does not depend upon thick collective identities and is not tied to shared goals and convictions, it does involve explicit acknowledgement of our responsibilities to decide practical questions and to do so discursively together. We may do so in conjunction with the knowledge of experts but not in deference to merely technical considerations. Despite Kutuzov, Gadamer thinks that such an avowed solidarity is hard to find. Indeed, he suggests that what Kant says holds for the true friend also holds for solidarity, namely that both are as rare as a black swan. Gadamer 2009, 4. Instances of solidarity do arise in reactions to gene therapy and protests against nuclear energy, for example. Nevertheless, Gadamer insists, during 3 centuries of an ever-increasing frenzy of making and being able to make, we have been less concerned than we should have been to keep alive the consciousness of our own responsibility as citizens and members of society. Gadamer 1992, 191. In the end, Gadamer's concerns about an expert culture and his dialogic view of solidarity are close to those of Jürgen Habermas. Like Gadamer, Habermas distances solidarity from collective ethnic and cultural identities, rooting it, rather, in the deliberative opinion and will formation of citizens grounded in the principles of popular sovereignty. Habermas 2001, 76. What Gadamer sees as an exaggerated deference to technocrats and scientific experts, Habermas sees as the spread of an uncritical faith in science and a scientistic naturalism that enables objectifying and self-instrumentalizing understandings of ourselves. To be sure, while 88. Georgia Warnka. 88. Gadamer traces the threat to solidarity back to a neglect of our collective responsibility for deciding practical questions. Habermas attributes the threat to the uncontrolled modernization of the society as a whole. Habermas 2008, 107, and, in particular, to the intrusions of markets and administrative imperatives into more and more spheres of life where issues need to be decided communicatively. Nevertheless, the extent to which Gadamer anticipates Habermas's later concerns indicates his prescience with regard to the very real dangers that have, in the meantime, only become clearer. Natural sciences and human sciences. The problem of truth is a key issue in Hans-Georg Gadamer's philosophy, to the point that it could be characterized as an effort to vindicate the truth claim of the human sciences through philosophical hermeneutics. Such a reassessment implies 1. A distancing from the way the concept of truth took shape in the philosophical tradition, above all starting from the scientific revolution of the 17th century, and from the subsequent dominance of the experimental method. 2. The elaboration of a different ontology from the one presupposed by the natural sciences, an ontology which finds expression in the tradition that assumed hermeneutics as the special organ of the human sciences. The former task is the pars des ruins of Gadamer's thought, the latter is instead its pars construens. They are developed, with reference to 2 cultural forms of the human sciences, art and history, in the first 2 parts of Truth and Method, which concern, respectively, the question of truth as it emerges in the experience of art, and the extension of the question of truth to understanding in the human sciences. As these titles make clear, the whole of Gadamer's fundamental work is thoroughly devoted to the question of truth. What Gadamer first aims to question is the way that truth has been understood and has operated in the distinction, canonized by Dilthey in the 19th century, between the natural sciences, Naturwissenschaften, and the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaften. The fact that both these fields of knowledge are qualified as sciences reveals, according to Gadamer, that the human sciences look to the natural sciences and their grounding in the experimental method as a model. Dilthey let himself be profoundly influenced by the model of the natural sciences, even when he was endeavoring to justify precisely the methodological independence of the human sciences. Gadamer 2004, 6. However, as Gadamer tries to show in the pages devoted to Dilthey and then to Husserl and Heidegger, in Part 2 of Truth and Method, the question of the method of the human sciences cannot be separated from the question of the ontological status of the object of these sciences, that is, of life, thus generating, already in Dilthey's thought, a conflict. 94. Between science and life philosophy. In historical knowledge, that is, in the kind of knowledge that we can consider as paradigmatic for the human sciences, life knows itself and therefore becomes self-conscious, detaching itself from the context in which it is immersed and hence raising itself beyond it. Although this process can never lead to an absolute self-transparency, to be historically means that knowledge of oneself can never be complete. Gadamer 2004, 301, emphasis in original. It testifies to a peculiar capacity, that of raising above the causal bonds determining human life and of knowing them in a reflexive way, however indissoluble the ground of historical life from which it emerges. historical consciousness can still understand historically its own capacity to take up a historical orientation. Gadamer 2004, 228. This distinctive capacity of reflecting on one's own acting, and at the same time of raising, of distancing and moving away from it, grasping and actualizing new possibilities, is the condition of Bildung, of cultivation. It is what Heidegger called properly understanding, Heidegger 1996, 29. Understanding is indeed the capacity of grasping something different from what is seen, that is a meaning, of going beyond the immediate given. That is why hermeneutics, already for Dilthey, became the organon of the human sciences. Its circular and projective structure reflects the ontological status of their objects. History, art, all the objects of the human sciences, are indeed nothing but productions of life, of the knowing subject that in them knows itself, in them reflects and objectifies itself, while at the same time, by considering them as meaningful productions, rises above them. Hermeneutics, so Gadamer writes in the foreword to the second edition of Truth and Method, denotes the basic being in motion of Dasein that constitutes its finitude and historicity, and hence embraces the whole of its experience of the world. Gadamer 2004, XXVII. Such highlighting of the ontological ground on which the hermeneutical method is based was prepared by Husserl's phenomenology, which found in the life world, Lebenswelt, the horizon presupposed in every experience and in every science. However, it has been fully achieved only by Heidegger. With his fundamental ontology, Heidegger impresses an ontological turn upon the Dilthean problem set in a typically transcendental way of the foundation of the human sciences, showing that their way of proceeding does nothing but reflect the very structure of life, or better, of Dasein as being in the world, and of its temporality. At this level, the opposition nature-spirit does not prove to be of ultimate validity. Both the human and the natural sciences are to be understood as achievements of the intentionality of universal life, that is, of absolute historicity. Gadamer 2004, 250. The way Dasein realizes its historicity is through understanding alone, for understanding reflects its temporal ontological structure, its being potentiality for being, possibility. Therefore, since understanding is the essence of Dasein, it cannot but affect every form of knowledge. This means that eventually the natural sciences mode of knowledge appears, as a subspecies of understanding that has strayed into the legitimate task of grasping the present at hand in its essential unintelligibility. Gadamer 2004, 250, quotation from Heidegger 1953, 153. The most disruptive result of this new ontological perspective is then the overcoming of the opposition between the natural and the human sciences, and of the consequent split between two different methods, the experimental and the hermeneutical. Far from assuming the method of the natural sciences as also paradigmatic for the human sciences, it claims that the method of the latter is more original. Gadamer 1975, ch. 3, for it is grounded on a more original ontological dimension, namely the historicity of human existence. By making the effects of the Heideggerian fundamental ontology retroactive on the Dilthean problem of the natural and the human sciences, Gadamer eventually achieves the result of emancipating the latter from their subjection to the former, and, moreover, of showing their greater originality as expressions of the historical dimension of human existence, which implies also a different conception of truth. Methodical consciousness and aesthetic consciousness. We must underline, at this point, that the title of Gadamer's masterpiece, Truth and Method, does not at all indicate an alternative or an opposition between truth and method, nor does it mean a distancing from both, because of their correlation in the modern scientific revolution, so that the rejection of the latter would imply the rejection of the former. This has to be said in order to rectify the misunderstanding according to which philosophical hermeneutics would be completely unconcerned with truth, due to its critical stance towards the method. On the contrary, Gadamer makes an immense effort to vindicate the truth claim of the human sciences, while also affirming their resistance to method. There is an extra methodical truth, to use Gianni Vattimo's expression in his introduction to the Italian translation of Truth and Method, Vattimo 1986, IVFF, a truth, namely, whose conditions do not coincide with those of the experimental method, that is, with abstraction and repetition. In a scientific experiment, the phenomena are isolated, abstracted from their context, and considered in this form as, in principle, repeatable. What is disregarded is their particularity, due to their historical happening, which is therefore considered an unessential and secondary factor. On the contrary, in historical knowledge what matters is this very particularity, that is, the unrepeatable nature of the event, the fact that it can never be considered in an abstract way, decontextualized, devoid of its vital connections to the world in which it happens. Its unrepeatability is the very feature of history. Rather, the person who is situated and acts in history continually experiences the fact that nothing returns. Gadamer 2004, 351. Even when it is remembered, and then repeated in commemorations, in rites, in festivals, a historical event is never really repeated. A festival, for instance, is only as it is celebrated. This means that its very goal is the reactualization, always different, of an original event, which is maintained therefore as still present in order to produce more and inevitably new significations. From its inception, whether instituted in a single act or introduced gradually, the nature of a festival is to be celebrated regularly. Thus its own original essence is always to be something different, even when celebrated in exactly the same way. An entity that exists only by always being something different is temporal in a more radical sense than everything that belongs to history. It has its being only in becoming and return. Gadamer 2004, 121. This temporal structure of the festival is nothing but the structure that ties the image and, in general, every form of representation to the original, meaning that, as in the festival, even in the image, as we will see better later, the original presents itself and makes itself effectual. The festival and its rituality are thus Gadamer's answer to the idealizing, that is, abstracting repetitiveness of the experimental method. In a scientific experiment, the experimental consciousness abstracts from differences, even the temporal ones, in order to reach the essentiality of the phenomenon in its ahistoric identity, as mere instantiation of a physical law, to which the historical reality of the experiment remains completely unessential. In the right, on the contrary, what comes to the foreground is its event-like nature as such, without which even the original would have no reason to be. In short, what appears as unessential in the experiment its happening is instead the essential aspect of the right. 96. Gaetano Churazi. 96. Remembrance, which is acted in celebrations, in rites, and in festivals, is a way to reaffirm the historicity and unicity, and even the truth, of the event from which they draw origin, showing its lasting, effectual power, although not in the form of being present at hand, Vorhandenheit, since it is no longer present. It is in this way, indeed, that we can speak of a truth of the human sciences. The truth they talk about reveals itself not in the abstract repetitiveness of experimentation, in the mere formal identity of the phenomena, but in the fact that an event is real, wirklich, since it produced and continues to produce effects, which in turn are not effects of physical laws but of cultural, that is, meaningful formations. This reality is what Gadamer calls Wirkungsgeschichte, history of effects, Gadamer 2004, 299 ff. The truth of the French Revolution, as of every historical event, lies in its capacity to produce effects and differences of sense, that is, in its capacity to change the sense of history. Part I of Truth and Method demonstrates this effectual character of truth. Its polemical target is not directly or primarily the method of the natural sciences, but rather the aesthetic consciousness, which shares with the experimental method an analogous abstraction and lack of vital connections to the historical and effectual world. We can even say that both the methodical consciousness and the aesthetic consciousness are the result of an identical abstracting function, which means that their corresponding fields of knowledge, nature and the human world, were separated and isolated, a consequence of the primordial separation between object and subject. The outcome of this reciprocal abstraction is the following separation between the natural sciences and the human sciences that, according to Gadamer, finds its initial moment in Kant. Kant, indeed, relegated the aesthetic experience to a merely subjective field, making it a moment of the reflective judgment, that is, of the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, which can only aspire to a subjective claim of universality and of truth. Although Kant did try to inscribe the aesthetic judgment in a field that reduces its subjective character by referring, albeit in a very puzzling way, to those concepts, typical of the humanistic tradition, that Gadamer examines at the beginning of Truth and Method, and which are the general background of his reconceptualization of the extra-methodical truth of the human sciences, as cultivation, taste, common sense, etc. It nonetheless remains that he denied every truth claim of the aesthetic experience. From there, the subsequent philosophies did nothing but stress ever more the subjective character of such experience, to the point of making art a mere Erlebnis, too, that is, something merely psychological that is confirmed in the domain of the mere appearance. The shift in the ontological definition of the aesthetic toward the concept of aesthetic appearance has its theoretical basis in the fact that the domination of the scientific model of epistemology leads to discrediting all the possibilities of knowing that lie outside this new methodology. Gadamer 2004, 73. The outcome of the abstracting function of the aesthetic consciousness is what Gadamer calls aesthetic differentiation. It consists in the isolation of a peculiar quality of the aesthetic object, specifically, beauty, leaving aside every other determination, which would situate the work of art in a web of references, of possible meanings. What we call a work of art and experience Erleben aesthetically depends on a process of abstraction. By disregarding everything in which a work is rooted, its original context of life, and the religious or secular function that gave it significance, it becomes visible as the pure work of art. Gadamer 2004, 74. The institutional form of the aesthetic consciousness is the museum. In the museum the works are exhibited as mere collections, as entirely detached from the context where they were. 97. Truth. 97. Produced and in which their significance is rooted. They are therefore exhibited in a serial and synchronic way, according to a purely chronological temporality, similar to the measurable time of the physical experiment. One can say that the museum is the laboratory of the aesthetic consciousness, the place where the artistic phenomenon can be reduced to its pure ideality and abstraction, decontextualized and organized according to a criterion of mere chronological sequence. However, even when they are exhibited in a museum, the works of art are never entirely alienated from themselves and enable the expert to recognize their original function, that is, their being rooted in a world. Gadamer 2004, 119. The retrieval of the question of artistic truth must thus begin by reinserting the work into its historical context, that is, by understanding it as a historical production, and not on the basis of an abstract essence, its aesthetic quality. This means making the work an object not of aesthetic fruition, but of understanding. This is why, at the end of the part I of Truth and Method, devoted specifically to the problem of art, Gadamer writes that aesthetics has to be absorbed into hermeneutics. 2004, 157, emphasis in original. The works of art, as Heidegger already taught in The Origin of the Work of Art, are part of a world and can be fully enjoyed only by considering their significant relation to this world. Only in this way, by restoring its significant dimension, can art and the human sciences in general assert their peculiar truth claim. Play and image. What has to be opposed to the aesthetic consciousness and its neutralization of the question of truth, Gadamer 2004, 85, is thus for Gadamer the peculiar experience of the encounter with the work of art as the experience of sense and effectual, real experience, which produces effects on the person who has it. The work of art is not an object that stands over against a subject for itself. Instead, the work of art has its true being in the fact that it becomes an experience that changes the person who experiences it. Gadamer 2004, 103. It is at this point that Gadamer proceeds to the elaboration of an ontology of the work of art on the basis on the experience that it produces, an ontology radically different from that one of the experimentation of the natural sciences and which finds its clue in the concept of play. While the ontology of the natural sciences presupposes a drastic separation between subject and object, basing its claim of objectivity on this separation. The ontology of the human sciences, and specifically of art, presupposes a participation between subject and object. To understand the connection between this ontology and the concept of play, one should first free the latter from the subjectivist meaning that it assumed mainly in Kant and Schiller. The real subject of play, indeed, is not the players, but play itself. That is why play cannot never be dominated by a sovereign subject, as occurs in the scientific experiment. As Kant writes in Preface B to Critique of Pure Reason, the experimental method consists in the arrangement of a field in which the physical phenomenon can be controlled, so that it is not nature that imposes its course, but it is the human being that imposes its design. It compels nature to answer its questions, rather than letting nature guide its movements by keeping reason, as it were, in leading strings. Kant 2000, B13. In play, we experience a very different situation, for we are always exposed to something uncontrollable. The lines of Rilke's poem From the Exergue of Truth and Method express this idea well: to catch only what we throw ourselves, this is mere skill and little gain. What is really difficult, and which life really consists in, is to catch a ball that an eternal partner, which Mitspielerin, throws to us, in an unexpected way, inviting us to throw it again and to participate, in this way, to the great bridge building of God. The historical ontology that emerges here acquires an objectivity even higher than that of scientific experimentation. While the latter depends always on the abstracting capacity of the knowing subject, who isolates a given. 98. Gaetano Churazi. 98. Phenomenon from its natural context and reproduces it inside controllable conditions. 3. The objectivity of play is completely asubjective, in the sense that it overwhelms the individual subjectivities, which participate in a process of ongoing interaction. This is properly the condition of hermeneutical truth, namely, of understanding. Understanding is to be thought of less as a subjective act than as participating in an event of tradition. Gadamer 2004, 291, emphasis in original. Indeed, only on the basis of this participation, of this openness of sense, is there truth. Such an openness is also already truth as altheia, the ontological truth that precedes the ontic truth understood as correspondence, agreement, or adequatio. This also explains why this section deals with an extension of the question of truth to understanding, as the title of the Part 2 of Truth and Method states. For Heidegger, the concept of truth as altheia means the coming to light, the being revealed, the manifestation of something from a condition of veiling and concealment. Play is for Gadamer such a manifestation. First and foremost, play is self-presentation, Selbstdarstellung, which is also a universal ontological characteristic of nature. Gadamer 2004, 108, that is, if we take into account the etymological correlation of being that Heidegger establishes between Ina and Fwein. Heidegger 2000, 74 ff. To take play as a model of the aesthetic experience means to underline the fact that in the work of art the world presents itself, and the subject is really such and comes to the scene only inasmuch it participates in this self-presentation. The self-presentation of the game involves the player's achieving, as it were, his own self-presentation by playing, that is, presenting something. Gadamer 2004, 108. This point is essential to understanding the structure of truth because, as we will see, when we say that something is true, we not only express something about the world, but also about the person who makes that experience of the world. What we so far said about play as self-presentation, and about its temporality as reactualizing repetition, is the theoretical background on which Gadamer rebuilds the concept of the image. This concept is relevant because since Plato, the devaluation of the aesthetic experience and of its truth content begins with the concept of the image. For Plato, indeed, the image, as a mere copy, is twice removed from what it is. RESP 598E99A, see Plato 1997. Against this devaluation of the copy, one can think that there is nonetheless a positive kind of image, and this is the mirror image. In fact, the traditional conception of truth is polarized between these two extremes, the reflection and the copy. An image can be true, can correspond to the real, only if it reflects it like the mirror image. In any other case, it would only be a false and deceptive copy. For the mind, and hence the logos, should be the mirror of reality, in order to keep as much as possible transparent and undistorted. Gadamer, according to a general position of the transcendental philosophy, instead considers this paradoxical self-suppression of the mind, of language and of the image, as the true great deception, for it is not possible to consider the real independently of one knowing it. Because of that, a different way to understand the relations among reality, copy, reflection, and image is needed. The ontological specificity of the image consists neither in being a mere addition, as the copy, nor in being its self-suppression, as the reflection. It says something about the original, Gadamer 2004, 135. The image, in short, neither duplicates, as in the copy, nor merely reflects, as in the mirror, a reality, but is the self-presentation of reality in a different intensity of its being. The world that appears in the play of presentation does not stand like a copy next to the real world, but is that world in the heightened truth of its being. Gadamer 2004, 132. By presenting reality, the representation, or the image, produces an intensive increase of that very reality. In contrast to Plato, Gadamer therefore understands the image as a self-presentation of the original, which in this way is not weakened or undermined, but presents itself in an intensified form of its being. This is particularly clear in the case of the picture. 99. Truth. 99. Hence presentation remains essentially tied to the original represented in it. But it is more than a copy. That the representation is a picture and not the original itself does not mean anything negative, any mere diminution of being, but rather an autonomous reality. So the relation of the picture to the original is basically quite different than in the case of a copy. It is no longer a one-sided relationship. That the picture has its own reality means the reverse for what is pictured, namely that it comes to presentation in the representation. It presents itself there. Gadamer 2004, 135. Plato's condemnation of art because of its mimetic nature implied the idea that the image is a moment of ontological decrease and thus of devaluation, of distancing from truth. Gadamer, instead, inscribes his theory of the image inside an emanatist conception of Neoplatonic fashion, where what is emanated is not a lower level of reality, but instead constitutes a genuine increase in being. 2004, 135. Essential to an emanation is that what emanates is an overflow. What it flows from does not thereby become less. The development of this concept by Neoplatonic philosophy, which uses it to get beyond Greek substance ontology, is the basis of the positive ontological status of the picture. For if the original one is not diminished by the outflow of the many from it, this means that being increases. 2004, 135-36-5. Even though we can always say that the image is a sort of duplicative repetition of reality as it is in the case of festivals in relation to the event they celebrate, its ontological valence is not grasped if we simply think of it as a mere addition to the original. In a serial way, such ontological valence consists rather in an intensive or modal differentiation, thanks to which the original acquires a different existence and makes itself knowable to a subject. The fact that play, as Gadamer outlines, is by definition always open on the spectator means that in its self-presentation, in its being an image, it is always for someone, which is the condition of every knowledge. The image does not add itself to the original, like another thing, but shows it in another form. It is literally another mode of its existence, the mode of its being true for someone. In the mimetic representation the original has come into the there more authentically eigentlicher Instagekamen is, Gadamer 2004, 114. In it, the original makes itself knowable, namely, it makes itself recognizable as such. Even though he does not share Plato's devaluation of the image, Gadamer recognizes in the Platonic doctrine of anamnesis the implicit admission that knowledge is activated through the beautiful image, through the sensible world, what was definitively maintained with the birth of the philosophical aesthetics as cognitio sensitiva in Baumgarten, Gadamer 1986, 14 ff. However, to remember, that is, to recognize, is not simply to bring back to mind something already known, but always to allow something more to emerge about the recognized object. The joy of recognition is rather the joy of knowing more than is already familiar, Gadamer 2004, 113. It is then an aesthetic experience in the proper sense, that is, an experience of pleasure, the joy of knowledge, Gadamer 2004, 112. It is nonetheless true that this positive experience is only one side of the experience of truth. It is in fact also possible to experience truth in a negative way, in terms of the contradiction or the falsification of our beliefs and prejudices, and even as suffering, according to Aeschylus' saying in which Gadamer sees the inner historicality of experience, Pathii Mathos, 2004, 351. On the one hand, the experience of knowledge is actually the experience of a fullness of being, of its overabundance, as the encounter with the work of art, in which we learn more than what. 100. Gaetano Churazi. 100. We knew, attests. But, on the other hand, it is also an experience of falsification, the Socratic moment of knowing that one does not know as a consequence of the refutation of one's own certainties and of the pain that this implies. Retracing Hegelian terminology, but without involving the dialectic connection that underpins it, we could call the former kind of experience the alethic positive moment, and the latter alethic negative. 6. In both cases, what occurs is, just as in Hegel, an increase of one's own knowledge, which presupposes the ontological increase made possible by the image. Truth as transmutation into form. The concept of increase in being, Zwaxensen, Gadamer 2004, 135 ff, is Gadamer's answer to the abstraction of the experimental method and of the aesthetic consciousness. The image, as presentation, is an ontological event Seinsvorgang and contributes to the constitution of the ontological status of the represented, Gadamer 2004, 135, modified. Its ontological valence consists in the fact that it allows reality to represent itself, and therefore is literally the condition of every truth. Without representation, that is, images, or to put it in another way without words or language, there is no truth. This means that an image's reality does not become more abstract, but, on the contrary, more concrete. The words increase and concrete indeed have the same etymological root, the Latin crescere, and signify the inner modality of the deployment of life, which growths on itself in a multiform and differentiated way. Conceptualized on the basis of the Neoplatonic doctrine of emanation, the image is thus an increase in being, an intentional transmutation of reality, that is, its transmutation. 7. The concept of transmutation into form, Verwandlung ins Gebilde, 8 is the core of Gadamer's conception of truth. The transmutation into form is not the change of something accidental, which leaves unchanged its substantial substrate, it is not, namely, a qualitative change, which concerns the categorical characterization of an object. It is rather a whole transformation, which concerns the totality of an object, which in this way is brought to another ontological and formal level. But transformation means that something is suddenly and as a whole something else, that this other transformed thing that it has become is its true being, in comparison with which its earlier being is nil, Gadamer 2004, 111. The transmutation into form is literally the making itself true of an object, that is, its becoming manifest for someone. With regard to knowledge of the true, the being of the representation is more than the being of the thing represented, Homer's Achilles more than the original, Gadamer 2004, 113. In this sense the form is the image, the representation, it is that ontological more that produces a transformation, making the original, the represented, the event, recognizable. Gadamer expresses this idea in a very powerful and incisive sentence: the concept of transformation characterizes the independent and superior mode of being of what we called form. From this viewpoint, reality is defined as what is untransformed, and art as the raising up of Hebung of this reality into its truth. Gadamer 2004, 112, modified. We can make this idea more understandable by having recourse to what Heidegger writes in 44 of Being and Time. In reference to Newton's laws, Heidegger writes that indeed before being discovered they were neither true nor false, 1996, 44c. Far from being an admission of relativism, this claim means that only when these laws were formalized by Newton did their truth emerge as such, since only in this way has it been possible to represent the reality of the physical phenomenon of the forces. Of course, this does not mean that the forces they talk about were not real before the discovering of these laws, but only that their truth was neither accessible nor represented. The transformation of the forces into the physical law literally, into a formula that expresses them is an increase in being, for it adds to that reality the incremental element of 101. Truth. 101. Knowing, and thus of truth. The fact that, thanks to the formulation of Newton's laws, we know what the forces are, and even that they are, is a different way of presenting such a reality, precisely in the form of truth. Without this formulation, this different modality of the real would not be possible. The representation allows the real to be raised to the level of knowing, and in this sense it is an increase of its being. Truth is more than reality. 9. We can understand here what in the previous pages was said about the human sciences. Their truth is confirmed by their capacity to rise, reflexively, above the factual world. In them, in Bildung, cultivation, reality exposes itself and turns into a world, to borrow the Heideggerian image of the conflict between earth and world in the origin of the work of art. 10. The transmutation into form is the making world of the earth, according to a concept of mimesis that can be traced back to the Pythagorean doctrine of the cosmos as order, which Gadamer talks about in the essay Art and Imitation, 1986, 1012, also 2007, 310. This allows us to better explain what the Gadamerian vindication of the truth content of the human sciences means. It concerns the condition of possibility of every ontic truth, even of the scientific one, that is, the transmutation into form, the turning into the world, which transforms reality in the knowing of it. This process is not external to the movement of the real, but is, in an Hegelian way, an internal development of the real itself, which in this way reflects itself, presents itself, and makes itself accessible to a subject that is part of, participates in this self-presentation. The truth of the human sciences is therefore althea, manifestation, or self-presentation. The content of this truth, however, is not the content of the representation, that is, the represented state of affairs, but its transcendental condition of possibility, which coincides with its ontological condition. When we say that something is true, indeed, we do not say something more about the represented fact, but something more about our relation to that fact, to reality. We say that we now know that this is true. 11. And this knowing is a change in reality as a whole. We can formalize this idea in the following way. When we say P is true, we also affirm something about the one who says P is true, that is, about the experience that we have of P. This reference is not a psychologization of truth, but is the ultimate meaning of its, so to say, exceeding function in relation to reality. With truth, reality gets richer, for truth adds to reality the knowledge, the recognition of something as such, even when this knowing is only negative, as the Socratic knowing one does not know, and concerns, more explicitly, not a state of affairs but our own belief, or prejudice, about it. True is a way to characterize not merely a state of affairs, but our experience of that state of affairs. We can then understand Heidegger's claim there is truth only insofar as Dasein is and as long as it is, 1996, 44c, emphasis in original, which is the same as to say, there is truth only insofar as there is a world. A theory of the experience of truth. The Gadamerian conception of truth, which can be considered as paradigmatic of philosophical hermeneutics, is not a theory of truth in the sense that it does not explain what truth is. It is rather a theory of the experience of truth, for it says what truth does, and this is the very content of the human sciences. They show the effectual nature of knowing, which is always also a self-knowing, and this self is the human being. Truth requires the representation, the image, the setting itself into form, and in this way produces eo ipso a transmutation of reality and its raising to a further level, that of knowing, and thus of experience. Its conception cannot therefore be separated from a renewed theory of experience, which cannot be reduced to the conditions of the experimentation. Gadamer 2004, 267 ff. From a logical point of view, this results in a refusal to consider the predicate true as merely redundant, it has a full semantic. 102. Gaetano Churazi. 102. Content, through which we distinguish the truth from the real as a specific mode of relating to reality. It is after all in this way, as modes or dispositions of the subject to reality, as behaviors, that Aristotle characterized being true and being false, Alveine and Sudstai, as Heidegger pointed out in his commentary to the Aristotelian theory of the apophantic discourse, 2010, 110 ff. This means that the so-called predicate true does not express so much a property of a state of affairs, but of the relation of a knowing subject to a state of affairs. This idea matches significantly Donald Davidson's semantic theory of truth, an author who many scholars consider, despite their different philosophical traditions, close to Gadamer 12. In fact, when discussing Tarski's conception of truth and regretting its incompleteness, Davidson writes, "What is missing is the connection with the users of language. Nothing would count as a sentence, and the concept of truth would have no application, if there were not creatures who used sentences by uttering or inscribing tokens of them. Any complete account of the concept of truth must relate it to actual linguistic intercourse." Davidson 2005, 36. Tarski's conception should therefore be completed by a pragmatic aspect. What we need to do now is to say how to identify the presence of such a pattern or structure of truth in the behavior of people. Davidson 2005, 27-28. Gadamer's conception shows the same complex structure of truth here sketched by Davidson, which brings together the object, a sentence, someone who utters this sentence, and the time of the utterance. Moreover, it allows for the thinking of truth pragmatically, or better, practically. Truth shows itself in the behavior of people as what makes explicit and operates a change in their experience. True is, we dare to say, a transformational operator. When we say P is true, we do not add something more to the content of P, but indicate that a dispositional change has occurred in our experience. As the experience of truth, the aesthetic experience is an experience that changes the person who experiences it. Gadamer 2004, 103. In conclusion, we can sum up the points covered above in the following way, from which it is possible to obtain an overall framework of the Gadamerian conception of truth. 1. The truth concerns not only a certain factual content, the state of affairs, but also the relation to the subject, to the one who knows such a state of affairs. That is because in the image as well as in every other form of representation, be it a picture, a word, or a sentence, the coming to presence, the manifestation of something for someone, an open structure that is the very structure of the play, is signified. 2. The truth thus expresses a difference that occurs inside the experience, the difference between reality and knowing, thanks to which reality is transformed, transmuted into form. 3. This difference is an event, it coincides with the production of an effect, a transformation that concerns above all the subject, who participates in play, and consequently the being itself, play. 4. Through this intentional modification, reality is raised up to a new and different dimension, that of knowledge. The predicate true indicates an increase in being of the real, which in this way is represented or enunciated, formalized. 5. In this transformative operation lies the truth claim of the human sciences, for it is the true content of Bildung. The German word Bildung, which corresponds to the Greek word paideia, in which there is an echo of the light-heartedness and innocence of children's play, Gadamer 1998-9, and which we translate with cultivation, maintains a reference to the image. Build the experience of the truth proper to the human sciences is a formative and transformative experience. It ties together what the scientific tradition has split, namely, ontology, knowledge, ethics and aesthetics, as happens in the Platonic myth of the cave. Beyond the methodical abstraction, thus, what is at stake in the Gadamerian vindication of the truth content of the human sciences is the attempt to recover the formative character of every experience of truth. Even the natural sciences cannot do without considering their own task as a mode of that ontological condition that Heidegger synthesized in the expression being in the world. 8. Experience. The whole of truth and method develops a conception of knowledge and of truth that corresponds to the whole of our hermeneutic experience. Gadamer 1986a, 3, 1991, XXIII. Therein the fundamentals of philosophical hermeneutics, what was to have been the original title of Gadamer's magnum opus, find expression, Grondin 1999, 319. After the analysis of the experience of art and the critical, historical review of hermeneutics, Gadamer discusses the fundamentals of philosophical hermeneutics by analyzing the elements of a theory of hermeneutic experience. One understanding experience and specifically hermeneutic experience is, therefore, central to understanding philosophical hermeneutics. The concept of experience. Human consciousness has the structure of experience Erfahrung, Gadamer 1986a, 352, 1991, 346. Being conscious of oneself and one's surroundings is experiencing. Before this discussion of experience, Gadamer has argued that consciousness is constituted by positive and negative prejudices that respectively lead or mislead understanding. These prejudices have been inherited from one's tradition and form one's present horizon of meaning. Following Heidegger, understanding or interpretive experience begins with these inherited prejudices within the hermeneutic circle and proceeds towards completion. Human beings exist within history. Each particular consciousness has been affected by history through inheriting a set of prejudices and so is a historically affected consciousness. These circumstances generate two senses of historically affected consciousness. In the broad sense, each human consciousness is a historically affected consciousness. In the narrow sense, one is conscious of the fact that one has such a historically affected consciousness. Gadamer 1986b, 444. 1991, XXXIV. For Gadamer, the problem with claiming that historically affected consciousness has the structure of experience is that the concept of experience seems to me to be one of the most obscure we have. 1986a, 352, 1991, 346. The dominance of the natural sciences and their emphasis on the logic of induction have narrowed the concept of experience. Experience has come to mean just the awareness through sensations of the results of experiments. The scientific method requires that experiments be repeatable for the results to be accepted. Repeated experiments with the same results allow for the induction of scientific knowledge. 106. 106. So, experience has come to mean becoming aware of these repeatable results of experiments. Experience is experience of confirmation instances. This understanding of the concept of experience takes no account of the inner historicity of experience. 1986a, 352, 1991, 346. Gadamer rehabilitates the concept of experience by examining the idea of experience in Bacon, Aristotle, Hegel, and Aeschylus. Bacon attempted to avoid over-hasty generalizations by controlling the process of induction from observation. What is important for Gadamer in Bacon's analysis is his recognition of the moral difficulty and anthropological questionableness. 1986a, 354, 1991, 348, of developing a theory of experience from just a logic of induction. Bacon recognized the idols of the mind, the prejudices that hold the human mind captive. 1986a, 355, 1991, 349, and so mislead the inductive process. Proper induction then requires a regulation of the mind so that it is not misled by its idols. It is more a disciple than a method. 1986a, 355, 1991, 349. Gadamer presents two examples. In one case, the idol is that one tends to remember the positive, supporting instances of one's idea and to forget the negative ones. In another, empty linguistic conventions misdirect the development of knowledge. Both examples demonstrate that before the inductive process can proceed, one must make sure the inductive experience is not misled by an idol. What Bacon did not recognize and is essential to philosophical hermeneutics, is that the prejudices of the mind could also aid in understanding. Gadamer states that not only can language mislead, but it could be a positive condition of, and guide to, experience itself. 1986a, 355, 1991, 350. The discussion of Bacon demonstrates that inductive experience does not begin with indubitable facts, but rather that what is given in experience is conditioned by one's positive and negative prejudices that result from affective history. The given is historically conditioned. Nevertheless, coming to understand what is given does involve induction. One learns from confirming experiences. This is a true element in the structure of experience. Gadamer 1986a, 356, 1991, 350. However, one case is not enough to justify a generalization. Only after several cases is an inductive generalization appropriate. Thereafter, a generalization or experience is valid so long as it is not contradicted by new experience. 1986a, 356, 1991, 350. Aristotle is important in the analysis of how experience moves from individual experiences to the universal. The unity of individual experiences is the universal of experience that is not yet the universal of science. The universal of experience lies between observations and the concept. After retaining in memory several similar experiences, something common to them all is recognized. This is the universal of experience that permits the anticipation, vorausschau, that this experience will happen in the same way in the future. The universal of experience is a necessary condition for the scientific or conceptual question to be asked: why and from what basis is this commonality to be explained? 1986a, 357, 1991, 351. Aristotle's image for the process of developing the universal of experience is of a fleeing army coming to stand again and being ready for battle. Each soldier who turns around and stands ready represents an individual experience. When enough have come to stand, the army is ready to fight, and this represents the universal of experience. What is important for Gadamer in this image is that the generation of the universal is an event over which no one has control, where no particular experience is the crucial one, and the experience is unpredictable, and yet not without preparation. 1986a, 358, 1991, 352. There is no inductive methodology that would provide rules for when several experiences come to form the universal of experience. Experiences happen and one cannot say how many or what particular type of experiences would be sufficient to generate the universal of experience. There is no rule that would permit a prediction of when the universal is recognized, yet a number of confirming instances are required. Gadamer finds that Aristotle's image of this experience is too linear. One does not experience just confirming experiences. The process of developing the unity of experience may involve setbacks, disconfirming experiences that require modifications and projections of new possibilities. What was thought to be typical is discovered to be incorrect, and another possible universal of experience is adopted and tested in further experience. So, in one sense, experience means those confirming instances that allow for the development of the universal of experience. However, in another sense, experience in the genuine sense is always negative. Gadamer 1986a, 359, 1991, 353. The negativity of experience not only corrects the universal of experience, it also corrects what we thought we knew before. 1986a, 359, 1991, 353. Hegel emphasizes the negativity of genuine experience. In the introduction to the Phenomenology of Mind, Hegel defines experience as the dialectic process through which consciousness discovers that what it thought was the truth is not the truth and establishes for itself another criterion for truth. The negative experience, the disconfirming instance, does not result in skepticism. The disconfirmation is, in Hegel's words, a determinate negation, which means that the previous experiences need to be reinterpreted in light of this new negative experience. The genuine sense of experience occurs in the reversal of consciousness in the synthesis and can only happen once in each stage. With Hegel's analysis of experience, Gadamer states, historicity comes into its own, 1986a, 359, 1991, 353. Each dialectic commences from a particular historically conditioned position and proceeds to a later new position. One cannot have the same negative experience twice, since through this experience one has realized one's mistaken view and now sees the situation differently. Through negative experience, consciousness discovers that what it thought to be its knowledge of the object was incorrect and turns back on itself to propose another criterion for truth, thereby changing both its knowledge and the object. For Hegel, the experience consciousness has of its knowledge and itself progresses teleologically to absolute knowledge. This is not the case for Gadamer. For him, the truth of experience always implies an orientation toward new experience, 1986a, 361, 1991, 355. Aeschylus attests to this element of experience in his phrase learning through suffering. The saying does not just mean that we learn through mistakes that can be painful. Aeschylus also implied by this saying the difference between humans and gods. Thus experience is experience of human finitude, 1986a, 363, 1991, 357. The experienced person has not only learned through his experiences that he has been mistaken but also learned to be open for new experiences. The experienced person is radically undogmatic, 1986a, 361, 1991, 355. That the truth of experience is an openness for new experiences is a new element in the concept of experience. Experience in this sense belongs to the historical nature of man, 1986a, 361-62, 1991, 356. Although genuine experiences may often be painful and disagreeable, they lead to insight. Insight is not just new knowledge of the object but involves an element of self-knowledge. This leads one to become discerning and insightful, 1986a, 362, 1991, 356. Gadamer's rehabilitation of the concept of experience contains three central elements that constitute the historicity of experience. The concept of experience lost its historical element by being framed through the logic of induction in the scientific method. The structure of effective historical consciousness is experience. Consciousness, through effective history, has inherited a set of prejudices that both hinder and aid the experience of understanding. Consciousness attains the universal of experience that anticipates the course of future experiences in a manner not controlled by the subject. Experience happens to one more than one controls it through the use of a method. The process of establishing the universal of experience is not linear but beset with refutations and new projections. The universal of experience is not the universal of the concept that includes the grounds and reasons why an event happens. One kind of experience is confirmatory and allows for the development of the universal of experience. The other kind of 108. Experience is negative where consciousness discovers that what it thought to be the case is not the case. This is the genuine sense of experience where consciousness returns to itself, realizing its mistake and projecting another universal of experience. The process of experiencing does not lead teleologically to absolute knowledge. The experienced person is open to new experiences. The truth of experience is the realization of human finitude. Hermeneutic experience. Having rehabilitated the concept of experience, Gadamer turns to the specific hermeneutic experience of understanding a text handed down in tradition. The encounter with tradition occurs in language as if another is speaking. However, this other is not to be misunderstood as the life expression of the author, rather the meaning expressed in the text is detached from the person who means it. 1986a, 364, 1991, 358. Gadamer argues for an integrative and not a reconstructive hermeneutics. 1986a, 169ff, 1991, 164ff. In being written, what is said in the language of the text enters into the ideality of the word. The ideality of the word raises everything linguistic beyond the finitude and transience that characterize other remnants of past experience. 1986a, 394, 1991, 390. The meaning of the words is determined by the language context. The reader must bring the written text back into the living present of conversation. 1986a, 374, 1991, 368. The reader projects a meaning for the text in the projection of the text's horizon of meaning in the first part of the fusion of horizons. The encounter with the meaning of the text is like a dialogue between an I and a thou. The language of tradition expresses itself like a thou. 1986a, 364, 1991, 358. Gadamer discusses three possible relationships between an I and a thou and relates these to three possible hermeneutic experiences of the meaning of a text. In the first I-thou relationship, the I understands what is typical about the behavior of the thou. One can predict what the other will do. The hermeneutic experience that corresponds to this relation is found in the social sciences, where the naive faith in method and its supposed objectivity is applied to understanding tradition. In the second I-thou relationship, the thou is recognized as a person and not like an object as in the first case. Although the negativity of experience is recognized, one attempts to overcome this negativity by reflectively claiming to know the other correctly from one's own point of view. The similar hermeneutic experience is that of historical consciousness. The past is recognized in its uniqueness, but historical consciousness denies its own historical conditioning. A person who believes he is free from prejudices, experiences the power of the prejudices that unconsciously dominate him as a vis tergo hidden force. 1986a, 366, 1991, 360. The third relation between the I and thou is one of mutual recognition. Each does not ignore what the other has to say, but rather allows the other to say something to oneself. Each listens to the claims of the other. This mutual recognition requires openness. Understanding one another means neither overlooks the claim of the other nor blindly follows the other. Each recognizes the truth of experience and so has a fundamental openness for new experiences. The proper form of hermeneutic experience is an openness to the tradition, acknowledging that it has something to say to me. 1986a, 367, 1991, 361. It is the narrow sense of historically affected consciousness that is aware of its being affected by tradition. Recognizing one's own historical conditionedness generates openness for new experiences. One is open to the genuine experience of tradition where one acknowledges the truth claim of tradition. One experiences that what one thought was the case is not the case and learns from tradition. In hermeneutic experience, one is radically undogmatic. The proper concept of experience as the structure of effective historical consciousness includes its historicity and the truth of experience, that is, openness for new experiences. The logical structure of openness to consider different possibilities implies the structure of the question. Gadamer 1986a, 368, 1991, 362. Questioning creates an opening from which an answer may come. Each question presupposes a direction of meaning, a horizon of meaning, from which an answer may come. A slanted question presupposes a horizon from which a proper answer is not possible. A question is resolved when there is a preponderance of reasons for one answer and the counter-arguments have been overcome. There is no method to discover appropriate questions. The art of questioning is the art of thinking and is a dialogue like a true conversation. The conversation is led by the topic under discussion, where the conversation partners open up and explore the question horizon, searching for an answer. The hermeneutic experience of tradition in the form of reading a text is entering into dialogue with the text, Gadamer 1986a, 374, 1991, 368, as the logic of question and answer. The inherited text first poses a question to the interpreter. In order to answer this question, the interpreter endeavors to discover the question to which the text is an answer. This project, however, occurs within the horizon of the question that the text poses to the interpreter. Hence these questions merge. The meaning of the text must be understood from the horizon of the question asked of the interpreter. Gadamer, 1986a, 379-80, 1991, 374, says this is what he termed the fusion of horizons. The projected horizon of the saying of the text is its answer, and this horizon is fused in the hermeneutic truth event with the interpreter's own horizon of understanding the subject matter. To examine the experience of hermeneutic interpretation, Gadamer's analysis of a passage in Hegel will be used. In 1973 Gadamer published Die Dialektik des Selbstbewusstseins, 1987, 4765, 1976, 5475. The initial question that motivates Gadamer's interpretation is that the nature and reality of freedom, that Hegel discusses in his chapter on self-consciousness and especially in the dialectic of master and slave, has not been properly understood today in the overinterpretation, Übersonanz, of the slogan of freedom, 1987, 47, 1976, 54, translation modified. As becomes evident in the essay, Gadamer is criticizing the way Hegel's concept of freedom found in especially the master-slave dialectic has been interpreted by contemporary Marxist movements. All understanding begins in the hermeneutic situation that is constituted by the prejudices the interpreter currently has inherited. Gadamer's prejudices concerning German and the history of German philosophy allow Hegel's text to be examined without the problem of translation. The initial structures of the hermeneutic experience are not being disputed in this chapter. It is accepted that Hegel's Phenomenology is a classic text that embodies the authority of tradition. It is assumed that Hegel's text is authoritative concerning the concept of freedom. What is contested is how to correctly interpret Hegel's concept of freedom, especially in the master-slave dialectic. Interpretation moves back and forth in the hermeneutic circle, seeking a coherent reading of the parts and whole. More exactly, Gadamer states that the foreconception of completeness is the initial assumption of the coherence and truthfulness of the text's saying by the interpreter that allows her to question her own prejudices and project other prejudices for the meaning horizon of the text. Gadamer initiates his essay by locating Hegel's discussion within the effective history of German idealism, specifically in Hegel's critique of Kant and Fichte. In this discussion, Gadamer notes a possible misreading of a word's meaning in Hegel's usage. This is an example of a grammatical interpretation that projects another meaning for a word in the text. Gadamer quotes Hegel's sentence just before the section on the master-slave dialectic. 2. Hegel states that self-consciousness here leaves the sensuous and supersensible and moves into the spiritual day of the present in den Geist eigen Tag der Gegenwart, Gadamer 1987, 47, 1976, 55. 3. The reader's contemporary prejudices used to establish the meaning of day tag, perhaps daytime, might not bring out Hegel's allusion. Another prejudice for the meaning of day should be projected for Hegel's text. Gadamer says the meaning of day must be revised according to Hegel's Baroque formulation of the term. Hegel's use of day means that a reality has been reached which, like the day, embraces everything visible and includes all there is. Die wie die day tages als sichtbar umfasst als einschlei sst, was ist, 1987, 47, 1976, 55. This revised reading is important, Gadamer claims, because it demonstrates the central position of this chapter in the whole of Hegel's Phenomenology. It is the move from consciousness into the realm of Geist, mind or spirit, that is, to self-consciousness, even if self-consciousness, at first, is not yet aware of this. Gadamer continues his interpretation, moving back and forth between the parts and the whole, seeking a coherent reading of the text. After discussing the I am-I tautology and dialectic of desire, Gadamer turns to the interpretation of the master-slave dialectic, which is at the root of the contemporary misinterpretations of Hegel. He argues what Hegel provides is an ideal type, 1987, 57, 1976, 65, analysis of the master-slave relationship. Hegel should not be interpreted as presenting an historical account of the rise of mastery in the development of the state. Nor is Hegel presenting a history of the liberation from mastery as found in Kajeve's work, who applies Hegel historically in ways that are not entirely convincing, 1987, 57 and 6, 1976, 66 and 6. The master-slave dialectic is not, as Gadamer will argue, the liberation of the proletariat, the slave, from the bourgeoisie, master. A coherent reading of Hegel and the stage of the development of Geist at this point requires that one understand that in the text we are still moving completely within the sphere of self-consciousness, 1987, 57 and 5, 1976, 65 and 5. Gadamer, as Hegel, discusses the self-conscious experience of the master first and then moves to the slave. Gadamer argues that it is a mistake to interpret the master's faulty Verkehrts self-consciousness, 1987, 58, 1976, 67, using the idea that the master, in fact, becomes dependent on the slaves working for him. He relates this interpretation to Marx's analysis of the general strike. Gadamer assumes the reader will know that the idea of the general strike demonstrated that the bourgeoisie had become dependent on the proletariat. Although it is correct that the master does, in fact, become dependent on the slave, this interpretation or projected horizon for the text is completely insufficient. Gadamer claims this dependency is not the basis of Hegel's analysis. Hegel is far more rigorous, 1987, 58, 1976, 67. A master self-consciousness that has become aware of its dependence on the slave is no longer truly a master self-consciousness. Hegel must argue that the self-consciousness of a master who does not realize his dependency, still does not attain its being for itself, since it only confronts the dependent and inessential self-consciousness of the slave. This interpretation coheres with Hegel's ideal typical analysis since it can find the reversal of consciousness within the master's pure self-consciousness itself. The consciousness reflected back into the master's self-consciousness is only that of the slave. That alone is the master's truth, and it is a faulty truth, 1987, 59, 1976, 68. The truth of self-consciousness will be discovered in the slave, even if, at first, he does not recognize this to be his. At first, the salve's consciousness is the complete surrendering of self to the master and his needs, Gadamer 1987, 59, 1976, 68. The slave sees independent self-consciousness in the master but does not yet recognize it as his own. The slave's self-consciousness must be forced back into itself. Gadamer uses a recognized situation of his readers to further illustrate Hegel's meaning, and like someone who withdraws into himself, he begins to think differently, 1987, 59, 1976, 68. This is part of the application or translation of the text's meaning into the horizon of interpretation. As is well known, the slave frees himself through fear of death and working. Concerning the fear of death, Gadamer says that Hegel returns to the previous analysis of the life and death struggle. In his analysis, Gadamer reiterates Hegel's claim that death is the absolute master, 1987, 60, 1976, 69. Hegel writes, for it felt the fear of death, the sovereign master, 1973. 111. 119, for more than the service to the master, death is, for the slave, total dissolution where one gives up everything outside oneself and wants to cling to oneself, the simple self-consciousness, pure being for self. Gadamer 1987, 60, 1976, 69. Gadamer quotes Hegel here and the translator adds the exclamation point. Gadamer emphasizes the importance of the slave's fear of death in order that the slave becomes aware of its pure being for self, that is, forcing the slave to recognize his actual self-consciousness in himself. Gadamer may assume that the reader knows Hegel's later statement that if the slave does not fear for his life, then the slave only achieves the freedom of stubbornness. It is in the analysis of Hegel's discussion of the effect of the slave's working where the interpretations primarily diverge. Gadamer interprets Hegel as developing two lines of thought concerning the slave's work. First, in working for the master, the slave postpones his own desires. Beyond serving, the slave sees his own being for itself in a new manner. Gadamer quotes Hegel interpolating his analysis: it, servile consciousness, thereby cancels in each single aspect, that is, not only in the universal dissolution in the fear of death, its attachment to natural existence, and works this off. 1987, 60, 1976, 69. Gadamer argues that working off natural existence is the key phrase that demonstrates how the slave recognizes his pure being for itself through shaping the object for the master. Consciousness incorporates itself into the object and does not consume it as in the dialectic of desire. However, Gadamer continues, the meaning is clear. We have here the self-consciousness of ability, 1987, 60, 1976, 70. For Gadamer's reading, the shaping of the object by the slave proves to the slave's self-consciousness that it has the ability to create objects. It becomes aware of its own power. Gadamer states that this is the F-hemen in our power, up to us of Stoic consciousness, 1987, 60, 1976, 70. Self-consciousness realizes what it can control or do and what it cannot. Hegel, Gadamer continues, justifiably connects this idea with another more profound idea, namely the negativity of work. Gadamer notes a typical misunderstanding here in a footnote: this negative aspect of work is actually a positive advance for Hegel. The negativity of work is the decisive phrase, 1987, 61 and 8, 1976, 70 and 8, in the genealogy of freedom that Hegel is developing. More important than the confirmation of the self in the formed object, in working, consciousness emerges in successful self-assertion in opposition to dependency on existent things, 1987, 61, 1976, 70. The slave's fear of the master is not yet the beginning of freedom. Freedom arises in the slave's recognition of his independence from those objects he makes for the master. This is the freedom of the Stoic that Gadamer mentioned. Gadamer then discusses Hegel's remarkable statement, 1987, 61, 1976, 70, that one could be recognized as a person and yet still not attain independent self-consciousness. Gadamer says that Hegel is here clearly referring to the law where one is recognized as a person, but where everyone is a person and yet not everyone is an independent free self-consciousness. Gadamer remarks, without indicating who interprets Hegel in this manner, that the abolition of slavery does not result in freedom, since one still works for another. Rather, it is what Gadamer termed the consciousness of ability that is able to deal with the universal might, death, and objective reality, 1987, 61, 1976, 71. Working cancels the opposing negative form. Gadamer quotes Hegel's daring thesis, but this objective, negative reality is precisely the alien reality before which it trembled, 1987, 61, 1976, 71. Gadamer explicates this thesis. Death is the ultimate master before which self-consciousness trembles and resists. Working is the skilled cancellation of the materials to form an object, the opposed reality is cancelled, and therefore is a liberation of our own self-consciousness, 1987, 62, 1976, 71. In working for the master, the slave becomes conscious of himself in his ability to fashion objects. In work it has a mind of its own, that, I can do. 1987, 62, 1976, 71. Gadamer notes that this is not yet the full encounter with the self as experienced in the artwork, that is me. 1987, 62, 1976, 71. He concludes that Hegel 112. In the discussion of work and its influence on the developing freedom of self-consciousness, is not interested in the specific type of work nor really in the shaping of the object. Rather, it is a change in self-consciousness itself. Self-consciousness realizes that it chooses how to form the object being worked on. It brings out the pure being for self contained in the freedom of one's ability. 1987, 62, 1976, 72. In conclusion, Gadamer notes that the history of freedom does not end with the freedom of self-consciousness attained through the dialectic of the master and slave. The next stage in the phenomenology results in the total destruction of self-consciousness, and then a new form of self-consciousness arises, a consciousness which thinks, i.e. a consciousness which is free self-consciousness. 1987, 62, 1976, 72. Self-consciousness discovers itself to be reason. The other in consciousness comes from itself, and, Gadamer continues, this demonstrates reason as certainty of being all reality. 1987, 63, 1976, 72. Therefore, the real world, quoting Hegel, has lost every sense of being alien. 1987, 63, 1976, 72. 5. The misunderstandings of Hegel, which have resulted in the mistaken slogans of freedom that initiated Gadamer's interpretation, begin, according to Gadamer, with Marx's misuse of the dialectic of master and slave in the context of the conflict between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Marx correctly recognizes that the slave reaches a higher stage of consciousness through working. However, Gadamer continues, Hegel was thinking of the bonded, Leibeigen, farmers and craftsmen, and not wage laborers. Moreover, in point of fact, for self-consciousness the actual purpose of work is fulfilled in the non-alienated work world. 1987, 63, 1976, 73. Self-consciousness comes through working to see that what is formed is a result of self-consciousness. It is mind freely realizing itself in the object. Gadamer says it is a quite superficial interpretation of Hegel to find the liberation of the proletarian class in the master-slave dialectic. The freedom realized by the self-consciousness of the slave is just the beginning of the mind's process of coming to understand itself as free. To end this essay, Gadamer develops a further truth from Hegel's text that Hegel himself could not have anticipated. This illustrates Gadamer's claim of the importance of temporal distance and that a traditional text may bring new truths to light in effective history. 1986a, 303f, 1991, 298f. If it is assumed that the modern worker in our industrialized society cannot find a significance for himself in his work and so consciousness is not able to realize its freedom, then, Gadamer asks, who today can be said to be really free with today's consumerism? Here Hegel's dialectic of master and slave could speak to us. If there is to be freedom, then first of all the chain attaching us to things must be broken. Gadamer 1987, 64, 1976, 74. Self-consciousness begins to be free with the realization that it is not dependent on the objects that it produces for the master. Consciousness is forced back into itself and discovers what is formed is no longer alien but an expression of itself, an expression of reason. The real, objects, is discovered to be an expression of its free self, that is, Geist. Gadamer's essay illustrates the major elements of hermeneutic experience. All understanding is both interpretation and application. It commences in the hermeneutic situation of the interpreter that is constituted by her inherited prejudices resulting from affective history. These prejudices may lead to understanding or misunderstanding. The interpreter has a question to which the text is thought to hold an answer. Interpretation occurs in the hermeneutic circle moving back and forth from interpreter to text. The interpreter initially presupposes the text is both coherent and truthful following the foreconception of completeness. This presupposition permits the interpreter to question his own prejudices and project other prejudices for the text's horizon in the first phase of the fusion of horizons. In dialogue with the text, the interpreter listens to the saying of the text in projecting the text's horizon. Texts belong to a tradition and the authority of tradition justifies listening to the saying of the text. Gadamer's examples usually. 113. Concern an inherited text that has something truthful to say to the interpreter. However, legitimate critique of an inherited text may occur and thereby modify the tradition. The second phase of the fusion of horizons is the hermeneutic truth event, where the correct prejudices for interpreting the text are recognized, resulting in the final interpretation. It is the application of the saying of the text to the interpreter's hermeneutic situation. The truth of the text is a speculative, meaning that it can be correctly understood differently in different hermeneutic situations. Being finite beings, the experienced truth in the fusion of horizons is only an aspect of the subject matter under consideration. The experience of art. Gadamer initiates truth and method with an analysis of the experience of the work of art in order to present a case of the hermeneutic event of truth. In this discussion, it seems that Gadamer is specifically considering the non-literary or the fine arts, Bildende Kunst, although theatrical productions play an exemplary role. In criticizing previous aesthetic theories, Gadamer demonstrates what the experience of art is not. It is clearly not the application of the natural scientific method to the work of art. Artistic perception is not a simple reflection of what is given to the senses. 1986a, 96, 1991, 90. The experience of art is not based on what Gadamer terms aesthetic differentiation, that is, an abstraction by aesthetic consciousness where everything that is connected to the origin of the work of art is ignored, such as purpose, function, and the significance of its content. 1986a, 91, 1991, 85. Aesthetic differentiation is found in Kant's aesthetics, where the judgment of taste cannot have any significance as knowledge. 1986a, 49, 1991, 43, emphasis in original. This excludes hermeneutic integration and the possibility of art saying something about the human condition. Gadamer argues for aesthetic non-differentiation. 1986a, 122, 1991, 117, emphasis in original. In fact, a double non-differentiation, a double mimesis, imitation, occurs in the experience of art. Imitation does not mean to present again what has already been recognized, but rather to bring something to presentation Darstellung in its sensual totality. 1993a, 127, 1986c, 36. First, the work of art has something to say. It is a meaningful presentation of a truth. The work of art has the power to affect us now. 1993c, 374, 2007b, 196. Of all our experiences, Gadamer claims, it is the work of art that speaks to us most directly. 1993b, 1, 2007a, 124. Second, the work of art is only in its being experienced. It comes to life only in its being encountered. A theatrical play illustrates this double non-differentiation. It conveys a truth, its subject matter, and conveys this only through its performance. Gadamer uses the concept of play to elucidate the encounter with the work of art. The ontological status of the work of art is like a game into which the player enters. The structure of play absorbs the player into itself. Gadamer 1986a, 110, 1991, 105. The experience of art is one of being swept up into the world of the work of art, where one leaves behind one's daily concerns. All playing is a being played. 1986a, 112, 1991, 106. The player must know the rules of the game and abide by them if the experience of the work is to continue. To insist on a subjective standpoint, prejudice, not part of the world of the work, is like the spoilsport who breaks the rules of a game. Playing must be understood in the medial voice. 1986a, 109, 1991, 103. If there is a subject in this experience, it is the work of art because it leads and constrains the experience of the viewer, yet the viewer must also become active and follow this lead. In a theatrical performance, the actors play their parts, but the play itself is the whole. comprising the players and spectators, 1986A, 115, 1991, 109. In the audience of a play or the viewer of a work of art, the game is raised, as it were, to its ideality, 1986A, 115, 1991, 109. This back and forth, this active and passive stance, is like the whole part movement in the hermeneutic. 114. 114. Circle. The experience of art requires tarrying, verwellen, with the work of art. To be tarrying is clearly the distinguishing mark of the experience of art. 1986d, 7, 1997, 44. In Word and Image, Gadamer uses the phrase ein Wortens und Gewarons verwellen, a patient and discerning tarrying. 1993c, 387, 2007b, 211, translation modified. Gewarond here implies a seeing and preserving of the true, war. In tarrying with the work of art, one is completely absorbed in the experience, one is ganz dabei. To be present dabei means to participate teilhabe, 1986a, 129, 1991, 125. The work of art is able to elicit such a tarrying experience since it is itself a transformation into structure, Gebilde. In this transformation, the work of art becomes autonomous, having a being of its own separate from its original creation or any particular experience of it. 1986a, 117, 1991, 112. It is a transformation into the true. Here in the experience of art, as a rule, understanding means acknowledgement, anerkennung and acceptance gelten lassen. 1986e, 108, 2007c, 61, translation modified. The work of art expresses truth. In a successful encounter with the work, one exclaims, "That's the way it is. So is des." 1993c, 375, 2007b, 197. The mode of being of the work of art is presentation, Darstellung. It is the presentation of a truth, and so the successful experience of the work of art is an experience of truth, an event of being that occurs in presentation. 1986a, 122, 1991, 116, emphasis in original. The experience of art is made possible by its mode of being as a double non-differentiation. Gadamer discusses this temporal structure of art using the example of the festival. A festival exists only in its being celebrated, and it may be celebrated again and again even when there are variations. To celebrate, one must be fully engaged in the festival. One is taken up in the play of the work of art. The subject matter, what is being celebrated, remains the same. A festival is an experience of community Gemeinsamkeit and represents community in its most perfect form. 1993a, 130, 1986c, 39. Gadamer uses Kierkegaard's concept of contemporaneity, Gleichzeitigkeit, to discuss this mode of being. Contemporaneity means that in its presentation this particular thing that presents itself to us achieves full presence. 1986a, 132, 1991, 127. That the work of art can present itself, its truth or saying, in multiple engagements means that it experiences, as it were, an increase of being. 1986a, 145, 1991, 140, emphasis in original. In Word and Image, Gadamer does recognize unique aspects of works of art that are not in language. He mentions the visual arts and music. In the task of humanity to create human solidarity across different cultures, Gadamer says, the experience of art can strengthen our resolve. 1993c, 376, 2007b, 198. Art is able to break through and bridge cultural barriers, proving the absolute presence of art. 1993c, 376, 2007b, 199. The problem with art expressed in language, Gadamer continues, is that foreign languages present a barrier that is hard to overcome. 1993c, 377, 2007b, 199. In the fine arts, the linguistic barrier does not play such a limiting role. This absolute presence of art suggests that there is a linguisticality or solidarity among humans that enables non-linguistic art to speak across cultural or linguistic barriers. The inexhaustibility that distinguished the language of art from all translation into concepts rests on this excess of meaning, its increase in being. 1993b, 7, 2007a, 130. Nevertheless, the experience of art and the hermeneutic experience are very similar. One approaches a work of art as any text from the hermeneutic situation that is constituted by one's inherited prejudices. These prejudices can aid or distract from the experience. One encounters the work of art or text with a question to which the work of art may provide an answer. That one is taken up into the world of the work of art may be thought to be similar to the foreconception of completion. One assumes the work of art is coherent in the sense that nothing could be added or removed to make it more complete. With aesthetic non-differentiation, one anticipates that the work of art has something truthful to say in its presentation. The activity of play with respect to a work of art is like the back and forth movement in the hermeneutic circle. 115. Experience. 115. Of part and whole. The process of listening to the saying of a text is like tarrying with a work of art. It is a medial process where one is not a subject facing an object, but where the text or work of art leads the experience. As the discussion of Aristotle demonstrated, experience is an event over which no one has control. Works of art are part of tradition and have a tradition of their own. The authority of tradition is justified with respect to works of art as well. Classic works of art have the historical mode of being of a classic, of preserving their power to express truth throughout history. Art is especially able to speak across temporal distance. Art is able to build bridges across boundaries and spaces. Gadamer 1993c, 376, 2007b, 199, translation modified. History is effective in the tradition of art as in any tradition. History affects the one who encounters a work of art through the prejudices that one inherits. Edification, Bildung, of the eye or ear is required in the experience of art just as in reading texts. 1993a, 137ff, 1986c, 47ff. One approaches a work of art with an effective historical consciousness whether one acknowledges the effect of history or not. In the discerning tarrying experience with the work of art, one encounters what the work has to present, its truth. This is the central problem of application in hermeneutic experience. It is application in the sense of integrating what the work of art means. In the afterword to the third edition of Truth and Method, Gadamer connects the concept of contemporaneity in the experience of art to application. Contemporaneity sets the task that I later called application. 1986b, 471, 1991, 572. The experience of art is therefore understanding, interpretation, and application. 1986e, 108, 2007c, 61. One is changed by the experience of art coming to a new self-understanding, a true experience in Hegel's sense. Understanding is the fusion of horizons. It begins with the translation of the horizon of the text into one's expanding horizon. In the work of art, one is taken up into the world of the work in the sense that one projects a horizon of meaning in experiencing the work. As the ideality of the word permits this translating of the text into one's horizon of meaning, in art the increase in being of the work permits this translation. It is as if one were brought into a conversation with the work of art, which is able then to express its knowledge to us. The ideality of the work of art is not determined as an imitating and reproducing of an idea, but, as with Hegel, as the appearing of the idea itself. 1986a, 149, 1991, 144. The second phase of the fusion of horizons is the hermeneutic truth event, where the correct understanding of the text or work of art shines forth and convinces. The double non-differentiation in the experience of art mirrors the speculative aspect of the understanding of texts where the saying of the text, its truth, is able to be heard in various hermeneutic situations. What is understood in the event of hermeneutic truth is only an aspect of the thing itself, just as a work of art is never completely exhausted. At the end of Truth and Method, Gadamer specifically relates the hermeneutic event of truth to the concept of play. In the linguistic event, the language game, the one who understands is drawn into the event as the player is drawn into the game. One is not an autonomous subject facing an object. The play of language itself, which addresses us, proposes and withdraws, asks and fulfills itself in the answer, 1986a, 494, 1991, 490. The meaning or truth asserts itself like the beautiful. 9. Gadamer on tradition. David Vesey. Hans-Georg Gadamer does not have a theory of tradition, at least not one that explains how traditions arise and fall, when something counts as a tradition, and when it makes sense to say one belongs to a tradition. What he has is an epistemology which defends three claims: 1. Our beliefs are shaped by the traditions to which we belong. 2. We are incapable of becoming reflectively, and therefore critically, aware of all the effects of tradition on our beliefs, and 3. Nonetheless our beliefs may be justified. Gadamer's main arguments for these claims come in Truth and Method and the subsequent debates with Jürgen Habermas. After that he has little to say about tradition except in the context of interviews looking back upon his writings from the 1960s. One ambiguity must be cleared up at the start. Two separate German words are translated into English as tradition, Überlieferung and tradition. Überlieferung literally means that which is handed over, and it refers to a traditional object which is received and interpreted. For example, in the opening paragraph of the introduction to Truth and Method Gadamer writes, Im Verstehen der Überlieferung wurden nicht nur Textverstanden, sondern Einsichten erworben und die Wahrheiten erkannt, Gadamer 1990b, 1. It is translated as in understanding tradition not only are texts understood, but insights are acquired and truths known, Gadamer 1989, XX. Tradition as the translation of Überlieferung refers to objects of a tradition, texts, rituals, and practices, for example. Gadamer does not describe tradition as some kind of entity and argues that it is only a collective name, Sammel name, referring to whatever is handed down from the past, Adenstedt 2017, 51. Gadamer also uses the Latin-based tradition, which has its roots in the Latin word traditor, to hand down. When he uses tradition, though, he means a specific tradition to which someone belongs, not the objects which one interprets. Almost always the use of tradition will be modified by an adjective: the Neoplatonic tradition, the classical tradition, the humanist tradition, for example. A few pages later in his introduction Gadamer writes, Es ist ein neues, kritisches Bewusstsein, das sicher als verantwortlich philosophieren sie begleiten hat und das die Sprache und Denkgewohnheiten, die sich dem Einzelnen in der Kommunikation mit seiner Mitwelt bilden, vor das Forum der geschichtlichen Tradition stellt, der wir alle gemeinsam angehören. Gadamer 1990b, 5. 118. David Vesey. 118. A new critical consciousness must now accompany all responsible philosophizing which takes the habits of thought and language built up in the individual in his communication with his environment and places them before the forum of the historical tradition to which we all belong. Gadamer 1989, XXIV. Here tradition refers to those inherited ways of thinking and being which provide the habitual context for our lives. Unfortunately for English readers it is difficult to tell which German word Gadamer has used. For example, a couple paragraphs earlier the English reads, it is not only that historical tradition and the natural order of life constitute the unity of the world in which we live as men, Gadamer 1989, XXIII. One would guess from the context Gadamer is using geschichtlichen tradition again, but in fact he is using geschichtliche Überlieferung and is referring to the concrete historical texts and practices that constitute the unity of our world. The best translators translate them differently. For example, Richard Palmer makes a point of translating tradition as tradition and Überlieferung as that which has been handed down to us or transmission. All we can do is work to keep them straight, understand what he has to say about each, and seek to get clear about the relationship between the meaningful objects and practices which are handed down to us from the past, and the traditions to which we belong. Almost everything substantive Gadamer has to say in Truth and Method about tradition he says about Überlieferungen, that is, about those objects which are historically handed down to us. Take 5 of his more famous claims about tradition. That which has been sanctioned by tradition and custom has an authority that is nameless, and our finite historical being is marked by the fact that the authority of what has been handed down to us and not just what is clearly grounded always has power over our attitudes and behavior. Gadamer 1989, 281. Tradition is not simply a permanent precondition, rather, we produce it ourselves inasmuch as we understand, participate in the evolution of tradition, and hence further determine it ourselves. Gadamer 1989, 293. Tradition is essentially verbal in character. Gadamer 1989, 392. The historical life of a tradition depends on being constantly assimilated and interpreted. Gadamer 1989, 398. Rather, the whole value of hermeneutical experience, like the significance of history for human knowledge in general, seem to consist in the fact that here we are not simply filing things in pigeonholes but that what we encounter in a tradition says something to us. Gadamer 1989, 483. In each case the word translated as tradition is Überlieferung. With one exception, the meaning is clearer if we keep in mind that Gadamer is referring to traditionary objects that 119. Gadamer on tradition. 119. Are passed down, like sacred texts. Substitute sacred texts for tradition and you'll see my point. That which has been sanctioned by sacred texts and custom has an authority that is nameless. A sacred text is essentially verbal in character. The historical life of a sacred text depends on being constantly assimilated and interpreted. The whole value of hermeneutical experience seem to consist in the fact that what we encounter in a sacred text says something to us. The one that makes less sense is a sacred text is not simply a permanent precondition, rather, we produce it ourselves inasmuch as we understand, participate in the evolution of the sacred text, and hence further determine it ourselves, although the point could simply be that the meaning of authoritative objects handed down to us are not fixed but change as we interpret them anew. In contrast, in an interview from 1993, at age 93, in his most clear and succinct presentation of his views about tradition, Gadamer almost exclusively uses the word tradition. Whoever appeals to authority and tradition will have no authority. Gadamer 2001, 44. We stand in traditions, whether we know these traditions or not. 45. Tradition is not something which one knows as one's own heritage Herkenfeet in such a way that one can accept or reject it. 45. And the tradition poses questions and points the way to answers. The conversation with tradition is a legitimate dialogue. 51. Here he is talking about a tradition we belong to, not what is handed down to us from the past with an authority over us. He still uses the terms Überlieferung, but there has been a clear shift, one I argue was a result of his debate with J. Jürgen Habermas. In Truth and Method Gadamer makes the case that even though our interpretations of things handed down to us are shaped by our prejudgments, this does not invalidate the interpretations. Not only are prejudgments inescapable, they are necessary for any interpretation. This does not mean any prejudgments are as good as any other for successful interpretations. On the contrary, we need to be aware of the ways our prejudgments are interfering with our ability to interpret texts, and one of the best way to expose these non-productive prejudgments is by engaging in a sincere, serious dialogue with the text, one where we are open to the opportunity to learn something new from the text. Such is the case whether we are encountering something handed down to us from a tradition familiar to us or from a tradition foreign to us, although in the first case the challenge is to see the foreignness of the text, how it is not just saying what we expect it to say, and in the second case the challenge is to see how it could be speaking to us across traditions. Whatever we encounter, we encounter it with expectations about what it has to say, we encounter it with our own interests and experiences informing the insights we are capable of receiving from it, and we encounter it already laden with interpretations. Say we are reading Confucius Analects for the first time. There will inevitably be some preconception about what it means to read ancient Chinese writings that will shape our expectations about what we will find when we read them. These expectations will highlight for us just those things that confirm our expectations and those things that thwart our expectations, and leave us indifferent to other parts of the text. We are reading the text with a purpose. Whether it is as a student, assigned to read the text with assignments and tests in mind, or a professor reading the text as a potential adoption for a class, or someone working through a list of classics, or someone trying to better understand the Confucian roots of his or her culture, there is always a context of interests and questions that we bring to the text which, again, highlights certain meanings and elides others. The text itself was collected and edited and copied and translated many times over centuries, with translations being informed by previous translations and with an audience in mind drawing upon the relevant vernacular to make the meaning clearer, perhaps trying to preserve the aesthetic properties of the text, perhaps not. This context of interpretation that lies behind the production of the text also makes certain ideas stand out and others recede. All these factors shape how a text is read and experienced and lead the text to be a source of some insights and 120. David Vesey. 120. Not others. If read by a different person, or read for a different reason, or read in a different translation, then we should expect different insights to emerge. Gadamer writes. Thus interpretation must find the right language if it really wants to make the text speak. There cannot, therefore, be any single interpretation that is correct in itself, precisely because every interpretation is concerned with the text itself. The historical life of a tradition depends on being constantly assimilated and interpreted. An interpretation that was correct in itself would be a foolish ideal that mistook the nature of tradition. Every interpretation has to adapt itself to the hermeneutical situation to which it belongs. Gadamer 1989, 398. On some views about meaning, this is a problem. For example, there are those who argue that the intentions of the author determine the meaning of the text and it is against that standard that we can evaluate which interpretations are better than others. Gadamer has arguments against this position, but that aside, he holds that there are better and worse interpretations and one criterion for a successful interpretation is that it is a consequence of a fusion of horizons. There is still the view that Gadamer's view of the interpretation of texts handed down to us leaves the interpretation of texts too fluid, above all it fails to provide a check for the distorting effects of prejudgments. The extreme version of this position is the view that any prejudgment is ultimately distortive of the meaning of the text. What we need to do is bring our prejudgments to consciousness and put them aside for the sake of understanding the text fully in its historical and cultural context. Gadamer refers to this as the prejudgment against prejudgment and sees it as a consequence of the Enlightenment's rejection of any place for the acceptance on tradition in the sciences. Nullius in verba, accept nobody's word on it, was the motto of the Royal Academy. The greatest concern is with texts handed down to us in our own tradition. Here's why: our prejudgments are shaped by the traditions we belong to, which are constituted and passed on through texts of that tradition, which we then interpret in ways informed by our prejudgments. The mutually confirming character of the tradition and the Überlieferung establishes the tradition and texts as authoritative and limits our ability to step back and be critically reflective of the texts that tradition hands down to us. Since the text is handed down to us already interpreted, and since our prejudgments are shaped by the tradition, which has been shaped by the text, our interpretation of the text is a continuation of the tradition. It is in this sense that Gadamer makes some of his more controversially conservative claims. He writes, understanding is to be thought of less as a subjective act than as participating in an event of tradition, a process of transmission in which past and present are constantly mediated. This is what must be validated by hermeneutic theory. Gadamer 1989, 291. Gadamer is not denying that subjects carry out interpretations. A tradition is not a subject, much less a supersubject. The circle of understanding requires something which is handed down and someone who receives and interprets it. To best understand why an interpretation provides the insight it does, one must explain that in terms of the way the present and past are mediated in the event. The circle of understanding describes understanding as the interplay of the movement of tradition and the movement of the interpreter. The anticipation of meaning that governs our understanding of a text is not an act of subjectivity, but proceeds from the commonality that binds us to the tradition. But this commonality is constantly being. 121. Gadamer on tradition. 121. Formed in our relation to tradition. Tradition is not simply a permanent precondition, rather, we produce it ourselves inasmuch as we understand, participate in the evolution of tradition, and hence further determine it ourselves. Gadamer 1989, 293. What he is claiming is that if we are to explain why a particular interpretation becomes accepted by an interpreter, the best explanation is one that appeals to the effects of tradition on the reception of the text, what Gadamer calls historically affected consciousness, werkingsgeschichtliches Bewusstsein, not to the individual characteristics of the interpreter. Being affected by belonging to the tradition of the text, which then puts us in a position to uncover insights in the text, is what Gadamer calls our hermeneutical situation. Since it operates on our prejudgments, it is not something we can fully make transparent to ourselves. The very idea of a situation means that we are not standing outside it and hence are unable to have any objective knowledge of it. We always find ourselves within a situation, and throwing light on it is a task that is never entirely finished. This is also true of the hermeneutic situation, i.e., the situation in which we find ourselves with regard to the tradition that we are trying to understand. The illumination of this situation reflection on effective history can never be completely achieved. What is historically pregiven, underlies all subjective intentions and actions, and hence both prescribes and limits every possibility for understanding any tradition whatsoever in its historical alterity. Gadamer 1989, 301. As prejudgments are necessary for interpreting a text, Gadamer does not consider our belonging to situation as a limitation on our ability to interpret well, but as a necessary condition for interpreting well. The attempt to eliminate our prejudgments is not only an impossible goal, it is a misguided one. The authority the tradition has over our interpretations is not to be rejected. Here we can find support in the Romantic criticism of the Enlightenment, for there is one form of authority particularly defended by Romanticism, namely tradition. That which has been sanctioned by tradition and custom has an authority that is nameless, and our finite historical being is marked by the fact that the authority of what has been handed down to us and not just what is clearly grounded always has power over our attitudes and behavior. Gadamer 1989, 281. Indeed, Gadamer would say it is precisely this authority that distinguishes texts from traditions to which we belong from texts handed down. For Christians, the Bible has a certain authority, the Quran, less so. Gadamer wants to argue that there is epistemic legitimacy behind that authority. It is on this point that Habermas raises his strongest concerns. Habermas' contributions to the Gadamer-Habermas debate come in the chapter The Hermeneutic Approach and on the Logic of the Social Sciences and in the contribution on hermeneutics' claim to universality. In both places Habermas credits Gadamer with showing that our dependence on tradition for our inescapable prejudgments means that attempts to provide a perspective-free interpretation are bound to fail. Habermas writes, hermeneutical consciousness demolishes the objectivistic self-conception of the traditional human sciences. Given the bond between the interpreting scholar and the 122. David Vesey 122. Hermeneutical situation from where he starts, it follows that impartiality of understanding cannot be secured by an abstraction from preconceived ideas, but alone through reflection on the effective historical relationship in which the knowing subject always stands to its object. Habermas 1985, 298. He argues that Gadamer underestimates two things: the way the elevation of reason transforms a tradition allowing it to take a more critical stance towards the received prejudgments, and the necessity of reason for doing so when there is systematically distorted communication. Just as language contains within it the potential for irrationality, that reflects on the limits of grammar, Habermas 1990, 144, traditions contain within them the potential for prioritizing reasoned acceptance of prejudices, undermining their acknowledgement as simply a necessary authority. Prejudgments may be inescapable, that does not preclude differentiating those that have been reflectively accepted from those that have been accepted, perhaps literally, on faith. Gadamer's prejudgment in favor of the legitimacy of prejudgments validated by tradition is in conflict with the power of reflection, which proves itself in its ability to reject the claim of traditions. Habermas 1990, 204, translation modified. Rational reflection is not only useful for weeding out misleading prejudgments, it is necessary when there are systematically distorted prejudgments that operate to not only marginalize possible insights, but maintain relations of dominance such that critical insights are systematically made unavailable to the interpreter. The traditional way of thinking, established in a social and cultural context to emphasize certain ideas over other ideas, becomes self-confirming hypostatized in Habermas' term and cannot be unrooted if we simply rely on the happening of the tradition. What is needed is theoretical understanding on how systematic distortions arise and perpetuate themselves. Without that we cannot conclude that something acknowledged on authority is actually knowledge. At least some traditions have a concern for systematic bias built into them. That is why we can accept Einstein's theory of relativity on authority without abdicating our responsibility to critical reflection. The scientific tradition seeks to mitigate the effects of bias through repetition, testing, and open critical input, at least ideally. Habermas writes, dogmatic acknowledgement of any tradition, and that means the acceptance of its claim to truth, can of course be equated with knowledge itself only if the tradition in question somehow guarantees freedom from constraint and from restriction in agreement about tradition itself. Habermas 1985, 316. The sentence is even clearer if we pay closer attention to the German. Dogmatic acknowledgement, Anerkennung, of a Überlieferung, of something handed down to us, and that means die Annahme des Wahrheitsbruchs diocese tradition, the assumption that the tradition to which that thing belongs has a claim to truth, can of course be equated with knowledge, Erkenntnis, itself only if the tradition in question somehow guarantees freedom from constraint and from restriction in agreement about tradition itself. It is legitimate to accept what is handed down to us as authoritative if the tradition to which it belongs promotes unfettered critical reflection about how that which is handed down became authoritative. Gadamer opens his response to Habermas by emphasizing once again the way a tradition operates in the background of our questioning. It should be evident already from the essential linguisticality of all human experience of the world, which has as its own way of fulfillment a constantly self-renewing contemporaneousness. I maintain that precisely this contemporaneousness and this 123. Gadamer on tradition. 123. Linguisticality point to a truth that goes questioningly behind all knowledge and anticipatingly before it. Gadamer 1977, 19. Language, as the medium of tradition, operates on us in ways we can't make explicit, but not for that reason in ways that are irrational or deceptive. It is also a source of truth. Reflection on our tradition may lead us to revise our prejudgments, or it may lead us to accept even more what the tradition has to teach us. In this respect, Gadamer thinks Habermas separates too sharply accepting something on the authority of tradition and rationally accepting the authority of a tradition. As Gadamer says many times later in interviews, whoever appeals to authority and tradition will have no authority. Period. Gadamer 2001, 44. But here, Gadamer's way of talking about tradition has subtly shifted. Instead of talking about Überlieferungen, those texts, for example, which are passed down to us and which we read as bearers of insights for us precisely because we share a tradition with the text, he focuses on tradition. And about traditions his points are straightforward: we belong to traditions in virtue of being raised in a culture and learning specific languages. The traditions to which we belong shape our prejudgments, often in ways we are unaware of and which we can never become fully aware of. Traditions are not treated as nor experienced as the complete and definitive reality that fixes and determines the meaning of a culture, but rather are released into their generative possibilities and allowed to come alive and be experienced anew in their living truth. Brogan 2020, 11. These are uncontroversial positions which Habermas would certainly agree to. They are also descriptive statements. Anders Edenstedt, 2017, in his book Gadamer on Tradition makes the important point that critics of Gadamer often confuse his descriptive statements about the prevalence of traditions with prescriptive claims about embracing a tradition's impact on us, claims Gadamer does not make. Some have raised a concern that on Gadamer's view it is impossible to critically reflect upon our own tradition. For example, Gu Enterfigel writes, here is in no case the possibility to maintain distance from what has shaped and shapes one, and to give account of what happens to us. Figel 2010, 15. But that position treats prejudgments as if they were distortive of objective knowledge when they are constitutive of objective knowledge, and this includes knowledge of what shapes us. Morton Theining puts this perfectly. Our understanding is never able to achieve complete certainty concerning its guiding prejudices, but there is no necessary inference from this to the skeptical doubt that our understanding can never amount to objectivity, in the sense of getting its subject matter right. Gadamer specifically says that the acknowledgement of the authority of tradition is always intrinsically dependent on the condition that what is conveyed by this authority is precisely not irrational and arbitrary, but can, in principle, be discovered to be true. Theining 2015, 125. The validity of the tradition lies in its continued ability to offer insight-producing prejudgments, and the justification of an interpretation is never by appeal to the tradition or the prejudgments, but always only to the insights. Consider one of Gadamer's own examples, the interpretation of the Heraclitean fragment: so long as the Father did not come into being, can he rightly be named Father? However, when he condescended to take becoming upon himself, he became the Son of himself and not of someone else. Gadamer 2002, 25. Two medieval Christian interpreters, such as Noetus, saw in this a precursor of the Christian ideas of the Trinity, though Noetus 124. David Vesey 124. Himself saw it as evidence for a more monarchianistic view of the relationship between God the Father and God the Son, and was able to see in the fragment an insight about the identity between a father and son belonging to a family. He may not have come across this insight were it not for the prejudgments offered him by a particular Christian tradition. Gadamer, in contrast, belonged to a tradition of interpretation inspired by Heidegger and the idea that the Greeks were in touch with the world in ways that have been covered over. Gadamer sought to strip away the Christian veneer and recover the words of Heraclitus, Gadamer 2002, 25. He discerns in the fragment the insight that the Father only becomes a father when he becomes father of his Son, Gadamer 2002, 25. In each case their prejudgments allowed them to find different insights in the Heraclitean fragment. Moreover, each could plausibly see how the other came to his respective interpretation. Gadamer certainly recognized Noetus' path, even though he did not share his prejudgments and can learn more about his own interpretive prejudgments. In no way is either trapped in his tradition, incapable of critical reflection upon some of his prejudgments. To imagine someone trapped in a tradition is to fundamentally fail to understand what traditions are and how they affect us and what it means to belong to them. There is a sense of being bound to a tradition, which suggests a kind of dogmatic epistemic loyalty to something existing outside us. Gadamer does speak in truth and method about the authority of things handed down to us, Überlieferungen, which creates confusion when it is thought he is referring to tradition. Gadamer's claim that the essence of tradition is to exist in the medium of language, Gadamer 1989, 391, contributes to the confusion. The thought is that if all understanding is via language and is shaped by language, there is no non-linguistic standpoint from which we can evaluate the potential distorting prejudices in our language. But the word Gadamer uses here is Überlieferung, not tradition, and Gadamer is focusing on the linguistic items handed down to us, especially texts. Language as the medium of all understanding is the way we make the meaning of what is handed down to us explicit, and in doing so contribute to the history of insights gained from what is handed down to us, but language itself is not a tradition. English speakers from Scotland, Australia, and Uganda do not share a tradition in virtue of being native speakers of English, even if they share some prejudgments as a result of having English as their native language. Analogously, there are traditions which span different languages. The prejudgments contained in the Islamic tradition are the same whether the Muslim speaks English, Arabic, Urdu, or Indonesian. The significant point we can draw from Gadamer's claim that the mode of being of tradition Überlieferung is language, Gadamer 1989, 459, is that he is focused solely on the way traditions operate on our linguistic understanding. Someone might rightly point to a tradition of getting a Christmas tree the weekend after Thanksgiving, or a tradition of giving gifts to one's host, or a tradition of never leaving your shoes upside down. Even though all of these practices are handed down over generations, and each embodies values that are important to a culture, none would fall under Gadamer's account of an Überlieferung. His focus is exclusively on linguistic transmission, and texts are the only examples he gives for things handed down to us. One can take that as a limitation of Gadamer's theory, or as a limit for the scope of Gadamer's theory. In his later writings he will clarify even more what he means by an Überlieferung. Gadamer emphasizes what he said in Truth and Method about the parallel between engaging what is handed down to us and engaging others as a thou. There he wrote, "To be situated within a tradition does not limit the freedom of knowledge but makes it possible. Knowing and recognizing this constitutes the third, and highest, type of hermeneutical experience, the openness to tradition characteristic of historically affected." 125. Gadamer on tradition. 125. Consciousness. I must allow tradition's claim to validity, not in the sense of simply acknowledging the past in its otherness, but in such a way that it has something to say to me. This too calls for a fundamental sort of openness. Gadamer 1989, 354-55. The German translated as tradition in each sentence is Überlieferung, or Überlieferungen. Gadamer's point is that if we are to understand a person, or something that is handed down to us from the past, we need to engage it with the openness of recognizing it has something to teach us. This is not a dogmatic acceptance of the authority of tradition, nor is it merely an assertion of humility, it is a necessary condition of understanding others and those things handed down to us from the past. Just as important, though, we need to emphasize that Gadamer's view is not specific to Überlieferungen which constitute a tradition to which we belong. Just as every other person is a thou, every text handed down to us from the past, whether from a tradition we belong to or one foreign to us, needs to be engaged in this spirit of openness. Gadamer is not clear about that in Truth and Method, as result of his debate with Habermas he becomes clearer about that. What that means is that we should not consider what Gadamer says about Überlieferungen, about those things which come down to us from the past, as if they are contributions to a theory of tradition. They are simply texts which in order to be interpreted need to be taken seriously as something to teach us. Whether those texts belong to our traditions is epistemically irrelevant for Gadamer's more carefully considered position. To return to where I began. Gadamer has no theory of tradition in the sense of explaining how to individuate traditions, how to tell whether a person belongs to a tradition or not, nor what it means for a tradition to emerge, rise, fall, and end. What he has is a set of claims about the epistemic role of traditions in shaping our beliefs, our values, our inquiries in general, our prejudgments. He argues that we need the prejudgments, so the attempt to purge ourselves of any prejudgments is a mistake, though we should do what we can to bring these prejudgments to conscious, reflective awareness. One of the best ways to do this is by engaging with those texts which have been passed down through history, regardless of their origins or traditions to which they belong, in a way that recognizes that by doing so we can gain these self-reflective insights. In German he uses two different words, Überlieferung and tradition, and unless we keep them separate, we are bound to misunderstand his views. 10. Gadamer's concept of language. Carolyn Culbertson. Reflections on language have always been an essential part of hermeneutic investigations. This is clear if we consider the importance that language had in the development of hermeneutics in the 19th century. Language played an important role in the thought of the early 19th century German philologist Friedrich Ast, who argued for the importance of hermeneutics for understanding antiquity. Ast argued that it was only by grappling with the literary texts left behind by an ancient culture that one could understand the spirit of the culture. Palmer 1969, 76-77. For Ast, language was thus the privileged means by which the spirit of a culture could be transmitted to later people. Not long afterward, Friedrich Schleiermacher would extend these claims, presenting hermeneutics as the study of understanding in general and language as the medium of understanding. Schleiermacher 2006, 72-75. 19th century hermeneutics thus took language to be both the object of hermeneutical investigation and the mode by which interpretation is accomplished. It should therefore not be surprising that language is one of the central concepts in Gadamer's thought. Indeed, Gadamer follows his 19th century predecessors in regarding language as both the object and the mode of hermeneutic investigation. To understand Gadamer's thought, it is therefore imperative that one understand how he conceives of language and its role in hermeneutic inquiry. This chapter thus aims to clarify the way Gadamer conceives of language, the considerations that lead him to conceive of it in this way, and the important discoveries that issue from his exploration of the subject matter. The self-forgetfulness of language. In trying to clarify Gadamer's conception of language, it is important right away to understand why, for Gadamer, a proper conceptualization of language is rare and difficult to attain. Like his hermeneutic predecessors, Gadamer takes very seriously the way that our understanding is always already mediated by various four-structures, including what his teacher, Martin Heidegger, had described as the four concepts, Vorbegriff, that we bring with us whenever we understand something. 2. By highlighting the role of such four structures in the process of understanding, Gadamer argues that understanding does not take place without the complicity of language and of the interpretive traditions passed down through language. As Gadamer, 1977, 62, puts it in his essay, Man and Language, in All Our Knowledge of Ourselves and 128. Carolyn Culbertson. 128. In all knowledge of the world, we are always already encompassed by the language that is our own. Moreover, Gadamer follows Heidegger in insisting that this understanding is not something we engage in from time to time as a deliberate effort when we are perplexed, it is an essential part of human existence itself. Palmer 1969, 42. Linguistic concepts shape not just deliberate attempts to understand something, then, they shape the world that we inhabit and how we inhabit it, insofar as we have the kind of existence that we do. For Gadamer, then, we dwell in worlds that linguistic concepts set forth, and we dwell in them long before we ever relate to these concepts as tools or thematic objects of investigation. Indeed, as Gadamer explains in his essay, The Boundaries of Language, 2000, 13-14, we dwell in linguistically mediated worlds even before we start to learn how to verbalize words, and in this sense, we start to become linguistic even before we learn to speak. It is thus a mistake to think that language is a neutral tool of understanding that one can pick up in order to understand something privately on their own. When language infuses our understanding, which it always does, interpretive traditions infuse our understanding as well. 3. For example, when a native English speaker reads an English translation of the Hebrew Bible, they inevitably rely on the interpretive traditions that are carried forward in the English language. Even when one reads a text written in a language that is native to them, interpretation must still proceed through a language that is laden with tradition. In each case, in the course of applying language as a tool of interpretation, one may come to realize aspects of their own linguistic tradition previously hidden from their view. Such realizations may generate in a person a heightened sense of responsibility for their language. They may become mindful of the weight of the words that they use to interpret the world. This is, in fact, the sense of responsibility that, as a teacher, Gadamer hopes to inspire in his students when he advises them to be aware of the weight of the words that they take up whenever they read or write. For such a sense of responsibility, though, as in so many other instances, is a responsibility for which it is ultimately impossible to make one's own consciousness fully accountable. The temporality of individual human consciousness never comes fully into convergence with the temporality of language. For as described above, language is never simply the expression of private, inner life, nor simply the expression of an individual consciousness at one particular time. The linguistic traditions that we use to interpret the world predate and continue on beyond the individual consciousness of the interpreter. This is what, in Man and Language, Gadamer talks about as the I-lessness, Iklosigkeit, of language, 1977, 65. The difficulty of arriving at a conception of language, then, is no mere accident. It is rooted in the nature of language and, indeed, human existence itself. It is the nature of language to be inconspicuous. This is what Gadamer calls in Man and Language the essential self-forgetfulness, Selbstvergessenheit, of language. The more language is a living operation, Gadamer, 1977, 65, explains, the less we are aware of it. Thus it follows from the self-forgetfulness of language that its real being consists in what is said in it. What is said in it constitutes the common world in which we live. Put otherwise, it is the nature of human existence for us to inhabit worlds of meaning set forth by language understandingly before we ever make deliberate, conscious efforts to understand that world. It is this peculiar temporality of human existence, then, that makes it so difficult to isolate and objectify language or any particular linguistic concept. Language as presentational event. Above, we saw how Gadamer follows his hermeneutic and phenomenological predecessors by explaining how we dwell in linguistic worlds without giving much mind to this activity of dwelling. This allows him to make the claim that the worlds of meaning that we find ourselves. 129. Gadamer's concept of language. 129. Embedded in are always already there, serving as the background to any act of reflection. Gadamer, like Heidegger, thus sees linguistic tradition as an important element of the forestructure of the understanding. We are already embedded in language before we ever reflect on it and before we begin turning some of our linguistic concepts into thematic objects of investigation. Alongside this argument, however, Gadamer is also interested in exploring how language can be an event of truth. This can happen, for example, when I generate a poetic description and it manages to capture something beautifully, or when, in thinking along with a lecture, I feel myself gain a better understanding of the subject matter under discussion. In such experiences, meaning is not just operating in the background. I experience it as a hermeneutic event in which truth and understanding are brought forth. To understand what it means to think about the event of language as a hermeneutic event in this sense, it is helpful to consider the sphere of art, the sphere that Gadamer turns to first in truth and method to explain the concept of the hermeneutic event. For Gadamer, aesthetic experience has a cognitive dimension to it. It involves encountering a work of art in such a way that one takes away a deeper understanding of the subject matter of the work. In this, Gadamer does not carry forward the distrust of the artists and the poets that Plato's Socrates often voices. Whereas, in Plato's works, Socrates often regarded art as doomed to fail in its attempt to bring forth its subject matter. 5. Gadamer argues that, by reconceiving of art's mimetic activity, we can better account for the efficacy of art's work. For Gadamer, the work of art is mimetic in the sense that it allows something to come to presentation, Darstellung, in a new way. In the work of art, the thing presented is there das dargestellt ist die, Gadamer 2004, 117, and, indeed, has come into the there more authentically eigentlicher ins de gekommen ist, 119. Take a portrait, for instance. A portrait is not just a copy. It presents the subject in their essential qualities that come to light in the presentation itself. In this way, it presents the subject as they have not exactly appeared before, but it does so in a way that allows viewers to recognize them as if for the first time. Similarly, in a great musical performance, an audience can hear a piece of music that they are already familiar with as if for the first time. They can walk away from the performance feeling as though they now better understand the essential qualities of the composition. This is, of course, part of the continuing appeal that a live performance has for us today in this age of mechanical reproduction. To say that art is mimetic in this sense, then, is to say that it presents a subject matter that is already familiar but allows it to be brought forth and thus recognized by viewers in a new way. 6. Gadamer recognizes that there are many forms of language that work this way too. Take, for instance, forms of poetic description, ways that language can present the being of something through metaphor, metonymy, allegory, and so on. Poetic description can heighten our understanding of a subject. It can make us recognize the essence of a person, an event, or a subject matter. This is why Gadamer insists that Homer's Achilles is more than the original, more than the being of the thing represented. 2004, 119. What Gadamer describes here is the power of literature to radically transform our understanding. This is the effect of a beautiful poem or a moving novel. In reading such works, one does not simply add a new perspective onto an existing one. Rather, one's understanding of things is fundamentally transformed. The same, however, can be said of a very effective university lecture. 7. The lecture takes what is already somewhat familiar to the students, for instance, a text that they have read for class, a current event that they are familiar with, and so on, and transforms their understanding of it. Moreover, just as the reader walks away from the beautiful poem with a sense that they now know the subject matter better, students walk away from an illuminating lecture with a sense that they now have a better understanding of the subject matter. In these ways, both the poem and the pedagogical lecture are hermeneutic events. 130. Carolyn Culbertson. 130. With this analysis, we can see what is wrong, for Gadamer, with thinking about language only as a set of signs. Gadamer 2004, 434. A sign is something that refers to something else but does not mimetically present it. A street sign indicating a pedestrian crosswalk, for example, does not bring forth the crosswalk in a new way. It merely indicates that it is there. While individual words sometimes function this way, this is far from being true for language in general. Things like essays, poems, lectures, and metaphors do not have the function of simply referring to reality. They are mimetic in the way that the work of art is. They allow us to recognize what is essential about their subject matter. Even individual words and phrases can be mimetic in this way. This is not to say that words never function as signs, but if we fail to take into account language's presentational capacity, we miss something crucial. The speculative unity of being and language. Many would object to Gadamer's argument that being comes to presentation through language by insisting that, while new interpretations unfold over time and new significance can be found in each of those interpretations, the object of interpretation itself does not change. Betty 1980, Hirsch 1967. Even more to the point, the objection goes, one should be careful not to confuse interpretation and knowledge. Interpretation yields an understanding of the significance of an object for us, that is, for a particular subject, but it is an understanding of the object itself that is the real mark of knowledge. On this view, linguistic interpretation is incidental to real knowledge, that is, to knowledge of beings themselves, and what we call true speech is really just language that corresponds to beings themselves, that is, to beings as independent of human cognition and signification. How does Gadamer respond to this objection? Gadamer does not deny that there is some difference to be accounted for. This difference, after all, is what allows there to be an experience of recognition when, for example, an essay allows us to recognize things about a subject matter that we didn't recognize before. In such instances, we differentiate between two moments of the event of understanding, between the subject matter of the presentation and the presentation itself. For Gadamer, though, this distinction is not absolute. Rather, it belongs to what he conceives of, following Hegel, as a dialectical or speculative unity. 8. As he puts it, to come into language does not mean that a second being is acquired. Rather, what something presents itself as belongs to its own being. Thus everything that is language has a speculative unity, it contains a distinction, that between its being and its presentations of itself, but this is a distinction that is really not a distinction at all. Gadamer 2004, 491. Understanding this argument is crucial for understanding how Gadamer conceives of the function of the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaft, since linguistic interpretation lies at the heart of these disciplines. For those who conceive of linguistic interpretation as incidental to reality itself, the interpretation of written tradition that lies at the heart of humanistic research will seem doubly removed from real science. According to this view, it is already a mistake to turn to historical texts if one is interested in truth, since this can only mean leaning on the prejudices of tradition, an approach that the Enlightenment is usually understood to have put to rest. Gadamer 2004, 284-89. It is a further mistake to then try to find the truth of these texts by undertaking present interpretation. If we take seriously Gadamer's argument about the speculative unity of being and language, though, then we can understand the emphasis on 131. Gadamer's concept of language. 131. Textual interpretation in the humanities, and even understand the necessary role that humanistic inquiry plays in the pursuit of truth. Gadamer's commitment to thinking the speculative unity between being and language is also evident in his claim that one cannot pinpoint the origin of language, be it as a moment in childhood development or a moment in human evolution. With respect to the former, Gadamer argues that, while we often treat the first word uttered by a child as the most decisive moment in their linguistic development, children already inhabit language long before they utter their first word. 1977, 63, 2000, 12. We begin to inhabit language as soon as we begin to clue into the beings at issue in the practical dealings of our social group. Our linguisticality thus arises at the same time as we acquire a world in common with others. This means that it is not possible to pinpoint the moment at which we enter language. There is a similar difficulty to face when we try to pinpoint the moment at which a particular concept goes from being a creative description of the world to simply reflecting the world in which we dwell. Again, this is not to say that one cannot make an ontic distinction between words and the world that comes to presentation through them. However, it is to insist that there is an essential relationship and an ontological unity between language and being that makes it difficult to ever completely disentangle the two. In the essay, Man and Language, Gadamer, 1977, 63, explains the difficulty this way. What sort of folly is it to say that a child speaks a first word? What kind of madness is it to want to discover the original language of humanity by having children grow up in hermetic isolation from human speaking and then, from their first babbling of an articulate sort, recognize an actual human language and accord it the honor of being the original language of creation? What is mad about such ideas is that they want to suspend in some artificial way our very enclosedness in the linguistic world in which we live. In truth, we are always already at home in language, just as much as we are in the world. To summarize, then, Gadamer rejects the idea that what comes to presentation through language is incidental to being. Instead, for Gadamer, being comes to understanding through linguistic presentation. This, as we have seen, is an important part of his explanation of the importance of the human sciences. It is also the key to understanding Gadamer's claim that there is no first word and no way of isolating the origin of language. In the next section, we will consider the importance that Gadamer places on conversation in the process of linguistic presentation. Before moving on to this important consideration, however, let us first distinguish Gadamer's argument about the speculative unity of language and being from two arguments with which it may easily be confused. First, Gadamer's claim should not be confused with that of nominalism, that is, with the claim that the explanatory success of a language has no bearing on its ontological status. 9. The nominalist denies that the power of language is anything but self-referential. What language offers is a set of pre-schemas that determine experience in advance, cutting up nature in a particular way for us, rather than a way that experience or being actually comes to presentation. Such a reading of Gadamer, however, mistakes the idea of a speculative unity between being and language for the doctrine of linguistic idealism. It misses what it means to say that there is a true unity between being and language. Just as being is always coming to presentation through language, language evolves, Gadamer argues, as experience come to articulation. In this sense, language should not be understood as some separate sphere from being or experience. As Gadamer, 2004, 435, explains, experience is not wordless to begin with, subsequently becoming an. 132. Carolyn Culbertson. 132. Object of reflection by being named, by being subsumed under the universality of the word. Rather, experience of itself seeks and finds words that express it. Second, Gadamer's claim about the dialectical unity between being and language should be differentiated from the stronger claim that every single instance or unit of language, every word, every sentence, is presentational. As argued above, Gadamer takes seriously the phenomenological insight that our use of language reflects how we dwell in the world, inhabiting that world with pre-reflective understanding. Not every sentence, then, is in the business of bringing forth the world in a new way, since if it was, every sentence would be a conspicuous event. Some sentences simply aim to describe something about the world that has already been set forth. Accordingly, Gadamer does not take issue with the claim that some sentences are indeed true or false according to how they correspond with some given, external reality. Indeed, he clarifies that even within an essay or a lecture that one takes as a whole as a mimetic, hermeneutic event, many of the individual sentences within the composition will not function mimetically. Still, the observation that some sentences and words function referentially like this should not lead us to believe that all language functions in this way. In his essay The Eminent Text and Its Truth, Gadamer, 1980b, 8, explains. W-hat is truth when a linguistic construct has cut off all reference to an authoritative reality and when it fulfills itself in itself. It should hardly be necessary to say once again that the construction blocks of a poetic construct may possess some reference to the world and, in this respect, they may be true or false. But the construction itself is by no means true or false for this reason. A text which says many true and false things without distinguishing between them has, per se, no relation to truth. To put the point another way, Gadamer's doctrine of the speculative unity between language and being does not remove the need for interpretation. It is, in fact, something that emerges as a reader is actively engaged in interpreting a text. This means that the hermeneutic event of language is necessarily an interactive event. The reading through which I gain new understanding involves the highlighting of certain passages as important and the relegating of others to background context. It involves a high degree of interaction with the text, for instance, taking parts of the text as claims that I feel addressed by, reflecting on my own preconceptions in response to being addressed, and bringing questions to the text in turn that might then make other parts of the text stand out as significant. Similarly, a lecture can only function as a hermeneutic event if I interact with it in such ways. I must allow certain claims to come into focus, feel myself personally addressed by these claims, generate my own questions in response, and so on. Thus, a lecture, like a text, only brings about new understanding when one engages in conversation with it in such ways. Conversation as a site of linguistic understanding for Gadamer, then, being comes to presentation through language, and when this happens, we not only develop understanding but experience the linguistic presentation at hand as a hermeneutic event. Above, we considered how one can experience this presentational power of language when one listens to an insightful lecture or reads a perceptive text. Presentation in this sense has the character of an event, an occurrence, however, it is an event that involves interpretation. The act of carefully interpreting a text is one important way in which we can be open to events of language in the way that we have been describing. Indeed, engaging in textual interpretation is especially fruitful because the non-immediacy of written tradition requires us. 133. Gadamer's concept of language. 133. To grapple more with the task of interpretation than we are accustomed to when dealing with everyday spoken communication, Gadamer 2004, 407. For Gadamer, though, it is above all in face-to-face conversation where we are likely to find ourselves open to the event of language and, thus, to the power of language to bring something into presentation. Indeed, this is what leads Gadamer more than once to make the claim that language only fully realizes itself in conversation. 10. In the final section of this chapter, then, we turn to explore Gadamer's analysis of conversation and how it sheds light on the features of language described above. Gadamer begins the 5th chapter of Truth and Method on Language and Hermeneutics by describing what happens in conversation. Conversation, he explains, is something we fall into and that yields unexpected discoveries. The discoveries it yields and that make conversations productive are new understandings. In conversation, we can come to understandings that we could not have predicted with any certainty in advance, understandings that emerge imminently within the conversation itself. This gives conversation the character of an unpredictable, disclosive, and transformative event. As Gadamer puts it, we say that we conduct a conversation, but the more genuine a conversation is, the less its conduct lies within the will of either partner. Thus a genuine conversation is never the one that we wanted to conduct. Rather, it is generally more correct to say that we fall into conversation, or even that we become involved in it. The way one word follows another, with the conversation taking its own twists and reaching its own conclusion, may well be conducted in some way, but the partners conversing are far less the leaders of it than the led. No one knows in advance what will come out of a conversation. All this shows that a conversation has a spirit of its own, and that the language in which it is conducted bears its own truth within it, i.e., that it allows something to emerge which henceforth exists. 2004, 401. Gadamer's claim that conversation bears its own truth within it recalls the above description of how mimetic events allow something to come to presentation, to be there more authentically than before. A good essay, like a good portrait, brings a subject forth in this way, providing a new and better understanding of it. Conversation is similar in that it allows a subject matter to come to presentation and for participants to thus gain new understanding of it. This is, of course, what attracts us to conversing with people. Conversations are opportunities to reflect on our own beliefs and to refine our understanding of things. This is why we often intentionally seek out conversations with others, especially when we know that we are confused or unclear about something. Yet, whatever our intentions going into it, a conversation has a spirit of its own. We gain understanding only by following along with the inner necessity of the movement that takes place in the conversation. That inner necessity is dictated by neither participant by themselves but by the subject matter, die Sach, itself, and is, for Gadamer, what unifies the participants in their inquiry. This is what Gadamer means when he claims that, in conversation, the partners conversing are far less the leaders of it than the led. In these ways, conversation is characterized by the same I-lessness that, as we saw above, Gadamer identifies in man and language as an essential feature of language. A conversation is I-less in that it requires that one be willing to follow the logos of the conversation wherever it goes. This is not to say, however, that those engaged in conversation must be purely passive, that they must contribute nothing to this process. On the contrary, there are identifiable hermeneutic virtues that enable a conversation to function as a site of meaning and understanding. 134. Carolyn Culbertson. 134. And there are identifiable hermeneutic vices that inhibit this. The identification and clarification of these virtues and vices is a growing and important field of research in its own right. Cauchon 2016, Fricker 2007, Grondin 2011, Manis 2016, Schmidt 2000, Wierzynski 2011. Here, however, we will consider two hermeneutic virtues that Gadamer himself emphasizes in Truth and Method. First, participants must take each other's contributions to the conversation as truth claims, that is, as potentially disclosive of new understanding. 11. We do not always take the words of others this way. There are, for example, certain kinds of linguistic exchanges where participants are not there to collaborate in an inquiry oriented toward arriving at mutual understanding. Gadamer points to interrogation, as in the examination of a witness in a court of law, and to the administration of school examinations as examples of linguistic interactions that are not real conversations in this sense. 1977, 67, 2004, 403. In these cases, the interrogator and the exam administrator follow a predetermined plan of questioning and have determined in advance what the potential outcomes are, and perhaps even, as in the case of the cross-examination of a hostile witness in court, what exactly they would like the other to say. In such cases, one is not treating the other as a source of new insight, nor is the conversation functioning as a hermeneutic event. Second, genuine conversation requires that the participants use the conversation as an opportunity to critically reflect on their own ideas. This is what it means, for Gadamer, to exhibit openness in conversation. Here it is important to emphasize what Gadamer does not mean by openness. In keeping with his account of understanding as a hermeneutic circle, Gadamer does not believe it is necessary for one to abandon their foreconceptions, foremeanings, and prejudgments in order to engage genuinely in conversation. One must, instead, be willing to put these at risk. Gadamer 2004, 278-80. Because there are always prejudices of various kinds at work in the process of understanding, one cannot simply put aside a judgment or belief that one holds that is relevant to the conversation at hand. However, one fails to genuinely engage in conversation as a process of understanding if one is not willing to put these prejudices to the test when they come under question. Similarly, one will necessarily rely on linguistic concepts to engage in conversation, just as one must rely on them in any interpretation. However, one must also be willing to question and rethink these linguistic concepts if the line of thought that emerges in the conversation demands it. This process, namely, that of working out appropriate projections, anticipatory in nature, to be confirmed by the things themselves, is, Gadamer says, the constant task of understanding. 2004, 280. Thus, Gadamer's insistence that a conversation has a spirit of its own that determines what occurs in it should not be taken to mean that there is no art of conversation or that every conversation yields new, valuable understanding. Gadamer is, in fact, keenly aware of those habits that can prevent us from the process of questioning and discovery made possible by conversation. In describing what is required for genuine conversation, however, Gadamer explains. But this activity and this effort consist in not interfering arbitrarily latching onto this or that ready-made notion as it strikes one with the imminent necessity of thought. Certainly, the thing does not go its own course without our thinking being involved, but thinking means unfolding what consistently follows from the subject matter itself. It is part of this process to suppress ideas that tend to insinuate themselves and to insist on the logic of the thought. 2004, 480. For Gadamer, the two most instructive models in the history of philosophy of this true method, which is the activity of the thing itself, are the writings of Plato and Hegel. Gadamer 135. Gadamer's concept of language. 135. 2004, 479-80. For Plato's dialogues and Hegel's logic, the method and content of philosophical investigation are ultimately one and the same. 12. This is what it means to say that both proceed dialectically. The dramatic character of Plato's dialogues is especially helpful here, as the dialogues present us with characters who embody hermeneutic virtues as well as those who sorely lack them. Socrates exemplifies the commitment to questioning and to the path of inquiry needed for genuine conversation. He is a lover of logos not in the sense of loving to win at arguments, as others so often accused him, but in his affection for conversations that function as sites of new understanding, new discovery. As Darren Walhoff explains, the goal in Socrates' exchanges is not to win every argument but to persist in questioning ever further, as a means of pursuing the truth about something, a subject common to the participants in the dialogue. 2017, 39. This comportment, so similar to the patient, interpretive comportment required to read and learn from Plato's dialogues themselves, is what allows Socrates to experience the contributions others make to the conversation as meaningful, insightful hermeneutic events. To be clear, following the inner necessity of a conversation does not mean sticking to a predetermined topic for discussion. Indeed, just as the discoveries made in the course of a conversation cannot be determined in advance, so too must the subject matter of the conversation unfold through the dialectical movement of conversation itself. This is a tricky point though. Those who engage in a conversation must have some notion of what the conversation is about such that they feel able to contribute and to follow along with the inquiry. Yet, the subject matter must, on the other hand, come to light through the discussion. As Gunter Figel puts it, it must be grasped as yet undetermined and nonetheless as this determinate thing, 2002, 108. Here again, Plato's writings provide a helpful allegory. In Plato's Meno, the title character, Meno, despairs about his ability to engage in philosophical conversation with Socrates about a subject matter that he does not know, Meno 80d. In response, Socrates offers him an account of knowledge as recollection, anamnesis, meant to encourage him by making clear that, even in his present condition of unknowing, he is able to proceed productively in the inquiry, Meno 81 AD. In fact, Meno's condition is the necessary condition of all participants upon entering a conversation. In order for there to be a genuine conversation, participants must be familiar enough with the topic under discussion to engage and to entertain questions about it, but they cannot have full knowledge of the subject matter yet, or the conversation would not function as a process of understanding at all. Contrary to Meno's fears, then, the fact that the subject matter is not fully determined at the beginning of an inquiry does not mean that understanding is impossible. It means only that understanding emerges through a dialectical, dialogical process, the process of working out appropriate projections, anticipatory in nature, to be confirmed by the things themselves, which Gadamer, 2004, 280, takes to be the ongoing task of understanding. What should now be clear is that Gadamer's analysis of face-to-face conversation allows him to better articulate the full process by which one comes to understanding through language. In the earlier sections, we saw that, for Gadamer, language is always already at work in human understanding. It is the medium of understanding, and understanding that is not limited to deliberate, intentional efforts but that includes those pre-reflective forms of understanding that shape our very mode of existence. Earlier we saw how this claim is borne out in terms of human development. As soon as we begin inhabiting a meaningful social world at all, we begin to participate in language and in linguistic forms of understanding. Our understanding is therefore always already linguistic. To say that language is the medium or method of understanding, though, is also to say that it is the object of our understanding, if by method we mean what Gadamer describes as true method, that is, as what is immanent to the thing itself, 2004. 136. Carolyn Culbertson. 136. 479. It is this double role that language plays in the process of hermeneutic inquiry that leads Gadamer to claim famously that being that can be understood is language, 2004, 490. Yet understanding, for Gadamer, is not a set of fixed pre-schemas that we apply indifferently to experience. Although we are thrown into forms of understanding from the start, events of linguistic presentation, texts, lectures, and so on provide us with opportunities to expand our understanding by putting our foremeanings and preconceptions to the test. We do this, Gadamer argues, by engaging in the same dialectical process with the text as we do with an interlocutor in conversation. In fact, Gadamer's analysis of conversation as the process of coming to an understanding, 2004, 403, provides valuable insight into the conditions that must be in place for one to be open to the hermeneutic event of language. Moreover, his articulation of these conditions, what I've referred to here as hermeneutic virtues, sheds light on his account of the process of understanding as the ongoing critical examination of our preconceptions. In these ways, language is of central importance for Gadamer. His conception of language is integral to the accounts he offers of the four-structure of the understanding, the hermeneutic circle, the dialectical process of understanding, and of the general character of the subject matters that are at issue for us when we engage in the process of inquiry. Carolyn Culbertson. 11. Gadamer on play in The Play of Art. Cynthia R. Nielsen. According to Gadamer, play is a fundamental aspect of human life and experience and is observed in a wide array of practices including ritual, cultic, and artistic practices as well as in children's games and the interactions among animals. In his reflections on art, Gadamer identifies play as integral to art's dynamic ontology, that is, the artwork comes forth and speaks through the dialogical play movement of the artwork and its engaged participants. Gadamer emphasizes repeatedly that, phenomenologically understood, the artwork exists only in its performance or enactment. That is, an artwork is not experienced as an object, which a detached subject examines. Rather, an artwork is a dynamic, communicative, and communal event. Whether we have a musical work, a play, a poem, or even a painting in mind, the musicians, actors, readers, and viewers together performatively enact the work, allowing it to come forth, present itself, and say something. For Gadamer, performers include not only the artists who compose or create the work and the musicians or actors who present and enact the work, but also spectators and auditors. Importantly, artworks exhibit a being toward others and are incomplete without engaged participants. Gadamer's point is not simply that artworks are created and performed for others, rather, his point is to highlight the ontology of artworks as communicative, performative events whose being requires active spectatorial or auditorial participants. This chapter seeks to elucidate Gadamer's notion of play in its multiple senses and deployments and is especially concerned with his analysis of play as central to art's being as a communicative, multiplayer event. 1. Leeway, Spielraum, and the rules of play. Gadamer employs the concept of play to elucidate his understanding of an artwork's being as dynamic, rather than static, and communal or participatory, rather than the product of a single, original artist. But in what does play consist, and what characterizes the play of art as experienced? Play involves reciprocal, repeated movement, which is shaped from within a play context broadly understood and facilitates, or at least permits, spontaneous, creative flexibility. 2. As Gadamer explains, the first thing about play is the to and fro of constantly repeated movement, a movement that is not tied down to any goal. To illustrate, Gadamer appeals to our descriptions of the play of light or the play of waves, 1986c, 22. Rather than discounting such descriptions as merely metaphorical or unscientific, Gadamer draws attention. 140. 140. To how such expressions intend the notion of non-purposive movement, that is, continuous back and forth movement with no specific goal other than the movement itself. Gadamer goes on to say that a certain leeway Spielraum clearly belongs to such a movement, 1986c, 22, 1993, 113. In other words, the movement of play, while repetitive, is also responsive to the other, it is neither programmed nor programmable. Instead, such movement is characterized by flexibility, that is, by a creative responsiveness that plays off, on, and with the other's movement. As I will attempt to show, leeway is central both to Gadamer's account of play and his understanding of art. Without leeway, play's movement loses its creativity and is reduced to monotonous, mechanical movement. Without leeway, art has no play, and, consequently, no movement. Art without play, to improvise on Hegel, is indeed the end of art. Not only is play characterized by movement for its own sake, that is, a non-purposive movement, but additionally in animal play it manifests as non-purposive self-movement, and thus, as Theodore George observes, gives expression to what it is to be animal, 2011, 116. Gadamer's discussion of animal play is clearly in dialogue with Aristotle's account of self-movement in De Anima. 3. As Gadamer explains, in animals play appears as a self-movement that does not pursue any particular end or purpose so much as movement, exhibiting so to speak a phenomenon of excess, of living self-presentation, Selbstdarstellung, 1986c, 23, 1993, 113. For this phenomenon of excess or non-purposive self-movement is frequently observed in the play fighting of young animals, or in domestic animals, who play chase, tug-of-war, and use various bodily gestures such as about to signal a desire to initiate or to end play. In his essay, The Relevance of the Beautiful, published in German in 1974, Gadamer follows a traditional understanding of animals as lacking reason and claims that human play, while similar to animal play, is distinguished by the fact that the former involves reason. In particular, Gadamer claims that the specifically human quality in our play is the self-discipline and order that we impose upon our movements when playing, 1986c, 23. Hence, when it comes to play, Gadamer here intimates that only humans are able to impose rules, order, and goals on their movements. Contemporary studies of animal behavior have shown that many non-human animals employ gestures to communicate a desire to initiate and end play and thus follow social rules as they engage in play. For example, in his book, The Emotional Lives of Animals, Mark Bekoff discusses the role of the bow, as well as role reversing and self-handicapping or play inhibition in the social play of dogs and coyotes. Importantly, Bekoff emphasizes how play among such animals involves the careful negotiation of social rules and likewise depends upon trust, fairness, cooperation, and reciprocity, 2007, especially 96-101. Given discoveries in the field of animal behavior, Gadamer appears to have significantly revised his position. In his essay, The Play of Art, published in German in 1977, Gadamer acknowledges that recent research in animal behavior has problematized the assumed clear distinction between human animals and other animals. In addition, he points to the significance of animal gestures in play and states that such interaction among animals is in all probability an indication of observing the rules of the game and thus of something akin to intentional, rather than merely instinctual, behavior. Gadamer 1986b, 125. 5. Taking Gadamer's revised statements into account, his claims regarding the excess of play and a participant's willingness to subject herself to self-imposed rules and practices of play apply both to humans and at least some non-human animals. Rather than establishing a rigid differentiating boundary between humans and other animals, the phenomenon of play underscores what we share in common. Play involves players, rules, ordered and reciprocal movement, responsiveness, and leeway or creative flexibility, that is, play includes and involves space or room for improvisatory activity. Although players are necessary for play's movement to appear, Gadamer downplays the player's subjectivity. In other words, the subjectivity of the players is not the focal point of play. In truth. 141. And method, Gadamer emphasizes that players are not the subjects of play, instead play merely reaches presentation Darstellung through the players, 2013, 107. Just as the play movement constituting a game comes to presentation through the players, likewise the artwork comes to presentation through its performative enactment. The performative enactment of an artwork always involves the interplay between the work and those actively engaged in and with the work, which includes both the literal players or performers, for instance, the musicians or actors/actresses, and the spectators and audience members who enact the artwork through attentive listening and/or reading and synthesizing a work's various parts in order to understand its meaning. Consider, for example, what occurs when a jazz quartet performs live and an audience is present. The musicians submit themselves to the communal activity of making music. In order to do so, they impose certain rules upon themselves and willingly follow various social customs and practices of particular jazz traditions. 6. For example, in bebop, swing, and other forms of traditional jazz, when a soloist begins to improvise, the drummer and bass player deliver a steady groove and the pianist or guitarist provides the appropriate harmonic sequence. While creatively interacting or playing off one another, the musicians, nonetheless, also submit to the customs, rules, and practices of a specific genre of jazz, all of which is necessary for their rhythmic and sonic interplay to come forth as music of a certain type. Not only are the musicians following the music's play, but likewise the audience is caught up in and responds bodily to the music. For example, it is not uncommon to see audience members moving their bodies rhythmically to the beat of the music. Additionally, at a live jazz performance, the audience's response often involves vocal and bodily expressions of approval such as shouting and clapping after individual solos as well as when the piece is concluded. In order to know when to clap or offer a vocal affirmation, the listener must listen attentively, following the complex play of melodic, harmonic, and rhythmic exchanges. At a live performance, the audience's interaction can and often does impact the music making and thus plays a role in creating a shared mood. For example, when an audience responds positively to a soloist's improvisation, the soloist may extend her solo and a sense of excitement is shared among both the audience and the musicians. Conversely, if a soloist receives no applause or positive audience interaction, she may cut her solo short and may be reticent at that particular performance to experiment with new musical ideas. As my examples indicate, the auditor is more than a mere observer studying an aesthetic object. Rather, she actively participates in the play and very being of the music. As Gadamer puts it, everyone involved in play is a participant, which means that there is no radical separation between the work of art and the person who experiences it. 1986c, 28. Here leeway or space for play, Spielraum, is at play not only with respect to the musicians and the musical piece, but it also extends to the audience. Gadamer contends that in human play in general, and the same applies to the play of art, we discern a primary experience of rationality in the observance of self-prescribed rules, for example, in the very identity of whatever we try to repeat. 1986c, 25. For example, imagine a child who prescribes a rule for her ball bouncing game. The ball can only hit the ground once and then must be caught before hitting the ground again in order to count as one catch. The child's self-imposed task is to see how many consecutive times she can throw and catch the ball according to this rule. An attentive observer can discern in the repetitive back and forth movement of the child and the ball a certain identity. The movement is perceived as a ball game, even if a rather simple ball game. In his discussion of the play of art, Gadamer takes his observation of play's repetition and identity a step further and develops his notion of hermeneutic identity. Hermeneutic identity is characterized by an ongoing interplay of identity and difference owing to the artwork's performative being. That is, because the artwork requires ongoing participatory engagement, its identity as a particular artwork is necessarily marked. 142. 142. With difference. 7. Each new performance, enactment, or interpretation brings forth new and, consequently, different aspects of the work. Hence, difference marks hermeneutic identity. But another aspect of hermeneutic identity has to do with how something shows up as an artwork or something of aesthetic value. In his essay, The Relevance of the Beautiful, Gadamer appeals to an organ improvisation in order to explain how something of aesthetic value comes to stand before us as a work of art, or a potential work of art. Even the most fleeting and unique of experiences is intended in its self-identity when it appears or is valued as an aesthetic experience. Let us take the case of an organ improvisation. This unique improvisation will never be heard again. The organist himself hardly knows afterwards just how he played, and no one transcribed it. Nevertheless, everyone says, that was a brilliant interpretation or improvisation, or on another occasion, that was rather dull today. What do we mean when we say such things? Obviously, we are referring back to the improvisation. Something stands before us, it is like a work and not just an organist's finger exercise. Otherwise we should never pass judgment on its quality or lack of it. So it is the hermeneutic identity that establishes the unity of the work. To understand something, I must be able to identify it. For there was something there that I passed judgment upon and understood. Gadamer 1986c, 25, emphasis added. The organist's impromptu performance is an interesting example because the improvisation is, as he puts it, fleeting and unique and, since it was not transcribed or recorded, it will never be played again. Yet, Gadamer says that it comes to stand as something of artistic value. That is, we identify, recognize, and interpret it as something akin to a musical work, as something that ought to be judged for its aesthetic worth. That Gadamer describes the organ improvisation as like a work, rather than a work is significant. If the improvisation had been transcribed or recorded, it could in principle have been performed by another musician on a different occasion. In other words, the written transcription or recording, through its own mimetic activity of written or technical reproduction, makes possible the transformation of an aesthetically valuable, yet fleeting improvisation into a repeatable, more permanent work of art. Of course, written transcriptions of live performances cannot capture the nuance and fullness of music as heard and experienced. Consequently, every transcription brings about a loss or reduction when compared to a live performance. However, this loss simultaneously gives rise to creative fecundity and a work's longevity. Since every performance of a written score necessarily involves interpretation, subsequent performances have the potential to generate creative and innovative interpretations. In the case of music, the mimetic activity of a written transcription or a recording, that is, a technical reproduction, allows the work's being to continue because both create the conditions possible for repeating the work, that is, they represent the work as a meaningful whole, either through a notational outline of the structure, transcription, or by recording the piece. Consequently, a musician or auditor can linger with the piece and bring it to presentation anew through her own performing and interpreting activities. 8. Gadamer's discussion of the organ improvisation also emphasizes that the work-like character of the piece comes to stand before us. That is, we interpret and identify the organist's improvised piece as something like a work which is precisely what the organist intended rather than as a mere finger exercise. When we hear the improvisation, we discern melodic and rhythmic patterns as well as a style emerging from the musician's way of playing. The creative flexibility or leeway, Spielraum, mentioned earlier is at play as well. Being like a work, the improvisation, too, is characterized by leeway, that is, a fecund space for play characteristic of arts. 143. 143. Being. In other words, the organist's improvisation does not present itself as programmed, monotonous, or mechanical, nor is it simply arbitrary. Rather, it is heard as an integrated series of melodic lines whose components are in conversation with one another and the improvisation as a whole. In contrast, the strict, repetitive, ordered musical patterns that sound when the organist plays scale exercises do not come to stand as a work fragment, potential work, or something of artistic value calling out to us. Nor does the playing of such scale patterns reveal one's signature musical style, as there is no leeway, that is, no room to play in technical exercises. Lastly, scale exercises are not intended to invite audience participation, nor are they meant to communicate meaning. However, the improvised melodic line is intended for others and communicates to those who listen attentively. It stands as something of aesthetic and hermeneutic value and not merely as a technical exercise to increase finger dexterity. In short, Gadamer's focus on the organ improvisation as a way to understand a musical works, or potential works, hermeneutic identity suggests that its identity emerges within a historically and culturally conditioned, performative space wherein a musician, or artist, performs the work and an engaged auditor perceives it as the musician intended it, namely, as something of artistic value. That a work appears as something of artistic and hermeneutic interest, that it appears as an artwork is, of course, informed by social, cultural, and institutional practices and traditions. Gadamer assumes such conditioning in his discussion of the organ improvisation. However, in the paragraph immediately following he makes more explicit how institutions also impact a work's identity. Although he does not mention Duchamp's name, Gadamer clearly has him in mind when he states that an ordinary object such as a bottle rack, when placed in a contemporary American museum exhibition, is perceived as an artwork, that is, as something of hermeneutic value to be contemplated and interpreted. Playing and being played. Gadamer deploys the notion of play as a critique of the overemphasis of modern aesthetics on the subjectivity of the artist, performers, and engaged participants. That is, to understand the artwork and its play, one does not focus on the intention or subjective feelings of the artist, nor on the inner subjective experiences of the performers or spectators. Commenting on the latter, Gadamer states, "The subject of the experience of art, that which remains and endures, is not the subjectivity of the person who experiences it but the work itself." This is the point at which the mode of being of play becomes significant. Gadamer 2013, 107. In other words, Gadamer's hermeneutical aesthetics rejects a subjectivist perspective or focus and instead begins with the play movement of the game itself and by extension the play movement of the work of art. When our focal point is the game, which has its own spirit, rules, customs, practices, and assigned roles, the players are understood as those through whom plays achieves presentation. Here Gadamer turns to language, in particular, the middle voice in grammar, and states that the primordial sense of playing is the medial one, 2013, 108. 9. For example, we say that something is playing spielt somewhere or at some time, that something is going on im Spiele ist, or that something is happening sich abspielt, Gadamer 2013, 108. Unlike the active voice, which emphasizes the subject as the agent of the activity, and the passive voice, which emphasizes what is done to a subject, the middle voice occupies the space between activity and passivity and gives rise to a co-constitutive event. Here the co-constitutive event that comes to presence through the players who themselves are taken up in the spirit of the game and move in concert with its rules and practices is the game itself. 10. Yet, the same basic model is germane to the work of art. 144. Cynthia R. Nielsen. 144. Gadamer's notion of play is employed to de-emphasize the subjectivity of the players in a game, or if we have art in view, the subjectivity of the composer, artist, performers, and other engaged participants. His position, however, does not entail a complete negation of the subject. As we have seen, on the one hand, the players agree to submit to the rules, customs, and practices of the game. In other words, the movements of other players and the play movement of the game itself shape their movements. 11. On the other hand, the game, of course, requires players for the play of the game to emerge, and the players can and do create new customs and practices that alter and even advance the game. Here the players actively contribute something to the game or play movement and, as it were, simultaneously develop their style in conversation with the tradition and practices associated with the game and by extension the work of art. Those who enter into the play movement, occupy, as it were, an in-between space of simultaneously playing and being playing, of creating and being created, anew. The hermeneutic subject is not erased, but she is decentered and is thus always in creative or dialogical play with others. Although his formulations are sometimes misleading, Gadamer is not claiming that the creative, synthesizing, or responsive activity of the subjects listed above should be discounted, ignored, or erased. 12. Rather, his point is that what comes forth in the play movement, for example, the play of the game or the artwork, is the point, not the subjectivity of the players. Phenomenologically and hermeneutically, the play movement is central to the game and to the work of art, as both are presented or come forth only through being played, performed, or enacted. Moreover, without the ongoing movement of play, the game ceases, and the artwork falls silent. Gadamer also speaks of the ease of play, 2013, 109, that is, phenomenologically, play appears as effortless, graceful, and without strain. For example, when watching a talented athlete or master pianist perform, we often say, "She makes it look easy," or "He's a natural." Such ease, of course, results from countless hours of practice and training. However, there is also a sense in which, having put in the hard work of practice, the musician or athlete enters into the flow of play and is taken up in its movement. Understood thusly, the game plays the player and the music plays the musician, or as Gadamer puts it, the real subject of the game des Spiels, is not the player but instead the game itself, das Spiel selbst. What holds the player in its spell, draws him into play, and keeps him there is the game or play itself. 2013, 111. 13. The idea of being drawn into play or captivated by the games or artworks movement is yet another way of de-emphasizing the artist's or performer's subjectivity or psychology and instead thematizing the game as a dynamic, participatory event. That is, the being of the game is constituted by the player's activities as well as the practices, rules, customs, and equipment of the game. The player is not a subject standing over against an object, the game. Rather, as Joel Weinsheimer observes, the game properly exists only when it is played, that is, when object and subject coalesce so that object is no longer object and subject no longer subject. As we cannot know the dancers from the dance, so also dance comes to be only through the dancers. Dance is the dancing of it, the game itself is the playing of it, and the artwork exists only in its working. 1985, 103. Gadamer stresses the risk involved in play, whether playing a game or playing music. However, as we shall see, not only are there similarities between the being and character of games and artworks, but there are also important differences. 14. Gadamer acknowledges that those actually playing the game or performing the music experience the primacy of the play movement in 145. 145. A special way, that is, differently than the engaged spectator, which is not to negate the spectator being drawn into and actively participating in the play of the game or work of art. The game itself is a risk for the player. One can play only with serious possibilities. Obviously this means that one may become so engrossed in them that they outplay one, as it were, and prevail over one. The attraction that the game exercises on the player lies in this risk. 2013, 110. To enter into the play movement of the game or artwork is to put oneself at risk. For example, the goalie in the championship soccer match may improperly respond to the ball's movement, allowing a goal to be scored. Similarly, in the midst of a promising improvisation, a saxophonist may fail to respond to the pianist's alteration of the harmonic progression and the rhythm section's increased tempo. Consequently, she plays a melodic line that clashes with the altered harmony, loses the time feel, and her solo falls apart. In both examples, the players were, so to speak, outplayed and out of sync with the play movement. Given their immersion in the play of the game or the music, the disconnect is experienced as a loss of sorts because the play and its possibilities matter to the engaged players. As Gadamer observes, this is part of the attraction of play. While play is not characterized by the same relations and concerns of our utility and purpose-driven daily tasks, it is, nonetheless, characterized by a seriousness. To lose oneself in the game or artwork is to be all there with or in it. When play matters, we enter it knowing that we put ourselves at risk, we may fail or be outplayed. However, the participatory engagement in and belongingness to the game or work of art draws us back, and we give it another try and are tried at the same time. Playing is a being played. The attraction of a game, the fascination it exerts, consists precisely in the fact that the game masters the players. Whoever tries is in fact the one who is tried. Gadamer 2013, 111. The spirit and space of /for play. Additionally, Gadamer observes that different games manifest different spirits or shared moods, in the Heideggerian sense. This is due in part to the particular play movement constituting each game as well as the rules, customs, and practices that stipulate how the game or play space is filled. In other words, the movement of the game is determined from within and shapes the particular space or field in which the game is played. Commenting on this point, Gadamer writes, the space in which the game's movement takes place is not simply the open space in which one plays oneself out, but one that is specially marked out and reserved for the movement of the game. Human play requires a playing field, 2013, 111-12. We see this marking of game space in the simplest of games such as the sidewalk chalk delimiting a space for children to play hopscotch, as well as the meticulously procured fields of Major League Baseball. We also encounter this demarcation of play space in the world of art. For example, theaters often have elaborate stages designed for the performance of a play, and symphony orchestras as well as jazz bands perform their music on special stages and in buildings or structures created for maximal acoustic resonance. This delineation of the playing field, Gadamer contends, sets off the sphere of play as a closed world, one without transition and mediation to the world of aims. 2013, 112. In other words, since its movement and activity are determined from within rather than ordered to an external goal or utility, a game or play world emerges, which differs from our everyday world and its myriad functional tasks. For instance, consider the mundane but necessary activity of vacuuming. The back and forth movement of my arm pushing a vacuum cleaner is ordered toward the goal of cleaning a rug or carpet. Although a rug or carpet is needed for my activity, the space that it occupies is not delimited for the sole purpose of vacuuming even while I am in the process of vacuuming. My dog, for example, can run across the carpet during my vacuuming activity, and my daughter can sit to do her homework on a 146. Cynthia R. Nielsen. 146. Portion of the carpet that has already been cleaned. Such extra vacuuming activity can occur without any significant interruption or sense of violation to the activity itself, and I can still accomplish my goal, viz. to clean the carpet. However, if, in the midst of a Major League Baseball game, a dog ran onto a baseball field, or a fan decided to sit in the far corner of right field to take his phone call, the entire game would come to a halt. Here the mundane extra-game activities are seen as intrusions into the closed world of the game, intrusions that violate the space intentionally set apart for the activities constituting the game. Play's tasks, tensions, and freedom. Although it seems an obvious point, Gadamer underscores that playing is always a playing of something in which the player is given a task. However, the phenomenological and hermeneutical import of the claim requires elucidation. For example, what is meant by task? Also, what, if any, are the differences between the tasks assigned to players in a game and to those participating in the artwork's play? Gadamer begins with the rather broad claim that the task of play is to order and shape the play movement itself, 2013, 112. Moreover, the task is not a burden but is experienced as a type of freedom in playing oneself out through engaging in a specific kind of comportment, viz. Play comportment. Play comportment involves a disburdening of oneself of the strains associated with what Gadamer calls purposive comportment. In purposive comportment, one's activity is largely utility-oriented or done for the sake of an aim or purpose other than the activity itself. Play comportment requires leaving purposive comportment behind, as the player is unable to enter into the freedom of play without transforming the aims of his purposive behavior into mere tasks of the game. Gadamer 2013, 112. The freedom of play should not be understood as freedom from rules, constraints, established practices, or the ability to act as one pleases. Rather, it is a freedom from the constraints, tensions, and dealings that characterize our everyday world of aims, where our activities are often instrumentalized for the achievement of some end or objective, or more basically are necessary for our survival. 15. Nor should the freedom of play be understood as without its own tensions, obstacles, and difficulties. As we mentioned earlier, one can fail and be outplayed, as risk is always part of genuine play. Here we return to the notion that all playing is a being played and at the same time involves flexibility or leeway, that space or room for play, Spielraum, in the sense discussed earlier. To enter into play is to subject oneself to the rules, practices, and customs of the game. In this sense, playing limits our freedom. The basketball player cannot deflate the ball to prevent the other team from scoring. To do so is to cause the game to cease. Along similar lines, the cellist must play the notes of the melodic line as written and not whatever notes she feels like playing, just as the jazz pianist must play the harmonic and melodic sequence of Round Midnight in order for the piece to be recognized as Round Midnight rather than some other jazz standard. However, in playing the game or performing the music, the players respond to the play movement in creative and innovative ways. In doing so, they both develop a style and shape the game or music in ways previously unimagined or unheard. Weinsheimer sums up nicely the dialectical interplay of freedom and constraint at work. Though no game ever lets one do just what one wants, it is also true that no game, if it is to be a game, ever determines exactly what will be played. In this sense there must in fact be free play. Though there can be play only within limits and restrictions, it is also true that the limits imposed are themselves restricted by the need for play. 1985, 103. 147. 147. Arts play is presentation for someone. One of the distinguishing marks of arts play is that it intends its presentation as a presentation for someone. With this claim, Gadamer's view of art as a communal, participatory event takes shape. Earlier Gadamer mentioned the closed world of the game. Now he adds that we can also speak of the closed world of the artwork as long as we are aware of a crucial difference, viz. The borders of the artwork's world include the audience. After all, the artwork is intended for others, it is meant to communicate something to someone and calls out for performative, participatory engagement. When it comes to art, Gadamer states, all presentation darstellen is now its possibility towards a presentation darstellen for someone. That this possibility is meant as such constitutes the uniqueness of the play character of art. The closed space of the play world Spielwelt, as it were, allows one wall to fall, my translation. 16 in endnote 13 Gadamer explicitly states that in contrast to Rudolf Kastner's view, his own position is that the audience closes the play world of the work of art, 2013, 169, emphasis in original. In other words, unlike the child playing a simple ball game or playing with action figures, the being of arts play requires an audience for its completion. With the play of art something more than both the mere self-presentation of an ordered movement and being absorbed in play is involved. The presentation is intended as a presentation for someone and makes a claim on those who enter into its play. Although the play of games involves presentation, that is, the game presents itself through the players, and in some games the players are presented in various assigned roles, Gadamer argues that games are not intended for an audience. For example, when children play a board game together, or even when they role-play Harry Potter, they enter into the closed world of play, and are not playing for an audience but for themselves. In fact, when children engage in role-playing games, an adult's presence often disrupts and even violates the play world and results in the children ceasing play, unless, of course, the children intend it as a show, that is, as a play. 17 Clearly, children can and do enact plays or particular scenes for an audience. However, when this occurs, the children's mimetic activity is no longer an activity for and among themselves, rather, it is transformed into a play presented for an audience to interpret and, importantly, the audience now belongs to the being of the play. What about games such as soccer, baseball, hockey, and other team sports? Is performance for someone essential to their being? Perhaps surprisingly, Gadamer's answer is a resounding no. In fact, he goes so far as to state that such games, that is, sports, performed as contests are in danger of losing their real play character precisely by becoming shows. Gadamer 2013, 113. Gadamer does not elaborate this point, however, perhaps what he has in mind is an instance where an athlete's focus becomes entertaining the audience through drawing attention to himself or herself in a way that diminishes the quality or spirit of the game. In such cases, the play movement of the game is no longer the focal point, but instead the focus is on the player's stunts. Here the player's actions do nothing to advance the game, but instead are carried out for purposes external to the game, such as selling a new line of athletic wear. Many artists, no doubt, act in similar ways for the purposes of entertainment and gaining more consumers rather than contributing to the development of a particular art form. Theodore Adorno's Critique of Popular Music and the Culture Industry, 1991, has much to say in this regard. Beyond these speculations, a more significant difference between games and artworks is that an artwork makes a claim, or what we might call a participatory hermeneutic requirement on its spectators and auditors. In being created for someone, artworks require an audience to grapple with their meaning and communicative address. Absent this participatory engagement, the artwork's being is incomplete. 148. Cynthia R. Nielsen. 148. To further differentiate the ontology of art from that of games, Gadamer turns to ritual practices and the performing arts. 18. For example, religious rituals that present the divine or a theatrical play that performs a myth make present through the participants or players a meaningful whole, that is, a meaningful whole intended for an audience, who contemplates the meaning in light of their current self and world understanding. Again, Gadamer stresses that the being of the artwork is incomplete without the audience's active participation. As he states, openness toward the spectator is part of the closedness of the play. The audience only completes what the play as such is. Gadamer 2013, 113. In a theatrical play, the performers are not simply taken up in the play movement, which is characteristic also of athletes caught up in the play movement of a game. Rather, in theatrical and other artistic play, the performer's activity is meant to draw the audience in as active participants in the artwork's being. Unlike the spectators, the performers are assigned specific roles to play, and their roles are coordinated with those of the other performers so that the presentation of a meaningful whole emerges for an audience to engage and interpret. To emphasize this point, Gadamer makes a rather strong claim that the work is experienced properly by, and presents itself, as it is meant, to, one who is not acting in the play but watching it. In him the play, Spiel is raised, as it were, to its ideality. 2013, 114. 19. The performer's role is not only to present the work as a meaningful whole in concert with others, but also to help facilitate the fulfillment of the artwork's being as intended, viz. as a communicative, participatory, and potentially transformative event. As Gadamer observes, a complete change takes place when play as such become a play. It puts the spectator in the place of the player. 2013, 114. In other words, unlike the play of children's games mentioned earlier, the performers are not only playing for their own enjoyment in a closed world, but are intentionally playing for others and inviting active participation in the play of the work. Gadamer's discussion of the different ways in which the performers and spectators present the work is not meant to suggest that the performers are unable to experience the artwork as a meaningful whole. His emphasis on the spectator as the to whom in which the work's being is fulfilled serves to highlight the artwork's meaningful address. As he explains, in that the play is presented for him the spectator, it becomes apparent that the play bears within itself a meaning to be understood and that can therefore be detached from the behavior verhalten of the player. 2013, 114, 2010, 114. Although the performers and spectators have different roles in the work's presentation or self-showing, both must interpret the work and allow it speak to them. To sum things up, the artwork's being, unlike the games, consists in the presentation of a meaningful whole to a spectator or auditor, who actively represents and interprets its meaning in dialogue with her present understanding of self and world. Art's transformations into structure and truth. Central to Gadamer's explication of art's being is his analysis of art's transformation into structure, Verwandlung ins Gebilde. Gadamer deploys the term transformation in multiple ways, highlighting not only art's transformation into structure, but also the engaged participant's transformation. He begins with a broad phenomenological description of transformation as more than a mere alteration in which a thing remains the same. Instead, when something or someone is transformed, we see them differently, that is, we see them as a new entity or person. As Gadamer puts it, transformation into structure means that what existed previously exists no longer. 2013, 115. In order to understand what Gadamer means, it is helpful to recall his claim that in our engagement with art, our concern is not with the subjectivity or psychology of the artist or actors. For example, when we are caught up in a dramatic play, the performer's own subjectivity or identity is absent and, as it were, no longer exists. How he normally dresses, 149. 149. What his true hair color is, and what causes he supports are all irrelevant to his stage character and the drama unfolding on the stage. The transformation of human play into a play is such that the performer's private subjectivity ceases, is wholly transformed, and is replaced by the character he dramatizes and has become. A transformation occurs not only with respect to the performers, but also with respect to one's world. It too ceases to exist. That is, by being taken up by the artwork, we as spectators enter its world and play by its rules. Although here Gadamer focuses more on the performer's subjectivity, it is also the case that the subjectivity of the artist, playwright, and composer as well as the spectator is likewise absent, in the sense that it is not what is presented in the work. An artwork's meaning, in contrast with a tool whose purpose and meaning is tied to its function or utility, can neither be fixed by the original artist, nor the performers, nor the spectators. Its performative being precludes any pronouncement of a fixed, once and for all meaning. Such a pronouncement would, in effect, eliminate the leeway or room for play constitutive of the artwork's being. When human play is transformed into structure and becomes art, it achieves what Gadamer calls ideality. That is, ideality allows the artwork to be intended and understood as the same artwork even though its multiple performances produce new insights. With his notion of the artwork's ideality, Gadamer attempts to hold together tensions that the tradition has tended to force to one side or the other, either the one or the lesser many, sameness or mere difference, the superior original or inferior copies. On the one hand, Gadamer argues that the artwork's being, genuineness, and authenticity is not tied to any particular performance, including the first or original performance. The work is fully there in each of its performances and presentations. Nor is it the case that an ideal structure exists apart from the artwork. That is, the artwork's ideality is not an ahistorical, unchanging essence, which serves as the timeless standard by which to judge whether a presentation or performance is authentic. On the other hand, Gadamer insists that in order to appear and be experienced, an artwork must be performed, enacted, or presented. Again, the artwork's ideality does not exist in itself as something above, behind, or separate from its presentations. Rather, the artwork's transformation into structure, Gebilde, an achievement of ideality makes possible its repeatability, autonomy, and continuance. Its activity now takes on the character of a workday works, of an organ and not only of energia. Gadamer 2013, 115, 2010, 116. However, by work Gadamer does not mean a static, finished product, whose play and room for play have ceased. Rather, it is an organ whose energia is constantly in play. It is both organ and energia, work and activity, a work whose work is play. 20. Stated otherwise, the artwork's being is ongoing play through performative enactment, or more concisely, the artwork is its performances. The inseparability of the artwork from its presentations or enactments is part of Gadamer's aesthetic non-differentiation thesis, which understands structure and enactment as two aspects of the artwork's being. On the one hand, play is structure, Gebilde, that is, it is an ideality, which constitutes a repeatable, meaningful whole that can be understood. On the other, structure is play because it attains its full being Valsen, Gadamer 2013, 121, 2010, 122, only in its various enactments. As Gadamer observes, in music one grasps clearly that the artwork is its performance and the performance presents the musical work. After all, one does not tap one's foot in response to the score or lead sheet. There is neither sound, nor rhythm, nor play in the unperformed score, only silence and stillness. Making a similar point and likewise highlighting the performative being of the artwork, Gadamer states: here it becomes clear why starting from the concept of play is methodologically advantageous. The work of art cannot simply be isolated from the contingency of the chance conditions Zugangsbedingungen, conditions of access in which it appears, and where this kind of isolation occurs, the result is an abstraction that reduces the 150 Cynthia R. Nielsen. 150. Actual being of the work. It itself belongs to the world to which it represents itself sich darstellt, that is, presents itself. A drama really exists only when it is played, and ultimately music must resound. 2013, 120, 2010, 121. To conceive of the being of the artwork as distinct from its performances excludes the need for performers and engaged participants. The latter, as we recall, constitute one of the walls of the artwork's world. Hence, the spectator likewise belongs to the artwork's being. To construe an artwork's being as distinct and isolatable from its various enactments is to reduce it to a static, lifeless, and playless object, which at best can be analyzed or at worst dissected by a detached observer. While Gadamer does not dismiss the creative activity of the artist or the performers in shaping the artwork and bringing it to presentation, his concern in this context is to highlight the work's autonomy as a structured whole. As Daniel Tate explains, by virtue of its unity as an ideal structure, the artwork is a self-sufficient gebilde that acquires a certain independence of both reality and the productive process. 2008, 190. 21. As a structural whole, the artwork presents us with another world, which as such is its own measure and measures itself by nothing outside it. Gadamer 2013, 116. What is presented in the artwork exists as something that rests absolutely within itself. It no longer permits of any comparison with reality as the secret measure of all verisimilitude. It is raised above all such comparisons. Gadamer 2013, 116. In other words, the artwork's truthfulness is not measured by how closely it resembles an original, whether an object, an action, or a first performance in all its particularities. Instead of looking back to its origin for verification or to the original creative activity through which it first emerged, the artwork looks forward, so to speak, to the repetitions or reproductions that would bring it to presence anew. Tate 2008, 191-92. 22. The work's truthfulness is experienced in its ability to continue to speak meaningfully and transformatively about the human condition to those willing to enter its play. 23. For instance, when we are drawn into the movement of a theatrical play, poem, or musical performance, our concern as a participant is not whether what we see, hear, and understand is real in the sense of a precise representation of objects, entities, or events in the world or, in the case of music, the original musical performance. Rather, what engages us and has the potential to transform us is the artwork's meaning and the truthfulness that we recognize in its presentation. Gadamer's emphasis on the cognitive significance of the artwork marks a break from aesthetic theories thematizing subjective pleasure. Even so, Gadamer's hermeneutical aesthetics and his accent on the work's cognitive dimensions neither exclude subjective experience nor discount aesthetic pleasure. As Nicholas Davey, 2013, 43, explains, rather than negate subjective experience, which would render any claim for the transformative power of art nonsense, Gadamer seeks to transcend, if not transfigure, subjectivity by demonstrating the substantialities of language and tradition that underlie and manifest themselves through it. 24. Our experience of art is part of our experience of the world, as the substantialities that constitute our world also shape us. In addition to art's transformation into structure, Gadamer also describes art as a transformation into the true, in which transformation into structure achieves its full significance. Here we comment on mimesis as presentation and its relationship to transformation into structure. Tate has masterfully traced Gadamer's retrieval and reworking of Aristotle's notion of mimesis for his understanding of art as an event. For Aristotle, mimesis is not based on the relationship between an ontologically inferior copy and its superior and more real original. Aristotelian mimesis is the presentation of something in and through the mimetic activity. What is mimetically presented is there, it does not point beyond itself to the real, more true original. 25. Tate explains. 151. 151. Transformation into structure and transformation into the true as two aspects of the single event of art. Central to his argument is the claim that it is only as transformation, into structure, that mimesis occurs in art as presentation, of being. If the presentation of true being, Darstellung, only takes place within the work as an ideal structure, Gebilde, it is also the case that the sole purpose of every such structure is to offer a presentation. In Gadamer's analysis, Gebilde and Darstellung are entirely complementary concepts where each is defined by reference to the other. Tate 2008, 193. Not only does Gadamer insist on the inseparability of structure and presentation, but he also insists that presentation requires spectatorial engagement and recognition. The artwork's working enables us to see our world and ourselves otherwise, in a new light, as if for the first time. This seeing as if for the first time is precisely how Gadamer employs the term recognition. 26. That is, we recognize the familiar, and by doing so, the familiar is made strange, thus opening up the possibility of seeing anew and with it the possibility of spectatorial transformation. In Weinsheimer's words, recognition involves a surprised double take which is not simply affirming what we already know. Instead, what was previously cognized is now defamiliarized, because to recognize is to know what we have always known as if we had never really known it before. To re-know in this way is to know for the first time what something truly is, Weinsheimer 1985, 109. Rather than conceiving the artwork as an escape from the real, Gadamer understands the artwork as a way of bringing what is real or true into sharper focus. Through its structured presentation, the artwork works on dispersed, untransformed reality and, as it were, raises it up into its truth. Gadamer 2013, 117. In presenting its subject matter through a meaningful structure, what is presented is transformed and becomes more than itself. For example, let's say that you are familiar with a particular performance of Bach's Prelude No. 3 in C-sharp major. However, upon hearing Brad Mehldau play it, you respond, "I had no idea that the piece could sound like that." You recognize the piece as Bach's Prelude No. 3 in C-sharp major, however, when you hear Mehldau play it, it was as if you had heard it for the first time. Sounding a Heideggerian note, Gadamer goes on to say that reality, Wirklichkeit, always exists in a horizon of desired or feared or, at any rate, still undecided future possibilities. 2013, 117. As George observes, Gadamer's use of the term reality is basically equivalent to the notion of factical life, where our experience of reality is always oriented by our cares. 2017, 109. George continues, in view of the undecidedness of the future that characterizes factical life, Gadamer believes, our experience remains mired in ambiguity. 2017, 109. Nevertheless, Gadamer also indicates that there are life events that can, as it were, bring about a drama-like contour to our experience. 27. For example, he states, now if, in a particular case, a context of meaning closes and completes itself in reality, then this reality is itself like a drama. In these cases, where reality is understood as a play, emerges the reality of play, which we call the play of art. Gadamer 2013, 117. Although he does not elaborate what such special cases might be, perhaps a friend or loved one's death, the loss of one's health, adopting a child, or any significant event that would occasion seeing one's life in a new light would presumably be strong contenders. The occurrence of such events overtakes us, and we come to see them as radically altering our life. In ordinary speech, I might say that the death of my father closed a chapter of my life, which, of course, is also simultaneously the opening of a new chapter. As I reflect on the event, I interpret it in relation to the larger narrative of my life, but as if the narrative is closed and completed. Consequently, my past relationship with my father comes into sharper. 152. Cynthia R. Nielsen. 152. Focus, and I gain new insight and intelligibility about him and me, which is not to say that what is revealed removes all opacity or brings with it absolute clarity. In truth, the narrative is open-ended and still being written. Gadamer's point in drawing attention to how in special cases factical life can come to resemble a drama is not simply to highlight how reality and art mirror one another, but is also to show that the movement of play in its various inflections is central to the being of both life and art. Like other significant life events that we revisit and from which we continually gain new insights and truths, art too is an event that brings factical life into focus. As George puts it, in our experience of artworks, aspects of factical life are given shape, figured, or contoured, which is not to say that our encounters with artworks purify factical life of ambiguities, but, quite to the contrary, that artworks bring the ambiguities and contradictions of factical life into special focus precisely as ambiguous and contradictory. 2017, 109. Art is an intensive, transfigured representation of the play of life, of the movement of reality's play. What is presented in the play of art is the mysterious movement of life, but transfigured, composed, Latin componere, put together, arranged, focused, and intensified. The artwork is thus a transformation into structure, which is also a wholly transformed world through which we come to recognize that that is how things are. So is T.S. Gadamer 2013, 117, 2010, 118. Hence, the artwork is equally a transformation into the true Verwandlung ins Wahr, 2013, 116, 2010, 118. What draws us into the artwork's play is recognized as a true presentation of what it makes manifest, and this is in part because it incites us to see what it presents as possessing a depth, complexity, and mystery to which we previously were blinded or unaware. In short, both art and life move with unexpected twists and turns, moving us as we grapple with all they have to offer, from the heights of beauty to the depths of despair and everything in between. From the excess of play and the leeway, Spielraum, at the heart of play, art springs forth, showing us who we are and who we can become, what our world is and how we can participate in its ongoing composition. Gadamer on the politics of translation. Theories of translation have, with greater or lesser intent, always had implications for politics. In the Western history of thought, however, theories of translation have often been bound up with the politics of empire or nation. For example, it is not difficult to find suggestions of the ancient Roman imperial practice of assimilating conquered peoples in the observation made by Hugo Friedrich that the Romans saw translation as the appropriation of the original without any real concern for the stylistic and linguistic idiosyncrasies of the original. Translation meant transformation in order to mold the foreign into the linguistic structures of one's own culture. 1992, 12. Likewise, it is not difficult to recognize continuities between, say, the politics of the modern German nation-state and the idea that the German nation was shaped, even founded, in no small part through Martin Luther's German translation of the Bible. As G. W. F. Hegel comments on the impact of Luther's translation, for example, for German Christians to have the book of their faith translated into their mother tongue is one of the greatest revolutions that could happen. 1993, 16. Hans-Georg Gadamer, in Truth and Method, examines translation primarily as an extreme case of the difficulty of interpretation, one that draws attention to conditions of all of our attempts to understand a person or text. 2003, 385. If Gadamer's considerations in Truth and Method offer little insight into the political implications of his view, however, he leaves little doubt about his views in a studium lecture that he delivered in 1990, entitled, The Multiplicity of Languages and the Understanding of the World, Die Vielfalt der Sprachen und das Verstehen der Welt. In this studium lecture, he argues that despite the extreme difficulties of interpretation exemplified by translation, translation nevertheless has an important part to play in the formation of a common understanding of the world among people from different language traditions. Accordingly, as we shall see, Gadamer's considerations suggest a geopolitics of translation, one that aims not at the expansion of empire or the consolidation of national identity, but, on the contrary, that allows us to resist imperialism and nationalism through the formation of solidarities with one another from the many language traditions of the world. Translation as hermeneutic limit situation. Gadamer first turns to translation in Truth and Method as an extreme case of the difficulty of interpretation. The task of translation presents us with the difficulties of interpretation. Writ. 156. 156. Large. In this, Gadamer maintains, the task of the translator differs only in degree, not in kind, from the general hermeneutical task. 2003, 387. 1. Accordingly, Gadamer treats translation as what we might refer to as a hermeneutical limit situation. With this term, I have in mind something analogous to Karl Jasper's concept of an existential limit situation, that is, an extreme experience, typically accompanied by dread, guilt, or anxiety, that interrupts the ordinary course of our lives, thereby affording us a distance that allows us to become conscious of the conditions of existence itself. 1969. Whereas Jasper's focuses on experiences that thus disclose the conditions of existence, Gadamer introduces translation as a limit experience that discloses the conditions of interpretive experience. Translation is an interpretive experience that interrupts the ordinary ease with which we understand another person's speech or a text and thereby affords us with an occasion to become conscious of the conditions of interpretive experience itself. Gadamer writes, in situations where coming to an understanding is disrupted or impeded, we first become conscious of the conditions of all understanding. Thus the verbal process whereby a conversation in two different languages is made possible through translation is especially informative. 2003, 384. 2. Gadamer maintains, more specifically, that it is the translator's task of bridging the gulf between languages that helps to illuminate the condition of all interpretive experience. 2003, 387. This, he argues, is because bridging the gulf between languages epitomizes how interpretation demands more of us than simply understanding what another person or text is referring to. Rather, and more originally, a translation epitomizes that we must understand the context that orients what the other person or text means by this referent in the first place. Gadamer writes, here the translator must translate the meaning to be understood into the context in which the other speaks and lives. The meaning must be preserved, but since it must be understood within a new language world, it must establish validity within it in a new way. 2003, 384. For example, the German word for existence is Dasein. But, the word also means presence, and even connotes the intensity or liveliness of existence, as in the German Daseinskampf, the struggle for existence or survival, or Daseinsfreude, a joie de vivre or zest for life. Thus, for some uses in German, at least, it may make sense to translate Dasein not as existence, but as, say, being there. Indeed, in this, we may think of some translations of Heidegger's use of the term Dasein as being there, or perhaps also the title of Hal Ashby's film, based on Jerzy Kosinski's novel, Being There, with its allusion to Heidegger's use of the word Dasein. For Gadamer, in any case, the task of translation, precisely because the challenge of bridging the gulf between languages is so difficult, brings into focus that all interpretation turns, first of all, on the interpretation of the linguistic context that informs what another person or text has to say about something. Gadamer suggests that in translation, the difficulty of interpreting context pushes our hermeneutical abilities to the breaking point. He observes that for the task of verbal translation, he has in mind the task of a language interpreter to facilitate a conversation between interlocutors from different language traditions. We experience the difficulty of interpreting context as a duplication of our interpretive efforts. He writes, having to depend on an interpreter's translation is an extreme case that doubles the hermeneutical process, namely, the conversation. There is one conversation between the interpreter and the other, and a second between the interpreter and oneself. Gadamer 2003, 385. He argues that for the task of creating a written translation, however, the difficulty of interpreting context leads to highlighting some meanings at the expense of others. Gadamer 2003, 386. In this, A written translation is not simply a reproduction of the original text in another language, but, on the contrary, a recreation, 2003, 386, of what the original text means in the other language. This recreation, though, is limited precisely by the differences between the source and target languages. Gadamer writes. 157. 157. The requirement that a translation be faithful cannot remove the fundamental gulf between the two languages. However faithful we try to be, we have to make difficult decisions. In our translation, if we want to emphasize a feature of the original that is important to us, then we can do so only by playing down or entirely suppressing other features. 2003, 386. The translator's task is limited by the differences between the source and target languages, specifically, by the fact that the context of speech and life embodied in each language is distinctive, never entirely reducible to that of the other language. If Jaspers believes that existential limit situations are accompanied by experiences of dread, guilt, or anxiety, Gadamer, for his part, suggests that the hermeneutical experience of translation is bound up with renunciation, 2003, 386, even betrayal, 1999b, 279. He writes of the translator, since he is always in the position of not really being able to express all the dimensions of his text, he must make a constant renunciation, Gadamer 2003, 386. Translation, precisely because it must highlight some meaning from the original text at the expense of others, is a compromise at best, and a matter of treachery at worst. Indeed, in a later essay, on the truth of the word, Gadamer, 2007a, goes so far as to argue that some kinds of texts, paradigmatically lyric poetry, can even approach untranslatability. In this, he argues that texts, such as those of lyric poetry, can be more dependent than any other kind of text on the context of speech and life embodied in the language in which they are presented. This dependence of lyric poetry goes all the way down to the interplay of meaning and sound that are made available by a language and that take shape in meter, rhyme, and myriad subtle figurations of sound, 2007a, 150. 3. Accordingly, as Gadamer believes, the attempt to translate some texts, such as those of lyric poetry, can simply exceed a translator's ability even to compromise to highlight some meaning at the expense of others. In such cases, the translator's task leads not simply to renunciation of some meaning or other. Rather, the translator simply has to give up. For Gadamer, translation exemplifies the difficulty of interpretive experience, and thereby brings into focus the condition of all interpretive experience, namely, that all interpretation requires us to understand the context of language and life that orients what another person or text means by what they have to say about something. In the case of translation, the challenge of meeting this condition brings us to our limits, to the point of renunciation and, for some kinds of texts, such as those of lyric poetry, it can even lead us simply to throw up our hands. Gadamer's Geopolitics of Translation. Gadamer's reflections on the geopolitical significance of translation follow from his treatment of the theme of his lecture, namely, the question, how can we come to a common understanding of the world? Gadamer's formulation is philosophical, but, as he makes clear, the stakes of the question concern global politics. Certainly, these stakes would have been palpable to his audience in the historical moment when he delivered the lecture. Just months before he delivered the lecture, the post-war world order had collapsed with the fall of the Berlin Wall, and Germany found itself in an uncertain political position in an equally uncertain, and in any case dangerous, world. Thus, as Gadamer asserts, his theme is of the highest relevance. It is basically the political theme par excellence, 1999a, 339. For indeed, he entreats that his theme is urgent because humanity now has geopolitical jeopardies that cannot be addressed by any one nation or alliance of nations. Perhaps most immediately for Gadamer and others at the time would be the threat of death and destruction that could be wrought by war. He writes, The Monstrous Development. 158. 158. Of the distance between the armed and the unarmed has brought us to live in a world in which the reciprocal fear of military conflict rules over all. 1999a, 339. In short, we must address the question of how we can come to a common understanding of the world so that we may save humanity from itself. 1999a, 340. Gadamer, however, cautions against what he calls a temptation that defines the history of the West. 1999a, 340, to pursue a common understanding as it were from above the multiplicity of language traditions amid which we exist on the earth, namely, on the basis of scientific expertise, and, thus also, with the aid of the universal language of mathematics. Gadamer offers that this temptation defines humanity in the West, and has placed the West on a special path, Sonderweg, ever since antiquity when ancient Greek city-states began to use science to distinguish themselves from and assert themselves over peoples who continued to rely on meaning preserved in their language traditions. 1999a, 340. Gadamer's use of the term special path is notable. The term is most familiar from German historiography, as the contested thesis that Germany followed a different path to democratic rule than other nation-states, and that it is this special path that allowed the German nation-state to fall prey to Nazism. Gadamer, by here using the term special path in reference to Western humanity, may be suggesting an expansion of this historical fold of the thesis, so that Germany's special path to democracy is just one part of a much longer special path from ancient Greek misuse of science to National Socialism. Perhaps the expression of this temptation of scientific expertise in Gadamer's times has been represented nowhere more pointedly, in any case, than in Max Frisch's celebrated Homo Faber, a report, in the figure of the protagonist Walter Faber, an engineer who works for UNESCO as a development consultant, Frisch 1994. A true believer in reason, science, and technology, he may be said to embody Gadamer's idea of the temptation of science. Of course, Gadamer does not deny the power of scientific expertise to achieve knowledge which is then able to be applied and disseminated around the world, regardless of what language tradition, or language traditions, inhabitants of the region belong to. If, for example, we were to imagine an international development project that includes building a hydroelectric dam, scientific experts in economics, perhaps in combination with experts from other disciplines in the public health or social sciences, might be consulted to clarify criteria for the assessment of the usefulness of the project. And, of course, if a dam comes to be built, an expert's scientific formula to calculate the power output of the dam can, in principle at least, be applied and disseminated by persons in regions with any language tradition. For Gadamer, the temptation is to pursue a common understanding of the world on the basis of scientific expertise alone, or, in any case, to the exclusion of the irreducible richness of relevant meanings preserved in the world's multiplicity of language traditions. After all, no one really doubts that beyond scientific expertise, the meanings found in these many language traditions can contribute much to a common understanding of the world, whether these meanings are found in the various language traditions' poetry and literature, the unique idioms of their language, or their religious, juridical, or other cultural discourses. In his Homo Faber, a report, Frisch examines the dangerous consequences of succumbing to the temptation of science by means of a sustained literary allusion to ancient Greek tragedy. The pursuit of a common world from above, through science, is really simply a pride, or arrogancy, hamartia, that leaves us blind to the limitations of scientific rationality. Gadamer, for his part, focuses on the political dangers to which the temptation of science makes us vulnerable, namely, the will to domination. In his account, Gadamer turns not to Greek tragedy but the biblical story of Babel for insight. In this, Gadamer focuses not on customary exegetically or religious concerns, but rather on an insight given by the story about the relation between the pursuit of a universal language and power. 159. 159. Upon reading the story, Gadamer believes, one must naturally think of the fact that the unity and solidarity of a common language is obviously what allows for unbounded energies of the will and limitless arrogance to become embodied in one's own mission of domination. Berufung zur Herrschaft, 1999a, 340. When we permit ourselves to pursue a common understanding through one universal language, whether Western humanities' scientific language of mathematics or the City of Babel's language, little remains to challenge the perspective embodied in our language, and, so, little remains to keep our voice in check. All that remains is our will, and our will to extend our will ever further. Gadamer asserts, however, that Western humanity is not condemned to the temptation of scientific expertise that has resulted in the special path of a will to domination. We can decide, instead, to take an alternative path to common understanding. In this, we can decide to pursue a common understanding not on the basis of scientific expertise, but rather hermeneutically, on the basis of lessons we learn from the interpretation of texts and persons found in the world's multiplicity of language traditions. Gadamer examines this hermeneutical alternative with the claim that understanding is understanding oneself in the world, 1999a, 345. Crucial to Gadamer's definition of understanding oneself in the world is, first, the concept of world. In Gadamer's hermeneutics, world refers not primarily to one being among others, say, a being that we imagine to be something like a huge ball that contains all the other beings. Rather, world signifies the human world, 1999a, 344, that is, the world is what we human beings, with all of our human concerns, always and again find ourselves in the midst of mittendrin, 1999a, 344. World, in this human sense, appears not as a being among others, rather, as Gadamer puts it, the world is their da ist as horizon, 1999a, 345. By horizon, he means the context of more or less indeterminate possibilities of meaning that allows us to interpret what something is, in its being. 5. In this, he argues, our horizon is both what gives tacit orientation to as well as what inscribes limitations on all of our attempts to understand ourselves in our being. Accordingly, when we attempt to understand ourselves, our attempt unfolds as an interpretation that determines something about ourselves, precisely on the basis of this context of more or less indeterminate possibilities of meaning. This context, as we saw above, is precisely what gives us meaningful orientation toward any referent, and, 2, what makes interpretation so difficult. He believes we find a hint of how the human world is there as horizon, by analogy, in our experience of the physical horizon between the earth and the heavens that circumscribes terrestrial life, for example, when we traverse a physical distance. He writes, horizon evokes the living experience with which we are all familiar. Our view is directed at the infinity of distance, and no matter how great our effort, the infinite recedes, and no matter the tempo of our march, only new horizons open up. The world is in this sense for us a limitless space which we are in the midst of mitten in and in which we search for modest orientation. Gadamer 1999a, 345. In our experience of the physical world, the horizon between the earth and heavens both orients and limits our vision, and yet, even though the ground we traverse eventually allows us to see things that were once hidden beneath the horizon, the interval between the earth and heavens itself remains always a limit we cannot see beyond. So too, in the human world, the horizon of more or less indeterminate possibilities of meaning both orients and limits our interpretive experience of ourselves and, moreover, even though our attempts to understand can determine what something is, in its being, from out of the more or less indeterminate. 160. 160. Possibilities of meaning, indeterminacy itself always exceeds any interpretive determination we are able to achieve. Gadamer argues that, when it comes to the human world, the horizon, or context of more or less indeterminate possibilities of meaning, is lingual in nature, 1999a, 347. In Truth and Method, he gives voice to this claim in his celebrated motto, being that can be understood is language, 2003, 474, emphasis in original. By arguing that the human world, or horizon, is lingual, he thus means that what makes the horizon of more or less indeterminate possibilities of meaning available in the first place, what first allows us to determine something in its being, is none other than language. Gadamer sometimes distinguishes what he calls the linguality, Sprachlichkeit, of language as the feature of language that makes more or less indeterminate possibilities of meaning available. In this, the linguality of language signifies the dynamism found in every concrete language, each in distinctive manners, to grant order to our experience through infinite possibilities of combination and differentiation of meaning. Accordingly, the linguality of languages comprises the medium of all understanding, 2003, 383, even the element of human life itself. He writes, "In the linguality of our access to the world, we find ourselves implanted in a process of tradition that marks us as historical in essence. Language is not an instrumental setup, a tool that we apply, but the element in which we live and which we can never so objectify that it ceases to surround us." 2007b, 335, translation modified. In the human world, then, the horizon of more or less indeterminate possibilities of meaning is, most originally, a horizon of linguality. The linguality of every language, each of them with possibilities of meaning as distinct as their grammars, lexicons, and phraseologies, is what orients and limits our attempts to understand ourselves, or, more generally, to determine the meaningful order of all aspects of our experience. In virtue of linguality, language is the ultimate horizon of our interpretive experience, of our efforts to determine meaning, though in such a manner that we cannot achieve an interpretation of linguality itself that reduces it to a determinate object. Gadamer argues that a common understanding of the world can follow from understanding oneself in the world precisely because understanding oneself is oriented and limited by linguality. Because understanding oneself in the world is lingual, it is thus also a matter of understanding ourselves with one another. 1999a, 346. In this, understanding oneself is not achieved through a retreat from the world, say, in pure self-reflection of the kind Descartes purports to have performed in his Cogito. To the contrary, understanding oneself takes place precisely through our interpretive involvement with others in language. Gadamer, in his Hermeneutics, identifies this interpretive experience with others in language as conversation, 2003, 383. By conversation, Gadamer primarily has in mind an event of two people talking with one another about a matter of common concern, although he believes that conversation equally describes the event of text interpretation, so that text interpretation is grasped as a conversation between a reader concerned with the subject matter of a text and what the text has to say about that matter, 2003, 383-89. Gadamer upholds that interlocutors come to understand the matter of their shared concern in a novel manner through what he calls a fusion of horizons, 2003, 306, emphasis in original. Such fusion is made possible when a conversation allows interlocutors to recognize that the initial horizons which oriented and limited their interpretations have been too narrow, too insular, because they were oriented by prejudices that concealed, distorted, or otherwise missed the matter of their shared concern. In this, our 161 conversation with our interlocutor will have allowed us to understand ourselves within a more encompassing horizon, with a more encompassing fold of more or less indeterminate possibilities of meaning. Accordingly, conversation can allow us to raise ourselves up to a higher level of universality that overcomes not only our particularity but also that of the other. 2003, 305. Gadamer maintains that such a plural understanding is pursued through the formation of what he calls solidarity, 1999a, 339. 6. Jean Grandin observes that when Gadamer uses this term some years earlier at a seminar hosted by Pope John Paul II, he probably had John Paul II in mind, and, as we may add, perhaps especially the Solidarity movement in Poland that John Paul II had helped to inspire. See Grandin 2003, 468, see Bernstein 2005. The Solidarity movement, as we recall, arose in Poland in 1980 as a trade union movement and developed into a campaign for political change that fostered opposition against Soviet-influenced authoritarian communist governments of Eastern Europe. When Gadamer introduced the term in his 1990 Studium lecture, for many in his audience it would no doubt have evoked the recent and seemingly unlikely contributions made by the movement. In Gadamer's considerations, however, solidarity refers primarily to the achievement of free spaces of human togetherness, 1999a, 348. In this, solidarity coalesces not around a political identity, whether conceived in nationalist, ethnic, or other terms, and the purpose of solidarity is not to support a common ideology or political interest. Rather, solidarities arise as the enactment of possibilities for conversation that allow people from different national, ethnic, and other identities and interests to discover and develop their understanding of common challenges, even jeopardies, that they face. It is not difficult to imagine that Gadamer's considerations were inspired by the transnational proportions of influence that the Solidarity movement took on by the end of the 1980s. Such free spaces are crucial for politics, he argues, because they create opportunities for people to participate openly with one another in political deliberation and decision. The formation of solidarity, then, turns not on political identity of ideology but rather on political decisions reached in free spaces for deliberation. What makes these spaces of deliberation free, however, is not, or not only, and not most originally, say, the protection of civil liberties such as the freedom of conscience or freedom of expression. Free spaces for deliberation must first be unlocked, even if this is only possible by degree, through a common understanding of the world. If this common understanding of the world is not to be pursued from above through the temptation of science, however, but within the context of meanings preserved in the world's language traditions, then such a pursuit requires conversation and conversation that must include interlocutors from these multiple language traditions. How, though, does such a conversation take place? On the one hand, in virtue of the linguality of language, it is possible for interlocutors from different language traditions to participate in conversation with one another. This can be thought of as our capacity for linguality. By this capacity, I mean our ability to understand things in their being, that is, the fact that we are each, to greater and lesser extents, able to participate in the power of language to determine what something is. Because linguality functions in this manner in every language, our capacity for linguality makes it possible for us to participate in conversation with an interlocutor from any language tradition. That this is true is evident, for example, from the fact that it is possible for us to acquire another language in the first place. When we say that we are becoming more proficient in another language, we mean more than that our grammar and vocabulary is strong enough to make statements. For example, if an English speaker had become able to say in German, "I can hear the church bells ring out from out of the center of the old city." Rather, what we mean is that our capacity for linguality has begun to awaken in the other language. We mean that we begin to experience how the world is ordered in the other language, and how the possibilities of differentiation and combination. 162. 162. Lead to distinctive determinations of what things are. In the example, we say we are becoming proficient in German when we are not only able to make a statement that refers to the church bells, but when we can begin to experience how German places the church bells within the world and how it determines them in their being. We may, for example, come to understand the place of the church bells as something now antiquated, though somehow also at the heart of the city, so that when they ring, they break across the traffic to the newer parts of the city, as a kind of hallowed reminder. Yet, on the other hand, the linguality of language never appears per se, but always in a difference from itself, in a given, particular language. Language is an ambiguous phenomenon, a complicated one in many. Gadamer writes, "Next to the horizon of the world in which live, I posit the horizon of language, and this is a plurality. There is a multiplicity of horizons that we should not reduce by some special unifying mechanism." 1999a, 347. To be sure, language, in its linguality, is one, All language is a medium, or element of life, with the power to grant order to our experience, to allow us to determine what something is in its being. But language is nevertheless also many. Linguality appears only ever in some given particular language or other. In this, really, language is indefinitely many, since linguality appears not simply in given, particular languages that exist now or in the past, but can appear in any language that may come into existence in the future. It is all well and good that being that can be understood is language. Language, however, is plural. In the context of our pursuit of a common understanding of the world, at least, this suggests that to understand something in its being, to determine what it is, will itself demand of us a plural determination. Gadamer recognizes that the pursuit of a common understanding of the world through such a plural determination of meaning presents us with a daunting challenge. Perhaps most obviously, even if we forego the temptation of scientific expertise and instead pursue a common understanding through conversation with interlocutors from other language traditions, the will to assert ourselves remains a concern. For, as he writes, here, too, in the domain of the thoughtful enactment of our existence, we are confronted with the multiplicity of other languages, and we should not believe it would be our task and privilege to impose on others the formulation of questions that arise from our life experience and that are laid down in our linguistic experience. 1999 c. 237. The pursuit of a plural understanding is demanding, right down to the very questions with which we begin our conversations. Perhaps, though, the most obvious challenge to the pursuit of such a common understanding is that in conversation between interlocutors from different language traditions, requires the interlocutors must become conversant in one another's languages. In this, Gadamer's considerations are a stark reminder of the geopolitical significance of education in foreign languages and the literary and other linguistic legacies they sustain. A society that does not actively promote education in foreign languages and literatures may find itself poorly prepared to participate in the formation of free spaces of conversation, and, in consequence, such a society may find itself tempted by other modes of geopolitical engagement, whether through the temptation of science or, worse, violent conflict. Yet, even those most dedicated to the cultivation of their capacities for foreign languages and literatures can become conversant in only the smallest share of the world's vast trove of language traditions. Accordingly, as Gadamer observes, we really have only one option. We have translations, 1999a, 347. When we wish to pursue a common understanding of the world. 163. 163. Through conversations with interlocutors who belong to language traditions in which we are not conversant, our only recourse is translation. With this, Gadamer's view of the geopolitical significance of translation comes into focus. We recall that for Gadamer, solidarity is not primarily a matter of political identity or ideology but rather that of political decisions reached in free spaces of deliberation. Such free spaces of deliberation are oriented not as it were from above through the temptation of scientific expertise, however. These free spaces are formed in conversation with interlocutors we find ourselves in the midst of. Now, to unlock such free spaces, we must form a common understanding of the world. And, to be sure, some of our interlocutors will belong to the same language traditions as us. But, some free spaces will need to be unlocked by the formation of a common understanding of the world with interlocutors from different language traditions. In such cases, the pursuit of a common understanding of the world will require of us a plural determination of meaning that respects and draws on meanings preserved in the respective language traditions of the interlocutors involved. Thus, in such cases, solidarity, which is formed in free spaces of deliberation that are made possible by a common understanding of the world, will be and remain reliant on translations. For Gadamer, the task of the translator has geopolitical significance. It is a task to contribute to the formation of global solidarity. Gadamer's considerations, of course, acknowledge that the translator's contributions to the pursuit of a common understanding of the world confront severe limits. After all, as he suggests, translation leads to renunciation, even betrayal, because the attempt to carry the context of one language over to another always involves trade-offs. More still, much meaning that might otherwise be of obvious significance for a common understanding of the world, such as the lyric poetry of a language tradition, is untranslatable. Yet, Gadamer recognizes that the translator's task has political implications. On Gadamer's view, however, translation serves neither empire nor nation. Quite to the contrary, as he argues, translation serves a geopolitical possibility of solidarity that eschews all will to domination in the pursuit of free spaces of deliberation and a common understanding of the world we find ourselves in together. 13. Image, picture. Gu-Interfigal. One philosophical hermeneutics as Gadamer conceived and developed it, is clearly centered on language. Accordingly, there seems only little room in this conception for visual arts and the image character of visual artworks, if any. Indeed, Gadamer's concretizing examples for his conception of philosophical hermeneutics taken from the arts are mainly poems. Gadamer's essays on poetry take a whole volume of his collected works, Gadamer 1993b, not to speak of his famous and so influential interpretation of Paul Celan's Atem Crystal poems, Gadamer 1993b, 383-451. In contrast, his contributions to visual arts and to hermeneutical questions related to them are few, and they are quite general. Only one of these contributions refers in depth to particular artworks and to a particular artist, namely German expressionist painter, Werner Scholz, Gadamer 1968. However, Gadamer has not included this book in his collected works, and admittedly Scholz's artistic significance as a painter is not comparable to that of Goethe, Hölderlin, Rilke, or Celan as poets. Nevertheless, visual arts are by no means marginal for Gadamer's conception of philosophical hermeneutics as developed in Truth and Method. The first part of Truth and Method includes a section on the ontological significance of the image die Seinsvalens des Bilds, which is of crucial importance for Gadamer's conception as a whole. This, again, is so just because visual arts are not in line with Gadamer's assumptions concerning the main topic of his philosophical hermeneutics, namely the experience of understanding. So Gadamer's discussion of visual arts is a kind of hardness test, having the function to demonstrate that his conception of hermeneutical experience applies not exclusively to poetry, but to art in general. And provided that art is paradigmatic for hermeneutical experience as such, Gadamer thus also develops an argument in favor of what he later calls the universality of hermeneutical experience, Gadamer 1986b, 255. If a language-centered philosophy of understanding would fail the test of visual arts and images, its claim to cover understanding in general would collapse. Visual arts, indeed, are a challenge for Gadamer's hermeneutics, because his way of conceiving the hermeneutic experience of art hardly seems appropriate to, for instance, paintings, which, by the way, are the only visual artworks Gadamer seriously takes into account. Gadamer discusses hermeneutic experience in orientation to play, which, in accordance with the paradigmatic character of art for Gadamer's hermeneutics, functions as guideline for ontological. 166. Gunterfigel. 166. Explication Leitfaden der ontologischen Explikation, Gadamer 1986a, 107. With the paradigm of play, Gadamer suggests conceiving art primarily as a kind of performance and thus in a way easily applicable to theatre. In order to concretize the paradigm of play with art, Gadamer accordingly first refers to the example of the tragic, Gadamer 1986a, 133-39. This seems immediately intelligible, but what, in contrast, could it mean to perform a painting or a sculpture? If this question cannot be answered in a way making plausible that the paradigm of play can be applied to images, this paradigm cannot even be a guideline for understanding art, not to speak of an ontological explication of the hermeneutical as such. Visual art is of particular importance to Gadamer's conception, just because art is not an example Gadamer would choose as self-evident. Since Gadamer regards language as a medium of hermeneutic experience, Gadamer 1986a, 387, and thus his affinity to poetry is quite natural, it seems consequent that, after the publication of Truth and Method in 1960, he only occasionally further contributed to questions concerning visual art and image. Nevertheless, these later writings are by no means marginal. Compared with the pertaining passages of Truth and Method, they are broader in scope. Some offer implicit revisions of what Gadamer had developed in his main work, while others introduce aspects complementing his earlier conception. A critical review of Arnold Gellen's book Zeitbilder, Time Images, Gadamer published in 1962, Gadamer 1993a, 30514, and also a lecture given in 1965, entitled Vom Verstummende des Bilds, on images falling silent, Gadamer 1993a, 31522, are especially illuminating because they are devoted to modern visual art, a topic completely neglected in Truth and Method. The same holds true for an essay from 1967, Bild und Geberide, Image and Gesture, Gadamer 1993a, 32330, the first version of Gadamer's essay on Werner's Schals, in which Gadamer makes a new and promising attempt to determine the representation character of images. In his later essays Über das Lesen von Bauten und Bildern, on reading buildings and images, Gadamer 1993a, 33138, first published in 1979, and Word und Bild so wahr, so sehend, Word and Image as True as Being, Gadamer 1993a, 37399, written in the early 1990s, Gadamer takes up and varies a question from Truth and Method, namely the question of how images are related to language. However, all essays just mentioned presuppose Gadamer's conception of the image developed in Truth and Method. They echo in different ways what Gadamer in his main work had called the ontological significance of the image. 2. As already indicated, images, more precisely produced images and thus pictures, could appear as a material refutation of Gadamer's conception of hermeneutic experience modeled along the guideline of play. Of play, one can justly say that it needs actual performance so as to be present as what it is. The fixed rules of play are not the play as such, but only more or less precise instructions of what to perform as play and how to do this. Also, a theater play can be regarded this way as an instruction for actors what to say and to do on stage. Accordingly, someone silently reading the text of a play would more or less vaguely have to imagine a performance and would fully experience a theater text only in a real theater, with real actors on stage. Pictures, in contrast, appear as self-contained objects. They are what they are, without any need of a particular activity that enables their appearance and does so more or less differently at every occasion. Admittedly, pictures do not appear without being contemplated. However, contemplation does not constitute, but only confirms their appearance, and, albeit in different ways, without ever affecting pictures as such. Contemplation, then, can be understood as experience at a distance. It is an experience of something truly objective, cf. Figl 2006, and, as contemplation of pictures, of something that is of limited size and clearly to be distinguished from its 167. Image, picture. 167. Surroundings. Not by chance pictures often are framed. Frames confirm and accentuate that pictures are self-contained, limited objects. Gadamer does not deny that such understanding of pictures is possible. However, he would add that such possibility is dependent on the development of modern, Kantian and post-Kantian aesthetic consciousness, Gadamer 1986a, 87. Such consciousness is constituted with the aesthetic distinction Ästhetische Unterscheidung, Gadamer 1986a, 91, between the aesthetic quality of something and its religious, moral, political or, in general, worldly character. The aesthetic distinction allows abstracting from the worldly determinateness of artworks like poems, pictures, or pieces of music, and thereby constitutes them as pure artworks that no longer provoke moral or religious response, but can be experienced merely aesthetically, Gadamer 1986a, 91. As Gadamer points out, for aesthetic consciousness pictures are ideal candidates, especially if they do not belong to temples, churches, or other places of public life, but are exhibited in galleries or museums and thus in buildings, the purpose of which is the exhibition of pictures as artworks. Gadamer adds that the development of aesthetic consciousness goes along with the establishment of collections and museums, which, again, provide a kind of scheme for understanding artworks in general. Regarding artworks aesthetically, we, as it were, turn every artwork into a picture that can be contemplated regardless of its integration into life. Gadamer 1986a, 140. Already with explaining the aesthetic distinction as an abstraction, Gadamer has made unmistakably clear that he regards the aesthetical view on artworks as problematic. Experiencing artworks aesthetically is tantamount to neglecting the conditions under which they originally show themselves and thus are accessible. Zugangsbedingungen, Gadamer 1986a, 91. Gadamer does not understand these conditions as those of galleries and museums, but, as already indicated, as those of life shared in a common world. Then, taking seriously into account such conditions, one would regard pictures not aesthetically as the self-contained, limited objects to be found in galleries or museums. They rather would be supposed to appear as manifestations of worldly life, which also provides conditions of their accessibility. Only partaking in a worldly form of life, then, would one have true access to such pictures, and experiencing them would then be a kind of worldly understanding, moral, religious, or political. Such understanding, again, would perform a worldly form of life and could thus be conceived in orientation to the paradigm of performing a play. Being in accordance with the guideline of ontological explication, for Gadamer would be truly hermeneutical. So Gadamer's claim that understanding means participation in a worldly form of life bears the challenge to show that pictures, seemingly aesthetic objects par excellence, can only be conceived adequately if they are not taken as self-contained objects, but as manifestations within the actuality of life and, accordingly, as to be experienced by partaking in the process of such manifestations. In order to carry this out, Gadamer first takes what could seem a kind of detour. Before discussing pictures as manifestations of worldly life, he turns to a critical discussion of images understood as depictions, Abbild. This step, which perhaps is not intelligible at first glance, can be interpreted as a kind of precaution. It then would be meant to exclude misunderstanding pictorial manifestations of life as images related to something different from them. However, such exclusion is only necessary if such misunderstanding of pictorial manifestation as mere depiction would be possible or even likely. And indeed, Gadamer assumes that both depictions and pictorial manifestations have the same basic determination. They are constituted by the ontological relation of original image and depicting image, das ontologische Verhältnis von Urbild und Abbild, as it is discussed in the 10th book of Plato's Republic. As Gadamer says, the actual being, Seinswirklichkeit, of images in general belongs to this relation. However, as he adds, it 168. Gunter Figel 168. Is essential to see that the Platonic conceptual relation of depicting image and original image does not exhaust the ontological significance of what we call an image. Gadamer 1986a, 145. So, every image is essentially relational, but not every image, because of its relational character, is a depiction. Instead, images may exceed the Platonic conceptual relation in a particular way. Gadamer, to conclude, does not question Plato's conception of the image according to which every image is related to something depicted. However, Gadamer would contest the assumption that, because of this relational structure, all pictures are depictions in a strict sense and thus ontologically inferior. According to Gadamer, ontological inferiority applies only to mere depictions, whereas pictorial manifestations are ontologically significant. Thus, to say it with a distinction introduced by Gottfried Boehm, pictorial manifestations are strong pictures, whereas depictions, because of their ontological inferiority, are weak pictures. Boehm 2007, 244-48. However, Gadamer not only attempts to revise the Platonic conceptual relation of original image and depiction by introducing his idea of pictorial manifestations. Also, his understanding of depictions differs remarkably from that developed in the Republic. For Gadamer, depictions are not appearances that only resemble the real being of ideas, in such a way that a picture only shows, for instance, the visible form of a couch on a sheet of paper, whereas a real couch really has this form and the idea of a couch actually is this form and as such allows real things to be real couches, cf. Figl 2019, 5364. Rather, Gadamer regards depictions as pictures having indicative character. They refer or, as it were, point to something and thus draw attention to something they themselves are not. So does a photograph in a catalogue of articles or a photograph in a passport, which is supposed to make sure that a passport really belongs to the person showing it, Gadamer 1986a, 143. Accordingly, for instance, an immigration officer would look at a passport picture only in order to turn to a real person presenting her or his passport. The officer would not contemplate this picture, and thus tacitly confirm its ontological inferiority. One could argue that neither a passport check nor an examination of a catalogue in order to discover something one would wish to order would be possible without any resemblance between the photographed person and the real person, or respectively a picture of an article and the real article. Gadamer very likely would not deny that. However, he would stress that the indicative character of depictions determines their depicting character and makes them ontologically inferior. And he would add that pictorial manifestation are not indicative, but count as such and thus are ontologically significant. Gadamer's keyword for determining such significance is representation. In the original German text of Truth and Method, the equivalents for this expression are Repräsentation as well as Darstellung. This, again, is not just a linguistic variation. Rather, the two terms differ in their meaning, whereas Darstellung signifies every kind of mimetic presentation, for instance, the presentation of someone by a portrait or the presentation of a theatrical role by an actor on stage. Repräsentation is a theological and also political term indicating an activity in place of someone or something else in such a way that it allows the represented to be present. Gadamer 1986a, 146. Thus, the president of a state represents the state insofar as her or his activity is actually that of the state. In order to determine the ontological significance of pictorial manifestations, Gadamer combines the two meanings sketched. His intention is to conceive of the presentation of pictures, Darstellung, provided they are strong pictures, as Repräsentation, and thus to show that what is represented by a strong picture, in its very being is present in the picture. Pictures as representations, then, are ontologically significant in such a way that they owe their significance to the being represented. Gadamer tacitly had introduced his conception of representation just a few pages before in regard to theatrical performance and thus indicated that theatre and pictures are representational. 169. Image, picture. 169. In the same way. If this is so, as a consequence, play, as the guideline for ontological explication, would, indeed, be confirmed. Conceiving pictures along the guideline of play, however, Gadamer does not refer to the performance character of play, theatre play included, and since he does not take up this topic later, the question of how pictures could be performative remains unanswered. Rather, Gadamer stresses the representative character of theatre play with regard to its content. As Gadamer says, the world as it appears in the play of representation im Spiel der Darstellung is not a copy beside the actual world, but is this world itself in the augmented truth of its being in der gesteigerten Wahrheit ihres Sinns, Gadamer 1986a, 142. According to this statement, something represented would appear more clearly and intensely in representation than in simple presence, so that with representation its presence would by no means be impaired as would be the case with imitative presentation as conceived in the Republic but fulfilled, Gadamer 1986a, 142. Moreover, provided that in representation the represented appears truly as what it is, representation, as augmentation of presence, is also an augmentation of truth. In representation, more than in simple presence, everything could appear as what it truly is. This idea may sound paradoxical. Why should someone's or something's true being become more accessible of all things in a picture? What if different pictures, representing the same, remarkably differ from each other and thus offer different views of the represented? Which particular representation, then, is an augmentation of the represented? Which one discloses the represented in full truth? In favor of Gadamer's conception, one could argue that pictures offer the true being of someone or something only if they are truly representative. This response, however, would require a criterion of how to distinguish between more or less adequate kinds of representation, and what solely could function as such a criterion is the represented with regard to which different representations could be discussed and evaluated. Thus, however, one would regard representing images as ontologically different from their content to be recognized independently from pictures in full truth and thus to be compared with different pictorial representations. This is a view Gadamer obviously would not share. The only conclusion to be drawn from these considerations is that critical discussion of representations in Gadamer's sense is impossible. Representations can only be what they are supposed to be, if they are just taken as true presence of the represented. Explaining representations, Gadamer not by chance refers to religious experience, for instance to adoration in the face of a picture, which is no aesthetical contemplation, but supposed to be an experience of the divine. As Gadamer says, such experience of pictures can be justified with his ontology of the image, Gadamer 1986a, 144. However, there is good reason to assume that Gadamer, referring to religious experience, conversely intends to justify his ontology of the image. At least he remarks that artworks including pictures always have something sacred, Gadamer 1986a, 155. On the other hand, however, Gadamer's conception is not restricted to religious pictures. His most instructive example rather is that of a portrayed ruler and thus belongs to the sphere of political life. With this example, Gadamer intends to show that representation by pictures in general has its foundation in the represented. Being a ruler implies being present to the public, and thus responding to the expectance of representativeness, Bilderwartung, a ruler is confronted with. As Gadamer concludes from that, being a ruler thus implies representation of oneself, Sichdarstellen, Gadamer 1986a, 147, and this, again, means to be pictorial. Because of a ruler's pictorial being, a ruler can become the original picture, Urbild, for pictorial representations. Only if something as such is pictorial and therefore can be represented by pictures, the ontological relation of original image and depicting image becomes intelligible as that of two pictures. It is no longer conceived platonically as relation between a true being and a mere. 170. Gunter Figel. 170. Appearance, but as interpictorial relation, which as such is ontologically relevant, because the original picture is a true being. Gadamer explains this point also with regard to his leading example. Insofar as a ruler as such is representative, pictures of her or him are, as Gadamer notes, only a special case of representation, Gadamer 1986a, 147. However, as he adds, representation by pictures can retroact on self-representation, in such a way that pictures determine the self-representation of someone like a ruler and thus prescribe how persons like rulers are supposed to show or represent themselves. Such retroaction, again, would be impossible if pictures only were effects of a ruler's self-representation. Although a ruler originally is self-representative, her or his self-representation becomes pictorial only because of pictures. Or, as Gadamer summarizes and generalizes this consideration, the original picture becomes a picture because of the picture and nevertheless the picture is nothing other than the appearance of the original picture. Das Urbild wird erst vom Bilde her zum Bilde und doch ist das Bild nix als die Erscheinung des Urbildes, Gadamer 1986a, 147. Gadamer himself characterizes this statement as seemingly paradoxical, 1986a, 147, and it is, indeed, not easy to grasp how something should become a picture by a picture and nevertheless be the original picture. For the sake of clarity, it may be helpful to highlight Gadamer's most important and also most obvious point. What he mainly intends is to understand pictures that are artworks, strong pictures, as non-referential, but nevertheless as having a content, which for their very character as pictures is essential. Contemplating a picture like a portrait, one would, indeed, not experience a kind of sign that indicates someone, but a presentation of a person, who possibly could even be identified. A masterly portrait is not like a passport photograph. Instead of turning away from the picture and toward the depicted person, one would contemplate the picture and perhaps do so with increasing interest. However, according to Gadamer, such interest should not be devoted to the picture. In this case it would be a manifestation of aesthetic consciousness, but to the represented, without aesthetic distinction between the portrait and the portrayed person. Accordingly, a portrayed person should be regarded solely in her or his pictorial presence, whereas questions concerning a person's reality independent from the picture must not come to one's mind, or at least should be of no importance. Otherwise one would regard a picture as a depicting image, understood as an indication or as a kind of referential sign. On the other hand, however, Gadamer does not wish to do without the assumption of a content that is relevant not only as viewed in a picture. Only with this assumption can the experience of pictures be regarded as experience of the world, and in particular of a worldly being, instead of being merely aesthetical. In order to solve this dilemma, Gadamer conceives the ontologically conceived content of pictures as original picture. Only if, for instance, a portrayed ruler is supposed to be originally pictorial can the ruler's being become manifest with a picture. A picture discloses the pictorial character of what it represents as original, and thereby becomes subordinate to the disclosed picture. Gadamer's conclusion can at most partly be made intelligible. In order to portray a person, a painter must view this person under the aspect of how to present her or him with a picture, and thus as picture-like. Producing pictures that present someone or also something means reflecting in appearance as picture-like and materially realizing what has been reflected as appearance. However, this does not mean that a portrayed person is an original picture which becomes as such manifest with the portrait. The appearance of a person to be portrayed is picture-like only due to a painter's pictorial reflection, and so with regard to the intended portrait, which, as a painting, is no mere assimilation to its model, but an original discovery. Accordingly, the picture to be painted is the original picture, and not its picture-like model. 171. Image, picture. 171. Nothing except a picture is as such a picture. Without pictorial reflection, everything showing itself is just an appearance. It is present in whatever way, but not represented, and, as should be added, least of all represented by itself. Gadamer seems to affirm this, saying that pictorial representations in contrast to depicting images have their own reality, Gadamer 1986a, 145. And as he adds, only because of this reality can something be represented by a representation. However, subsequently Gadamer states that whatever is represented with a picture represents itself in the picture, es stelt sich selbst darin dar. Thus, pictorial representation is reduced to self-representation as the original picture, and accordingly pictures for Gadamer only at first glance have being or reality of their own. Regarded more closely, however, they prove to belong to the being of the represented. Adopting a term from Neoplatonic philosophy in its Latin version, Gadamer characterizes this ontological dependency of pictures from the represented as emanation as an overflow. Pictures float from the represented in its being, which, with every new picture, becomes ontologically richer. So representation is, as Gadamer says, an increase of being, Zuwachsen. Gadamer's considerations just sketched can be regarded as a response to the question of how to understand the content of representations as neither independent from a picture nor identical with it. As emanations of their content, pictures would be experienced both as their content and also as different from it. They would be neither depicting images nor just appearances of someone or something, and thus no longer intelligible as pictures. Nevertheless, Gadamer's idea is a strange thought. Why should portraits of a person increase a person's being? Portraits may be really important for someone as they are for a ruler or any other person leading a public life. They may increase publicity, or demonstrate how someone wishes to be seen. However, thus regarded, they do not essentially belong to a person's life or being, but only in a way comparable to that of other means of self-presentation like clothes or furniture. One could change one's clothing style or one's furniture and nevertheless would remain the same human being. Pictures are not even ontologically relevant for someone pictorially represented if they determine the public view of someone, for instance, as Gadamer illustrates with his example of a ruler whose public being can be dominated by pictures representing her or him. Something dominating someone's life is no emanation of her or his being. It only belongs to this being in basically the same way as all relevant factors of exterior determination. If the representative character of pictures thus cannot be reduced to a self-representation of their content, the only appropriate conclusion is that pictures represent because of their own being. Only by means of a picture can someone represented by this picture be discovered in a certain way, so that representations always are, so it were, dyed with the picture's own character. Just because of this, pictures can be especially revealing, for instance as portraits painted or photographed by artists. Portraits offer appearances of persons independent from the context of their lived lives, and thus are neither depictions nor true self-representations. With a portrait, painted or photographed, a person's particular view is reflected and transformed to an appearance essentially different from a person's lively appearance, which always belongs to a stream of appearances, a continuous flow of movements, gestures, and utterances. A living person immediately appears with her or his intentions, actions, and with her more or less attentive attitude to other persons and to things she or he would encounter in the world. A portrait, in contrast to this, is an appearance beyond life, a pure appearance not to be reduced to worldly being. Such being may exist, but is of no essential importance. As pure appearance, a picture nevertheless may, as it were, throw light on a person. Its independence from life may allow discovering something concerning a person's life and thus initiate a new view on this person. However, this would be a particular view, and not truth, and by no means the truth about a person's being. What a portrait shows can be recognized also with regard to persons. 172. Gunter Figel. 172. Other than the one portrayed, and even regardless of any existing person. Gadamer himself admits that for experiencing a portrait there is no need to know the portrayed person. One must only realize that an individual and not a type is presented. Gadamer 1986a, 151. A portrait, then, is defined as a pictorial presentation of a human individual, regardless whether the presented individual ever has existed and posed for a painter or photographer or not. As a consequence of this critical discussion, one can conclude that Gadamer's attempt of explaining pictures ontologically in reducing their representational capacity to a self-representation of the represented has not proved to be sound. Pictures that are no mere depicting images, but strong pictures are strong because of their own being. The content that a picture has is its own, only to be experienced with the particular picture. It is a content to be grasped rather phenomenologically than ontologically, as pure appearance that cannot be reduced to whatever represented being. Strong pictures are thing-like entities whose being is totally subordinated to their appearance quality, which, again, is twofold. Pictures appear as pictures so as to let something appear, which is their content. Showing themselves they show something whatever in accordance with their own conditions. Figel 2010, 10421. Given that this is an adequate determination of pictures, the aesthetical view on pictures would be entirely adequate. Aesthetic contemplation of pictures, to borrow a phrase from Gadamer, brings to bear a picture's being so as to allow the presented to be there. Gadamer 1986a, 144. 3. One may wonder why Gadamer did not reflect on any of the problems going along with his attempt to conceive the character of pictures the way he did in Truth and Method. As an explanation, one could first recall Gadamer's dependence on the Platonic ontology of images, which does not allow conceiving pictures other than in relation to true beings. One could also think of Gadamer's affinity to Hegel and Heidegger, who both are critical of Kantian aesthetics as a supposedly subjective approach to art, and, in contrast, maintain the truth character of art. Nevertheless, Gadamer at least could have and very likely has noticed that his own ontological version of art confines him to a rather narrow canon of pictures. In the pertaining sections of Truth and Method he discusses portraits and figurative pictures only. He omits still lives, landscape pictures, also the whole range of pictures called abstract, and thereby modern painting. Demonstrating with such pictures that pictures are emanations or self-manifestations of the represented would have proven to be difficult if not impossible. However, it is more remarkable that Gadamer, only 5 years after the publication of Truth and Method, presented a view on visual art radically different from that developed in his book. In 1965 he gave a lecture, published in the same year, entitled On Images Falling Silent. This lecture is mainly devoted to still life, and it refers to painters such as Cézanne, Van Gogh, Braque, Picasso, Gris, and Malevich. Gadamer's title alludes to an idea of Arnold Gelland's, outlined in his book, Time Pictures, which Gadamer had criticized radically, if not polemically 3 years before. In Time Pictures, published in the same year as Truth and Method, Gelland states the muteness of modern art in contrast to the communicative character of traditional pictures, Gelland 1960, 187. Since Gelland presupposes that our perception of reality accords to language, 1960, 187, this is meant a statement of a lack. Modern abstract pictures are speechless and thereby meaningless, they are deficient insofar as they do not tell anything, and accordingly, contemplating an abstract painting, one would not feel addressed by the picture. Gadamer transforms this quite dogmatic anti-modernist view to a subtle interpretation of modern painting. For him modern pictures are not mute or speechless, but fall silent, and this, as Gadamer suggests, should be understood as a way of speaking als enwijs de redens more precisely, with falling silent is. 173. Image, picture. 173. Brought close what should be said, das Zeusagend, and for what we are in search of new words, Gadamer 1993a, 315. Pictures falling silent, then, are not self-evident, as Gadamer says, tacitly correcting Gelland's anti-modernism, they lack such rich, colored and showy eloquence as it sounds to us loudly and wordily from the classical ages of painting, Gadamer 1993a, 315. Just because of this modern pictures are a hermeneutical challenge, one must find words, new words for what, falling silent, they have to say. Gadamer discovers the novelty of modern painting already in Dutch still lives from about the early 17th century. As he writes, in these pictures the sensuous world, which surrounds also us, wordlessly articulates itself sagt sich auf wordlosweise die sinnliche Welt selber aus, die auch uns umgibt, Gadamer 1993a, 316. One easily will recognize in this statement the idea of self-manifestation as introduced in Truth and Method, but very likely also realize the difference. The sensuous world is not just a worldly content of still lives, but since pictures as such are visible and thereby sensuous as well the world of these pictures. And it is the world we belong to, so that contemplating these pictures we cannot abstract from what in Truth and Method would be termed their conditions of accessibility. Still lives have no content belonging to a historical world that could only be understood in sharing a particular set of ideas and practices. They do not articulate the truth of myth, religion, or politics, they articulate nothing but the perceptible, and thus their significance, bedeutsamkeit, is that of self-articulation as it lies in mere view, in the appearance as such of things selbsttätig, die im bloßen Anblick, in der Erscheinung der Dinge als solcher liegt, Gadamer 1993a, 317. Such self-articulation does not need any decoding, it is all but just the visible appearance of a meaning to be articulated in words. It is wordless, coming to the fore solely with the pictures. Falling silent, such pictures show themselves just as pictures and thus reveal what they can reveal. Gadamer's considerations as presented are not limited to still lives. Rather, they are meant also to grasp the character of so-called abstract paintings. As Gadamer writes, such paintings can be traced back to the free arrangement of objects, as often these are made as models for still lives. Already such arrangement demonstrates the freedom of pictorial formation, Freiheit der Bildgestaltung, as it becomes dominant with pictures that could by no means be regarded as depicting images referring or pointing to something different from them. Essential for such pictures are relations of forms and colors without any objective fundament, kind of music for the eyes, Gadamer 1993a, 319. However, such pictures are no mere formal play. Without any depicting or representing relation to nature, they as such can have a nature, they are necessary in themselves, and as if they would have existed forever, like crystal, plication of being, Gadamer 1993a, 322. With such a view on pictures, Gadamer has radically transformed his position so as to find a possibility of conceiving pictures as independent from any being different from themselves, and to recognize them simply as what they are, pictures showing something by showing themselves. With a lecture given in 1964 on the occasion of an exhibition devoted to Werner Scholz, and published in a revised version, entitled Picture and Gesture, in 1967, a preliminary version of Gadamer's book on Scholz, Gadamer in a way has applied his conception of painting just presented to figurative pictures. According to Gadamer, even pictures with a kind of reference such as paintings of Scholz that, with their titles, evoke characters from Greek mythology are neither depictions nor manifestations of a content also existing independently. They are gestures, nota bene not representations of gestures, but just gestures, and necessarily so, because gestures are not appearances that could be distinguished from their content. They are, as Gadamer says, entirely corporeal and entirely psychic, 1993a, 327, nothing interior that could be distinguished from a gesture is expressed, and accordingly there is nothing that could be expressed or represented also otherwise. A gesture is nothing but surface, and of that kind. 174. Gunter Figel. 174. Is a gestural picture, its meaning is on the surface of its color and of the relational order of its elements. Gadamer's rather brief text on pictures and gestures is helpful for understanding what Gadamer means, speaking about reading buildings and pictures. Also in this text Gadamer makes unmistakably clear that reading a picture cannot be a kind of decoding in order to identify a definite meaning, hidden by a picture's surface appearance. In reference to Gergon's painting called The Thunderstorm, an artwork notorious for its enigmatic character, Gadamer stresses that, if someone was able to explain the picture convincingly and thus would allow a better understanding, this would be a very humble hermeneutical benefit. As Gadamer assumes, the significance of the painting could rather be the atmosphere that lets an enigmatic landscape speak something that we all understand as soon as we feel quasi-electrified contemplating the picture, 1993a, 333. Understanding a picture like The Thunderstorm would be tantamount to contemplating and explicating the picture in such a way that its atmosphere could become intelligible. This intelligibility would by no means depend on direct determination. Atmosphere as introduced by Gadamer is not determinate, but determining. As to Gergon's landscape, it would be a wholeness that cannot be identified with a single aspect, but is indirectly brought forth with the enigmatic coherence of these aspects. So, a successful explication of a picture would have to describe and thereby join the picture's different aspects in such a way that their coherence, the picture's wholeness, would emerge. Following such explication one would, as Gadamer puts it, take part in the figure of significance, Sinnfigur, encountered. Understanding explication in the way sketched may be plausible, not least because artworks, pictures included, would not need interpretation, if a determinate meaning organizing the coherence of different aspects could be decoded. However, reading Gadamer's essay, one would possibly not immediately understand in which respect explication as characterized could be understood as reading. Gadamer circumscribes rather than directly clarifies why he introduces reading in order to grasp explication. On the other hand, however, his discussion is focused on a point that may function as a key for understanding how Gadamer conceives the hermeneutic importance of reading. As Gadamer says, reading is not spelling and, as one may add, it is in general not sufficiently conceived as a more or less successful deciphering of signs. According to Gadamer, the specific achievement of reading becomes manifest with reading aloud, because then understanding becomes explicit. If someone reading aloud would not have understood the text read, listeners would not be able to follow the reading and on their part grasp what Gadamer calls the concrete unity of understanding, Gadamer 1993a, 336, or, as one may infer, the wholeness of the text to be experienced with the coherence of its parts. Reading pictures, then, is an articulate, communicative explication motivated by a primary intuitive understanding of a wholeness that, along with the explication, is supposed to be experienced by listeners as emerging without ever being directly determinable. Gadamer's conception of reading pictures just presented is in line with his considerations concerning the character of pictures as artworks independent from any pre-existing content. What is experienced in reading a picture, to recall a phrase from On Pictures Falling Silent, is a coherent complex of related forms and colors without any content different from the picture. This complex, the wholeness of a coherent manifold, actually is the picture, conceived as an intelligible work of art, whereas reading is the process in which such artwork is experienced, explicated, and understood. The process of understanding thus is clearly dependent on the work, determined by the insight that no interpreting experience will ever exhaust the artwork it is devoted to, because the atmospheric wholeness of a work never can be determined. This is a view remarkably different from Gadamer's conception in Truth and Method, according to which artworks, pictures included, should be regarded by analogy to plays that become actual. 175. Image, picture. 175. In playing only, whereupon playing is no subjective activity, but a process, in which a play happens so that players, instead of keeping a play under control, would take part in a play's actuality. Admittedly, no adequate experience of an artwork can be controlled in every respect, but will always, in one way or another, be surprising. Nevertheless, contemplating a picture is different from performing a piece of music or a theater play. Whereas a play or a piece of music, indeed, finds its actuality in performance, a picture has actuality on its own terms. Whereas Gadamer at least comes close to such a view with his remarks on pictures as parts of the sensuous world and on the indeterminable coherence of a picture's elements, he later abandons the conception of On Pictures Falling Silent and returns to his former position. This holds especially true for his essay Word and Picture as True as Being. Although taking up his earlier considerations on reading buildings and pictures, Gadamer no longer conceives reading as explication of a coherent complex founded in a wholeness that as such is not to be grasped, but as bringing about the self-manifestation of what is read. As he says, we read out of a picture or text what is inherent in it, in such a way that it can emerge where Lesen, hieros, was darin ist, und so, de sses hieroskommt, 1993a, 387. Gadamer conceives such emergence following Aristotle's conception of actuality, energia, a movement fulfilled in itself at every moment and thus different from a goal-oriented movement, kinesis, which is incomplete as long as a goal is not reached, and comes to an end with its completion. Gadamer's own word for such actual emergence is a term borrowed from Heidegger, 1976, 32, especially from his philosophy of the early 1920s, namely Volljug, Die Kunst ist im Volljug, Gadamer 1993a, 391, this can be regarded as the key sentence of Gadamer's essay. However, the term is not felicitous, because Volljug indicates a subjective activity rather than an actuality readers of pictures and poems would take part in. The meaning of the verb volziehen is to carry out or to execute, and Gadamer certainly does not want to say that the actuality of pictures and poems is carried out or executed. Moreover, one can doubt whether Gadamer's view is convincing at all, and especially so in regard to pictures. Following Aristotle's distinction of the fulfillment that actuality is from the completion that a work is, his neologism energia is a modification of the Greek word for work, namely ergon. Gadamer even denies that pictures and poems can be works, 1993a, 390, although one can hardly contest that they are produced. Such works certainly are different from products of crafts, but not completely different. They are made by artists, and only because of that some of them can be performed like theater plays, whereas other, like pictures, are self-contained objects. Introducing the paradigm of theater play, Gadamer had marginalized this product character of artworks, pictures included, already in Truth and Method. He could apply this paradigm to pictures only with the assumption that pictures, albeit produced, mainly are self-manifestations of someone, so that in contemplating a picture one would take part in this self-manifestation. However, in abandoning this idea, Gadamer conceives the actuality of pictures only as that of their reading, to which the essence of pictures is reduced. So, as a text is characterized in Gadamer's essay Text and Interpretation, Text and Interpretation, from 1983, a picture is a mere intermediate product, a phase in the event of understanding ein bloßes Zwischenprodukt, ein Phase im Verst Endigungsgeschehen, Gadamer 1986b, 341. This is an obviously unsatisfying result. Although Gadamer's intention, namely to highlight the hermeneutic experience of pictures in the process of reading, should be comprehensible, one will hardly accept the disappearance of the picture as it goes along with his argument. Pictures are by no means just a phase in the event of understanding. Realizing this, one could feel challenged to conceive artworks not in orientation to just one paradigm as play or performance. Arts are different, and philosophical reflection thus can only do justice to them in recognizing their difference. Artworks do not fit into an all-encompassing ontological. Gadamer and Health. Kevin Aho. In September of 1963, Hans-Georg Gadamer gave a talk at the annual meeting of the Association of German Neurologists at the famous spa town of Wiesbaden entitled Philosophical Remarks on the Problem of Intelligence, Philosophische Bemerkungen zum Problem der Intelligenz. This would turn out to be a path-breaking lecture in Gadamer's later career, setting the stage for 2 decades of papers and public talks that exposed the dehumanizing aspects of modern medicine and the physician's reluctance or inability to engage with the lived experience of the patient. This work, taken together, became the landmark 1993 collection, Über die Verborgenheit der Gesundheit, translated into English in 1996 under the title The Enigma of Health. By the time of its publication, hermeneutic and phenomenological approaches to health and illness already had an established history in the areas of psychiatry and psychopathology through the work of a number of prominent figures such as Karl Jaspers, Victor von Weizsäcker and Wolfgang Blankenberg, all of whom had passed through the University of Heidelberg, where Gadamer spent over 50 years, from 1949 until his death in 2002, Svenius 2015. But what makes the enigma of health unique is its broader focus on the question of the meaning of health in general and the persistent failure of biomedical science and technology to adequately address this question. To this end, his work exposes the false dichotomy between somatic and psychiatric illness, recognizing that how one dialogically interprets and gives meaning to their suffering, somatic or otherwise, is just as important for health and healing as cutting out diseased tissue, measuring functional abnormalities, or treating chemical imbalances in the brain. 3. What has become clear in recent years is how prescient the enigma of Heath has been. Not only has it informed the research of an entire generation of scholars working in the area of hermeneutic medicine and phenomenological bioethics, including figures like Javi Carrel, 2008, Drew Leder, 2016, Nicole Piemont, 2018, Jenny Slatman, 2014, and Frederick Svenius, 2017, but the work has also anticipated the growing professional backlash in the allied health professions against an overly impersonal and technologized approach to care. Prominent physicians such as Achol Gawande, 2014, Emily Transu, 2004, and Sandeep Jauhar, 2014, have given voice to this problem where, in Gadamer's words, instead of looking for illness in the eyes of the patient or to listen for it in the patient's voice, the physician tries to read the data off of diagnostic instruments, 1996, 98. Indeed, Recent surveys show that the majority of doctors are profoundly disillusioned with the technocratic aspect of their jobs, to such an extent that they would discourage friends or family from pursuing the profession. Indeed, only 6% of physicians today describe their professional morale as positive. Jauhar 2014, 6. 4. And when physicians are discouraged and unhappy with their work, one can well imagine how this affects the patient. In the following, my aim is to identify the core ideas in the enigma of health, explore how these ideas reflect the myriad frustrations endemic in contemporary medical practice, and show how Gadamer's hermeneutic approach lays the conceptual groundwork to help reconfigure our understanding of health and healing. The problem of certainty. In the enigma of health, Gadamer critiques the extent to which modern medicine has been beguiled by the epistemological assumptions of the natural sciences, Naturwissenschaften. The result is a privileging of the ideal of certainty rooted in the methodological standpoint of theoretical detachment, objectivity, and empirical verification. He explains, the ideal of certainty became the standard of all understanding. Only that which could be verified could have validity as experience. Experience thus ceased to be a source or starting point of knowledge but became, in the sense of experiment, a tribunal of verification before which the validity of mathematically projected laws could be confirmed or refuted. 1996, 5. In addition to this epistemological assumption, modern medicine also adopted a metaphysical assumption from the natural sciences, forwarding a position of mechanistic materialism, where all manifestations of illness are constituted in terms of physical substances in causal interaction and that these interactions can be observed, measured, and subsumed under mathematical laws. The result, for Gadamer, is the embrace of a form of controlling and mastering knowledge, Herrschaftswissen, 158, where the human being is reduced to a physical substance to be measured, no different in kind from any other natural object and subject to the same universal principles of causality and quantification. 5. But Gadamer wants to make it clear that the human being is not just different in degree from natural objects, we are different in kind. Following Heidegger's account of ontological hermeneutics, he argues the human being does not exist as an objectively present substance with measurable properties. What distinguishes us from other living organisms is our capacity to exist for ourselves, that is, to transcend, to surpass or exceed, Übersteigen, our biophysical givenness by interpreting it and giving it meaning. In this way, Gadamer expands on Aristotle's conception of the human being as Zion Logon Ekon, the living being that possesses language. Unlike animals that are trapped in the immediacy of their instincts, we have the capacity to adopt a free relationship to ourselves, to represent to ourselves a linguistically interpreted world where we are surrounded by possibilities among which we must choose. 1996, 57. We exist, then, not as a causally determined substance but as a unique self-interpreting, self-understanding way of being, and we are always already involved in the activity of linguistically interpreting and understanding the world and ourselves. For the human being, then, to exist is essentially, to understand. Heidegger 1982, 276, emphasis added. Cancer, on this view, cannot be reduced to the presence of abnormal cell growth in the body. This is because the patient lives his or her cancer and has to understand it, that is, to make sense of and give meaning to their condition through dialogue or conversation, Gaspar ACH, with their physician, Aho 2018. For this reason, physicians are more than technicians who dispassionately apply biomedical knowledge to the ailing body, they are, as Svenius writes, hermeneutes of health and illness, interpreters. 179. Gadamer and health. 179. Of the patient's suffering, 2003, 416. For Gadamer, this means the narrow focus on scientific explanation, Erklärung, that so beguiles medicine today needs to be situated in a dialogical understanding, Verstehen, of the patient as a person. Unlike the natural sciences, hermeneutic understanding is not grounded in a method, nor is it focused on ocular certainty, objectivity, or the reduction of human suffering to physical and biochemical causes. The uncritical acceptance of methodologism in medicine creates what Gadamer calls a massive alienation, Gewaltige between the patient and their own embodied experience, where their ailment is viewed as an object of measurement independent of how they interpret and give it meaning. Aho 2017. One of the core aims of the enigma of health, then, is to liberate medicine from the restrictions of method in order to arrive at the truth of the patient's own experience, which is an experience of truth that transcends the sphere of the control of scientific method. Gadamer 2013, XXII. The proper application of medicine recognizes that the patient is always already self-interpreting and embedded in a world of relational meanings and comes to understand their experience in conversation with others. Thus, against the unilateral orientation of scientific explanation, where the physician encounters the patient as a decontextualized object, human understanding is inherently bilateral because, unlike a rock or tree, the patient can challenge or talk back to the physician, unsettle their prejudices, and open up new horizons for self-understanding. 6. This, of course, means understanding never arrives at a full or complete account of the patient. When the physician enters into genuine dialogue, their prejudices are put into question as new ways of thinking about the experience emerge as two horizons of understanding begin to fuse or come together, and both physician and patient are transformed by the event. Indeed, one of the aims is to let go of the illusion of certainty altogether because understanding is always uniquely situated, provisional, and open-ended. By entering into dialogue, something emerges that is contained in neither the physician nor the patient. Gadamer 1996, 462. The physician opens him or herself up to the possibility of revising and questioning his/her own assumptions, of redefining and broadening his/her beliefs about the nature and meaning of health and illness. Cf. Taylor 2002, Stolaro and Atwood 2019. 7. The result is a thoroughgoing rejection of the idea that knowledge of the patient's experience can be arrived at via some method. Understanding emerges in dialogue precisely because its non-objectifying attentiveness humanizes the patient. In therapeutic dialogue, then, there is a departure from the standard clinical protocol of asking about the patient's medical history, for instance, or offering the usual diagnostic questions, where does it hurt, or how bad is the pain? Instead, the physician may ask, can you help me understand what this feels like and what it means for you? This latter kind of question is an invitation into the patient's way of being in the world, creating the possibility for a fusing of horizons. It also illuminates the need for empathy, Einfühlung, as the physician attempts to imagine him or herself in the patient's situation. Svenius, 2003, points out how crucial empathy is in these conversations due to the unequal or asymmetrical nature of the exchange. The patient is scared and vulnerable and needs help, whereas the doctor is comfortable and at home in the world of medicine. Dialogue and discussion, as Gadamer writes, serve to humanize the fundamentally unequal relationship that prevails between doctor and patient. 1996, 112. By trying to feel one's way into the patient's life world, the physician begins to encounter, albeit in a provisional and incomplete way, the singularity and uniqueness of the patient's experience. And this not only expands and enriches the physician's own understanding, it allows the patient to be recognized and heard as a person. In this way, dialogue serves a bridging, function between physician and patient, providing due recognition to the fact that what is involved is always a relationship between two human beings. 171. 180. Kevin Aho. 180. Frustrated physicians are increasingly echoing Gadamer's sentiment, pointing out that what is missing in the clinical encounter today is precisely this kind of therapeutic dialogue. There is little attempt to listen to and acknowledge the human being behind the diagnosis. The result, as Gadamer sees it, is the loss of personhood, where the individual patient is objectified in terms of a mere multiplicity of data. 81. Exacerbating this problem is the fact that methodologism has become so deeply embedded in the culture of medical education that students are simply socialized into it. With its emphasis on efficiency, compliance, and the acquisition of scientific technical knowledge, it becomes the hidden curriculum, undermining the purported values of care and compassion and the relational ambiguity of suffering that may have initially drawn students into the healing professions in the first place. Piedmont 2018, 18. 8. And students, in turn, are all too often seduced by the efficient and effective manipulation of bodies and psyches as the most important response to suffering. They become anesthetized to embodied suffering, literally without the sense of a suffering deeper than functional loss of material objects. Bishop 2011, 3023, emphasis in original. In this way, medical education is framed by the single-minded embrace of the scientific method as the default setting for genuine knowledge. One of the aims of Gadamer's project, in this regard, is to instill in physicians a sense of being mindful of the limits of their specializations. 1996, 23. And mindfulness in the application of medicine requires a complete reconfiguration of how the physician views the body. The problem of the body. In his memoir At the Will of the Body, which documents his own experience with medical protocols during cancer treatment, Arthur Frank writes, "How medicine treats the body is an essential part of the story of illness." 2002, 50. The story is one where one's own body becomes a passive objective of investigation. The meaning of Frank's confusion, despair, and pain that accompanied his cancer diagnosis and treatment was not addressed. Medicine has no interest in what pain means in a life, he writes, it can see pain only as a symptom of a possible disease. Medicine cannot enter into the experience, it seeks only cure or management. It colonizes the body. 52-53, emphasis added. Gadamer addresses this issue by distinguishing between two senses of the body in the German phenomenological tradition, the corporeal body, Körper, and the lived body, Leib. 9. When we use the term Leib, by virtue of a never eradicable feeling for language, we immediately associate it with life, with Leben. The living body and life are things that cannot simply be measured. But the term Körper, on the other hand, even in the broadest sense of the word, always refers to something which is readily susceptible to objectification and processes of measurement. 134. Körper, on this account, is the decontextualized picture of the body as object that the physician encounters in the clinic. It is, for Gadamer, the object, Gegenstand, in the literal sense of that which stands over against us. 105, where physiological processes and functions are impartially observed, controlled, and reduced to numeral data. And this attitude illuminates a core distinction between disease and illness. Physicians use the objectifying language of disease, where abnormalities of, for instance, temperature, blood composition, heart rhythm, and lung function are treated in isolation, as if they possess an independent existence which the physician must seek to destroy. 111. Illness, on the other hand, is a reference to Leib, to how. 181. Gadamer and health. 181. The patient lives, feels, and interprets the breakdowns of these physiological functions and how these breakdowns affect their way of being in the world. Thus, in Disease Talk, writes Frank, my body, my ongoing experience of being alive, becomes the body, an object to be measured and thus objectified. When physicians regard the patient exclusively through the lens of Körper, ill persons lose themselves. The body I experience cannot be reduced to the body someone else measures. 2002, 12. In The Enigma of Health, Gadamer plays on the double meaning of the German Verborgenheit, a word that conveys the sense of both enigma and hiddenness. Health is enigmatic precisely because of the body's own hiddenness. Similar to the way Heidegger describes how the hammer mysteriously disappears or withdraws, zur Ursache, from our awareness in the act of hammering, when we are healthy we tend to lose or forget ourselves. What is health, writes Gadamer, if it is not precisely this condition of not noticing, of being unhindered, of being ready for and open to everything? 1996, 73. In this transparency, our bodies are inconspicuous, receding into the background as we go about our everyday lives. So what genuine possibilities stand before us when we are considering the question of health? Without doubt it is part of our nature as living beings that our conscious self-awareness remains largely in the background so that our enjoyment of good health is constantly concealed from us. This is what health is. It does not consist in an increasing concern for every fluctuation in one's general physical condition or the eager consumption of prophylactic medicines. 112. Emphasis added. Health, then, has nothing to do with the absence of pain or the proper functioning of bodily organs and nervous systems. It is, rather, a reference to the transparency of my own body, of being seamlessly absorbed in the flow of everyday life. It is a condition of being involved, of being in the world, of being together with one's fellow human beings, of active and rewarding engagement in one's everyday life. 113. And the relational complexity of my existence means it is irreducible to objectification. The physician restores health not by fixing the malfunctioning body as object but by re-establishing the relational equilibrium of being in the world. Thus, medical intervention must be understood not in terms of making or producing something but as an attempt to restore an equilibrium that has been disturbed. It is in this that the genuine work of medical art consists. 36. 10. Illness, on this view, is regarded as a disruption of this equilibrium, and this is when the object-like qualities of the body often obtrude. As Gadamer writes, I know only too well how illness can make us insistently aware of our bodily nature by creating a disturbance in something which normally, in its very freedom from disturbance, almost completely escapes our attention. 73. Indeed, it is often in times of illness that I initially become aware that I have a body in the first place. There is, then, a dialectical tension between Körper and Leib because the two terms refer to different aspects of one and the same living body. This is why figures such as Slatman, 2014, suggest the human being is perhaps best understood in terms of Leib Körper because the concealed flow of Leib is always vulnerable to the alterity of the body as Körper. In illness, my body comes out of concealment as an object, as something strange and foreign to me, and I have to now exist or live with this strangeness and somehow make sense of it. In these moments, the inconspicuous sense of being involved and at home in the world breaks down, resulting in feelings of anxiety or, what Svenius, 2000, calls, unhomelikeness, where my embodied familiarity is replaced with a frightening sense of disorientation and confusion. The pains, uncertainties, and discomforts of illness shift our orientation from the seamless. 182. Kevin Aho. 182. Engagement of Leib to the alienating and disorienting objectness of Körper, where my body, the body I am, becomes the body I have. Again, Gadamer suggests the re-envisioning of our sense of the body in medicine necessitates a change in the way physicians speak with patients, where conversations are not reduced to diagnostics or mediated by the various screens and scopes of medical technology. What is required is an attentiveness to the lived experience of the patient, an ability to sense the demands of an individual person at a particular moment and to respond to those demands in an appropriate manner. 1996, 138. Here, Gadamer is referring to a form of practical wisdom or skill captured in the Aristotelian conception of Francis, where one is able to see the whole person in light of their own particular experience. 11. This skill is not a product of medical expertise or dispassionate theorizing. It is a kind of practical judgment or discerning know-how, kaonen, a manifestation of common sense, sensus communis, that comes only after the physician has had extensive encounters with patients, making it possible to sink into a particular situation in such a way that medical diagnosis and treatment and therapeutic dialogue overlap. 48. Frank describes such an occurrence with a gifted and seasoned surgeon, a wise person or phrenemos, who manifested this practical wisdom in empathically expressing the need for a dangerous but necessary biopsy. It took only a few seconds for that surgeon to step out of his medical tone and speak to me as one human being to another, recognizing the gravity of what was at stake for me. Being able to make those few seconds count as they did had taken him a whole life of preparing to be a person who was genuinely concerned and could express that. Not every medical worker can so elevate the patient's suffering. 2002, 153, emphasis added. Frank refers to this encounter as a moment of medical grace because it was one of the few times he was recognized not as a disease or data set but as a whole person who was undergoing his own experience of suffering. The example illuminates why the method of natural science should not serve as the default position in medical care. Such a view, in Gadamer's words, invariably treats the body as an object to be dominated and as a mere field of resistances, something to be broken down and mastered through acquiring knowledge about it. 1996, 101. Medicine must be frenetic in its practical application. And practice, praxis, is not simply a doing or acting. For Gadamer, it is also a choice and decision between possibilities. Practice always has a relationship to a person's being. He points out how this is reflected in the figurative expression, was machst du denn, which does not ask, literally what are you doing, but, rather how are you? 3-4, by regarding the patient as a situated and embodied how, as a whole person living through a particular experience, the physician is better equipped to know the right and good thing to do in this specific situation. Svenius 2003, 418. Gadamer suggests modern medicine's Promethean ambitions actually serve to undermine this frenetic capacity because it blinds the physician from being able to see the whole person and evaluate that person in light of their own situated particularity. The more strongly the sphere of application becomes rationalized, he writes, the more does proper exercise of judgment along with practical experience in the proper sense of the term fail to take place. 1996, 17. Central to practical wisdom in medicine is being able to negotiate the dialectic between the impersonal technical rationality of natural science on the one hand and the art of discerning personalized care on the other. For doctors, this path involves the double obligation of combining highly specialized skills and abilities with participation in the patient's life world. 101. What makes the practice of medicine so problematic and difficult, then, is that it is more than the simple. 183. Gadamer and health. 183. Application of medical science in an effort to care for the patient. Unlike other crafts, medicine is not a techne that makes or produces something new, and it does not merely replace the natural by the artificial. 39. Emphasis in original. The physician attends to the patient in an effort to restore and balance the rhythmic equilibrium of their being in the world, thereby re-establishing what is natural to the patient. Boudreau et al. 2018, 7. This is why Gadamer refers to medicine as a peculiar kind of practical science because it represents the peculiar unity of theoretical knowledge and practical know-how, a unity moreover which as such cannot be understood as the application of science to the field of praxis. 1996, 39. There is a vital aspect of humility required in this negotiation, where the physician as phronimos recognizes the limits of their own technical expertise. They realize that they can never completely entertain the illusion that health is something they make or which they fully control. They know that it is not themselves or their abilities but rather nature which they help to victory. 89, cf. Dahlmeier 2000. Death and the myth of control. Gadamer is well aware of the importance of biomedicine and the monumental breakthroughs of medical technology in the latter half of the 20th century. The arguments in the enigma of health, then, are neither anti-science nor anti-technology, they are, rather, anti-scientism, offering a radical critique of the idea that science is the only method suitable to engage bodily ailments. He writes, "What modern medicine can do is astonishing. But in spite of all the progress which the natural sciences have brought about for our knowledge of sickness and health, and in spite of the enormous expenditure on rationalized technology for diagnosis and treatment which has taken place in this area, the region of the unrationalized element within it is particularly high." 1996, 21, translation modified. It is this region of the unrationalized, Bereich des Unrationalisierten, that modern medicine has a difficult time addressing because human existence is itself an event that is unrationalizable. Again, for Gadamer, this issue emerges as medicine increasingly falls prey to the Enlightenment myth of control. The myth has become entrenched in modern medicine in the way it focuses on cures and acute medical interventions and tends to neglect the more ambiguous and mysterious elements of medicine such as chronic illness, rehabilitation, pain management, and the quality of the patient's experience, especially as they confront their own death. Wendell 1996, 94. In describing his own encounters with a dying patient, for example, endocrine surgeon Atul Gawande writes, "Physicians have no difficulty explaining the specific dangers of various treatment options, but we never really touched on the reality of his disease. We could never bring ourselves to discuss the larger truth about his condition or the ultimate limits of our capabilities, let alone what might matter most to him as he neared the end of his life." Cited in Piedmont and Ramsey 2018, 209. The myth is further reflected in the prestige of the various medical specialties, where those that can demonstrate mastery and control over the body, such as surgery, are viewed as more. 184. Kevin Aho. 184. Valuable and prestigious than those that focus on long-term or less visible aspects of care, including gerontology, palliative medicine, psychiatry, or those working in primary care. In these cases, the interventional cardiologist who performs life-saving angioplasty embodies control in a way that the gerontologist helping elderly patients confront their death never can. Indeed, the myth is perhaps most evident in the fact that it is now illegal in the medical community to record old age as the cause of death. Wendell 1996, 96. The assumption being that there must be an identifiable reason or cause for death: a stroke, heart attack, Alzheimer's disease, or cancer, and if we can eradicate these causes, then perhaps we can ultimately eradicate death as well. To this end, it has been observed in a number of studies that the desire for control over death may be one of the reasons that physicians are drawn to medicine in the first place. Newland 1993, 258. And that physicians may actually suffer from higher levels of death anxiety than other groups. Yalem 1980, 127. Gadamer refers to this aspect of modern medicine in terms of a new enlightenment, Neue Aufklärung, one based entirely on the technological control of reality facilitated by the dazzling achievements of modern natural sciences. 1996, 61. The goal of the New Enlightenment is the artificial preservation of life, the prolongation of life. And it is through this effort to prolong life that the experience of death begins to fade away. This process, he writes, culminates in the gradual disappearance of death. The anesthetic drugs developed by modern pharmaceutics can completely sedate the suffering person. The artificial maintenance of vegetative functions of the organism makes the person into a link in the chain of causal processes. 62. The result is that we are often excluded from attending to and participating in the experience of our own death. Gadamer, of course, fully understands that repression of death is fundamental to the human condition and built into the religions and rituals of all civilizations. But what distinguishes the denial of death of the New Enlightenment from earlier eras is how it brings this tendency to institutional perfection and pushes the experience of death wholly onto the margins of public life. 65. In previous generations, death and dying were far more accepted as a natural part of the life course, and physicians of the time had an intimate understanding of the limits of what they could do. But when modern medicine uncritically embraces the Promethean ethos, that former humility and acceptance of finitude begins to disappear. In his essay Anxiety and Anxieties, Angst und Angst, Gadamer exposes the extent to which mortality has increasingly become a medical issue, a technical problem to be solved, and this creates the illusion of security and comfort that we desperately crave in our secular age. We are, in this regard, often complicit in our own objectification. We are captivated by medical technology and the doctor's expertise with the hope that it may disburden us of pain, suffering, and death. It is the patients approaching the doctor for help, he writes, who are so seduced by the astonishing technical means of modern medicine that they see nothing but this aspect and marvel only at the doctor's competence. 164. But Gadamer makes it clear that death is neither a tragedy nor a problem to be fixed. It is an inescapable aspect of being human, and the existential anxiety that accompanies the awareness of our own death is also inescapable. Following Heidegger, he writes, "Anxiety concerning existence belongs inseparably to the life and nature of human beings." 158. Understood this way, death anxiety discloses a vital truth about who we are, and this truth is a threat to medicine because it presents a problem that cannot be solved with medical expertise. To be sure, the physician has a duty to alleviate suffering for the dying, but Gadamer recognizes that the prospect of death presents a unique problem because patients should not be totally disburdened from confronting their own death. To do so would be to strip away not only their pain but also their autonomy and their responsibility to accept who they are. This is why he asks, to what extent? 185. Gadamer and health. 185. May the doctor seek to ease the patient's suffering when what is thereby taken away is not only the patient's pain but also their person, their freedom and responsibility for their own life, and ultimately even awareness of their own death. 172. The call for physicians to recognize and accept the limits of their techno-scientific capacities, to see that death and dying are not signs of failure in medicine but a normal and natural part of life, is one of the underlying themes that unify the essays in the Enigma of Health. Gawande voices these concerns as he reflects on his own frustrations with the culture of death denial and arrogance in modern medicine. Modern scientific capability has profoundly altered the course of human life. People live longer and better than at any other time in history. But scientific advances have turned the processes of aging and dying into medical experiences, matters to be managed by healthcare professionals. And we in the medical world have proved alarmingly unprepared for it. 2014, 6. In light of these concerns, Gadamer insists that one of the primary aims of medical education is to equip physicians with more than just scientific and technical knowledge and professional experience. 1996, 172. Central to this is the cultivation of humility, which opens physicians up to their own capacity for empathy and vulnerability. By letting go of the armor of control and sinking into the patient's life world, two separate horizons of understanding begin to fuse together, unsettling prejudices and broadening each person's interpretation of the experience. This enables the physician to see the patient as more than just a natural object, that each of us is, in a mysterious way, unknown to ourselves and to others, each one of us responding to innumerable and incalculable effects and influences, burdens, and problems. 164. And most importantly, this humility allows the physician to come to grips with who they are by bringing to light their own delimiting frailty, that they are on the same path as the suffering patient, moving inescapably towards disability and death. 15. Gadamer and Plato. An unending dialogue. Francisco J. Gonzalez. So I have to say that the dialogues of Plato, even more than the works of the great thinkers of German idealism, have left their stamp on my thinking. These dialogues are my constant companions, and what a unique company they are. Gadamer 1997, 32. These words sum up very well the significance of Plato for Gadamer. That the dialogues were indeed Gadamer's constant companions is evident from the fact that he never stopped writing about them, from an unpublished dissertation written under Paul Naterp in the 1920s until the studies of the late 1980s. In each case, furthermore, the study of Plato clearly played a central role in the development of Gadamer's own thought. It is never possible, however, fully to separate Plato's influence on Gadamer from that of the other great philosopher of classical Greece, Aristotle. Gadamer's first published work on Plato in 1931, the dissertation he wrote under Heidegger on Plato's Philebus, was, in his own words, actually a bogged-down Aristotle book, 1985-95, 2:487. The impetus for the book, as Gadamer goes on to explain, lay in Aristotle's treatises on pleasure in the Nicomachean Ethics, for the understanding of which he considered the Philebus a precondition. Furthermore, Gadamer there adopts as his own, 1991, 7-8, a hermeneutical principle he encountered in Heidegger's 1924/25 course on Plato's Sophist, Heidegger 1992, 11-12, 189-90, that is, that Plato's dialogues are to be understood and interpreted from the perspective of the greater conceptual clarity of Aristotle. This principle and the corresponding insistence on the agreement between the thought of Plato and the thought of Aristotle will be seen to have remained central features of Gadamer's Plato interpretation. In the Philebus book, this results in reading into the dialogue the Aristotelian conception of pleasure as energia, Gadamer 1991, 196, 216, and arguably at the cost of suppressing the clear evidence that even true pleasure is there understood as a process. One at the same time, characterizing the Philebus book as a bogged-down Aristotle book clearly does not do it full justice. Gadamer himself notes that in this book two things concerned him, one being the clarification of the doctrine of pleasure and of the different ways in which it manifests itself through a phenomenological analysis of real-life phenomena, and the other being the clarification of Platonic dialectic from the perspective of the phenomenology of dialogue, 1985-95, 2:488. This latter interest, which would so shape Gadamer's own 192. Francisco J. Gonzalez 192. Hermeneutics, presumably preceded his encounter with Heidegger. Not only was Gadamer's dissertation under Naterp on Plato, Das Wesen der Lust nach den Platonischen Dialogen, 2, but in a letter to Heidegger of September 24, 1925, he refers to his early Plato studies, specifically in relation to the Euthydemus, Gadamer 1999, 14. Furthermore, Gadamer himself acknowledged already in the 1931 preface that the two halves of the book did not form a whole and that the title posed a question rather than promise an answer, XXV. Indeed, the ethical content of the second half is an identification of true pleasure with pure contemplation and the implied identification of real truth with the truth of intuition, an ethical content evidently having nothing to do with that coming to a shared understanding in dialogue analyzed in the first half. Looking back on the book in 1989, Gadamer thus saw expressed in the formulation dialectical ethics only an intention that has persisted throughout the entirety of my later work, 1985-95, 7:123. 3. Later criticizing interpreters who, emphasizing the dialogical character of Plato's work, turned against establishing any doctrine of Plato's, Gadamer will also fault his 1931 book for sharing this extreme tendency, 1980, 125. Specifically, he will later say that I was at that time not yet in the position to appreciate the universal significance of the Philebus for the Platonic number theory and generally for the problem of the relation between idea and reality, 1985-95, 2:488. It is in finding this doctrine in Plato that Gadamer aligns himself later with the Tübingen school of Plato interpretation that seeks the key to understanding Plato not in the dialogues, but in the so-called unwritten teachings. An unavoidable question in assessing Gadamer's reading of Plato is how he reconciled his own emphasis on the dialogical character and open-endedness of Plato's work with his equal emphasis on a Platonic number theory and doctrine of principles. With this initial orientation, in what follows I wish to highlight some of the key contributions of Gadamer's individual Plato studies as well as some of the questions and problems they raise. Given the volume of Gadamer's work on Plato, no more than an overview is possible here. To that end I roughly divide Gadamer's studies into different periods. First period, before Truth and Method. Following the 1931 book, the general character of which has been described above and that I discuss in more detail elsewhere, Gonzalez 2010, this period is characterized by a focus on the pedagogical function of the Platonic dialogue. Meriting particular attention here is a 1933 review article entitled The New Plato Research, Gadamer 1985-95, 5:21229, 4 that introduces and defends, both with and against the new research, what will prove to be central features of Gadamer's reading of Plato in the years to follow. Here Gadamer insists that the pedagogical aim of Plato's work makes it neither mere poetry nor a dogmatic philosophy clothed in poetry, 217. Yet while sharing this view with Julius Stenzel, whose book he is discussing, Gadamer parts company on this crucial point. That the pedagogical thoughts in Plato's philosophy are never to be understood literally. The expulsion of the poets from the city is not a serious proposal for reforming the community, just as little as having wives in common, but a reactive provocation, the point of which is to show what is rotten in what actually exists. 218. Here Gadamer alludes to an interpretation of the Republic that he will pursue and defend in his next two published studies, the 1934 Plato and the Poets, in Gadamer 1980, 3972, and the 193. Gadamer and Plato, an unending dialogue. 193. 1942 Plato's Educational State, in Gadamer 1980, 7392. In the 1934 essay we are again told that we should not take the projected educational program and the ordering of the state literally. This state is a state in thought, not any state on earth. 1980, 48. The point of creating this state in thought, however, is for Gadamer the pedagogical one of educating the political individual. 53. In pursuing this pedagogical aim, furthermore, Plato's dialogues are themselves the real poetry which is able to say what is educational in actual political life. 67. 5. Gadamer insists that the dialogues are neither treatises expounding doctrines nor philosophical dramas with Socrates as their hero. 70. Rather, they portray philosophizing in order to compel us to philosophize, and therefore shroud all of what they say in the ambiguous twilight of irony. 70. Thus in the 1933 review Gadamer criticizes what he sees as Paul Friedel Ender's overly aestheticizing approach for failing to recognize that a philosophical dialogue is not something that we are simply to observe, but something we are to join in carrying out. 1985-95, 5:223, and that the dialogues, while not treatises offering doctrines, still have something to teach us. The suggestion cited from the 1934 essay that the dialogues can compel us to philosophize only by shrouding what they say in the ambiguous twilight of irony points to another general feature of Gadamer's reading of Plato that is articulated most forcefully in the 1933 review article. There, after praising Paul Friedel Ender for recognizing the existence of Platonic irony in addition to Socratic irony, Gadamer makes clear his own view that it is not only things like the expulsion of the poets or the proposal of having wives in common that must not be read literally, rather, every statement in a Platonic dialogue is ironic. That is, no expression of Plato is the abstract expression of his opinion that one could take out of the situation in which it is made, as something just standing there, and that one should raise into the context of propositions valid in themselves. The thoroughgoing and general Situationsgebundenheit of everything said makes it ironic. 1985-95, 5:226-27, emphasis added. Here we see anticipated a central idea of Gadamer's hermeneutics that he will defend in Truth and Method under the heading of the dialectic of question and answer. A proposition does not have its meaning in itself, but rather its meaning depends on the question it is taken to respond to. This, of course, is for Gadamer true even of statements in a treatise, but the Platonic dialogue makes explicit this situatedness that makes everything said resistant to literal interpretation. In the 1933 review, Gadamer further notes that this all-pervasive and unavoidable irony of the Platonic dialogue that compels us to philosophize with it also makes its interpretation in principle endless. 227. The Platonic dialogue thus proves a model of that endlessness of all interpretation that will be a central feature of Gadamerian hermeneutics. Second period, Truth and Method. Truth and Method, 1960, marks an important transition in Gadamer's reading of Plato. On the one hand, the section The Model of Platonic Dialectic, Gadamer 2003, 362-69, is clearly the outcome and culmination of his previous work on Plato as outlined above. On the other hand, the section Language and Logos on the Critylus, 405-18, and the final section, The Universal Aspect of Hermeneutics, 474-91, find Gadamer addressing two problems that will occupy him much later, the relation of the Platonic ideas to language and the nature of their transcendence. The preliminary character of these discussions is shown by a certain lack of coherence and confidence. 194. Francisco J. Gonzalez. 194. Concerning the first mentioned section, it should be noted that Gadamer's turn to the Platonic dialogue is no surprise in a context in which he is characterizing hermeneutical experience as a conversation with the tradition. As he writes, "What characterizes a dialogue, in contrast with the rigid form of statements that demand to be set down in writing, is precisely this, that in dialogue spoken language in the process of question and answer, giving and taking, talking at cross purposes and seeing each other's point performs the communication of meaning that, with respect to the written tradition, is the task of hermeneutics." Gadamer 2003, 368. But what Gadamer stresses in particular in this section as among the greatest insights of the Platonic dialogue is the recognition that questioning is harder than answering. 368. Only someone who questions can have knowledge, and this shows that knowledge is dialectical from the ground up. 365. This priority of the question should be understood, first, in relation to the account of experience that Gadamer gives immediately prior to the present section. Experience is fundamentally negative since it means undergoing, indeed suffering, the constant refutation of our assumptions and generalizations. Only in experiencing the refutation of what we thought we knew can we know better. The priority given to questioning in the Socratic dialogue is clearly indispensable to such experience. But this priority should also be understood in relation to the thesis defended in the next section and already mentioned above. Gadamer's dialectic of question and answer is the insight that the meaning of a proposition is relative to the question it is meant to answer. Gadamer's reading of the Critylus, however, is strangely at odds with all of the above. 6. First and unusually, it is presented as a rather severe critique of Plato. That is because in this dialogue, according to Gadamer, Plato avoids considering the real relationship between words and things. 407. The other surprise, however, is that this critique is based on a reading that seems to forget Gadamer's own hermeneutical principle of reading all statements in a Platonic dialogue ironically. After playing against each other the thesis defended by Critylus that names are natural and the thesis defended by Hermogenes that names are conventional, Socrates objects the following to Critylus's position. So if it's really the case that one can learn about things through names and that one can also learn about them through themselves, which would be the better and clearer way to learn about them? Is it better to learn from the likeness both whether it itself is a good likeness and also the truth it is a likeness of? Or is it better to learn from the truth both the truth itself and also whether the likeness of it is properly made? 439ab, Reeve trans. What Socrates is asking here is why we should bother with names rather than seeking the truth in the things themselves if names are nothing but the imitations of the things they name. Such a question obviously does not commit Socrates to the truth of the conditional. The conditional expresses the position of Critylus and Socrates has arguably been engaged in a reductio ad absurdum of this position. Although the ultimate point of the Critylus is a matter of controversy, 7. It must surprise us that Gadamer appears to take Socrates' question as a direct and literal statement of Plato's position, claiming that Plato's completely clear intention in the dialogue is to show that in language there is no substantive truth and that beings must be known purely from themselves and without words. 4067. He thus also claims that Plato's account. 195. Gadamer and Plato, an unending dialogue. 195. Of language is stuck in the metaphysical model of original and image. 408. Assuming that the principle of likeness presented with great irony by Socrates, especially in the notorious etymological section, and arguably shown by him to be deficient, is one Plato defends. Many years later, in a 1988 reply to a critic, Nicholas P. White, Griswold 1988, 258-66, Gadamer, with no mention of his interpretation in Truth and Method, will refer to the Critylus as one dialogue in which Plato reminds us that we have no special power to perceive the thing itself without words and observation and inquiring discourse. 261. He even will critique White for thinking that Plato in the Critylus is doubting the dependability of the approach to the world by means of language. 264. This seems a startling reversal. It is true that even the critique in Truth and Method is qualified with the observation that rising above names means simply that the truth of the thing is not contained in the name itself. It does not mean that thinking can dispense with the use of name and logos. 2003, 430. Nevertheless, the opposition Gadamer suggests there between Plato's supposed placing of the truth of beings outside of language and Gadamer's own conclusion in Truth and Method that being that is understood is language, 474, 8 is certainly one that is brought into question by his own later study of Plato. Indeed, an indication of how far we are in Truth and Method from Gadamer's later reading of Plato is that when he mentions number as the genuine paradigm of the noetic for Plato, it is only to oppose this paradigm to the word, 412. In contrast, when at the very end of Truth and Method Gadamer turns to the idea of beauty in Plato, 480, he can take it as a model for his own thesis that being is self-presentation, in language, 484, only by recognizing that the evidence of beauty takes Plato beyond the dichotomy between thing itself and image, 481. This does not prevent him, however, from still attributing to Plato talk of a hiatus, ch-rhismos, between the world of the senses and the world of ideas, 482. The attribution of such a ch-rhismos to Plato is, as we will see, directly challenged and indeed rejected by Gadamer in his later studies. Third period, 1960s after Truth and Method. It is now that Gadamer's work on Plato turns to a focus on the number theory and the theory of principles that he later claims was neglected in his first book and that is indeed neglected in all the studies before and including Truth and Method. What also characterizes this phase is a determination to understand Plato in continuity with Aristotle. The major step forward here is the 1964 essay, Dialectic and Sophism in Plato's Seventh Letter, Gadamer 1980, 93-123. 9. Here Gadamer finally directly addresses something he only alluded to at the end of the 1942 essay, 1980, 92, the principles of the one and the many in Plato. Gadamer has particularly in mind here an unwritten teaching attributed to Plato by Aristotle and other later writers, that there are two ultimate principles of reality identified as the one and the indefinite dyad, or unlimited two. But the context in which Gadamer chooses to discuss these principles is highly significant, a reading of the so-called philosophical digression of the seventh letter in which Plato recognizes both that insight into the thing itself is endangered by the weakness of logoi, among Plato's keenest and most marvelous insights, 116, and that the process of attaining and communicating understanding always takes place entirely in the medium of one person speaking with another, 1045, emphasis. In original. In short, our only means of arriving at philosophical understanding continually endanger this understanding. So what does this limitation have to do with the principles of the one and the unlimited two? According to Gadamer, these principles, far from being meant by Plato to guarantee that we can attain unequivocal meaning in a classificatory structure, 110, instead, through the indeterminacy of the two, imply that for us there exists no clear, unambiguous. 196. Francisco J. Gonzalez. 196. Structure of being, 110. If the one is a principle of unity and intelligibility, the second principle introduces into reality and language a radical indeterminacy that can never be overcome and that must limit all our attempts at knowing reality. Note the crucial implication here: it is not the case that language is weak because it fails to express a reality that in itself is perfectly determinate and intelligible, rather, the inescapable ambiguity of language mirrors an indeterminacy in reality itself. Thus Gadamer writes, it is the very dialectic of the one and the many which establishes the finite limits of human discourse and insight and our fruitful situation halfway between single and multiple meaning, clarity and ambiguity, 119-20. The crucial conclusion is this: the many, the unlimited two, sustains, and restricts, the order of the world and, equally, the possibilities of human knowing, 121. As a result, the labor of dialectic, in which the truth of what is finally flashes upon us, is by nature unending and infinite, 121. Something Gadamer has stressed from the beginning, that is, the open-endedness of Platonic dialectic, is now grounded in an ontological doctrine. In what is said here about both the Platonic view of language and the Platonic view of reality, we have a clear departure from the interpretation of the Critylus just a few years earlier. As Gadamer states explicitly in another major study that pursues the themes of the 1964 study, that is, the 1968 Plato's Unwritten Dialectic, Gadamer 1980, 124-55, what makes number the model for Plato's ontology is not so much its determinacy as its open-endedness. Thus, the endlessness and inconclusiveness of dialectic are not in the least qualified by the doctrine of numerical principles, of which Aristotle tells us, or supplanted by some dogmatic teaching on these principles. For Plato, the decisive point to be made clear in the doctrine of the generation of numbers is that they can be continued indefinitely. 151. Emphasis in original. The point Gadamer wishes to make is that, far from there being any incompatibility between the open-ended character of Plato's works and the doctrine of principles, it is the latter that explains the former. Thus, in contrast to the so-called Tübingen school, Gadamer does not take the indirect tradition as evidence of any dogma behind or outside of Plato's written dialogues, 155, nor therefore as any reason not to continue to give the dialogues methodological priority in our interpretation of Plato, 124-29. 10. The 1968 essay also sets out another important implication. Gadamer sees the number, arithmos, model as having for our interpretation of Plato. A number illustrates the dialectic of the one and the many. The number 4, for example, is one number but many in being 4. In its unity as one number it cannot be reduced to the 4 units that comprise it, but is also nothing in addition to these 4 units. It is one in many and many in one. The problem of participation in Plato is, according to Gadamer, solved in being transformed into the problem of how many can be one and one many, to which the solution is the recognition of the ideas as participating in each other. But we see in Gadamer's interpretation of the ascent to beauty itself in the Symposium how the arithmos model eliminates not only the rhismos he still attributed to Plato in truth and method, but arguably any transcendence of the ideas whatsoever. Thus perhaps the most striking aspect of the idea of the beautiful is that the indivisible unity of the essence is not paradigmatic for thinking it. Rather it is the number which serves as a model. For it is in fact that mystery of the number that 1 and 1 are 2 without either of the units, which are each 1 being 2 and without the 2 being 1. 134. Emphasis in original. 197. Gadamer and Plato, an unending dialogue. 197. Gadamer avoids quoting here Diotima's own insistence on grasping beauty itself by itself with itself singular in form, Symposium 211b1, language that certainly suggests that the indivisible unity of the essence remains here paradigmatic. It is also highly questionable to claim, as Gadamer does, that the beautiful is experienced as the sum of all the stages of the ascent from bodies to souls to institutions to insights. Gadamer 1980, 134, emphasis in original, given Diotima's description of the ascent as culminating in a sudden, exaphness, vision of beauty as not in any of the things in which it appeared previously, Symposium 210e4. Gadamer himself objected to Stenzel in the review article of 1933 that certainly the higher objects of Eros are something common, but it is not because they are common that they are higher, but rather because they are more permanent and meaningful, 1985-95, 5:218. It is hard to see how Gadamer is not now vulnerable to his own objection. In any case, his clear position here is that the Platonic idea is known only in relation to other ideas and in the sensible particulars. This immanence of the idea as a one in many is what leads Gadamer during this period to emphasize the continuity between the philosophies of Plato and Aristotle. The important study here is the 1968 Amicus Plato Magus Amica Veritas, Gadamer 1980, 194-18. While the title suggests an opposition between Plato and the truth from Aristotle's perspective, Gadamer's intention is captured by his concluding suggestion that the title could have been shortened to Amicus Plato, 218. The common ground identified by Gadamer is that turn to the logoi receiving its literary formulation in the Phaedo, 198. While this turn is described there as a second best, Gadamer takes this to be ironic. Unquestionably Plato is indicating in the Phaedo that seeking the truth in the logoi is not at all a second best way but in fact the only way to true insight. And on precisely this point Aristotle is a true Platonist, 198, emphasis in original. Yet despite emphasizing this common ground, Gadamer has important things to say in this essay regarding the differences which, for reasons already seen, have nothing to do with a supposed separation of the ideas. Rather they have to do with different conceptions of logos and what this reveals about different conceptions of being. Plato understood the logos as a synthesis or symploke and thus according to the model of number, that is, as a relation between one and many. Gadamer again claims that Plato's doctrine of the one and the indeterminate two as Aristotle and others have transmitted it to us is intended above all to make clear that in every seeing of a unity and saying it the infinity of possible explications afforded by the logos can never be closed off. 2034. In contrast, for Aristotle the emphasis is on determinacy and not indeterminacy. 205. Indeed, the Aristotelian model is the transition from indeterminacy to determinacy. The explanation is that whereas in Plato it is obviously the insight into the nature of number which supports and directs his thinking and conceptualization, in Aristotle it is the insight into the nature of what lives. 200, emphasis in original. The living thing cannot be described as a combination of different eidetic determinations, rather it is the transition and ascendance of the immature to the ripe. 210, emphasis in original. Here we also have a different conception of the essence of the logos. It is not merely a synthesis, but refers to something and in doing so can not only express its essence but can also attribute to it properties lying outside its essence. 213. While one might assume that given the affinity we have seen between his own hermeneutics and the Platonic conception of logos, Gadamer is here on Plato's side, it is not so simple. Gadamer in fact sees a serious limitation in the Platonic conception of logos as a symploke of ideas. It cannot explain either not being or falsehood. Already in an essay entitled Plato and the Pre-Socratics from 1964, 1985-95, 6:5870, Gadamer charged Plato's conception of not being in the sophist with wavering between the formal category of being other and the concrete category of alteration. 70, and claimed that the real breakthrough was made by Aristotle in determining not being as the not yet being of the eidos, as the possibility of being. In brief, Plato's numerical conception of logos leads him to interpret not being as the difference between 198. Francisco J. Gonzalez. 198. Eidos and another eidos, whereas Aristotle, modeling his conception of logos on the concrete living thing, can interpret not being as the not yet of what has a certain eidos only potentially. In Plato's unwritten dialectic, Gadamer notes that Plato's conception of logos requires him to interpret the falsehood of a sentence such as Theodore flies as lying simply in an incompatibility in ideas. Gadamer 1980, 148. To this Gadamer objects, for pseudos does not lie in falsely speaking of one thing as another but only in speaking of it as something which it is not. The being of not being lying in difference from, which is displayed in the sophist, provides only the formal prerequisite of the actual pseudos. 153. 11. Here again Aristotle represents a major advance. 12. Also important is Gadamer's suggestion in Plato and the Pre-Socratics that Aristotle's interpretation of not being as the not yet of natural things reaching maturity enables him to break with Plato's tendency to think in terms of tekton. 1985-95, 6:70. If Gadamer seeks to harmonize Plato and Aristotle, it is not to suggest that Aristotle simply repeats Plato. On the contrary, the move from Plato to Aristotle is always for Gadamer a move towards greater conceptual sophistication. If he in Amicus Plato expresses some doubts about the principle he learned from Heidegger that one must turn to Aristotle for the translation of Plato's philosophy into concepts, Gadamer 1980, 197, he in fact will never abandon this principle, concluding, for example, his 1978 book, to be discussed below, with the claim that in Aristotle's thought, what Plato intended is transferred to the cautious and tentative language of philosophical concepts. Gadamer 1986, 178. Fourth period, 1970s. The 1970s can be identified as a new period of Gadamer's Plato interpretation because, while the decade culminates in the book just referred to, a book that takes up and develops themes already mentioned, it also is defined by studies of individual dialogues that emphasize what Gadamer will call the harmony of logos and ergon. The defining essay is the 1972 Logos and Ergon in Plato's Lysis, Gadamer 1980, 120. Gadamer here claims that if the usual approach to the Lysis has found in it only a muddled zigzagging from one point to another and can find no logic at all in the discussion which Socrates conducts, this is because it fails to take the principle of the Doric harmony between logos and ergon as its guide. 6. However, Gadamer's invocation of this principle here is odd for two reasons. First, the principle is not found stated in the Lysis nor in any of the dialogues to which he will apply it, but only in the Laches, a dialogue to which Gadamer never devotes a detailed reading. Furthermore, even in that dialogue it is not, as Gadamer wrongly asserts, 1. Socrates who speaks of a Doric harmony of logos and ergon, but the distinctly unphilosophical general Laches who appeals to it to make the point that talk is cheap if not backed up by action. Laches 188d. Even if Socrates himself does refer to the principle later, 193d, he calls it Laches' principle, according to your logos. Ironically, Gadamer's citation of the principle out of context itself ignores the harmony of logos and ergon in the Laches. Second, Gadamer's own reading of the Lysis does anything but show a harmony between logos and ergon within it. What must count as the central ergon of the dialogue is the way in which Socrates, in pretending to show the young man Hippothales how to seduce the young boy Lysis, engages both Lysis and his friend Menechenius in a philosophical conversation that enables Socrates at the end to count himself their friend. Lysis 223a. But of this ergon Gadamer says nothing. Instead, the sole ergon that guides his reading is the fact that Lysis and Menechenius are children. This necessitates the aporetic ending since children do not yet know what friendship is. 1986, and what friendship is can indeed be asked only of those who are older. 8. But if the children are as such unable to understand the truth of friendship, Socrates also seems determined on Gadamer's reading too. 199. Gadamer and Plato, an unending dialogue. 199. Keep this truth from them. Thus when Socrates, after concluding that it is those who are oikioi, akin, who are friends, suggests that a distinction is to be made between being oikion and being the same, Lysis 222b, Gadamer asserts that Socrates is making every effort to obscure the truth to which the discussion leads. 1980, 20. The truth being, according to Gadamer, that oikion equals same and what is called oikion and the same can also be called the good. 20, with the result that only the good are friends. Thus we see that on Gadamer's reading, far from being found in a harmony between the ergon and the logos of the dialogue, the truth about friendship is at odds with both. It is no wonder then that Gadamer concludes with the otherwise surprising claim that the Doric harmony of logos and ergon will be constructed only by Plato's philosophical utopia. 20. On his reading the Lysis proves a dystopian disharmony. 13. We fail to understand why Gadamer reads the dialogue in a way so at odds with his own principle, however, until we recognize that he is reading it through Aristotle. It is the Aristotelian conception of genuine friendship as existing only between the good that is the truth Gadamer finds.